In her previous life, she was ensnared by a scoundrel who exploited her maternal grandfather's military power to ascend to the throne, ultimately leading to her tragic demise, her child stillborn, her family shattered. Upon her rebirth, she navigates the treacherous waters of her new existence, contending with his scheming stepmother, punishing her half-sister, and seeking vengeance against those who wronged her. She had resolved to remain unmarried for life, yet inadvertently attracted the attention of the scoundrel's brother. In a dance of death and intrigue, she wields poison while he cleans up the aftermath. From a mere county princess to a revered consort and finally to the Empress adorned in a phoenix crown and a flowing robe, she aspires to achieve a life of fulfillment. Chapter 1. A Bitter End. In the deep of night, snow blanketed the earth, and the biting wind heralded yet another winter. Within the dilapidated courtyard of the Yuan Wang residence, overgrown grass reached knee-height, and withered leaves carpeted the ground. The eaves, long neglected, were festooned with cobwebs, and dust thickly cloaked the windows and doors. Enduring hardship, Gu Yunzhi had lost track of the years spent in prison here. Perhaps she still held the title of Yuan Wangfei, but it had been stripped from her for years. Now, at the tender age of 24, she should have been in her prime, yet her hair was streaked with gray, a tangled mass akin to weeds. Her face was parched and cracked, her tattered garments barely concealing her form. A gust of cold wind swept through, revealing the bruised skin beneath, evoking sympathy. The sound of footsteps approached, and the creaking wooden door swung open. A figure entered, clad in a fitted white gown that accentuated her waist, her tresses elegantly styled into a simple cloud-like bun adorned with pearls. Her beauty was ethereal, akin to a celestial being who had strayed into the mortal realm. However, the dust in the air caused her to cough lightly, detracting from her allure. Gu Yunzhi slowly lifted her gaze at the sound, and her once dull eyes ignited with an overwhelming hatred. The visitor was her half-sister, Gu Qianer, who had not only engaged in a clandestine affair with Xiao Wenyuan but had also conspired with the maid Yulu in her courtyard, burning incense that led to the quiet demise of her child. Gu Qianer glanced at her languidly, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. "Sister, I never expected to see you in such a state. Look at you now, devoid of the grace befitting a noblewoman, truly a disgrace to the residence." A smirk curled at the corners of her lips, her expression grotesquely triumphant. She lowered her gaze, a malicious gleam in her eyes. "Sister, do you know what has become of your mother?" The moment Gu Yunzhi heard this, a sense of foreboding washed over her. What could become of her? "She is, of course, in the residence, scheming for my sake." "Ah, sister, you are blissfully unaware," Gu Qianer cooed mockingly. "Your mother departed yesterday. Alas, you do not know. She succumbed to a vile disease, her body rotten and foul, with no one daring to attend to her, all repulsed by her condition." She feigned disgust, covering her mouth as if to stifle her revulsion. Gu Yunzhi's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips trembling. "Gu Qianer, what are you saying? My mother is in good health. How could she contract such a disease?" Gu Qianer rose slowly, her eyes glinting with malice. "With a daughter like you, how could she possibly be well? I forgot to mention, the affairs of the back courtyard have been managed by my mother for the past 2 years. Father, in his compassion, has long elevated her to the status of a primary wife. No, it cannot be. Mother must have been harmed by you. Where is my elder brother? Why is he not here?" Gu Yunzhi trembled with fear. Gu Qianer laughed scornfully. "At last, sister, you exhibit some intelligence. Indeed, your mother's illness was due to poisoning, yet no one in the house could identify the culprit. As for your brother, he disgraced himself by taking liberties with Lianxiang, and when he refused to take responsibility, father punished him by making him kneel in the ancestral hall to copy texts. In a fit of rage, he enlisted in the army, and now his fate is unknown." Gu Yunzhi closed her eyes. How could her father disregard the bonds of marriage and elevate Zhao Yinyang to a primary wife, casting her mother aside? How could she possibly stand in the residence under such circumstances? Her elder brother, who was always shy around women, how could he have ever committed such a transgression? The house's treatment of her and her mother was indeed cruel. Had it not been for her grandfather's support, how could her father have ascended to the position of prime minister? Gu Yunzhi chuckled bitterly, believing that losing her child and being confined to this dilapidated courtyard was the worst fate imaginable. Yet now, her mother was dead, and her brother's whereabouts were a mystery. Gu Qianer, shedding her usual meek demeanor, spat at her, and was about to deliver another taunt when a commotion arose outside. "Xiao Wenyuan?" Gu Yunzhi's expression turned dazed. With his phoenix eyes and thin lips, it was he, Unbelievably, after all these years, he remained as handsome as ever. A dull pain throbbed in her chest. How much better it would have been had they never met. Gu Qianer, seeing Xiao Wenyuan approach, quickly donned a guise of innocence, linking her arm with his and cooing, "Your Highness, what brings you here?" "It's chilly at night, and I was worried my sister might be cold, so I came to see if there's anything she needs." Xiao Wenyuan seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Yunzhi. A flicker of compassion crossed his features as he beheld the once resplendent noblewoman, now reduced to a wretched state, her face lined with deep creases. Gu Yunzhi's voice pierced the air, filled with despair. "Xiao Wenyuan, why? I defied my mother's wishes to marry you. You required military power, and I knelt for an entire day and night at my grandfather's estate to secure it for you." Overcome with fury, Gu Yunzhi spat blood, consumed with a desire to rend the pair before her asunder. "Xiao Wenyuan, you and Gu Qianer conspired together, even forsaking your own flesh and blood. What separates you from beasts? I curse you to never ascend the throne, to be bereft of descendants, and to meet a wretched end." Her words ignited Xiao Wenyuan's rage, and he kicked her in the chest. "Why do you ask me why? Naturally, it is for the sake of the Song Duke's estate and the military power it holds. Would I forsake Qianer to marry you, a mere empty shell?" With that, he leaned down, grasping her face tightly. "Gu Yunzhi, look at yourself, neither human nor ghost. The loss of your child is solely your fault. You couldn't even protect your own offspring. Qianer, the kind-hearted one, has often pleaded for you before me, yet you continue to tarnish her name. You deserve this fate." Gu Yunzhi gazed blankly at the retreating figures, realizing that despite their callousness, she had been blinded by the illusion of his love. Xiao Wenyuan's heart had never belonged to her. It had always been Gu Qianer he desired, and marrying her had only been a means to an end. "Mother, brother, I was wrong. I should never have stubbornly married Xiao Wenyuan. I have betrayed you both." Two streams of blood tears fell from Gu Yunzhi's eyes as she collapsed to the ground. The wind creaked the door, and sharp gusts mingled with a few snowflakes. "Heaven, I am willing to endure all the suffering of the world and face the most extreme tortures of hell, if only you grant me a chance to repent." In the long, dark night, flames soared into the sky, and everything turned to ashes. The Yuan Wangfei perished after 17 years of warmth. Chapter 2. A new dawn. In the subtle interplay of shadow and light, where wisteria vines gracefully conceal, the courtyard unfolds with pavilions in harmonious connection, their roofs undulating, while the gentle stream glimmers under the sun, casting rippling reflections. A young maiden, adorned in a golden-embroidered apricot-hued phoenix-tail gown, draped in a Sioux embroidery silk jacket, possesses a complexion as fair as snow and eyes that shimmer with brilliance, captivating all who behold her. Blessed with both grace and beauty by the heavens. Yet, at this moment, she furrows her brow, lost in thought, recalling that after Xiao Wenyuan and Gu Qianer departed, a great fire erupted in the courtyard. To her astonishment, upon awakening this morning, she discovered herself returned to the year of her 13th birthday. Could it truly be divine mercy, responding to her heart's yearning, granting her a second chance? Miss Little. Yunyan called out repeatedly, sensing something amiss with her mistress today, as she sat in silence for quite some time, unresponsive to her calls. Gu Yunzhi turned her dazed gaze towards Yunyan. In her previous life, on the day Gu Qianer had caused her to lose her child, Yunyan had sought a physician on her behalf and never returned. Gu Qianer had claimed that Yunyan had been caught stealing a jade ruby from the estate and was beaten to death by the steward, her body discarded in a potter's field. Yunyan's parents had passed away when she was but 5, leaving her without kin. Eventually, she found her way to the Xiang residence, where her mother, seeing her as a pitiable child akin to herself, allowed her to stay as a companion. The bond forged through their shared upbringing transcended the master-servant relationship, akin to that between sisters. Yunyan harbored no ulterior motives and had no need for money. How could she possibly resort to theft? Tears misted her eyes. This time, she would exact vengeance on those who wronged her and repay kindness where it was due. "Yunyan, I shall protect you with all my might." Yunyan, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter, miss? I have called several times, yet you did not respond." Gu Yunzhi regained her senses. "Ah, spring lethargy and autumn fatigue. With spring upon us, drowsiness has set in. I was contemplating taking you out for a breath of fresh air." "Oh dear, miss, you remain as playful as ever. Let not these thoughts weigh on you. Aunt Zhang has come from the madam's side, inviting you for dinner tonight. She said the madam herself has prepared your favorite dishes," Yunyan chattered, draping a plain velvet cloak over Gu Yunzhi's shoulders. The mere mention of Song stirred sorrow within Gu Yunzhi. Her mother, Song Huanian, was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Duke of Song. The Duke's family was renowned for its martial prowess and loyalty. Years ago, when the emperor found himself besieged by assassins during a hunt, it was the old Duke of Song who bravely rushed to the emperor's side, leading him to safety, thus earning the emperor's deep favor. Gu Yunzhi's father, Gu Zhangyuan, was a young man of remarkable talent and handsome countenance, a top scholar of his time. Grateful for the duke's life-saving intervention, the emperor arranged a marriage between the two families. A tale of beauty and talent, their union was celebrated. However, everything changed dramatically with the arrival of concubine Zhao. Gu Yunzhi resided in the southern courtyard, while her mother, Song, occupied the eastern courtyard, not far apart. Stepping through the flower-laden gate and crossing a winding corridor brought one to her mother's side. Though hailing from a martial family, Song had little interest in wielding weapons. Instead, she cherished the refined arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry. Her residence was exquisitely arranged. In the northeast corner stood a row of dark wood bookshelves, warm sunlight filtering through intricately carved windows, casting dappled light upon an ancient zither. The floor was adorned with a soft, gray silk carpet, and the air was fragrant with the wisps of incense wafting from a burner, enveloping the room. "Madam, the eldest young lady has arrived," Aunt Zhang announced. Steady and decisive, Aunt Zhang was both wise and capable, having served Song since she was 5. Kind-hearted and easily influenced, she chose not to marry, dedicating her life to the care of Song and her children. Gu Yunzhi smiled and nodded at her, stepping into the room. Before she could take her seat, she caught sight of Song bustling in from the small kitchen. Dressed in elegant attire, her dark hair elegantly styled into a peony bun adorned with a plum blossom hairpin, Song still exuded a beauty that belied her years. After such a long time apart, seeing her mother brought tears to Gu Yunzhi's eyes. This was the mother who loved her most dearly. As a child, when she had fallen ill with smallpox, everyone believed she would not survive, yet her mother had cared for her tirelessly, with no complaint. It was her own disobedience that had led to her present misery. Her mother had warned her that Xiao Wenyuan harbored ulterior motives, advising against their continued association, yet she had ignored her mother's counsel and insisted on marrying him, resulting in all the subsequent heartache. "Zir, you have come. Today, I made your favorite golden milk pastry, stewed chicken wings, and Westlake beef soup. Look at how thin you are. You must eat more," Song exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze, playfully retorting, "Mother, you always say I'm thin. Are you hoping I will eat more and gain weight, so I can remain by your side forever? You silly girl," Song chuckled indulgently. "I can hardly wait for you to marry off so I may enjoy some peace." As they spoke, the dishes were brought to the table. Gu Yunzhi gazed at the food, and her heart sank. She could scarcely recall the last time she had dined in such a manner. After being punished to the dilapidated western courtyard, the servants, seeing her fallen status, had catered to Gu Qianu, serving her spoiled food and dirty water for washing clothes. She had contemplated ending her life, yet the thought of her mother's sorrow had stayed her hand. As these memories surfaced, hunger gnawed at Gu Yunzhi, and she picked up her spoon, eagerly consuming the beef soup. "Cough, cough, Zir, eat slowly. Do not choke yourself," Song admonished gently. "Mother, why are you coughing?" Gu Yunzhi inquired, setting down her spoon to observe her mother. Song waved her hand, about to deflect the question. Just then, Aunt Zhang stepped forward and bowed slightly to Gu Yunzhi, saying, "Miss, the madam has been suffering from a cold for several days. Though she has taken medicine, she has shown no signs of improvement and has not taken any medicine for the past 2 days. You must persuade her to take care of herself." Since her father had taken Zhao Luyu as a concubine, he rarely visited, leaving her mother in a state of melancholy. Gu Yunzhi recalled that in her previous life, her mother had been in robust health at this time. Frowning, she noted that her mother had likely applied powder to mask her pallor, and she appeared to have lost considerable weight. "Where's father? Has he come to see you? Has he heard about your illness?" Gu Yunzhi asked. Song gently patted Gu Yunzhi's head, saying, "Do not worry, my dear Zir. It is merely a cold causing some cough. I've spoken with your father, who said he is busy with official matters and will come as soon as he can." Aunt Zhang glanced anxiously at Gu Yunzhi, about to speak, but a look from Song caused her to withdraw. This scene did not escape Gu Yunzhi's notice. Turning her gaze elsewhere, she concealed her thoughts, yet a cold smile danced in her heart. His busy schedule was merely an excuse. He was reluctant to come, or perhaps there were those who wished to prevent him from doing so. Chapter 3. A Meeting of Enemies. Her father had likely forgotten who had helped him attain his current position. Thus, it was her duty as a daughter to remind him. In this life, she would strive for her mother and brother, securing a bright future for them. Though she could not alter the past, those who had wronged them would not escape retribution. Reborn, Gu Yunzhi had been engulfed in confusion and helplessness, yet at this moment, her worries and uncertainties dissipated into nothingness. As night descended, the crescent moon hung hauntingly in the sky, casting an eerie silence over the residence. "Mother, where are you? It's so dark and cold here. I'm frightened," a small child murmured in the shadows. The child, with a round face and tear-filled eyes, bore a striking resemblance to Gu Yunzhi. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yunzhi felt her heart shatter. Just as she was about to reach out, the child turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness with increasing speed, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks. As dawn broke, Gu Yunzhi awoke from her dream, her face streaked with tears. This was the first time she had dreamt of the child who had tragically perished before birth, a child whose beauty matched her imagination. Alas, even in her dreams, she had never held the child. Steadying her emotions, Gu Yunzhi weakly inquired, "Yunyan, what time is it?" Yunyan, still in a daze from sleep, glanced at the candle and then outside at the faint light, replying, "Miss, it is just after the early hours. You should rest a little longer. Today, we must pay our respects to the matriarch with full vigor." The thought of visiting her grandmother sent a shiver through Gu Yunzhi, prompting her to rise hastily. The younger generation was required to pay their respects every third day, and today marked that occasion. In her previous life, Gu Qian'er had prepared bird's nest soup for their grandmother, winning her favor for quite some time. Reflecting on it now, Gu Yunzhi recognized the cunning nature of Gu Qian'er, who had known she would have no time to prepare and could not decline, thus using her as a stepping stone. This time, however, whether the bird's nest would be delivered successfully depended on fate. Having sorted through these thoughts, Gu Yunzhi felt a sense of relief. "Yunyan, come here. There is something I need you to arrange," she whispered, summoning Yunyan closer. Yunyan's face registered confusion. How did the miss know? Yet she thought little of it, trusting that her mistress had her reasons. After making the necessary preparations, Yunyan brought over a white satin gown to assist Gu Yunzhi in dressing. Gu Yunzhi cast a glance at the dress and sighed, "Dispose of all these white garments in the wardrobe. Paying respects to grandmother is a joyous occasion. I shall wear the rose-patterned feathered gown made by my mother." Yunyan was taken aback by this request, recalling how much the miss had favored that dress in the past. Yet, upon reflection, she thought it wise. The miss's striking beauty would be overshadowed in white attire. Previously, she had advised against it, but now believed the miss had come to her senses. Gu Qian'er, with her pure appearance, appeared even more delicate in white, evoking sympathy. In her past life, Gu Yunzhi had envied Gu Qian'er's looks and emulated her style, unaware that her own vibrant beauty was ill-suited for such attire. Clad in a crimson gown that accentuated her figure, Gu Yunzhi's long, dark hair was expertly styled into a flowing cloud bun by Yunyan, adorned with a coral hairpin and floral embellishments on her forehead. Her crescent-shaped brows framed a pair of captivating eyes that sparkled with mischief, and her petite, slightly parted lips exuded an irresistible charm. Gu Yunzhi gazed contentedly into the bronze mirror, realizing this was the true reflection of herself. Yunyan, momentarily awestruck, thought, "How exquisitely beautiful my mistress is." While others have always praised the second young miss, today they shall witness who truly surpasses the other. Just then, a maid named Chuanxing approached, announcing, "Miss, the second young miss has arrived and wishes to accompany you to pay respects to the matriarch." Upon hearing of Gu Qian'er's arrival, Gu Yunzhi's expression froze, her heart racing. Would they finally meet? She had not sought her out, yet here she was, presenting herself willingly. Lowering her gaze to the ground, she struggled to maintain her composure, though her shoulders trembled slightly. "Let her in," she commanded. "Yes, miss." "Dear sister, I have prepared bird's nest soup for grandmother and feared you might be late and upset her, so I came to fetch you," Gu Qian'er began, momentarily speechless as she beheld Gu Yunzhi, forgetting her lines. Having just placed the soup on the table, she had not taken the time to notice. In just 2 days, why had Gu Yunzhi become so stunning? Previously, she had always overshadowed her half-sister due to their differing statuses, but now standing before her, Gu Qian'er felt a pang of inadequacy. Regardless of Gu Qian'er's future schemes, she was still just a young girl, naive to the art of masking her emotions. Gu Yunzhi observed Gu Qian'er's myriad expressions, contemplating the impending events with a sense of ease. Gu Qian'er had always been adept at ingratiating herself with others. In her previous life, she had taken her status as a legitimate daughter for granted, only to find herself inexplicably disliked by their grandmother. When she faced punishment, no one came to her aid, and Gu Yunzhi suspected Gu Qian'er had a hand in that. Her words held a double meaning, expressing her filial piety while inadvertently casting Gu Yunzhi in a negative light for her tardiness. Ah, this cunning thought. No doubt a product of her upbringing, but it seemed unlikely it would yield the desired outcome. Sister, how could I be late to pay respects to grandmother? Your heart for our grandmother is truly commendable. In that case, let us hasten, lest we keep her waiting, Gu Yunzhi replied, her gaze filled with amusement. The look Gu Yunzhi had just cast upon her sent shivers down Gu Qian'er's spine. How to describe it? It was akin to a wolf observing a hapless rabbit, savoring the moment before the final strike. She felt her legs tremble, sensing that Gu Yunzhi had changed, not just in appearance, but in other, more indefinable ways. The residence of the matriarch was located at the northernmost end of the estate, within the Mingyue Hall, requiring passage through the garden and a long corridor to reach. The two young women, each lost in their own thoughts, walked in silence, one ahead of the other. Suddenly, a startled "ah" rang out, followed by a cacophony of crashing sounds, as if something had shattered. Gu Yunzhi turned her gaze back, her expression inscrutable, to witness the scene unfolding. The typically poised and graceful Gu Qian'er lay sprawled on the ground, the bowl of bird's nest soup having splattered across her meticulously arranged attire, while the surrounding maids stood in shock. Having been walking steadily, she could not fathom why she had slipped and fallen, now left not only without the soup but also a source of amusement for Gu Yunzhi, prompting her to weep in frustration. A bunch of blind servants, why aren't you helping me up? Gu Yunzhi, seeing no one attending to her, shouted in exasperation at the maids. The maids, taken aback by the usually ethereal second young Mrs. Predicament, were momentarily at a loss, but upon hearing her scolding, they hurriedly rushed to assist her. Chapter 4. The Matriarch Gu. Alas. Gu Yunzhi sighed. Why should her sister blame the servants for her own misstep? The bird's nest was spilled, and their grandmother would likely miss out on it. What a pity for her sister's filial intentions. However, the immediate priority was to change into a fresh outfit. This disheveled appearance might lead outsiders to think that her sister disrespected their grandmother. Gu Yunzhi looked at Gu Qian'er with deep concern. To her surprise, Gu Yunzhi came to their aid, and the maids cast grateful glances her way. Observing their expressions, Gu Qian'er inhaled sharply, shooting a glare at Gu Yunzhi, her crimson attire blinding her eyes. She clenched her jaw tightly, a flicker of resentment igniting in her gaze, and replied slowly, "It is indeed sister who considers everything carefully." "I thank you, sister. I shall return to change clothes. Please go ahead." Once Gu Qian'er had distanced herself, Yunyan could not contain her laughter. The second young lady had often sought to overshadow the eldest. This time, it was refreshing to see her take a breath of relief. Gu Yunzhi appeared in high spirits as she walked along the garden path, which was lined with smooth cobblestones that typically posed no risk of slipping. Today, however, she had instructed Yunyan to wax the path in advance, just for this occasion. If Gu Qian'er wished to showcase her filial piety, then she would ensure it did not come to fruition. In this new life, Gu Yunzhi had come to realize the importance of earning their grandmother's favor. Although the matriarch was aging and no longer managed the household, every matter within the estate was still subject to her counsel, revered by both father and uncle alike. Elderly individuals often favor tranquility, and matriarch Gu was no exception. The Mingyue Hall, adorned with white walls and ceramic tiles, exuded a serene ambience. With clear streams winding through the stone crevices and a plaque bearing the inscription of Ming de Zheng Xian hung prominently in the main room. The entire courtyard appeared ancient yet refined, far from being austere. "The eldest young lady has arrived," remarked Huier, who served beside matriarch Gu. As Gu Yunzhi stepped inside, she found her grandmother seated in the main chair, sipping tea. The fragrant aroma of Qilua incense wafted through the air, and only Mama Shen, who had been in service to the elderly lady for many years, stood quietly behind her, amplifying the stillness of the room. Mama Shen was plump and fair, evoking a sense of warmth and fondness. She was not only matriarch Gu's maid, but also her confidant. In this household, aside from matriarch Gu, Mama Shen was the only one who held such a position. "Jier pays her respects to grandmother. I hope you are well," Gu Yunzhi said softly as she bowed. Matriarch Gu, upon hearing her voice, leisurely set her teacup down on the pearwood table beside her and scrutinized her granddaughter. "Today, The child was dressed in vibrant and elegant attire, quite different from her usual self. In the past, she had been indifferent toward this granddaughter, often reluctant to engage in conversation, as an esteemed daughter behaving like a mere concubine was beneath her notice. Yet today, the matriarch regarded Gu Yunzhi with a gaze filled with curiosity. "Rise," Matriarch Gu said gently. Gu Yunzhi, surprised by her grandmother's unexpectedly gentle tone, stood up in astonishment. Though the matriarch had surpassed 70, her youthful grace was still apparent. Her hair was styled into a cloud-like bun adorned with 2 lotus hairpins, and a piece of Hetian jade dangled gracefully from her deep blue forehead ribbon, exuding an air of nobility. This serene demeanor evoked admiration in Gu Yunzhi, even recalling her past life in the royal court. Seeing her astonishment, Matriarch Gu chuckled softly. "Jir, why have you come so early today? Are you so entranced by your grandmother?" With humility, Gu Yunzhi replied, "In the past, I was thoughtless and kept you waiting, but it shall not happen again. I did not intend to be lost in thought. It was merely seeing grandmother sitting here like a bodhisattva that captivated me." This remark elicited hearty laughter from Matriarch Gu, bridging the gap between them, even causing Mama Shen, who stood by, to chuckle as well. "You little trickster. Come closer, so that your grandmother can see if your mouth has been stealing honey," Matriarch Gu said, rising and taking Gu Yunzhi's hand to draw her near. Gu Yunzhi was taken aback by her grandmother's reaction. She had not anticipated that a single remark could bring her closer to the matriarch. It seemed to be a stroke of fortunate serendipity. Gu Yunzhi nestled against the matriarch's arm, playfully declaring, "Your granddaughter's admiration and respect for you are genuine. I hurried here to pay my respects without even having breakfast." Observing the scene, Mama Shen reflected deeply. Matriarch Gu had long been solitary, devoted to her Buddhist practices, and had not shared such joy with her juniors in quite some time. Although the second young lady occasionally visited, her intentions were all too transparent, and the matriarch, wise as she was, had chosen to overlook it. Fortunately, it had not resulted in any adverse consequences. Now, it appeared that the usually quiet eldest young lady had captured the matriarch's attention. As the grandmother and granddaughter exchanged laughter and pleasantries, they lost track of time. And before they knew it, it was noon. Just as Matriarch Gu was about to summon lunch, Jillian, who served in the outer courtyard, entered respectfully and, after greeting, announced, "Old madam, the second young lady has arrived and is waiting outside." At this, the matriarch fell silent, pondering. This second girl has always been adept at currying favor. She used to arrive at dawn to wait for the morning greeting. Why is she late today? After a moment's thought, she instructed, "Let her in." Outside, Gu Qian'er overheard the laughter from within, her face contorted with fury. How could Gu Yunzhi be comfortably seated inside? It was all her fault for stumbling. In a moment of carelessness, she had allowed her sister to seize the advantage. Otherwise, she would not have had a chance. After entering and paying her respects, Gu Qian'er burst into tears before anyone could speak. Seeing her weeping, Matriarch Gu instinctively furrowed her brow. "Why is Qian'er crying? Who has upset you?" Gu Qian'er looked up at her grandmother through tear-filled eyes, her expression growing increasingly pitiful. "Grandmother, my sister seems unable to speak. I happen to know a little about the matter, and I shall speak on her behalf." At this delicate moment, Gu Yunzhi interjected, "This is how it is, grandmother. My second sister rose early to prepare bird's nest soup for you, and then came to find me to pay our respects. On our way, she accidentally fell, causing the bird's nest to spill onto the ground." Looking at the two of them, Gu Yunzhi continued slowly, "I almost forgot. Sister, even after you change your clothes, it will only be the hour of the snake. Is there something that has delayed you until noon?" Gu Qian'er and Matriarch Gu both turned to her, and Gu Yunzhi met their gazes with calm assurance. "Grandmother, this is the situation. My second sister, eager to please, hurried to prepare the bird's nest and invited me to accompany her, fearing I would be late. In her haste, she fell, and the bird's nest spilled onto her hair, necessitating a change of clothes. Please punish Qian'er." Witnessing such a tearful accusation, Gu Yunzhi chose to remain silent, knowing that her grandmother was not a foolish woman, and it was unnecessary to complicate matters further. Matriarch Gu exchanged glances with Mama Shen, who promptly assisted Gu Qian'er in taking a seat. "Do not cry any longer, my dear. It is rare to see your filial piety. How could your grandmother possibly hold it against you? Just be more careful next time. Given today's events, I suspect you have not had lunch. Why don't you sisters dine here with me? It will be a fine opportunity to keep this old woman company. Matriarch Gu's words were perfectly measured. Indeed, the events of today alone were insufficient for grandmother to harbor disdain for Gu Qianer. During the meal, the three individuals each held their own thoughts, and no one continued the conversation. After the two granddaughters departed, old Madame Gu inquired of Mama Shen, "What is your perspective on today's incident?" At that moment, Mama Shen was massaging old Madame Gu's shoulders, momentarily pausing, uncertain whether the inquiry implied that there was something amiss or if it pertained to the two young ladies. Although she contemplated this internally, she dared not voice her thoughts. Regarding today's affair, I believe the eldest young lady indeed possesses the grace of a legitimate daughter. Upon closer inspection, one might discern traces of your influence within her. Conversely, the second young lady appears rather timid, having wept continually. I fear she may be vulnerable to mistreatment once married. Mama Shen observed old Madame Gu's expression as she spoke. Old Madame Gu had been squinting her eyes throughout, revealing no emotions. However, when she heard the mention of a resemblance to herself, her eyes suddenly widened. Ah! No wonder, she felt a sense of fondness for the eldest girl upon witnessing her demeanor today. The girl bore a striking resemblance to her younger self. Both fond of donning red attire and sharing similar circumstances, with a frail mother and a father who favored a concubine. Very well, let us observe further. Should this girl prove herself worthy, I would not hesitate to lend her a hand. As they approached the garden, Gu Qianer could no longer contain herself and, through gritted teeth, exclaimed, "Sister, you truly possess a remarkable talent for manipulation, effortlessly casting me as unfilial with just a few words." Gu Yunzhi appeared quite pleased with Gu Qianer's predicament, scoffing lightly. "What concern is it of mine?" she retorted before turning to leave. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianer's pupils dilated in disbelief. She had lost all face due to her sister's remark, which had dismissed her so easily. "Gu Yunzhi, we shall see what unfolds." Fixing her gaze in the direction of Gu Yunzhi's departure, she thought, "Your furious reaction today has truly piqued my curiosity about your future responses. Yunyan, the peach blossoms behind Tianming Temple must be in full bloom. Let's go pay our respects and take a look at them." Gu Yunzhi cheerfully suggested to Yunyan after finishing breakfast. Tianming Temple is the grandest temple in Xuanhe, bustling with worshippers. And it is said that Master Wenji possesses the ability to see through past lives. Gu Yunzhi stood before the temple gates, her eyes vacant for an extended period. Yunyan, noticing her lady's recent bouts of daydreaming, assumed she had something on her mind, and thought a stroll would do her good, thus draping a cloak over her. "Lady, it truly lives up to its reputation as Tianming Temple. There are so many people. Look at that peach tree. I can see it from here," Yunyan exclaimed. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly but did not respond. Her primary purpose in visiting today was to consult Master Wenji. She wished to inquire why she had returned to the age of 13 and whether her wish could be fulfilled. After offering incense, she instructed Yunyan to donate a sum for the temple's upkeep. Just as she prepared to ask someone where to find the master, a small monk rushed over, panting. He bowed to Gu Yunzhi and inquired, "Are you Gu Shizhu?" Gu Yunzhi was perplexed. She had never encountered this small monk before, who appeared merely 5 or 6 years old and spoke in a childlike voice. How could he know her surname? Nevertheless, she earnestly replied, "Indeed, that is I." The small monk looked at her, clapped his hands in delight, and exclaimed, "The master is truly remarkable. He said you would be wearing a black cloak and are exceedingly beautiful, easily recognizable in a crowd." I did not expect it to be true. She surmised that she had deduced the identity of the small monk's master. Master Wenji was indeed as renowned as rumored. "We have finally been awaiting your arrival," a monk with clasped hands said. Gu Yunzhi felt an aura of benevolence emanating from the monk before her, whose eyes shone with clarity and understanding, exuding a wisdom that seemed to transcend the worldly realm. Gu Yunzhi returned the gesture respectfully, and then said, "Yunyan, please wait for me at a distance. I have several questions to pose to the master. Do not approach until I seek you out." Though reluctant to leave Gu Yunzhi alone, Yunyan waited not far off. Feeling assured she could see them even if she could not hear their conversation. Amitabha, all reflections in the realm of form are but illusions. Why should you be entangled in trivial matters, only to invite further distress? Master Wenji regarded the Bodhi tree before him, seemingly lost in thought. Gu Yunzhi felt choked with emotion. This person could truly see through to her purpose. All the grievances and resentments she had suppressed surged forth, and she could not help but weep. I carried my child for 10 months, yet the little one was cruelly taken from me. Nearly able to behold the love of a mother and the wonders of the world. My mother, who lived her life in kindness, met with such a tragic fate. She perished within the manor. My elder brother was driven to homelessness by treachery. Master, what wrongs did they commit to deserve such fates? Gu Yunzhi cried out. Her voice strained. These matters, she had tried her utmost to suppress, feeling grateful that in this life she had the chance for redemption, with her family still alive. Yet, in the presence of Master Yunzhi, she involuntarily released her pent-up emotions. Master Yunzhi gazed upon the young woman before him with compassion. Good deeds beget good fortune, while evil deeds yield retribution. Do not take matters into your own hands, and your wishes shall come to fruition. I share a connection with you, and I wish not to add to your burdens. No, even if it means facing mountains of blades or the depths of hell, I shall exact my vengeance. Gu Yunzhi resolutely declared, locking her eyes onto Master Yunzhi. Upon hearing this, Master Yunzhi sighed and turned away. In life, one must observe with clarity, guard one's true heart, and the true dragon shall accompany you. You shall surely find success without the need to question your purpose here. All is but a matter of fate. True dragon accompanying me? This phrase left Gu Yunzhi bewildered. Just as she was about to inquire further, she noticed that Master Yunzhi had vanished. Well, it mattered not. As long as her desires could be fulfilled, the notion of a true dragon was of little concern to her. Yunyan had been intently watching from a distance and, upon seeing her lady in tears, felt a surge of urgency to rush forward. Just as she was torn between hesitation and action, Gu Yunzhi approached her. Observing the redness around her eyes, Yunyan became alarmed and hurriedly asked, Lady, why are you crying? Did that old monk bully you? How can he, a supposedly enlightened master, dare to mistreat you? I shall confront him. Still feeling melancholy, Gu Yunzhi saw Yunyan's readiness to spring into action and quickly grasped her arm. No, it is not what you think. I merely received a few words of guidance from the master, which opened my mind. I could not help shedding a few tears. He is a compassionate soul and has not wronged me. Gu Yunzhi regarded Yunyan, who was anxiously prepared to defend her, and felt a warmth in her heart. Upon exiting the temple, the pair finally realized they had yet to admire the peach blossoms. Just as they were about to turn back, a rumbling sound echoed in their ears. Chapter 6. First encounter. A faint blush colored Yunyan's cheeks as she tightly clutched her handkerchief, too embarrassed to speak. Despite having consumed a hearty breakfast that morning, she found herself ravenous by midday, feeling utterly humiliated before her lady. Gu Yunzhi playfully tapped her forehead and said, Little glutton, we shall see the peach blossoms another day. For now, I will take you to Huani Building for a delightful meal. The bustling streets of Taihe were alive with activity. Huani Building, located at the heart of the street, had swiftly become the most renowned restaurant in the dynasty within just 5 years, offering a plethora of delicacies at correspondingly high prices, attracting high-ranking officials and nobility. Logically, such a prosperous establishment would invite envy. Yet, curiously, no one dared to cause a ruckus at Huani Building. Some said it was backed by the royal family, while others claimed it was owned by the wealthy Zhengwansan. Regardless of the rumors, the true ownership remained a mystery. Manager, please find us a fine private room and serve us several of your signature dishes. Gu Yunzhi addressed the middle-aged man at the counter. Certainly, Mississippi. Please wait a moment, the manager replied with a respectful bow, then turned to instruct a nearby attendant. Lai Wang, escort this lady to room 3. As the three ascended the stairs, they fortuitously encountered a drunken young man clad in splendid attire, accompanied by a servant. The man gazed at Gu Yunzhi with lustful eyes and said, Dizzy, quickly help the young master see which family this beautiful young lady belongs to. I've never seen such beauty before. With that, he reached out to seize her wrist. The inebriated gentleman was named Suan, the younger brother of the favored concubine Su within the palace. His sister's prominence and their family's vast influence had fostered in him a reckless audacity. Gu Yunzhi sidestepped to evade him, scrutinizing Suan with disdain as she declared, Please conduct yourself with dignity. I am Gu Yunzhi, the legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. His failure to seize her hand, coupled with her piercing gaze, incited Suan's fury. He retorted, I care not for your noble house. I am the brother of concubine Su, and my father is the current grand tutor. There is no one I cannot have. With that, he reached out to grasp her wrist. The commotion caught the attention of the diners, yet none dared intervene. The Su family's power was at its zenith. And this lady was the minister's daughter. No one wanted to bear the consequences of such a confrontation. Yun Yan stepped forward, arms outstretched to shield Gu Yunzhi, repeatedly shouting, "Do not touch my lady." Gu Yunzhi, taken aback by the trouble that had arisen from what was supposed to be a simple meal, recalled that the Su family had not met with a favorable fate in her previous life. She remembered how the Grand Tutor Su had conspired with remnants of the fallen dynasty to rebel, only to be exposed and executed along with his kin. At this moment, however, the Su family enjoyed favor, and she needed to devise an escape plan quickly. The attendant, upon realizing that the lady was from the minister's residence, hesitated to escalate matters. Fearing repercussions for his master in court, he gently urged Su and, "Young master, let us return home. Miss Ing is also quite beautiful. If this incident reaches your father's ears, it could end poorly." Dazed by alcohol, Suan dismissed the advice, striking the attendant across the face and shouting, "You insolent servant! How dare you impede me? I shall deal with you later." The scene did not go unnoticed by the shrewd manager, Song Fugue, who feared that the situation could spiral out of control. He hurried forward, wearing a conciliatory smile. "Young Master Su, Miss Gu, both of you are esteemed individuals. Let us not escalate this matter. Please order whatever you wish. Today's meal is on the house. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Suan retorted, raising his hand to strike Song Fugue. The prospect of a Grand Tutor's son attacking the manager of the restaurant put Gu Yunzhi in a predicament. This turmoil had originated due to her, and it was improper to let others bear the brunt. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed from the upper floor, interrupting Suan's actions and drawing the attention of the crowd. A gentleman with elongated phoenix eyes, exuding a cold demeanor, descended gracefully, holding a white folding fan while clad in black brocade, presenting an air of noble detachment. He approached slowly, a faint smile playing on his lips as he regarded Suan. "Young Master Su truly carries himself with great aplomb. Even I was intimidated by her words." Upon seeing this person, Suan's drunkenness faded significantly. How could he be here? Had he witnessed the entire scene? His spine stiffened, and his mind went blank. I pay my respects," Suan stammered. The young man chuckled lightly and waved his hand. "No need. I would not dare accept such reverence from young Master Su." To find this person here, rather than the one she had anticipated, stirred a sense of sympathy within Gu Yunzhi as she recalled his unfortunate fate in her previous life. This gentleman was none other than the third prince, Xiao Mingyu, who had been granted the title of Prince Xian at the tender age of 10. The Emperor's decision was a clear indication of Xiao Mingyu's status, equating him with the crown prince, albeit without formal recognition yet. In her past life, Xiao Wenyuan had viewed the third prince as a thorn in his side. To curry favor with Xiao Wenyuan, she had enlisted her grandfather's help, who, against his better judgment, had lent military power to Xiao Wenyuan, allowing him to gain the upper hand. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wenyuan had proven to be duplicitous, clinging to the military authority and falsely accusing her grandfather of treasonous intentions, forcing her grandfather to resign in order to clear his name. Xiao Mingyu studied Gu Yunzhi intently. He had observed her reaction as Suan harassed her while he was upstairs. The calmness she displayed was unusual for someone of her age. If he had not misread her expression, she had looked at him with a sense of empathy, which puzzled him greatly. After Suan departed, Gu Yunzhi, seeing that Xiao Mingyu had no intention of speaking first, felt it appropriate to express her gratitude for his intervention. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "This humble girl thanks your highness for your kindness." "Oh, and how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Xiao Mingyu replied with an intrigued tone. Gu Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback. She had assumed that a simple thank you would suffice, given his status as a prince, who surely lacked for riches. Did he seek to leverage her family's influence for his own purposes? Testing the waters, she proposed. "Might I invite your highness to a meal as a token of my appreciation?" Xiao Mingyu regarded her with a steady gaze. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, standing just below his chin. Her hair was styled in a double bun, her delicate face fair and petite, with large, expressive eyes and a nose that was elegantly defined, her lips hinting at a smile. Indeed, she possessed a striking beauty, which explained Suan's unusual behavior towards her. "Very well," Xiao Mingyu replied, his prompt acceptance catching Gu Yunzhi off guard. She had anticipated a more protracted negotiation, but this was agreeable. It was merely a meal. After all, as they settled at the table, Xiao Mingyu leisurely remarked, Miss Gu, you are rather different from others. Gu Yunzhi's heart raced. Did he perceive something amiss? What could be so different? With over 30 years of experience from her previous life, she felt an inexplicable unease in his presence, as if his gaze could penetrate her very soul. The 7th chapter unfolds as Gu Xiaoran returns. Xiao Mingyu found the girl quite fascinating. Had it been anyone else, they would have been reduced to tears after such an incident, yet she remained composed, engaging him in conversation. The cunning Gu, with such a daughter, had earned his respect. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Mingyu remarked, "You young lady possess a greater courage than most, and your beauty surpasses that of your peers." Gu Yunzhi, sensing a teasing tone, retorted with determination, "Naturally, your highness has keen discernment." Hearing her assert such confidence almost caused Xiao Mingyu to choke on his tea. He was not one to meddle in trivial matters, nor would he risk his temper over a stranger, especially when Suan's notorious reputation was well known. He had other matters to attend to and preferred to avoid conflict at this juncture. However, Suan's audacity in causing a disturbance in his establishment was intolerable, especially as he attempted to strike Song Fuguei. If Suan sought his own demise, Xiao Mingyu was not averse to facilitating that outcome. After all, it had been some time since he had heard anything from the woman in the palace. The meal, with Xiao Mingyu present, left Gu Yunzhi feeling a mix of emotions. She wished for the eminent prince to conclude his meal and depart swiftly, as Yunyan had been hungry since noon and had yet to eat. "Your Highness, once you have finished, I wish to express my gratitude, and I will not take up any more of your precious time," she said. Xiao Mingyu raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her subtle urgency to see him leave. "Very well then, Miss Gu. We shall meet again." Gu Yunzhi exhaled in relief, turning to Yunyan to order some more dishes. "Yunyan, please sit and have some soup to tide you over. The food will arrive shortly." Today, as events had been a heavy blow for the typically cheerful Yunyan. As her lady had faced such an affront, Yunyan felt she had failed in her duty as a loyal attendant. Had it not been for the prince's timely intervention, she shuddered to think of the consequences. Gu Yunzhi understood Yunyan's turmoil. Had she not lived a previous life, she too would have been overwhelmed by such an incident. Yet, having been granted a second chance, she regarded this minor issue with indifference. If necessary, she could escalate the matter to the authorities. Suan, inebriated and accompanied only by a minor servant, posed little threat to her. It was merely a nuisance. They would face far greater dangers in the future, and Yunyan would have to mature. Gu Yunzhi had observed how fiercely Yunyan had stood in front of her earlier. However, there were paths that Yunyan would have to traverse alone. "Yunyan, since the age of 6, I have treated you as my sister. You are aware of the current circumstances within the manor. We are struggling to make progress, and in times of need, we can only rely on ourselves. The endeavors I am about to undertake will be far more perilous than today. If you wish to remain by my side, you must grow stronger. Should you choose not to, I am prepared to provide you with a substantial sum to ensure a comfortable life." Gu Yunzhi felt compelled to speak to Yunyan with a heavy heart, unwilling to see her meet a tragic fate. Yunyan, misinterpreting Gu Yunzhi's words as a suggestion that she was a burden, felt tears welling in her eyes. "Miss, please do not send me away. I do not wish to go anywhere. I only desire to stay by your side. I will improve and not be a hindrance to you again." A flicker of emotion crossed Gu Yunzhi's eyes. "Why are you crying? Who wishes to send you away? There will be even more dangerous matters ahead. I merely wanted to prepare you for what lies ahead. Miss, I have heard others speak of the third prince, renowned for his unparalleled beauty, the most sought-after suitor among the women of our dynasty. Upon seeing him today, it is indeed a reputation well-deserved." Fearing eavesdroppers, Gu Yunzhi quickly silenced Yunyan. It was widely acknowledged that Xiao Mingyu was handsome, having inherited the beauty of the late Empress Rongda. The Empress was exceptionally graceful, having shared a deep bond with the current emperor since their youth. For reasons unknown, when Xiao Mingyu was merely 8 years old, the emperor suddenly took Su Taifu's daughter, Su Yanran, as a consort. Within a year of Su Guifei's arrival to the palace, Empress Rongda tragically passed away, leaving behind the 9-year-old Xiao Mingyu, who was subsequently bestowed the title of Xian Wang. Xiao Wenyuan had previously informed her that Xiao Mingyu was devoid of talent and virtue, merely fortunate due to the emperor's lingering guilt over his deceased mother. At the time, she naively sympathized with Xiao Wenyuan, believing him to be a victim of circumstance. This Xian Wang was not as simple as he appeared. The emperor was a wise ruler, His affection and guilt towards the late Empress alone were insufficient to grant Xiao Mingyu the title of Xian. Could such coincidences truly exist? The consort entered the palace shortly before the Empress's demise, and this matter seemed inextricably linked to the Su family. She harbored an unsettling sense that something was amiss, but could not articulate it. She realized it was the coldness in Xiao Mingyu's gaze when he looked at Suin. When the Empress passed, he was just 9 years old. There must have been more to the story, otherwise, the fate of Su Taifu would not have been so dire. Xiao Mingyu stood by the window of a private room in Huani Building, having overheard the conversation between the two women. There was something peculiar about this girl, and he wondered why she had looked at him with such intensity. He planned to find an opportunity to inform the Ministry of Justice's Fan Sui about the matter concerning Suin. He and Su Taifu were bitter rivals, and once reported, he was eager to observe what actions Su Taifu might undertake. Furthermore, he would investigate the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family to ascertain her associations or any unusual occurrences in her life. This girl was not as simple as she appeared. The spring breeze was gentle and warm, and the sunlight was inviting. Gu Yunzhi, engrossed in her reading, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she felt something brush against her face, a sensation that tickled her. As she blinked awake, a familiar, handsome face filled her vision. Gu Yunzhi embraced him tightly, a mixture of joy and sorrow flooding her heart as she called out, "Elder brother." Gu Xiran had just returned from the Guangling study and made his way to Gu Yunzhi's courtyard. It had been half a month since he last saw her, and he had much to discuss. Upon entering the courtyard, he found her napping on a lounge chair, the sun casting a warm glow upon her, creating a picture of serene beauty that made him reluctant to disturb her. Despite their brief separation, Gu Yunzhi seemed to him as if they had been apart for ages. Unbeknownst to him, to Gu Yunzhi, their reunion felt like a long-awaited return. She had grown up following Gu Xiran closely, and he always thought of her whenever he came across something good. Their sibling bond was deep, filled with open communication and affection. If only she did not have to marry Gu Wenyuan. Gently patting Gu Yunzhi's back, he said, "Do not be disheartened, Ozzy. I am here. Why do you seem so troubled? What has happened?" His voice pulled Gu Yunzhi from her sorrowful thoughts. She assisted him in straightening his garments, overwhelmed with joy at seeing her elder brother, yet reminded of the dream she had recently, where he went off to war. The worry she felt momentarily overwhelmed her. Gu Xiran was taken aback, realizing how attuned they were in spirit. He believed a man should strive for glory, fighting valiantly to protect his homeland and earn honor. Hence, he had secretly trained with his maternal grandfather to learn martial skills and military strategy, all in hopes of one day facing the enemy on the battlefield and bringing peace to the land. "Aji, should I ever go off to war, I will return safely," Gu Xiran reassured her. She thought that in her previous life, he had been compelled to leave, but it seemed he had long considered this path. Chapter 8. Reunion. When the day comes that you wish to enlist, you must inform me in advance. I will bid you farewell and await your triumphant return. Gu Yunzhi insisted, her tone leaving no room for refusal. "Agreed. It is settled," Gu Xiran replied, his feelings somewhat conflicted. He longed to serve his country, yet he could not bear to part from his mother and sister, his dearest family. Before long, the siblings arrived at Song's residence. Before they could enter, they heard Song coughing violently. Gu Yunzhi felt a surge of anxiety. Her mother had been unwell for quite some time. Having not seen her for half a month, Gu Xiran quickly grasped the situation upon hearing the coughs and observing Gu Yunzhi's worried expression. Seeing her two children, Song quickly silenced her cough. But her face had turned a shade of red. "Ranner, Qian, you have come," she exclaimed joyfully. "Mother, why do you cough so severely? Have you seen a doctor?" Gu Xiran asked, concern etched on his face. He had not anticipated that his mother's health had deteriorated so rapidly in his absence. "I do not wish to burden you with worry, especially upon your return. My thoughts should be on your studies and official career. The doctor has said I will recover in a few days," Song replied, attempting to reassure him. Unable to contain her distress, Gu Yunzhi interjected, "Mother, please do not deceive us. You have been coughing for days. It has only worsened. Please think of yourself and us. Take care of your health, and do not fret over those unworthy of your concern. You still have me and brother." The fear of losing her mother gripped her heart, reminiscent of the tragic fate her mother met in her previous life. Grateful for the opportunity to show filial piety this time, she felt a surge of urgency. Tears streaming down her face, Song reached out to embrace her. Aji, do not cry. It is my fault. I will arrange for a doctor to come immediately. If I am not around in the future, Shiran, you must protect Aji well. Mother, there is no need for such talk. Our priority now is to find a doctor. Gu Shiran replied, demonstrating a calm demeanor. He understood that both his sister and mother were in a fragile state, and losing his composure would lead to dire consequences. As he contemplated calling for a doctor once more, Mama Zhang entered, announcing, Madam. The old madam has sent word for you and the young master to join her for dinner at Mingyue Hall. The second master and his family have returned. The Gu matriarch had given birth to 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest son, Gu Jianzhong, served as the current chancellor. Gu Yunzhi's father, the second son, Gu Jianlin, was the governor of Xiliang, and their daughter, Gu Peiyu, was married to the deputy minister of revenue, Sun Jinxin. Gu Jianlin was expected to return after 3 years. But due to his unwavering integrity and dedication to the people, he had made significant contributions in Xiliang. The emperor, recognizing his efforts, permitted him to return 6 months early and appointed him as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Gu Jianlin had not taken a concubine, and he had only one son, Gu Haoyun, who had always shared a close bond with Gu Shiran. However, due to Gu Jianlin's official duties in a distant location, the two had not seen each other for quite some time. As the mother and children arrived, they found the second branch of the family already seated and conversing with the Gu matriarch, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Gu Jianlin and his wife, Pei Rinran, had no daughters and thus doted on their legitimate niece. After exchanging greetings, Pei Rinran took Gu Yunzhi's wrist affectionately, exclaiming, after 3 years apart, My dear girl has grown so beautifully. I can hardly recognize you. The term nun filled Gu Yunzhi's heart with warmth. In her previous life, her second aunt had treated her with great affection, even gifting her a jade bracelet intended for her daughter-in-law on the day of her marriage. Within this household, aside from her mother and brother, it seemed that her second uncle and aunt were the only ones who genuinely cared for her. She couldn't help but wonder how they would react upon hearing the news of her absence. Aunt, you have finally returned. You may not recognize me, but I immediately spotted you. You look just the same as when you left, Gu Yunzhi said, leaning into Pei's embrace, struggling to conceal her sorrow. Look at this little girl, such a little fox, flattering everyone she sees, Gu old madam teased, observing Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi chuckled in response, her eyes shimmering with a hint of light. In the past, she had not flattered everyone, but now she realized that a touch of flattery could serve as a means of endearment. Pei, a woman from Jiangnan, possessed slender eyes and fair skin. Speaking in a gentle tone and handling matters with grace, she had a harmonious relationship with Gu Jianlin, and even someone as discerning as Gu old madam held her in high regard. This was likely why, despite having only one child, Gu Jianlin had not taken a concubine. In Gu old madam's eyes, the daughter-in-law of the second branch was far more capable than that of the first branch. If the first branch had such a talent, with her background and a set of children, she would not have allowed a minor concubine to overshadow her. As Gu old madam pondered, Gu Qianer slowly entered the room, paying her respects to her grandmother and greeting the others. Just behind her was Gu Jianzhong, supporting Zhao Luoyu as they stepped inside. Upon entering, Zhao Luoyu felt a gaze fixed upon her, and upon turning, she understood immediately. Although Song was ineffective, her daughter was not to be underestimated. Keeping her around would only prolong the troubles, especially now that she was pregnant. It was vital to plan for the child's future. Despite her favor, the child would always be seen as illegitimate in the eyes of outsiders. Seeing Gu Jianzhong approach, Zhao Luoyu affectionately pierced Song's heart like a needle, causing her pain. He had claimed to be too busy with court affairs to visit her, yet he found time to accompany Zhao Luoyu, shattering her hopes. Gu Yunzhi slowly sipped her tea, sighing inwardly, realizing her mother had not yet let go. Zhao Luoyu's presence in the household stemmed from Song's initial circumstances. When Song was pregnant with Gu Yunzhi, she suffered from severe morning sickness and could not attend to Gu Jianzhong. Feeling sorry for him enduring the nights alone, she decided to choose a virtuous girl from a respectable family as a concubine, ultimately selecting Zhao Luoyu. The idea of becoming a concubine for a wealthy family was something Zhao Luoyu had never dared to dream of. Coming from a poor background where her parents only cared for her brother and even contemplated selling her into a brothel to alleviate their financial strain. Those who have suffered from poverty seize every opportunity to rise, and Zhao Luoyu was no exception. With her alluring beauty and charm, she flattered Gu Jianzhong and won him over completely. After Gu Yunzhi was born, Song focused all her attention on her daughter, dismissing the poor-born concubine. However, shortly after Zhao Luoyu entered the household, she became pregnant, bringing great joy to Gu Jianzhong, who bestowed upon her an exquisite residence named Lianyu Courtyard. But by then, it was too late. Once everyone had finished their meal, Gu Jianzhong hesitated before speaking to Gu old madam. Mother, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Since Yuer is pregnant, and she has served us diligently over the years, I would like to elevate her to a legitimate wife once she bears a son. This declaration struck the room like a thunderclap, as the notion of elevating a girl from a humble family to the position of a legitimate wife was unheard of, especially with a first wife from a noble lineage present. Gu Yunzhi felt a chill in her heart. The proposal to elevate Zhao Luoyu to a legitimate wife was preposterous. Historically, such an elevation was reserved for a first wife who had committed a grave error or a concubine who had rendered great service. What was Gu Jianzhong thinking? Placing his mother's dignity at stake? The family from the first branch remained silent, as this was a private matter of the main family. Song, upon hearing his words, felt as though the ground were shifting beneath her, tears streaming down her face. Despite her disdain for Song, Gu old madam could not contain her fury, slamming her hand onto the table as she exclaimed, "You fool! How dare you even think of such nonsense? She is nothing. How could you even entertain this idea?" Gu Jianzhong was taken aback by his mother's public rebuke, feeling a painful pressure in his chest. Indeed, Zhao Luoyu had incited him to make this proposal. But her intentions lay not with gaining the old madam's approval, but rather to undermine Song. Although Gu old madam no longer held authority, her aura still instilled fear in Zhao Luoyu, who dared not retaliate. "Old madam, please calm down. It is my fault for not stopping the master. He only thought of the child I carry," Zhao Luoyu said, attempting to placate her.
"What?
She is pregnant?" Gu Yunzhi exclaimed in shock. In her previous life, Zhao Luoyu had only given birth to Gu Qianer and had never been rumored to be pregnant. Now she understood that her father's intention to elevate Zhao Luoyu stemmed from this revelation. She could no longer hide her resentment. She would not allow her mother to suffer any further harm in this life. Due to Gu old madam's lineage, she had always looked down upon these seductive concubines, yet found herself powerless against Zhao Luoyu. Previously, having only one illegitimate daughter, she had treated the concubine as a treasure. Now that Zhao Luoyu was pregnant, if she intervened, it would only serve to drive a wedge between mother and child. Moreover, with so few heirs in the family, the news of her pregnancy would have to be tolerated. Gu Jianzhong's expression grew grim, caught in an uncomfortable position. He glanced around the room until his gaze rested on Gu Xiran. "Xiran, how are things at school?" Though Gu Xiran had often held criticisms of Gu Jianzhong's treatment of Song, he had never voiced them. Hearing the proposal to elevate Zhao Luoyu to a legitimate wife was intolerable. Now, with an opportunity to speak, he declared, "Mother is ill, and father claims to be too busy with affairs to visit her, yet he has time to elevate a concubine to a legitimate wife. It seems we are a burden." He then took Gu Yunzhi's hand, leading her to the east courtyard to see Song. Gu Yunzhi felt a whirlwind of confusion. She needed to sort through her thoughts as the events of her rebirth unfolded differently than before. Her maternal grandfather's family was powerful, and her grandmother would never agree to humiliate them. With Zhao Luoyu's cunning nature, now compounded by her pregnancy, a swift resolution was necessary. Gu Xiaoran observed his mother's distracted demeanor and his sister's silence, feeling a pang of unease. "Mother, Eiji, do not worry. I will study diligently and earn a position to protect you both. Once I have my own estate, we shall leave this place." Song regained her composure, gently touching the cheeks of her two children with a sigh of sorrow. For over a decade, she had lived in a dream, unwilling to accept that the husband who once adored her would now seek to elevate another as a legitimate wife. Suddenly, a surge of warmth filled her throat, and she coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Seeing Song faint, Gu Yunzhi turned pale with fright, immediately sending Yunyan to fetch Dr. Chen from the rejuvenation hall. Gu Xiaoran attempted to summon Gu Jianzhong, but she stopped him, saying, "Brother, have you considered father's reaction? He just spoke of elevating a concubine. If he learns of mother's condition now, how will he react? What will Zhao do?" Gu Xiaoran was taken aback by the fierce and threatening tone of his usually gentle sister, momentarily doubting his perception. In less than 15 minutes, Yunyan returned with Dr. Chen. After examining her pulse repeatedly, his expression turned grave as he addressed them. "Young master, miss, your mother is not ill. She is poisoned." Gu Yunzhi's eyes widened in shock. Poisoned? Indeed, poisoned by the highly toxic foxglove, Dr. Chen confirmed gravely. Gu Xiaoran, frantic, implored Dr. Chen, "Please, doctor, examine her again. How could my mother be poisoned? Who would dare to poison her? She was just fine 2 weeks ago." "Alas, young master, young lady, I have practiced medicine for 30 years and can assure you I will not misdiagnose. Upon examining the lady's pulse, it appears she has been poisoned for over 10 days. Fortunately, the dosage administered by the perpetrator has been minimal, and there exists a remedy. However, if we delay for another 5 days, even the greatest celestial beings may be unable to save her." Gu Yunzhi's pupils constricted suddenly. No wonder her mother's condition had worsened day by day. Her intuition told her this matter was inextricably linked to the mother and daughter from the Lingyu courtyard. "Doctor, please treat my mother at once. Once she recovers, my brother and I will surely repay your great kindness." Old Dr. Chen, moved by the young lady's earnest plea, replied, "It is my duty to heal. But to eradicate this poison, a century-old Tianshan snow lotus is required, a rare and precious herb that is nearly impossible to procure." Gu Yunzhi was aware of the rarity of the Tianshan snow lotus, particularly one that had matured for a century. Nevertheless, she resolutely said to Dr. Chen, "I will find this herb." No matter the difficulty, she was determined to locate the century-old Tianshan snow lotus to save her mother. Gu Yunzhi had always felt that her mother's plight was a consequence of her own existence, as her birth had allowed Zhao Liu to enter the household, ultimately leading to her mother's poisoning. Suddenly, Gu Yunzhi recalled a place, the Huani building. Given its extensive business, even if they did not possess the Tianshan snow lotus, they might have information about it. In the elegant room one of the Huani building, Xiao Mingyu was listening to his subordinate's report. The cunning Su Taifu had begun to show signs of activity. Furthermore, the mother of the Gu family's little maid had been poisoned with oleander and required the Tianshan snow lotus as an antidote. He had assumed Song Huanyan would be a formidable figure, being the legitimate daughter of the Duke's residence, the Prime Minister's lawful wife, and the mother of such a daughter. However, it seemed otherwise. The little maid's mother was likely facing dire circumstances. There were only 3 Tianshan snow lotuses in the entire Xuanhe dynasty, one in the imperial palace, one in the hands of the wealthiest man, Zhengwan San, and the last buried with his mother in the imperial tomb. No matter which one it was, the young maid could not obtain it. Xiao Mingyu shook his head while playing with a folding fan. "Isn't that the little maid from the Gu family? What brings her here? Does she still have the leisure to dine?" Gu Yunzhi's presence caused Xiao Mingyu's brows to furrow slightly. The proprietor of the Huani building, Song Fugui, was busy calculating accounts when 3 gold ingots suddenly appeared before him. He thought he was hallucinating and quickly rubbed his eyes. The gold remained. Hearing a gentle laugh from a young lady above him, Song Fugui looked up. He recognized this young lady as the daughter of the Xiang residents, who had recently been molested. Her calm demeanor in the face of such an affront had earned her his admiration over the years. "Now." This Miss Gu presented him with gold, leaving him perplexed. "Miss Gu, what is the meaning of this?" Song Fugui wondered, considering this was no trivial sum, and felt the need to ascertain the reason. Seeing Song Fugui's amiable demeanor, Gu Yunzhi replied, "Master Song, I wish to inquire about a piece of information. Regardless of whether you know it or not, this gold is yours." Realizing that she was offering 3 gold ingots, Song Fugui anticipated that her inquiry would not be simple. Since the prince happened to be present, he decided to inform him first, as it was merely a matter of purchasing information, leaving the decision to disclose it in his hands. "Miss Gu, please wait in the upstairs private room. I will bring you a pot of tea, and we can discuss further." Fearing that Gu Yunzhi might change her mind, he hastily took the gold away. As soon as Gu Yunzhi stepped into the room, Song Fugui approached Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu said to him, "Song, shortly the Gu family girl will come to ask about the whereabouts of the Tianshan snow lotus. Just say you do not know, and let her keep the gold," she offered. "Your Highness, how do you know what Miss Gu will inquire about?" Song Fugui asked, astonished. Xiao Mingyu replied with an enigmatic smile, "Uncle Song, the matriarch of the Gu family has been poisoned. She is here seeking a remedy." Chapter 10. The Valley of Poisonous Insects. After waiting for a while, Song Fugui finally entered. Gu Yunzhi wondered why it took so long to brew tea. However, needing something from him, she focused on the matter at hand. "Old master, do you happen to have a century-old Tianshan snow lotus?" Song Fugui was startled. The prince truly knew everything. Gu Yunzhi was indeed here for the Tianshan Snow Lotus, and fortunately, he had heeded the prince's advice and kept an eye out. Miss Gu.
Please do not jest.
Such a precious herb. How could it possibly be found in my establishment? Song Fugui said, studying Gu Yunzhi's expression. The Tianshan Snow Lotus typically grows on steep cliffs in snowy mountains, taking 10 years to blossom, let alone a century-old specimen. He had never even seen one. Seeing Song Fugue's composed demeanor, Gu Yunzhi felt her heart sink. Without the Tianshan Snow Lotus, would she have to watch her mother perish?
No.
She could not give up. Old master, do you know who in this world can cure oleander poisoning? Gu Yunzhi asked, refusing to lose hope. Song Fugue thought to himself that Miss Gu had indeed made a fruitless trip. If you were inquiring about food or drink, I would answer candidly. But when it comes to the Tianshan Snow Lotus and poison, I truly have no knowledge. Gu Yunzhi believed she could rely on her past life's memories to protect her mother and brother. However, having been reborn, many things had changed. Her mother was poisoned earlier, and her father was to marry another woman. Was there no way to keep her mother? Tears streamed down her face as she pondered the meaning of her rebirth. After the green-feathered parrot finished its grains, Xiao Mingyu wiped his hands and casually asked Song Fugue behind him, "Has that little maid left?" She just departed, and it appeared she had been crying. "Your Highness, if you have a way, please help the Gu girl." Song Fugue had followed Xiao Mingyu for over a decade, and this was the first time he spoke up for someone unrelated to him. Seeing the daughter of the Xiang residents so devotedly seeking help for her mother moved him. Though he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs, he couldn't help but want to assist Gu Yunzhi. She reminded him of his own daughter, who had perished tragically years ago when bandits attacked while visiting relatives. If she were alive, she would be the same age as Miss Gu. Xiao Mingyu was surprised. Song Fugue had always been indifferent to others' troubles, yet today he spoke up for a little maid. He could not procure the Tianshan Snow Lotus, but he knew someone who could cure the poison. When Gu Yunzhi received the message conveyed by Song Fugue, hope ignited within her. As long as she could save her mother, she was willing to do anything. In the Valley of Poisonous Insects, the old alchemist was digging a grave for a deceased mouse, weeping as he did. "My little mouse, how could you die?" The old alchemist was both righteous and wicked. He used poison to kill and to heal. Gu Yunzhi had come on her own, as she had not yet determined who had instigated the poisoning of Song's family. Not trusting others to watch over her, she had left Yunyan to guard the east courtyard. As she approached the stone tablet at the Valley of Poisonous Insects, Gu Yunzhi felt waves of miasma assault her, and soon she collapsed to the ground. An outsider has triggered the mechanism. The old alchemist muttered as he got up to investigate, discovering a young girl who did not appear to be seeking vengeance. Had she accidentally wandered in? Gu Yunzhi opened her eyes to see an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, displeased as he regarded her in a green robe. This must be the notorious old alchemist that Song Fugue had mentioned. However, he did not seem as fearsome as described. Gu Yunzhi mused quietly. Suddenly recalling that her mother's poison remained unresolved, Gu Yunzhi hastily asked, "Excuse me, are you the esteemed elder of the Valley of Poisonous Insects? What do you want?" The old man inquired. The Valley of Venomous Insects had long been deserted, and the aged alchemist, still mourning the demise of a mouse, was inexplicably irked by an interruption. "Esteemed elder, I am Gu Yunzhi," she implored. "Master Song from Huani Building sent me here, claiming that when it comes to antidotes, you are unrivaled. I beseech you to save my mother. She has been poisoned for over 10 days. The physician we consulted has informed us that only a 100-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus can serve as the remedy, or she shall not survive beyond 5 days. Gu Yunzhi knelt, tears streaming as she gazed imploringly at the alchemist. The elder furrowed his brow. Huani Building was not a reputable establishment, and that impudent lad had not graced him with a visit in over a year. Sending this girl to him could only mean she was to be his future apprentice's partner. While she possessed undeniable beauty, her frail constitution warranted careful nurturing, for he longed for the day he could hold his great-grandchild in his arms. The thought filled his eyes with warmth as he contemplated the possibility. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyu sneezed twice, sensing the presence of the alchemist's meddling. It was time for the young lady from the Gu family to arrive, and he knew she would face trials under the old man's guidance. "Do not weep, child," the alchemist said dismissively. "It is merely oleander. Even if 5 more days pass, I can still neutralize the poison." Gu Yunzhi expressed her gratitude, promising a reward of 1,000 taels of gold upon her mother's recovery. Rising, She bowed deeply. The alchemist scoffed at the notion of wealth, for he could easily earn that amount by aiding a couple of nobles. At my age, what use have I for gold? However, if you are willing to perform a task for me, I shall promptly assist your mother. Just days prior, the physician had insisted on the necessity of the rare Tianshan snow lotus, yet now the elder claimed the antidote was within reach. Gu Yunzhi was torn between whom to believe, but her mother's life was paramount. She would willingly offer even her own life if it meant saving her. Please speak, she urged. Little did Gu Yunzhi know how significant this task would prove to be for her future. As Gu Yunzhi followed the elder out of the room, an acrid odor assaulted her senses, reminiscent of something charred. As they approached, the alchemist opened a door, revealing a barrel of murky liquid. Soak in this for an hour. Regardless of discomfort, you must not emerge early. Afterward, come find me, and I shall instruct you on your task. Remember, if you leave prematurely, your mother's fate is sealed. Faced with the ominous barrel, trepidation gripped Gu Yunzhi, yet her resolve to save Song Shi compelled her to comply. Within moments, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, her hair and brows frosted, nearly losing consciousness. Chapter 11. The antidote. Just as Gu Yunzhi teetered on the brink of collapse, the chilling sensation vanished, replaced by an unbearable heat. The alternating extremes tested her resilience, and soon, a coolness began to emanate from her feet, akin to a gentle summer breeze. When the hour concluded, she reluctantly lingered for an additional quarter hour before emerging. The alchemist, growing anxious from her absence, was relieved to see her return, her complexion markedly improved. How was your experience in the soak? He inquired. Gu Yunzhi bowed. Feeling invigorated. I am immensely grateful for your benevolence, esteemed elder. May I inquire what was added to that water? Once my mother is cured, I wish to use it for her restoration as well. The alchemist, recognizing her cunning, chuckled, half-jokingly stating, what if I told you the water was infused with 5 poisons and 4 herbs? Would that frighten you? Gu Yunzhi was perplexed, having never heard of such a concoction. Please enlighten me, esteemed elder. The 5 poisons include centipedes, venomous snakes, scorpions, geckos, and toads, each carrying potent toxins. The 4 herbs are bluebell, aconite, buttercup, and bugbane. When boiled and ground into powder for bathing, one becomes impervious to all poisons. However, this remedy is not for everyone. Only those of strong will can withstand it. You, my dear, are the second individual capable of enduring this treatment, he praised. Since Gu Yunzhi's previous life, where she was imprisoned in a desolate courtyard, she had grown indifferent to vermin. That damp, cold environment was favored by rats and snakes, and even when they slithered near her, she felt no fear. Who was the first? She asked curiously. That cannot be disclosed. You know the person, and fate will reveal all in due time, the alchemist replied enigmatically. Gu Yunzhi hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts but holding back. She recognized the fortune she had stumbled upon and felt it inappropriate to dwell on it. However, her concern for her mother compelled her to speak. Esteemed elder, you mentioned that completing a task would lead to my mother's recovery. I am uneasy leaving her alone at home, and I wish to return once I fulfill my obligation. The alchemist, intent on testing her resolve, pointed toward a small hill lush with medicinal herbs. Those herbs are dear to me, yet they have become overrun with weeds. My advanced age limits my ability. Remove the weeds, and I shall provide you with the antidote. As the midday sun blazed, Gu Yunzhi approached the hill silently, beginning her labor. It was a laughable situation, as she had never engaged in such toil before. After a brief period, fatigue began to set in. With the warming weather, mosquitoes swarmed, and in her haste, she rolled up her sleeves, only to have her delicate arms scratched by thorns and bitten by insects. She is a kind-hearted girl, and that lad has excellent taste. He is a pitiful soul, raised in the palace, his mother deceased, and his father preoccupied with the state. At the tender age of 8, he was sent here after being poisoned by an arrow. The remedy is excruciating, requiring the excision of flesh while black ants consume the surrounding rot, followed by an hour in a concoction of the 5 poisons and 4 herbs. This torment is unbearable even for a robust adult man, yet he remained silent as a child, the alchemist reflected, watching Gu Yunzhi labor among the herbs. The following noon, Gu Yunzhi finally cleared the weeds. Esteemed elder, I have removed all the weeds. I humbly request that you honor your promise and save my mother, she said softly to the alchemist, who was busy preparing the antidote. A tangle of emotions stirred within the alchemist. She had indeed completed the task. In truth, he could have cleared the weeds with a simple powder. But he wondered if that young man would hold a grudge for putting her through such trials. Your meal awaits on the table. Please partake. The medicine will be ready shortly. Do you think I would deceive you? Also, take these books with you. They merely occupy space here, he said, somewhat begrudgingly. At the Gu residence, chaos reigned in Song Shi's courtyard. Gu Yunzhi had been absent for 2 days, and Song Shi lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Yunyan, ever watchful, fretted over the well-being of her young mistress and the absence of assistance for her lady. Young master, the young miss has returned with the antidote. Mama Zhang exclaimed, rushing in with excitement. Seeing her mother within reach, Gu Yunzhi felt a wave of relief wash over her. After the anxiety and hardship of the past 2 days, she could finally breathe easy, knowing that with the antidote, all would be well. Gu Xiran, witnessing his sister's disheveled state and her injured face, felt his heart constrict with sorrow. His sister, once cherished like a precious gem, had endured so much for their mother, a burden that should have been his to bear. After taking the medication, Song awoke in a state of confusion, uncertain of her circumstances. Her children stood before her, their eyes red with worry. She vaguely recalled dining with the elderly matriarch before collapsing. Mother, you finally awoke. My brother and I were nearly frantic with worry, Gu Yunzhi exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears. Song looked at her daughter, whose clothes were tattered and face marred with bruises, and immediately embraced her, weakly inquiring, what has happened to you? Have you been harmed by your father? Mother, you have been poisoned. It was my sister who sought medicine on your behalf and was injured in the process. If not for her efforts, your fate would have been dire, Gu Xiran explained. Poisoned? Song regarded her son's earnest gaze, sensing no deception. And a chill ran through her. She had never made enemies. How could she have been poisoned? Was it truly poison or an act of malice? Strangely, her thoughts drifted to the lady of the love language courtyard. It felt too coincidental that she, upon becoming pregnant, would suffer from poison. If the toxin remained unneutralized, who would stand to gain? Though Song was inherently kind-hearted, she hailed from a formidable lineage, and this act of poisoning ignited a sense of vigilance within her. Mother, you are the legitimate daughter of a noble house, your lineage illustrious, and your grandparents devoted to one another. You have not endured the cruelties of the world. My brother is the legitimate son of the Prime Minister, with a promising future ahead, and I am also a daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, soon to be betrothed at the age of 13. Father's affections lie with the lady of the love language courtyard. If she ascends, what fate awaits us? As parents cherish their children, they must think ahead. We need your guidance and protection, Mother. Please consider our plight, Gu Yunzhi implored, her words striking deep into Song's heart, compelling her to confront the harsh reality. Gradually, clarity returned to Song's eyes. Indeed, she had been foolish. Chapter 12. Resurfacing, reflecting on the years of her husband's neglect and her mother's prior counsel to prioritize her children, Song had clung to the illusions of youthful affection, despite the bitterness and solitude that lingered in her heart. Ultimately, she had found herself poisoned, reliant on her daughter's arduous quest for an antidote. Observing her daughter's injuries filled her with anguish. It was her fault that her children had suffered. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. She gently patted Gu Yunzhi's hand, offering her a resolute look, and in that moment, the mother and daughter reached a mutual understanding. Mother, Zhao's influence has extended too far, Gu Yunzhi stated bluntly. Since Song's poisoning, Gu Xiran had remained perplexed. Hearing this, he felt an icy chill within him. Previously oblivious to the intricacies of the household, he now understood that his mother's affliction was intricately linked to the lady of the love language courtyard. Xiran, now that mother has been cured, you have numerous studies to attend to. Hurry to your studies. The remaining matters will be handled by your mother and sister. Do not fret, Song insisted, wishing to discuss matters privately with Gu Yunzhi, not wanting him to meddle in the familial affairs. Gu Xiran comprehended his mother's intent and, having made up his mind, offered a few words of reassurance before departing. This night would surely bring joy to some and sorrow to others. Jir, mother understands your intentions. We must proceed cautiously and not act in haste. I am the principal wife, and your grandfather is a nobleman. This is why Zhao Liu has never dared confront me directly. However, she enjoys your father's favor, which is why we must tread carefully. Among those who could have poisoned the food, Few are close to me. One is Mama Zhang, and the other is the kitchen staff. Mama Zhang has been with me for many years and would not harbor such treasonous thoughts. Hence, the source of this matter lies with the kitchen staff. We will investigate them first, Song patiently analyzed for Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi nodded, not wanting her mother to labor unduly so soon after recovering from the poison, and willingly took on the task. Yunyan, summon all the cooks from the kitchen here, Gu Yunzhi commanded. Under the darkening sky, a breeze tousled Gu Yunzhi's hair, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit emerging from the depths of hell. At this hour, the 4 kitchen maids had long since retired, and upon being summoned to the front courtyard, they wore expressions of discontent. Song, being kind-hearted, had never been harsh with them, and accustomed to a lax atmosphere, they showed little regard for their mistress. Even when faced with Gu Yunzhi, the young lady of the house, Gu Yunzhi approached the 4, a cruel smile gracing her lips. You must be Mama Su. And this is your daughter, Wu Xiaozue. The round-faced one is Mama Zhou, and the last is Mama Xiang. Am I correct? The 4 exchanged alarmed glances, understanding that this night was far from ordinary. Indeed, miss, we are those 4, Mama Su replied, attempting to ingratiate herself. She turned her gaze, scrutinizing the 4 of them. Mama Su wore a blue satin outer garment and pearl earrings, which seemed ill-fitting for someone of her station. Her daughter, Xiaozue, had delicate features, while Mamas Zhou and Xiang dressed plainly but bore cunning expressions. This small kitchen was indeed a den of hidden talents. These individuals had poisoned their mistress without a sound. If discovered, the consequences could be dire. Death or even worse fates awaited them. Gu Yunzhi's voice echoed in the night. The 4 quickly fell to their knees, pleading their innocence. Seeing that intimidation had not yielded results, Gu Yunzhi continued. The one responsible for the poisoning must be revealed tonight. If you come forward voluntarily, leniency may be afforded. If you refuse to confess, remember, you are merely 4 servants. Even if you are beaten to death, no one would dare speak a word. Do you still believe your loyalties will be rewarded by your hidden master? After all these years in the household, do you not know who the true master is? Mama Su was drenched in sweat, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Though she had not committed the act, she was still implicated. Xiaozue, filled with ambition, had sought to serve the favored Zhao Yinyang, believing she could gain favor. Zhao Yinyang had offered her conditions, instructing Xiaozue to add a white powder to the lady's meals, claiming it was harmless and would merely weaken her. Once the deed was done, Xiaozue would be transferred to the love language courtyard. The young lady claimed this was poison. Perhaps Zhao Yinyang had never intended for Xiaozue to go to the west courtyard, merely using her as a scapegoat in case of exposure. With her father's protection, Zhao Yinyang would escape unscathed, while her daughter was left to be deceived. In that moment, Mama Su realized Xiaozue had been manipulated. You all are remarkably united. Very well, let us proceed. Yunyan, since they refuse to speak, take these treacherous servants and execute them, burying them in the garden as fertilizer. At least they will have contributed to the household, Gu Yunzhi concluded, smiling sweetly at the 4. Mama Su's husband, Wu De, managed the outer courtyard, and Mama Xiang had often flattered him. She had a wayward son working under Wu De, so even if she were punished, she would not dare speak against Mama Su. Mama Zhou, however, was different. She could discern the severity of the situation. Though they had maintained friendships, life and death were different matters. It was true that the mistress lacked her husband's favor, yet she remained the principal wife with a commendable lineage. The audacity required to poison her was indeed brazen. Now, realizing that this young lady was astute and capable, she felt assured that the mistress would not suffer. Furthermore, with a legitimate son in the house, the outcome of Zhao Yinyang's pregnancy was uncertain, and the thought filled her with dread. Miss, the old servant knows a few things, Mama Zhou ventured cautiously. Oh? It seems Mama Zhou is quite perceptive. Excellent. I enjoy conversing with insightful individuals, Gu Yunzhi remarked, her gaze urging her to continue. The poison was not administered by me. While I may have misappropriated some funds during purchases, I could never commit such a heinous act as poisoning the mistress. I can testify that it was not my mother who orchestrated this. Having spent every day together, I am acutely aware of her every move. Just the day before, I witnessed Xiao Chui and Aunt Zhao's servant, Qiu Rong, whispering furtively in the courtyard. Whether she is the one who poisoned, I leave it to you to discern, miss. After speaking, Mama Zhou slumped to the ground, her body weak. The elder Mrs. expression was utterly terrifying. Xiao Chui's eyes were filled with indescribable fear. She, a beautiful girl, was unwilling to live her life as a mere servant. Being with Aunt Zhao would allow her to see the master daily, becoming a concubine, a fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. She truly did not anticipate that the poison would be so potent as to take the mistress's life. Now everything was ruined. Chapter 13. Opportunity, you wretched hag. How dare you slander my daughter? The poison may very well have originated from you, you old eunuch. You dare to besmirch my daughter before the young lady? I shall tear your filthy mouth apart. Mama Su shouted as she lunged for Mama Zhou's face. Mama Su, robust and imposing, left Mama Zhou with no choice but to cry for help. The scene descended into chaos, truly a case of dogs biting dogs, yet she felt a sense of satisfaction. Soon, this courtyard would be quiet. Have you had enough of your ruckus, Mama Su? The facts are clear. Do you wish to confess, or shall I reveal the truth? Gu Yunzhi glanced at them with a detached demeanor. It seems that in my previous life, it was also Xiao Chui who poisoned my mother. Only this time it happened earlier. I am curious whether my father is aware of this. If he claims ignorance, I find it hard to believe. A concubine's plot against the mistress would lead to immediate execution. Even Zhao Luoyu, bold as she is, would not dare act so openly without my father's authorization. When my mother faced misfortune, she would be the first to bear the brunt of it. The Gu family has thrived by relying on the maternal family's support. So what truly transpired behind the scenes that led my father to risk his reputation? Seeing there was no way to conceal the situation, Mama Su hurriedly pulled Xiao Chui down to kneel, wailing, Miss, please spare our lives. Xiao Chui is young and confused, having been misled. For the sake of our years in the courtyard, I implore you to forgive us. We shall repay you like cattle from now on. Upon hearing this, Yunyan stepped forward and delivered 10 slaps to someone, declaring that anyone who dared to harm the mistress deserved to die. She could not tolerate such insubordination. Xiao Chui, tell me how Qiu Rong approached you. If I find you conceal even a hint of the truth, I shall make you both into human piglets. At the mention of human piglets, Xiao Chui trembled uncontrollably, a wave of anxiety washing over her, nearly causing her to lose control. Miss, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. But this matter has nothing to do with my mother. She was unaware. I saw that the concubine was favored and wished to serve her. So I gave Qiu Rong a jade hairpin to speak on my behalf. 2 days later, Qiu Rong came to me with a packet of white powder, telling me this medicine would weaken a person without endangering their life. Just add it to the mistress's meals for 7 days. And then the concubine could claim that the mistress was unwell, justifying my transfer to the study to serve the master. Xiao Chui's head buzzed from the force of her bowing. Mama Su dared not intercede, unable to fathom the young lady's intentions. Previously, the young lady was kind, soft-hearted like the mistress, easily swayed, and always pleasant to the servants. As an elder in the household, having witnessed the former mistress's methods in dealing with subordinates, she realized the young lady was not at all inferior. In fact, she surpassed her. Xiao Chui had a good position in this courtyard. One could only hope it was not too late to mend things. Now that this matter is resolved, you two may leave. From now on, you must fulfill your duties diligently. Should I discover any disloyalty, you are well aware of your fate. Upon hearing Gu Yunzhi's words, the two felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Even if a knife were held to their throats, they would not dare entertain treachery. The young lady's methods were fearsome. Xiao Chui, there is a chance for redemption. If you succeed, I shall not pursue this matter further. Xiao Chui's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. She and her mother would not become human piglets. Young lady, please tell me what to do. I am willing to do anything. You are aware of Aunt Zhao's pregnancy. She is currently unable to perform her duties. I will transfer you to the study to serve my father. Your task is to replace Aunt Zhao. Throughout, Gu Yunzhi had never considered killing Xiao Chui. She had carefully observed Xiao Chui's beauty. Her delicate face, willow-like eyebrows, and alluring figure bore a resemblance to Zhao Luoyu. More intriguingly, Xiao Chui had an ambitious heart. Why not make good use of her? After concluding this matter, she languidly remarked, Yunyan, let us return. Soon we shall be able to enjoy the show. In the courtyard of Lianyu, the doors were tightly shut, and the atmosphere was somber. Not a single maid dared to utter a word. Aunt Zhao seemed to have lost her sanity, shattering precious jade ornaments, and even her most favored Qiu Rong was not spared, receiving several slaps for attempting to dissuade her. Wretched girl, how dare you? Aunt Zhao's eyes blazed with fury. That little wretch, despite her lowly status, dares to covet the master. I have no regard for the one in the east courtyard, yet she has taken advantage of the situation. To trace back to a few days prior, after Xiao Cui returned, she felt as though she had awoken from a dream. Her desires had been fulfilled so swiftly, and the young lady had promised to help her. She was confident that if she could get close to the master, she would eventually replace Aunt Zhao. At that point, she would be the mistress of the residence, no longer needing to serve others in a subservient role, constantly watching others' faces. Last night, Gu Yunzhi had imbibed enough wine with colleagues to return late. Aunt Zhao, unable to engage in intimacy due to her pregnancy, intended to rest in the study. In a hazy state, he glimpsed a woman clad in a form-fitting light pink dress, her slender waist accentuating her figure, her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at him. Master, you have returned. Since Aunt Zhao's pregnancy, Gu Yunzhi had not engaged in intimacy for half a month. With beauty before him, he found himself tempted. His tall, imposing figure towered over the woman, who radiated warmth. Soft whispers filled the air as they exchanged tender caresses, transforming the elegant study into a scene reminiscent of a pleasure house. A series of muffled sobs jolted Gu Yunzhi from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself beside a naked Xiao Cui. Could it be that the enchanting woman from the night before was indeed her? The crimson stain on the silken quilt confirmed it, leaving him with no doubt. The beauty wept like a rain-soaked flower, causing the seasoned Gu Yunzhi some discomfort. Do not cry, Xiao Cui. Last night, the master had too much to drink. And you are still untouched. I will take responsibility. Fearing Gu Yunzhi would grow suspicious, Xiao Cui maintained a look of grievance. Master, I am but a maid of lowly status. As long as you hold affection for me, I do not mind the lack of formal recognition. Moreover, if the mistress and Aunt Zhao learn of this, I fear it would bring you embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Cui's understanding, even foregoing recognition, elicited a sense of pity from Gu Yunzhi. His initial intention of taking responsibility meant allowing Xiao Cui to serve him closely as a warm companion. Aunt Zhao was intelligent and charming, captivating his heart, and now pregnant. To elevate another at this moment would surely sadden her. Chapter 14. Success. The man in bed, driven by base desires, cast aside all thoughts as he embraced Xiao Cui. You need not concern yourself with these matters. I will ensure everything is arranged. Their mutual affection led them to share another passionate encounter. In the east courtyard, mother. It has been accomplished. Gu Yunzhi's expression was complex. She had arranged for Xiao Cui to be in her father's study and had also sent someone to inform Xiao Cui to wait outside in advance. She was uncertain how her mother would react or if she truly had relinquished her expectations of her father. However, she had heard that the one in the courtyard had thrown a significant tantrum. Seeing her daughter's anxious demeanor, Song felt a hint of amusement. Did her daughter truly perceive herself as so ineffectual? She is neither foolish nor dull. In recent days, she has come to realize that if the poisoning is solely the doing of Aunt Zhao, then the master must be entirely unaware, which she finds hard to believe. If they wish to bring about her demise, then none of them shall find peace. She is somewhat surprised that Jir could conceive of such a cunning scheme as to use another's hand for murder. Were it not for her daughter constantly by her side, Song would have doubted whether this intelligent and decisive child was truly her own. Song cautioned, Jir, from now on, I shall merely be the legitimate wife of the residence, and nothing more. Your decision to send Xiao Cui to the study was commendable. However, have you considered that your father and Aunt Zhao share a long-standing bond? One that is not easily severed? Currently, Xiao Cui is no match for Aunt Zhao. What will you do next? Observing Song's demeanor, Gu Yunzhi felt reassured. She recalled that Aunt Zhao had a nephew named Zhao Huiwen, who was now over 12 years old. Aunt Zhao had discreetly provided for her family, but always in secret, as her father believed it would tarnish the residence's reputation. In her previous life, Zhao Huiwen had entered the residence during the summer and had once attempted to engage with her. Now, she found that notion utterly absurd. She believed she could exploit this connection. If her father were to discover that Aunt Zhao's nephew had taken an interest in his daughter, how would he react? Yet, the daughter in question would naturally be Gu Qianer. Do you remember Aunt Zhao has a nephew about the same age as Qianer? Knowing him well would provide an excellent opportunity for deeper ties, she mused. Song smiled and replied, You, with your clever schemes. Gu Yunzhi then playfully suggested, Mother. Let us visit grandmother's house soon. It has been a long time since I last saw them. In the Mingyue Hall, The matriarch of the Gu family was feeding a few koi in the pond when she heard the servant's report, leading to an immediate change in her expression. Upon entering, Gu Yunzhi was met with her grandmother's darkened visage. "Grandmother, I have prepared a nourishing ginseng and black-bone chicken soup for you," she offered. The matriarch suppressed her fury, cleared her throat, and forced a smile. "Ah, my dear Jir has come. Such filial piety is rare. I never expected my son, at his age, to commit such a ridiculous act," she thought, feeling a surge of indignation. Seeing her granddaughter eased her spirits somewhat. After all, it was her son who had wronged them. The two women had suffered under the tyranny of that concubine in the love-language courtyard for years, and she had never intervened. Now, with another maid climbing into bed, it seemed the two of them would have even less chance to rise. The matriarch looked at Gu Yunzhi with eyes filled with sympathy and guilt. Just as Gu Yunzhi was about to speak, Gu Jianzhong entered. Since her birth, he had seldom visited Song's quarters, making him a stranger to her. Responding to her call of father, he snapped back to reality. He had been sharing a bed with Xiao Cui recently and had tasted the sweetness of companionship, which naturally granted him some advantages. "Mother, I wish to take a concubine, named Xiao Cui. She was originally a maid in the kitchen, but when you fell ill, fearing the spread of sickness, you dismissed some servants." The steward noticed Xiao Cui's intelligence and brought her to the study to serve. "It was my drunken folly that led to her purity being compromised. I wish to give her a proper status," Gu Jianzhong spoke cautiously. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Gu Yunzhi's eyes. He did not deserve the title of father. Whether in her past life or the present, he had never considered her mother or herself. "I have long ceased to concern myself with the affairs of the inner chambers. If you wish to take a concubine, then do so. As for your wife, there is no need to mention her. She has just recovered and is not to be provoked," the matriarch replied with resignation. Realizing she could neither control nor stop him, she had sent someone to investigate Xiao Cui's background. She came from a family of servants already in the household, which eased her mind somewhat. She only hoped that during her lifetime, no upheaval would occur within the residence, lest she face her deceased ancestors in shame. Gu Yunzhi was taken aback by her grandmother's concern for her mother. Once Gu Jianzhong left, she knelt down, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked up at the matriarch. "Thank you, grandmother, for your protection." Seeing her granddaughter in such despair only deepened the matriarch's guilt.
Sir.
"In the future, I will stand up for you. No one in this household shall dare to bully you." "Thank you, grandmother," Gu Yunzhi replied sincerely, surprised at her grandmother's consideration for her mother. She continued, "Grandmother, I just remembered that my mother's health has improved. I worry that hearing about this matter might agitate her. So I wish to accompany her to my maternal grandparents' home for a few days to help her relax during festive seasons or family upheavals. The head matriarch is not permitted to return to her family uninvited, lest others think her in-laws are unkind, which would bring disgrace. Taking a concubine is an internal household matter, typically decided by the head matriarch. She understood that her father lacked the courage to approach her mother regarding this issue. He had not even visited her during her illness, and to discuss taking a concubine in her courtyard would be utterly laughable. He would undoubtedly speak to the matriarch about it. Her aim was to incite her grandmother's pity, thereby securing permission for her and her mother to return to their maternal home where she had some matters to discuss with her grandfather. The matriarch's expression grew solemn. She feared that Song might feel wronged and return to complain. The old duke was known for his fiery temperament and straightforward nature. Should he learn that his wife was ill and his husband had neglected her to take a concubine, he might harbor resentment and report it to the emperor. The residence could never compare to the duke's family in the emperor's eyes. Moreover, she was aware of Song's feelings towards her son. Her recent recovery made her vulnerable to any missteps. Gu Yunzhi wagered that her grandmother, feeling guilty over the matter of her father's concubine, would inevitably agree. "Speaking of which, it has been a long time since you and your mother visited. This would be a perfect opportunity. I shall have Mama Shin prepare some supplements for you to take along, and please extend my regards to the old duke. Jir, remember, you are the legitimate daughter of the residence. Never forget this," the matriarch said with profound significance. Indeed, the matriarch's words carried weight. She understood that the essence of her message was for her to uphold the honor of the residence and to refrain from speaking ill of it outside. The matriarch's schemes should not involve her. She had been reborn solely for vengeance, with her mother and elder brother taking precedence in her heart. As for the residence's fate, she held little concern. "Rest assured, grandmother, I shall remain prudent and will not bring disgrace upon the residence," Gu Yunzhi said, bowing gracefully, her smile innocent and unassuming. Chapter 15, Assassination in the Love Language Courtyard. Aunt Zhao seethed with hatred as she vented her frustrations at Qiurong. Why does that woman in the East Courtyard have such good fortune? Even the potent poison of oleander has an antidote. The master takes a concubine, and she still has the leisure to return to her family. That wretched Xiao Cui dares to disregard me even before she officially enters. The master surely could not fathom that the gentle and demure Aunt Zhao before him bore such a countenance behind his back. Qiurong swallowed nervously, afraid to respond, and could only listen silently. She had heard whispers of a maid who had served Aunt Zhao, who accidentally misspoke and later drowned in the courtyard pond. Are you mute? Am I speaking to a wall? Aunt Zhao's anger bubbled over, and she glared at her ineffectual entourage. Qiurong quickly tried to calm her. Aunt, please temper your anger. Once the young master is born, you will be elevated to the status of a legitimate wife. What does that little hussy have to do with anything? You are currently with child. The master cares for you, and that is why he sought her out to vent his frustrations. In her flustered state, Aunt Zhao had forgotten this crucial point. If she were the rightful mistress of the residence, would she need to fear the master taking a concubine? If only Song could be poisoned to death. Wait, if Song had truly died in the residence, she would still have the master to protect her. And it would inevitably provoke gossip. But if she died en route to her family and fell victim to robbers, the thought took root in Aunt Zhao's mind, and she could no longer sit still. For 6 years, the weather had been mild with occasional rain. A luxurious carriage slowly departed from the residence, and as it passed through Taihe Street, a pair of fair hands lifted the curtain. Gu Yunzhi gazed up at the overcast sky, while Song, inside the carriage, rested her eyes. A heavy cloud loomed overhead, and since leaving the residence, her left eyelid had been twitching uncontrollably, filling her with an ominous premonition of impending trouble. Outside the carriage, a long whinny escaped from the horse, causing the vehicle to sway violently before coming to a sudden halt. Sounds of a struggle echoed from outside, the air thick with the stench of blood. The coachman shouted desperately, "Madam, Miss, run. There are thieves." The Song family had never encountered such a scene. They were merely returning from a visit, completely unprepared for the presence of thieves. Gu Yunzhi furrowed her brow, sensing that their assailants were well prepared. Yunyan steeled herself, attempting to reassure them. "Madam, Miss, do not be afraid. I will go take a look." Gu Yunzhi grasped her arm, but Yunyan shook her head defiantly, breaking free. "Miss, my life is of little value. I should have perished with my parents long ago. It is only your kindness that has granted me refuge. The debt of gratitude weighs heavily on my heart, and I cannot allow you to come to harm." The leader of the assailants, clad in black, sneered. "Do you know who you are threatening? This is the Madam and Miss of the Xiang residence. If you are wise, you will leave quickly and spare yourselves." The black-clad figure showed no signs of fear, clearly dismissing the significance of the Xiang residence. A mere child dares to speak boldly even at death's door. "I aim to kill the Madam and Miss of the Xiang residence. I'll tell you plainly, someone has paid dearly for your mistress's life. Today, you cannot escape. If you let your mistress come down, I may grant her a swift end. But if this drags on, you will be left in pieces." A scarred man on the right added ominously. "Yunyan, do not be rude. Gentlemen, I am willing to offer 3 times the amount of money. Please spare us." Gu Yunzhi implored, stepping out of the carriage, desperately keeping her composure. She observed 6 black-clad figures before her, each wielding a gleaming long knife. Their current location was secluded, with walls on either side and the assailants blocking their escape in front and behind. A direct confrontation was futile. They had to rely on cunning. Neither she nor her mother had any enemies. The purpose of their attackers was clear, as they recognized their carriage. Intuition told her that this group had been sent by Aunt Zhao, who seemed unable to contain her ambitions. The leader of the black-clad figures appeared uninterested in Gu Yunzhi's words. They were mere lowly henchmen from the Liuguang pavilion, tasked with simple assignments. Even at their lowly rank, they were aware of the pavilion's strict rules that forbade betrayal, lest they face dire consequences. "We hail from the Liuguang pavilion," the leader stated with disdain. Gu Yunzhi's heart sank. In her past life, she had heard Xiao Wenyuan speak of the Liuguang pavilion, the foremost assassination organization in the realm, known for its exorbitant prices and impeccable success rate. Xiao Wenyuan had once sought their services to eliminate Xiao Mingyu, but had failed to reach an agreement for unknown reasons. Later, He had attempted to eradicate the organization but was met with immense power and a master whose depth was unfathomable, nearly leading to his demise.
Which is why he abandoned the plan.
Aunt Zhao's decision to act outside the residence indicated she had devised a comprehensive strategy, and Gu Yunzhi was thankful for the precautions she had taken before departing. She reached into her sleeve to touch a porcelain vial, a gift from the old witch before leaving the venomous insect valley. This was the 3-step bone-dissolving powder. Upon contact, it would reduce a person to a pool of blood within 3 steps. Who would have thought it would be needed so soon? Gu Yunzhi parted her lips, assuring Yunyan, "Do not worry. I can handle this." Uncertainty filled Yunyan's gaze. She was unsure when it had become second nature to trust and submit to her mistress's decisions. The girl before her bore a familiar face, yet something had undeniably changed. The leader of the black-clad figures assessed the 13-year-old girl before him, an ominous feeling creeping over him. She stood there, unwavering, her eyes bright and fierce, exuding an aura that belied her youth, compelling him to involuntarily step back. No wonder that noble had warned him to be cautious. He had thought little of it, believing these seemingly helpless women posed no threat. Yet, it appeared that this young lady, if she survived, might one day occupy a significant position, if only she had not provoked the wrong people. As the 6 black-clad figures advanced toward Gu Yunzhi, a swift white figure dashed forward, causing all the assailants to fall to the ground. Just as they were about to retaliate, they caught sight of a piece of ancient Qilin jade at the waist of the newcomer, their expressions shifting dramatically as they fled, as if on cue. "Little girl, what a coincidence. It seems this prince has helped you once again," Xiao Mingyu remarked, his features striking. It was indeed a coincidence. He had come to attend to some business when he spotted the girl standing resolute, ready to face death. He instantly recognized the contents of the vial she held. This young girl reminded him of a white Persian cat he had cared for in his childhood, beautiful and gentle, enough to melt one's heart, yet fiercely defensive when approached. "I could have handled them without you, why meddle?" Gu Yunzhi replied, her reluctance evident. If it weren't for Xiao Mingyu's intervention, the 6 men would undoubtedly have met their end. She was confident that the 3-step bone-dissolving powder could eliminate them. But allowing them to escape would only invite further disaster. She feared they would attempt another assassination against her and her mother. Chapter 16. Reunion. Xiao Mingyu sighed inwardly at her words. The contents of that vial could easily dispatch not just the 6 in front of her, but even 10 more. However, those 6 could not be harmed. He owed her a favor. From this day forth, the Liuguang Pavilion would not dare to threaten her or her mother again. This clever little girl, last time she was polite to this prince, and now she is repaying kindness with ingratitude. How perplexing. "I have saved you twice, which instance truly reflects your character?" Xiao Mingyu inquired, stepping closer with curiosity. "Your Highness, it would be best for you to leave quickly. A lone man and woman in such a situation may invite speculation. Your noble status may deter others. But my lowly position might lead to unfounded accusations of seduction," Gu Yunzhi replied, her eyes filled with indignation. At that moment, she could not muster a welcoming smile for him. Letting those 6 escape would pose a significant problem for her. His status was apparent, and other young ladies regarded him with admiration, yet Gu Yunzhi's gaze was clear and untainted by ulterior motives, leaving Xiao Mingyu feeling somewhat disheartened. After standing outside for a moment, Gu Yunzhi returned to the carriage. Yunyan was loyal to her, yet she did not wish to divulge what had transpired with the black-clad figures to anyone. "No matter how much you saw or heard just now, you must not utter a word. If mother inquires, tell her that the attendants sacrificed themselves to protect us from the assassins. Do you understand?" Gu Yunzhi instructed solemnly. Yunyan nodded earnestly. "I will not breathe a word." Gu Yunzhi pressed on Song's acupoint, awakening her from her slumber. She believed her fatigue was due to the recent events, not realizing the gravity of their encounter with the assassins. Trembling, she grasped Gu Yunzhi's arm. "Jir, what about the assassins? Are you all right?" "Madam, the miss is unharmed. It was the attendants who saved us, but they perished along with the assassins," Yunyan sorrowfully recounted. In the 7th chamber of the Liuguang Pavilion, where the master resided, Xiao Mingyu stood, his face obscured by a dark mask, hands clasped behind his back. A breeze flickered the candlelight, casting eerie shadows. After a prolonged silence, he addressed the kneeling figure behind him. "He phone, issue a directive. The business dealings of that Aunt Zhao from the Xiang residence are to be terminated. From now on, approach tasks with caution. Seemingly weak women can be the most perilous." Underestimate them, and you may find yourself unaware of how you met your end. My lord, the payment to Aunt Zhao has already been made. There has never been a failure to complete a task in the pavilion. How shall we proceed? He Feng's voice was heavy, drenched in anxiety as he faced his unpredictable master, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Xiao Mingyu withdrew his gaze. The young lady from the Gu family possesses remarkable abilities. The money belongs to the pavilion. There is no need to respond to the Xiang residents any further. Upon hearing the news, it was reported that Gu Jianzhong recently took a young and beautiful concubine. Intriguingly, this concubine was a design by his legitimate daughter as an act of revenge against her stepmother. The concubine has poisoned the main wife, while the daughter has betrayed her father, an act of profound disloyalty. If revealed by someone with ill intent, they would undoubtedly be expelled from the residence. This daughter shows a remarkable audacity, and it remains unclear whether her actions stem from a desire for vengeance for her mother or a deep-seated resentment towards the unfairness of the household. Regardless, she seems utterly unconcerned about her reputation, which is now irrevocably tarnished. Xiao Mingyu could barely conceal his shock. He had encountered cunning women before, but never a 13-year-old girl so adept in scheming. She possessed striking beauty and hailed from a prestigious family, expected to be as delicate and sheltered as other noble young ladies. Yet, she was willing to risk her future and the family's reputation to carve a bloody path for her mother. Upon seeing him speak, He Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, turning to vanish into the vast night. The old marquis, renowned for his military achievements and celebrated for his contributions to the throne, stood as a figure of immense prestige in the current dynasty. Song Shi, the eldest legitimate daughter of the Song family, was fifth in line among her siblings, with 4 older brothers. The old marquis had never taken a concubine, nor did he even have a maid in the warm chamber. Her eldest brother, Song Huizhou, inherited their father's title and currently managed the marquisate. The second brother, Song Huizhou, guarded the northwestern borders as the general of Anbei and had not returned home in 5 years. The third brother, Song Huiyan, served as the commander of the Imperial Guard, while the fourth brother, Song Huiran, was engaged in trade and had also been absent for 3 years. Pampered by her parents and cherished by her brothers, Song Shi was the beloved jewel of the household. Her name, Song Huanian, reflected gratitude for the heavens' blessings. Her upbringing fostered her pure-heartedness and kindness, leaving her unable to discern the hearts of others. Early in the day, news had already arrived from Gu Yunzhi, stating that they would arrive by the hour of the snake. The old marquis and his wife, along with Song Shi's eldest brother, sister-in-law, and the third brother and sister-in-law, along with several young nephews and nieces, awaited their arrival at the grand entrance long before the appointed time. It was not until noon that they finally glimpsed the figures of mother and daughter approaching. Seeing her daughter and granddaughter walking towards them on foot, Wei Shi anxiously called out, "My child." Upon spotting her family, Song Shi felt anchored, and the bitterness and grievances of recent days erupted into tears. The 2 brothers and sisters-in-law, witnessing the scene, felt their eyes redden slightly. This younger sister, once married off, had always been gentle and endearing, raised in luxury, and was expected to lead a fortunate life, yet her circumstances had turned out so harshly. The old marquis and his wife's only lingering concern was for this daughter. "Grandfather, grandmother, and my uncles and aunts, let us go inside. Though this place is secluded, we cannot guarantee that no idle gossip will emerge," she urged. Before them stood a young girl with an oval face, smiling, a hint of a dimple visible, dressed in a long purple silk gown adorned with floral embroidery. Her bright eyes sparkled. Despite her youth, she possessed an extraordinary beauty and demeanor. The old marquis's gaze turned cold. This girl was not his granddaughter, yet she bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Logically, at such a tender age, having faced adversity within the residence, she should have sought solace in her newfound support. Instead, she appeared as an outsider, observing with a detached demeanor while reminding her family to be mindful of their conduct, revealing a complex mind. Gu Yunzhi smiled softly, making no other move. She sensed a piercing gaze assessing her from above. It was her grandfather. Wei Shi suddenly remembered that her granddaughter had accompanied her. With tears in her eyes, she stroked Gu Yunzhi's head, exclaiming, "Aji has grown taller and more beautiful." Gu Yunzhi performed a curtsy, her eyes glistening with tears. Unlike her mother and grandmother, who were gentle by nature, her grandmother had once followed the military and had fought alongside her grandfather on the battlefield. Others often remarked that her grandmother was a woman of valor, not yielding to men. She was not the typical matriarch, imposing the traditional virtues upon her daughters-in-law and granddaughters, nor confining them to the inner quarters. Instead, she encouraged the younger generation to explore a broader world, indifferent to societal judgments, living freely and joyously. Chapter 17. A nightly discussion in her childhood. She had spent some time at the Song residence, where her grandmother favored her mother and, by extension, loved her as well. In those days, she would catch birds and battle crickets with her cousins, playing outside all day without fear of reprimand from her grandmother. In her previous life, only her grandmother had visited her in the western courtyard. At that time, Xiao Wenyuan had already seized military power and showed no regard for her grandmother. When she erred, she thought her maternal family would resent her, but her grandmother not only forgave her but also advocated on her behalf, urging her to live well, leaving her to ponder what merit she possessed to deserve such kindness. That night, in the study, the three men were gathered. The old marquis remarked on how Gu Yunzhi had changed, asking how they perceived her. Song Huizhou contemplated for a moment, recalling how Gu Yunzhi had a fondness for sour dishes, particularly enjoying the pickled bamboo shoots and sour plums prepared in the kitchen during her visits. However, he noticed that tonight, she had not touched her favorite dish, but instead opted for the sweet fruits she despised, which struck him as peculiar. As the eldest son of the old marquis, Song Huizhou was influenced by the family's values and had a penchant for martial pursuits, aspiring to serve the country, like his brother. Yet, he was frail by nature, and his parents worried for him, confining him within the walls of their home. He was intelligent, composing poetry at 5 and displaying insight into political affairs at 7. At 19, he inherited his title. Possessing a clever and discerning mind that had never faltered in the court, he was upright and thus favored by the emperor. Song Huiyan dismissed the concerns, suggesting that his elder brother was overly cautious, asserting that it was entirely normal for a girl to enjoy sweet foods. He had trained in martial arts from a young age and was protective of his family, having always had a fondness for his beautiful niece. He could not sit idly by while his father and elder brother questioned Gu Yunzhi's integrity. Father, elder brother, do you harbor ill feelings towards Aji? She is wise and considerate. On what grounds do you speak so unkindly of her? Even if you do not favor her, do not let it show in her presence. Gu Yunzhi listened quietly from outside, aware that her third uncle would always stand by her side during childhood quarrels. She longed to see her second and fourth uncles, whom she had not encountered in years. In her youth, her second uncle had adored carrying her on his shoulders for playful rides, and she, timid and easily frightened, would often cry. Whenever she did, her grandmother would feign anger and scold her second uncle. The fourth uncle would often bring her curious and delightful trinkets to cheer her up. Surely, her grandfather and eldest uncle had already noticed her arrival. Those skilled in martial arts were both bold and observant, and even if they suspected something, they would not express it so overtly. Their words were meant for her ears, seeking an explanation. Fortunately, her relatives were all by her side, offering her a chance for reconciliation. Have you heard enough? If so, come in. Your two uncles and I await your explanation, a commanding voice rang out. With a smile playing on her lips, Gu Yunzhi replied, Grandfather, dear uncles, please believe me. I am still the same Aji. I have merely encountered some events that necessitated this change. The old marquis remained silent, signaling her to continue. Since Zhao Yinyang entered the residence, my mother and I have not received much attention from my father. Grandfather, you must be aware that our lives within the manor have not been easy. The only reason we are not bullied is that my mother can maintain her position as the mistress of the house, relying on your support. The old marquis gazed at Gu Yunzhi, her demeanor calm and devoid of bitterness, yet he felt an indescribable pang of sorrow. He understood his daughter's nature well. Spoiled from a young age, she was not competitive by nature, and the scheming concubine was bound to outmaneuver her. He had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes to secure Gu Jian's position, believing that this would allow the three of them to live peacefully within the household. Had something transpired that he was unaware of? My mother was poisoned a few days ago by oleander. Just one leaf can be lethal, but fortunately, she had ingested only a small amount, and she was saved. Initially, my mother believed it to be a mere cough and wished for my father to visit. However, he used his busy official duties as an excuse. Grandfather, you may not know, but my father found time to accompany the pregnant concubine Zhao, and to take in new concubines, yet he refused to even glance at my mother in her courtyard. Gu Yunzhi wore a bitter smile, revealing her arms, which were adorned with scars of varying sizes and colors. This is the reason for my transformation. Does grandfather understand how this came to be? Song Huizhou was taken aback. A daughter from a noble family should bear no scars. Song Huiyan could no longer remain seated. If these injuries were those of a martial artist, no one would contest it, but she is merely a young girl. By heavens, Aji, tell third uncle who harmed you, and I shall have his head. The old duke waved his hand, urging them to remain calm, for it was evident that his granddaughter had not finished her tale. Though he offered no verbal consolation, the anguish within him was palpable, with the muscles of his face twitching as if a knife were twisting within him. The oleander is highly toxic, and generally, no physician can remedy it unless one possesses the rare Tianshan snow lotus. This precious herb was elusive, and after much searching, I sought the proprietor of Huani Lu, who happened to know a revered elder named Yao Lao Yao. The elder claimed he could counteract the poison, but on one condition: I must clear the weeds from the hillside by hand. The hillside was strewn with rare medicinal herbs, growing in treacherous terrain, necessitating the use of vines to ascend. To save my mother, I had no choice but to comply, and the wounds on my arms are the result of this endeavor. Gu Yunzhi sighed softly. Grandfather, please forgive my deception. I resorted to such measures out of desperation. The scars on her arms had long since faded, thanks to the book Yao Lao Yao provided, which detailed a remedy involving the infusion of thorns and lily juice, mixed with musk to induce a rash. In pursuit of a more pronounced effect, she had added the juice of knotweed, hence the temporary scars that would vanish by the next day. Why did you not inform your father of your mother's poisoning? The old duke pressed. Father, I wonder if he still deserves that title. Do you know what he did upon Zhao's pregnancy? He intended to elevate her to the rank of primary wife. Grandfather, consider this. If my father were not supporting her from behind, would a mere concubine have the audacity to poison? If this were to be uncovered, she would be the first suspect. Gu Yunzhi bit her lip, speaking with a sense of desolation. The notion of support struck the old duke like a thunderclap, and his expression turned grave. After contemplating Gu Yunzhi for a moment, all previous doubts dissipated. He had assumed that his daughter was merely neglected within the household. After all, he could protect her while he lived, and even when old, her brother would stand by her side. Chapter 18. Speaking candidly, while open conflict is easily evaded, treachery is insidious. He ultimately could not intervene in matters of a woman's perception. Yet, why did Gu Xiong act thus? Song Huizhou and Song Huiyan fell silent, witnessing their father exhibit such solemnity for the first time outside of warfare. Why did you not come forth with these matters sooner? The old duke lamented. The sorrow etched on his face struck Gu Yunzhi, tightening her heart. The family of her grandfather was comprised of honorable individuals, free from ulterior motives. Was it truly right to exploit their affection in this manner? As she contemplated softening her heart to comfort her grandfather, memories of his frail condition in her past life surfaced, with her grandmother, hair graying, dressed in mourning attire, attending to him. They should have enjoyed the pleasures of their twilight years, yet they were ensnared due to her own momentary lapse. Though her grandfather's heart ached upon hearing this, the situation must ultimately be resolved. Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze. What would it matter? Her father now held a prominent position, and since he did not administer the poison himself, he was beyond reproach. Would her grandfather dare to challenge him? Even with the emperor's favor toward the duke's household, it would not suffice to condemn him for this. Moreover, was the duke's residence truly safe now, grandfather? The old duke and his two sons regarded her with trepidation, feeling cold sweat trickle down their spines.
Aji, what do you mean by that?
Song Huiyan's voice trembled. Gu Yunzhi replied earnestly, the extremes of fortune lead to misfortune. What flourishes must eventually decline. Grandfather, uncle, do you not agree? With the window slightly ajar, moonlight illuminated the hall. Many things follow a discernible pattern. She now comprehended that the phrase remain vigilant in times of peace was most applicable to the duke's household. In her past life, her grandfather had accrued countless merits and would not be exiled over a single incident. The law dictates that unless it pertains to treason, misfortunes do not befall the wives and children of the accused. Even several uncles had been exonerated, and the emperor's intentions were all too apparent. Aji, enlighten me on what you mean by the decline that follows prosperity, Song Huizhou remarked, realizing that his niece was quite remarkable, and that his sister had raised a fine daughter. Uncle, a tall tree attracts the wind. My grandfather has amassed countless military achievements and garnered praise from the people. possessing far greater influence among them than the emperor. 50,000 troops are under my second uncle's command, and my third uncle oversees the palace guards. Although my grandfather has retired, those loyal subordinates remain in the army. The emperor refrains from acting against the duke's household primarily because my grandfather once saved his life. To do otherwise would breed perceptions of jealousy. Conversely, inaction creates an internal conflict, as the duke's household has long exuded the aura of overshadowing the emperor. Gu Yunzhi spoke these audacious words with solemnity. The old duke regarded her with admiration. Such insight at such a young age was commendable. Alas! If only she were a male, she could rival her father in the court. How foolish he was to realize what a young girl could discern, as he only grasped it after his abdication. Indeed, the younger generation is to be feared. The influence of the duke's household had grown too formidable. It was time for his ungrateful son to return. This granddaughter of his possessed remarkable wisdom, and he was eager to hear her counsel. Aji, if you were in my position, what would you do? The old duke rose, towering over Gu Yunzhi, whose exquisite countenance displayed no trace of panic. Her gaze held the wisdom of ages and an understanding of the world, exuding an authority that demanded respect, akin to that of royalty. Gu Yunzhi's expression turned grave, both insightful and philosophical, as she sought to preserve her own integrity. Song Huiyan, puzzled, recalled his childhood disinterest in literature, finding the ornate language of books tiresome and preferring the allure of swords.
Aji, what do you mean by that?
Why can't third uncle understand? Gu Yunzhi met Song Huizhou's anxious gaze, softening her expression. Third uncle, you are well versed in military strategy. Do you recall that one of the 36 stratagems is to abandon the pawn to save the king? The roots of the duke's household are too deeply entrenched. I know you are all loyal and virtuous individuals with no rebellious intentions, but the emperor will not tolerate a minister who surpasses him. If the duke's household wishes to extricate itself unscathed, relinquishing military power is essential. It is time for my second uncle to return. After a lengthy pause, she finally heard her grandfather's voice. Zhou'er, Ozzy sees things more clearly than you. Indeed, to retreat whilst ahead is wise. Your mother and I have labored our entire lives, hoping only for your health and safety. After speaking, the old duke turned to Gu Yunzhi, saying, Ozzy, I am immensely grateful for your words today. But what is the intent behind your counsel? Gu Yunzhi's thoughts raced. Surrendering military power might not guarantee safety for the duke's household. Even if the emperor chose not to act against them, what of others? In her past life, Song Taifu had always sought to undermine her grandfather. And with Song Guifei bearing a sixth prince, though he was only 3 years old, who could predict the future? The emperor had already surpassed 60. She did not wish to manipulate the duke's household for ulterior motives. She merely sought to repay the debts of her past life. Grandfather, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you or the entire duke's estate. The reason I express these sentiments is solely to prevent you from falling into peril. If I must articulate an intention, it is my fervent hope that the duke's estate thrives eternally, safeguarding both my mother and me. The old duke was taken aback. He had contemplated countless justifications, yet he never anticipated that his granddaughter's intentions were so innocent, merely seeking protection. He was well aware of her disposition. She was as sincere as Nian Er, yet her character was notably more resilient. If only Nian Er could muster a bit more fortitude, she would not need to be so concerned. Unbeknownst to him, the once delicate young girl had blossomed into a graceful maiden. The old duke nodded, his expression softening. Ji, your grandmother and I have cherished your mother since childhood. You need not worry. As long as the duke's estate endures, it will protect you both. Their conversation continued until the hour of the rat. Chu Garden was once the residence of Song Shi before her marriage. The Wei family, concerned that their daughter would find it difficult to sleep upon her return, had kept the place intact. When Gu Yunzhi returned, Song Shi was still awake, reclining on a couch as she embroidered a handkerchief adorned with begonia flowers. The candlelight cast a warm glow upon her face. Mother, why are you still awake at this late hour? Song Shi smiled softly, her voice gentle and delicate. My dear, she has grown capable of standing on her own. I remember when you would cry and cling to me, questioning why your father did not visit us. Did he not like us? I felt helpless, merely wiping your tears without considering your feelings. Your elder brother is the legitimate son. Regardless of your father's disdain for me, he pays him heed. My dear Aji, you bear such burdens at such a young age. Today, your grandmother assured me that with you around, I need not fear loss. And it reminded me of all you have done for me. Gu Yunzhi wished to spare Song Shi from concern. She had only just recovered from her ailment, and it was not beneficial for her health. Chapter 19. Cousin's mother, to be your daughter is a blessing I have earned over several lifetimes. My sole wish is for you to remain healthy and happy by my side. No matter what troubles arise, please confide in me without hesitation. You need not take matters into your own hands. Allow me to resolve them, and you may focus on nurturing your health. Song Shi caressed her face, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. Her daughter was far more perceptive than she realized. Seeing her mother in such a state, Gu Yunzhi felt her own eyes welling with tears. She had not intended to cry. The memories of past actions filled her with regret. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped away the tears from Song Shi's face. The emotional turmoil of recent days soon made Song Shi drowsy, and she fell asleep leaning against the couch. Gu Yunzhi nestled in her mother's embrace, feeling wide awake, and closed her eyes, wishing for more time from the heavens. The next day, Gu Yunzhi awoke early, and upon opening her eyes, she recalled she was at her maternal grandparents' home. Turning her head, she saw her mother still asleep. Since arriving at her grandparents' house, Song Shi had been sleeping more soundly, and her complexion had improved significantly compared to her time at the Gu residence. A thought began to form in Gu Yunzhi's mind. When Song Shi awoke, she found her daughter already washed and smiling at her. Her cheeks flushed. She had slept so comfortably that she had overslept. As the mother and daughter made their way to the front hall, they discovered it was already brimming with guests. That day, the school was closed, and several younger members of the Song family had rushed back upon hearing that their aunt and cousin had arrived. Ah Ji, why didn't you inform me sooner? Had I known, I would have returned yesterday. A youthful, bright voice filled the air, tinged with urgency. The speaker was a boy clad in a deep blue brocade robe, his cheeks adorned with faint dimples, exuding an air of familiarity. Fourth cousin, a mere day's absence is hardly late, Gu Yunzhi replied with a smile. This boy was Song Ziyu, the son of Song Huiyan. Lively and cheerful, he was the most playful among the family. In her childhood, this cousin had brought her much joy, though like his father, he was not fond of studies, preferring military exploits instead. Seeing her speak as she always had, Song Ziyu gleefully turned to a boy dressed in elegant white beside him. Brother, I told you, Ji wouldn't be distant from us. The young man clad in white was Song Si, the son of Song Huizhou, seated next to Wei Shi. The serene young lady in a pear blossom white gown was Song Shi. Song Huizhou had one son and one daughter. Song Huiyan had only one son, while Song Huizhou had two sons, both residing in the northwest, with the younger son, Song Huiran, still unmarried. Wei Shi jested, you are the most mischievous. Your siblings have yet to speak, and you've monopolized the conversation. Song Ziyu fell silent, allowing Song Si and Song Shi the opportunity to warmly greet Ji. After returning their greetings, Gu Yunzhi took Song Shi's hand and sat down. Her cousin displayed graceful poise, mirroring their mother's soft-heartedness. In her past life, her cousin was promised to the son of the Grand Commandant, Zhou Jusi, a man known for his debauchery and lowly conduct. Shortly after her cousin's marriage, his concubines began to arrive in succession, oppressing the primary wife. Due to her cousin's gentle nature, she succumbed to illness after just a few years. Later, her maternal uncle sought justice, but the Grand Commandant dismissed it as inconsequential. He felt no concern for his daughter-in-law's demise, and in an act of arrogance, he injured her uncle before having him imprisoned. The depth of the wound, compounded by a lack of timely medical attention, ultimately rendered her uncle incapacitated. This event stirred significant turmoil, attracting the attention of the emperor. With both the Grand Commandants and the Duke's households involved, the emperor, wishing to appease both sides, hastily resolved the matter. The emperor likely felt satisfaction. The Duke's estate had long been a thorn in his side. With the Duke's arm rendered useless, he gained ample justification to usurp power. What followed? The Duke's military authority was stripped away, her uncle's title was revoked, her cousin perished, and several of her uncles and cousins were exiled to desolate, inhospitable lands. To placate former officials, her grandfather was permitted to remain in the estate to live out his days, marking the decline of the once magnificent Duke's estate. Yet, she could not comprehend why her cousin had married Zhou Jusi. After years of serving together in the court, her grandfather and uncle must have known the character of the Grand Commandant's son. If it were for some advantage, it would be unfathomable, as they were not such people. What could have compelled her cousin to marry him remained a mystery. Gu Yunzhi's thoughts returned to the present. Her cousin must never marry Zhou Jusi in this lifetime, for that would be a true pitfall, marking the onset of the Duke's estate's decline. Seeing her daughter and niece so close, Song sure felt joy and indulged in more food. In the Gu household, companions were scarce, and she had no close friends. Apart from attending private lessons, she spent her days in the courtyard, speaking less and becoming increasingly burdened, unlike a typical 13-year-old girl. Song Si observed his cousin, who had blossomed into a beauty, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating. He reflected on his mother's words from earlier that morning. She mentioned that Aji had matured and would soon be betrothed, inquiring about his feelings for her. Unlike his fourth cousin, who was effusive and could mingle with anyone, he was more reserved. Most of his childhood had been spent in study, allowing for limited interaction with Aji, and all he knew about her came from his fourth cousin's tales of their adventures. Previously, he held no particular feelings for Aji, but after hearing about her experiences at the Duke's estate, her efforts to protect her aunt and her plotting, he began to feel a sense of empathy for her. She was, after all, 2 years younger than his sister, yet her life had been filled with hardship, perhaps due to the intensity of his gaze. Gu Yunzhi noticed and smiled at her cousin. Song Si's face flushed instantly. Gu Yunzhi chuckled and shook her head, remarking on her cousin's shyness. In her previous life, her interactions with him had been limited, but she had heard that he remained unmarried, aspiring to travel the world like his uncle Si, seeking a life of freedom. For this, her uncle had chastised him multiple times, though fortunately, her aunt had intervened. The subtle exchanges between her and Song Si did not go unnoticed by Wei and Song families. Wei mused to herself that given their comparable family backgrounds and their familiarity as cousins, a union between them would not be an unwise match. Song, on the other hand, thought simply that her nephew was of good character, and with a kind-hearted sister-in-law, Junji's marriage would not lead to mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflicts. Furthermore, she could look after her daughter, providing her with peace of mind. Chapter 20. The Nightmare. One evening, when Song and Gu Yunzhi visited Wei to pay their respects, Wei inquired, Nian, what are your thoughts on a CI? Song's mind raced. Her mother's sudden question about a CI seemed to carry weight. After a moment's contemplation, she responded, a CI has grown up before my eyes. He possesses good morals, is handsome, and hails from a respectable family. In short, he is excellent in every aspect. Whoever marries a CI will be truly fortunate. Gu Yunzhi, standing beside Song, remained silent, pondering her grandmother's inquiry. Why would she ask about her cousin? Was she considering a marriage proposal and seeking her mother's opinion? After Wei nodded in acknowledgement, she deftly changed the subject. This was a matter she could not unilaterally decide. She needed to consider the views of her son and daughter-in-law. While familial ties could indeed strengthen bonds, it was essential to ascertain their willingness. Before long, the day arrived for Gu Yunzhi to return as agreed with the old matriarch. The sedan chair had been waiting outside the Duke's residence for some time, accompanied by a cart filled with gifts. Wei instructed her daughter to distribute these items within the household as a means of winning favor. After a heartfelt farewell, the mother and daughter boarded the sedan chair for their journey home. Yunyan followed closely behind, sighing with concern, Madam, Miss, we have not returned for several days. The household may have changed dramatically. Song gazed into her teacup, filled with her daughter's favorite Shan Qingmao Jian tea. The dream from the previous night lingered in her mind, unsettling her. While merely a dream, it felt all too real, as if it had genuinely transpired. In the dream, she remained Junji's mother, her character as gentle as ever. The difference was that in the dream, Junji had married against her wishes, her heart set on the union. The identity of the groom remained shrouded in obscurity. Eventually, Junji became pregnant, but the child did not survive. Her daughter wept inconsolably, and Song longed to embrace her, yet found herself unable to move. At that moment, the door opened, revealing a familiar figure, Gu Qian. She confessed that it was her fault the child had perished, and Junji had died in a dilapidated room during winter. In the dream's final moments, Song found herself floating in the air, terrified, wishing to return to the residence, only to see her own lifeless body, rotting away. How cruel were those around her? Calm yourself. Regardless of their intentions, one must first assess their own capabilities, Song said, her voice low and solemn. The two were startled by her tone. Gu Yunzhi observed her mother's expression, noting a palpable intensity in her words. Unsure of what had transpired, she felt her worries deepen. Upon returning to the residence, they found no one to greet them. Coldness flickered across Song's face. The household's decorum had evidently deteriorated, rendering her position as the lady of the house almost non-existent. Zhang Mama rushed to assist Song and Gu Yunzhi, exclaiming that the household had been in turmoil during their absence. "Madam, please drink some ginseng soup," she offered. After consuming the soup, Song's demeanor softened. "Zhang Mama, my health has improved. Starting tomorrow, let us have Lady Zhao and her daughters come to pay their respects. No matter how uncherished I become, I am still Gu Yunzhi's legitimate wife." Zhang Mama stared at her in astonishment. The usually timid woman had transformed after just 3 days in the Duke's residence. She had long advised her to assert her status and not allow the likes of Lady Yingyu to bully her. Yet, Song's kindness had often led her to forego such confrontations. Zhang Mama suddenly felt a surge of joy. "Yes, I will inform them at once." Gu Yunzhi was taken aback. Was her mother really suggesting Lady Zhao come to pay her respects? Had she misheard? Her mother had always avoided Lady Zhao. And since their return, something felt amiss. Had her grandmother said something to her mother? "Yunyan, you may leave. I wish to speak with my mother," Gu Yunzhi instructed. Once Yunyan departed, she turned to Song and asked, "Mother, what did grandmother say to you? I sensed something was off since we boarded the sedan chair." "Do not fear. I am here for you." Song's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she closed them. "Last night, I had a dream." Gu Yunzhi pondered for a moment, eager to listen. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Song reflected on her life of kindness, questioning why her beloved daughter had met such a fate. It seemed that excessive goodness often led to tragic ends. "In my dream, you married, and I could not stop it. After marriage, you suffered greatly, and your child was lost before birth. No one was by your side. I wished to hold you, yet I found myself unable to move. Eventually, you died on a snowy night, and I met a tragic end as well. I despise myself for not protecting you, for allowing you to fall into such despair, and for the silence of those in this household." Gu Yunzhi embraced Song, tears streaming down her face. Was this a manifestation of their mother-daughter bond, or a sign of divine compassion? Her mother had dreamt of their past lives. Yet, Gu Yunzhi could not reveal the truth to her mother. She wished for her to live without regret. Her mother was a cherished daughter of the Duke's family, deserving of a life filled with sunshine and clarity. Her own resurrection was aimed at dragging the wolves of this world into the depths of hell. "Mother," Gu Yunzhi gently reassured, "it was merely a dream. It did not truly happen. You care too deeply for your daughter. Am I not here beside you? Fear not. I shall remain by your side as an old maid." Upon hearing Gu Yunzhi's words, Song hastily replied, No, do not speak such ill-fated words. My Yunzhi is as beautiful as the heavens. Her future husband will undoubtedly be a remarkable man. Together, they shall live in harmony and love for a lifetime." Love for a lifetime? Gu Yunzhi felt a strange discomfort at the term, her expression darkening. Did love truly exist? Even if it did, it seemed destined to elude her. Her life was bound to the shadows of revenge. Meanwhile, in the Lingyu courtyard, Lady Zhao furrowed her brow. Had she heard correctly? Would she now be required to pay respects to the lady regularly? That woman seemed to be her natural adversary. Surviving the poison and escaping the clutches of the Liuguang pavilion, what kind of extraordinary person was she aligned with that allowed her to consistently evade danger? Chapter 21. The respect visit turmoil. Since Gu Yunzhi took Lady Wu as his concubine, he had been spending nearly every night there. Zhang Mama had just informed him that Lady Wu and Lady Zhao would be required to pay respects to the lady regularly. Lady Wu pouted and complained, "My lord, is the lady specifically targeting me? Why is it that as soon as I enter, I must begin these visits?" Gu Yunzhi felt his throat tighten at Lady Wu's enchanting tone. The concubine respectfully greeted the matron, a customary act, and he could only offer a few words of consolation. As the hour approached, Zhao and her daughter, along with Wu, arrived gracefully. Song was dressed in a dark floral silk gown, draped in a brocade fur-lined cloak, her hair immaculately styled, sitting regally in the main seat. Gu Yunzhi sat expressionlessly beside her. Reflecting on past events, she understood the significance of power. She must strive, contend, and assert dominance over them to secure peace for her daughter and son in this household. Her children were the legitimate heirs of this noble family, and she would not allow them to serve as stepping stones for others. Zhao and her daughter paid their respects to the lady, their gestures perfunctory. Zhao smiled, saying, "Madam, you truly are favored by fortune. Your health has improved remarkably. This illness, though severe, may indeed be a blessing. Please forgive my lack of propriety. The master insists I take great care of myself due to my delicate condition, so I have been resting more. And I am grateful to Wu for attending to the master during this time." Zhao, focused on addressing Song, cast a glance at Gu Yunzhi, now a young woman. No longer the envious little girl she once was. Previously, Zhao thought little of the rumors claiming Gu caused trouble for Qian'er. However, seeing her now was rather intriguing. Gu Yunzhi regarded Zhao, who masked her disdain well. Years of being doted upon by her father imbued her with a certain charm. Yet one could not predict her true nature. Zhao expected Song to be upset, but instead, Song merely regarded her with a calm gaze. The timidity that once characterized her demeanor had vanished, replaced by a poised serenity. Zhao suddenly felt that the Song before her exuded the cold authority of a true matron, a sensation that unsettled her. In the next moment, Song smiled, saying, "It's of no concern. I was in a similar state when I was with child. Since the master has spoken, do take care of yourself. You are of an age where caution is warranted." Zhao clenched her fists tightly within her sleeves, veins protruding, forcing a smile that resembled sorrow more than joy. This old woman insinuated that her age might lead to misfortune, that she might not bear her child. She had to endure. The outcome was yet to be determined. Wu, hesitant to speak amidst the tension, was acutely aware that she was from the lady's courtyard. She did not wish to stir trouble, yet she understood the importance of propriety. To have a lapse would invite gossip. Her current position was largely due to the support of the eldest young lady, who was indeed a figure of concealed depth. The previous night, the eldest young lady had nearly sought to eliminate her, and Wu recognized that her continued existence was only due to her utility. In April's warmth, she felt a chill in this room. Gu Qian'er observed the three with a face twisted in resentment, wishing for their complete disappearance from the estate. In the afternoon at the love language courtyard, porcelain lay shattered, and Gu Qian'er wept bitterly, having never endured such humiliation. Although her mother was a concubine, her father's affection had ensured that they lived more lavishly than the legitimate wife. Yet, everything had changed with the addition of Wu as a concubine. Her mother's condition had made her less present, and now she found herself overshadowed by Gu Yunzhi, unable to bear the indignity. "Qian'er, how do you present yourself? What would your father think if he saw you like this?" Zhao admonished, her demeanor authoritative despite her condition. "Autumn, clean this mess up. We cannot allow others to see." Gu Qian'er shrank back, wiping her tears. Unbeknownst to her, her father was currently in Wu's quarters, humoring the favored concubine. Upon Wu's return, she sent Zhu Lan to summon Gu Jianzhong, feigning discomfort. Zhu Lan, a round-faced maid chosen by Wu, had a forthright disposition and was unremarkable in appearance, which suited Wu just fine. Coughing, Wu adjusted the peonies before her and turned to see Gu Jianzhong, her expression a mix of delight and helplessness. "Master, I feel a heaviness in my chest," she lamented, clutching her heart and shedding tears. This display stirred Gu Jianzhong's heart. "Did the lady trouble you?" he asked with concern. Wu shook her head. The lady was too kind to cause her distress, but she felt a sense of discomfort upon realizing the master was absent. Lowering her gaze, she gazed at Gu Jianzhong with longing. Understanding her unspoken desires, he stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms. The thin fabric of their garments heightened his excitement. Wu could not suppress a soft gasp, pressing herself against him. In the ornate bedchamber, their passions reached a crescendo. Afterward, Wu nestled against Gu Jianzhong's arm, whispering softly, "Master, I cannot remain here in the study indefinitely. I desire a place of my own." Gu Jianzhong, beguiled by her charms, agreed without hesitation, his mind clouded by desire. Wu smiled, fearful that her request might displease him, yet she was compelled to comply. On her way back from paying respects, she had been instructed by the eldest young lady to secure a residence from the master. If he consented, it would declare war on Zhao, a dual advantage for her. After all, who would believe her a mere 13-year-old girl, perpetually at others' beck and call? Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks interrupted their intimacy. Gu Jianzhong, displeased, opened the door to find his attendant, Lu Yang, who hastily declared, "Master, there's trouble." It's been reported that after Zhao's return from paying respects, she has experienced a fright and requires your presence. At that moment, Gu Jianzhong could not spare a thought for Wu still in his bed. His mind was blank. He had indeed neglected Luoyu lately, realizing with alarm how precious this child was, and his heart raced with concern. Chapter 22. Song's awakening. However, Wu perceived the situation differently, her expression reflecting displeasure.
Zhao.
How dare you be so brazen? The child's fate is uncertain, and just because her maid ascended, does everyone disregard her? Gu Jianzhong hurriedly made his way to the love language courtyard, opening the door to find Zhao Luoyu frowning as she took her medicine. Gulang, she said, her voice trembling. Seeing the tear-streaked face of his delicate concubine stirred Gu Jianzhong's compassion. I was informed you had a fright. What transpired? He asked. Knowing their years of affection meant he could not abandon her in distress. Regardless of Wu or the lady, they were no match for her. Once she bore a child, he would deal with them, starting with Wu, who had dared to betray her. The physician had assessed her and deemed the situation minor, attributing it to shock from standing too long while paying respects. It was my fault. I should not have stood for so long, Zhao lamented, her pitiable demeanor further tugging at Gu Jianzhong's heartstrings. Hearing that Zhao had experienced distress while paying her respects ignited Gu Jianzhong's fury. How could he allow her to be subjected to such treatment while pregnant? What were Song's intentions? The sky today is shrouded in darkness, the clouds looming ominously as my spirits plummet. Gu Yunzhi is acutely aware that today she must face a formidable challenge. The Zhao family, ever unpredictable, will not easily relinquish the opportunity to undermine her mother. Madam, miss, the master has arrived, but his demeanor is grim, Zhang Mama hurriedly announced. Before the man even entered, his voice thundered, Song Huanian, your heart is as venomous as a serpent. Song Shi tightly shut her eyes, her teeth clenched. This was her husband, whom she had loved for over a decade, striking her without seeking the truth. Yet, she was no longer the woman she once was. She had 2 children to consider and must gather her strength to confront the situation. What has provoked such anger in you, my lord? Song Shi inquired softly. Seeing her gentle tone, Gu Jianzhong felt as if he had struck a pillow. How could he forget that his wife's nature was inherently timid? Could she truly be so cruel to Luoyu? Yet, Luoyu's words bore the weight of truth. For years, you have allowed Aunt Zhao to remain uninvited, yet now, while she is still with child, you permit her to visit. You must provide me with an explanation today, or I shall address this matter with the severity it deserves. Gu Jianzhong declared, his brow knit with severity. Only the one from the love house could incite such a reaction in him. Indeed, none but her could rouse his ire so profoundly. Just as Song Shi was about to explain, Gu Yunzhi entered, effortlessly interrupting her. Lately, Gu Jianzhong had found his daughter increasingly irksome, particularly her cold, piercing gaze, which contrasted sharply with Qian's affectionate demeanor. She stepped forward slowly, her beautiful eyes lifted. Father. Noticing his silence, Gu Yunzhi paused. Her father, though recently past 30, possessed an alluring charm, which was no surprise as both her mother and Aunt Zhao, not to mention the recently wed Aunt Wu, were captivated by him. Visions of her past life flooded her mind. She had perished in the western courtyard. Her mother had been slain, while he ascended the ranks, treating Aunt Zhao with utmost respect. Had he ever regarded them as true family? If Aunt Zhao were to bear a son, where would that leave her brother in their father's eyes? How could she not harbor resentment? How could she not feel wronged? While her inability to discern character was indeed a fault, was it just for them to tread upon the corpses of mother and daughter to rise so easily? In both past and present, she felt no familial bond with the man before her. Gu Jianzhong scrutinized Gu Yunzhi, his expression taut. I am conversing with your mother. What business do you have interrupting? Gu Yunzhi bowed respectfully. Father, you may not be aware, but mother summoned Aunt Zhao for your benefit. Recently, when mother and I visited my maternal grandfather's home, my grandmother chastised her, claiming that it was rumored she managed the household poorly, allowing the concubines to overstep their bounds. Should this news spread, it would inevitably tarnish your reputation, casting you as a man who favors concubines over his wife. My brother is set to enter university next year, and mother is concerned for our family's honor. Considering mother's status, would she truly wait until now to harm Aunt Zhao? I implore you, father, to reflect and not heed slander. With just a few words, she absolved Song Shi, filling Gu Jianzhong with frustration. He could not afford the stigma of favoring a concubine over his wife, especially with a Duke's family standing behind her. Now was not the time for action. He forced a smile. Ah, Gu, you are indeed considerate. You are all my children. I was merely hasty. There has been a misunderstanding. Madam, I have wronged you. Suppressing her disdain, Song-Shi regarded her duplicitous husband, feeling as repulsed as ever. She understood that Gu Yunzhi favored women who feigned meekness. In the past, her love had clouded her judgment, but now that love had faded, her mind was clear. My lord, there is no need for blame. We are family. Let us address matters openly. Aunt Wu is merely someone from my household, and I inadvertently asked her too many questions, forgetting that Aunt Zhao is with child. I shall be more mindful in the future. Turning to Zhang Mama, she commanded, please bring forth the century-old ginseng from the Duke's residence. This gift was bestowed upon me by the Emperor, and as mother worries for my health, I would like to pass it on to Aunt Zhao, who needs it more at this moment. Gu Yunzhi opened her mouth, then fell silent. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. She had greatly underestimated her mother. It was hard to believe such words could come from her lips. After all, a daughter of the Duke's family could not be foolish. She had merely been blinded by emotion. Now that the matter is clear, I shall take my leave. Aunt Zhao has been startled. I must check on her, Gu Yunzhi said, lacking conviction. Meanwhile, in the love house, Qirong was massaging Aunt Zhao's legs while offering her comfort. Since her pregnancy, Aunt Zhao had grown increasingly capricious, and Qirong felt overwhelmed. Lately, Aunt Zhao had been reminiscing about Aunt Wu, wondering how it was that Aunt Wu had earned the master's favor. With a sharp slap, Aunt Zhao exclaimed, "You wretched girl, you've pinched me too hard." Aunt Zhao rubbed her leg, directing her ire at Qirong. "You clumsy girl, are you trying to kill me?" Caught off guard, Qirong nearly burst into tears. Just as Gu Yunzhi entered, he stumbled upon the scene. Aunt Zhao panicked, realizing that the servants were absent, and cast a baleful glance at Qirong, blaming her for the situation. "My dear, this child within me is quite the handful, driving me to distraction. At times, I find it hard to control my temper. When Qian was in my womb, she was so well-behaved. This one must surely be a son," Aunt Zhao said, her face brightening with a smile. Upon hearing the mention of a son, Gu Yunzhi set aside his earlier displeasure. A son would be a blessing. He had only Gu Xiran as a son, and had longed for another for years. As thoughts of Gu Xiran surfaced, he could not help but recall Song-Shi and her daughter. When Song-Shi first entered the household, their marriage had been harmonious. After she became pregnant with a daughter, she was unwilling to share the same bed with him, claiming it was for his benefit, disrupting his rest. It was clear she was more concerned with herself. Daughters from noble families were often troublesome. With Aunt Zhao as a rival, his desire to see her diminished, along with her daughter, whom he could not grow fond of. Gu Yunzhi gently patted her back, soothing her. "I remember what I promised you. Rest assured, when our son is born, I will not allow him to bear the title of a bastard. You are more than just a concubine. Your years of companionship, and all you have done for me, have not gone unnoticed." Aunt Zhao dabbed at her eyes. "My dear, as long as you hold me in your heart, I ask for nothing more." Despite Gu Yunzhi's anger as he strode toward the eastern courtyard, he had yet to mention it since entering. Aunt Zhao's heart sank as she spoke in a pitiful tone. "My dear, today you faced difficulties because of me. I see your expression is grim. Has something gone awry?" Gu Yunzhi's face was ashen. "Luoyu, you must endure a while longer. I cannot resolve this matter at present. Let us wait until the storm has passed." She understood that, in terms of status, she could never compare to Song-Shi. As a concubine, her daughter was also of lesser birth. However, one thing remained true. The affection bestowed upon her by Gu Yunzhi had persisted since her arrival in the household. However, she was mistaken. Gu Yunzhi did not require such adoration. From the moment she was punished to the western courtyard in her previous life, she understood that apart from herself, no one could truly be relied upon. In the midst of a fleeting smoke, one found pride, while in the dust of the bustling streets, one sought solace. Song-Shi took a sip of tea, the jade-green teacup accentuating her fair fingers. Lady Zhao had enjoyed years of favor by her father's side, a status not easily toppled by one mere Aunt Wu. I have already sent word to her nephew, Zhao Dong, informing him that Lady Zhao is pregnant and about to become the legitimate wife. I believe he will soon come to seek Lady Zhao's support, and the subsequent matters shall be arranged by you. The next day, Yunyan approached Gu Yunzhi with a joyful countenance, lowering her voice to say, "Miss, Lady Zhao's nephew has arrived. The master is quite furious about this matter, and now the Lingyu courtyard is bustling with activity." Zhao Dong, being the only son of his family, had been indulged to the point of recklessness. In his youth, he had engaged in petty theft, and as he matured, he succumbed to a lifestyle of debauchery. Such tendencies, she doubted, would be quelled upon entering the residence. Gu Yunzhi paid no heed to Yunyan, quietly observing a remnant chess game before her. The board was fraught with traps, the white pieces in a dire predicament, while the black pieces encircled them. A single misstep could lead to the annihilation of the white army. Closing her eyes, she sacrificed a white piece, thereby altering the dynamics of the game. The white pieces now had room for maneuver, no longer bound as before, gradually gaining the upper hand. "Miss, I am speaking to you. How can you still be preoccupied with chess at a time like this? What if Lady Zhao's nephew is here to aid her? Then we have another adversary," Yunyan urged, anxiety evident in her voice. "With the Qingming festival approaching, it is time to burn incense and pay respects to our ancestors. Some individuals are meant to be punished by the Buddha." Gu Yunzhi pondered for a moment before replying with profound intent, "Why the haste? Lady Zhao's nephew may well be here to assist us." "What are you saying, miss?" Yunyan frowned, perplexed. "He is, after all, Lady Zhao's nephew, and logically should stand by her side. How could he possibly help us? People are driven by self-interest. If he finds the benefits insufficient, he will not aid her. If Zhao Dong were to realize the advantages of marrying Gu Qianer, why would he care about the rest? You will come to understand in due time." Gu Yunzhi replied mysteriously. She had slept poorly the night before, her eyes heavy with fatigue. As summer approached, the weather had unexpectedly turned cold, necessitating the addition of a charcoal fire at night. "Miss, it is the late spring chill. You must dress warmly. Your eyes are already red from lack of sleep. Why not retire for the night?" Yunyan urged as she ground herbs. Gu Yunzhi smiled, responding that she was not yet tired and would wait a little longer. She held her breath, gazing at the slightly yellowed rice paper, where a few strokes of ink depicted cloud patterns. The flickering light from the charcoal fire illuminated her face, the mottled shadows on the rice paper blending with the ink traces, creating an intoxicating ambience. The verdant pines of the dark mountains were captured in the painting, her melancholic thoughts transforming into strokes of ink. Yunyan marveled from the side. "Miss, your painting is exquisite. When did you learn to paint?" "I had no idea. When did I learn to paint?" Gu Yunzhi felt a pang of bitterness. In the past, she had little interest in the elegant pursuits of brush and ink. Yet for the sake of Xiao Wenyuan, she had diligently observed and practiced each day. Eventually, even the contemporary master of painting, Mo Shi, praised her for her fluid brushwork and profound skill, exuding the grace of a true artist. In hindsight, it seemed that Xiao Wenyuan had never truly engaged with the arts. Perhaps it was merely because Gu Qianer admired him that he had taken a liking to her. Early the next day, Yunyan entered with a report. "Miss, Mama Shun from the old lady's side has arrived." Mama Shun entered with a smile, bowing respectfully. "Miss, the old lady wishes to see you. She has missed you." Gu Yunzhi stood to assist Mama Shun, her eyes curving into a gentle smile as she spoke softly. "Mama Shun, there is no need for such formalities. You are a long-time elder by grandmother's side and my senior. Should I ever falter in my duties, I would appreciate your guidance." Though Mama Shun spoke courteously, her pride was unmistakable. She had heard that Mama Shun's little grandson suffered from a deficiency illness, a condition rooted from birth, having sought countless physicians without relief. The deficiency illness is perilous for children. Chronic coughing and asthma can lead to dire consequences without proper nourishment. Fortunately, Mama Shun had gained favor in front of the old lady, ensuring that remnants of ginseng and deer antler found their way into her grandson's diet. However, relying on supplements for survival was not a sustainable solution, especially as the old lady aged and her grandson remained small. This situation had become a source of deep concern for Mama Shun. Gu Yunzhi hesitantly inquired, "Mama Shun, do you have a grandson suffering from a deficiency illness?" Mama Shun, generally averse to discussing her family affairs for fear of being exploited, appeared displeased when Gu Yunzhi spoke so directly. "Yes. Why are you suddenly concerned about the old servant's family affairs?" This illness had stumped other physicians, yet Gu Yunzhi possessed the means to cure it. She was, after all, considered a descendant of the renowned healer. Previously, she had prepared the medicine but lacked the opportunity to present it to Mama Shun. Today, it seemed fortuitous. Gu Yunzhi reassured her. Mama Shin, please do not take offense. It was not my intention to bring up a painful subject. I inquired because I can treat this illness. Mama Shin's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be true? A young lady from an esteemed family. How could she heal? She had sought out numerous reputable doctors who claimed her grandson's condition was intractable, merely manageable with broth and tonic. She had expended considerable effort with no results. If the young lady could heal her Kong, she would be their savior. With utmost seriousness, Mama Shin asked, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed, Mama Shin. You are aware that my maternal grandfather is the Duke of Dinghua, and we possess rare treasures bestowed by the Emperor. Recently, I consulted a medical text that contained a prescription for treating deficiency illnesses. By boiling astragalus, cinnamon, and other herbs, administering it once every 7 days. Recovery can be achieved within 3 months. I had prepared the medicine yesterday, intending for Yunyan to deliver it to you, and fortuitously, you have arrived." Gu Yunzhi spoke with sincerity. The young woman before her had eyes as dark as night, revealing no emotion, yet this very gaze instilled an inexplicable fear in Mama Shin, rendering her immobile. "Should the young lady require anything from the old servant in the future, do not hesitate to command me." Mama Shin knelt down, bowing her head 3 times with reverence. "It is merely a small matter, nothing to concern yourself with." "Your words of gratitude are truly humbling," Gu Yunzhi replied, signaling for Yunyan to assist Mama Shin to her feet. "Let us proceed at once. We cannot keep grandmother waiting." In the Minghua Hall, Gu Qian'er had already arrived, affectionately nestled beside the elder lady. The art of reciprocity was not lost on Mama Shin. The young lady's words of gratitude concealed deeper meanings that she, having lived for decades, could not fail to comprehend. The old lady often expresses her desire for tranquility, yet now that both young ladies are here, it is evident how her smile shines, Mama Shin jested. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly, offering a courteous bow. "Granddaughter comes to pay her respects to grandmother. Seeing you so joyful brings me genuine happiness. I wonder what my sister has shared that has brought such delight. I wish to hear it." Gu Qian'er shot her a resentful glance, her fists clenched tightly. "Haha, I mentioned to grandmother that I've been experiencing some headaches, and Qian'er has been massaging them for me. She also mentioned possessing some calming incense to bring over," the elder lady replied, her joy evident. Every time Gu Yunzhi sees Gu Qian'er, she is reminded of her deceased child. At times, the sound of an infant's cries echoes in her ears. Despite her efforts to conceal her feelings, a trace of resentment inevitably seeps through. "Jir," a gentle call pulls Gu Yunzhi back to reality. Gu Qian'er, perplexed by the intensity of Gu Yunzhi's gaze during their recent encounters, wonders if she has discovered the truth behind the poisoning. No, it cannot be. Gu Qian'er reassures herself, for the poison was administered by Aunt Wu, and if Gu Yunzhi were aware, she would not allow her to remain. "Forgive me, grandmother, I was lost in thought." Gu Yunzhi suppresses her hatred, replacing it with a smile that suggests the previous moment was merely an illusion. The old matriarch, oblivious, waves her hand. "You silly girl. Distracted while visiting your grandmother. If it weren't for the important matter at hand, I would have you copy scriptures as punishment." After a pause, she continues, "Princess Luling is hosting a spring flower appreciation banquet in 7 days, and invitations have been sent to all the families. You and Qian'er shall attend together." The mere mention of the flower banquet sends a sharp pain through Gu Yunzhi, staining her vision with crimson. In her past life, it was the flower banquet that tarnished her reputation and turned her into a subject of ridicule. It was there that she met Xiao Wenyuan, harboring feelings for him, unaware that it was all part of a nefarious plot. In this life, Gu Yunzhi smiles enigmatically. Who will bear the brunt of misfortune this time? After discussing the necessary arrangements for the banquet, the old matriarch, claiming fatigue from her advanced age, instructs the sisters to prepare for their respective tasks. On the Wangwali stone table, a pot of canna lilies sits. The old matriarch's gaze lingers on the flowers, her dark eyes deep and inscrutable. The leaves of this particular canna had withered, destined for disposal, yet now they flourish once more. The scriptures state, "One flower, one world. One day, one Bodhi," which seems to resonate with the eldest daughter. The old matriarch closes her eyes, turning the prayer beads in her hand. Madame Shun approaches with tea. She observes, "Old matriarch, the weather is dry, you should drink more tea." As she sips, the old matriarch remarks, "Did you notice the look in the eldest daughter's eyes? Times have changed." Madame Shin, wary of speaking freely, knows her place given the favor she has received from the eldest miss. She is a wise woman, revealing only the prescription but withholding the dosage. Madame Shin smiles. Indeed, I noticed. The respect and affection in the eldest Mrs. gaze towards you is evident, but her look towards the second miss is less than kind. However, sibling rivalries are inevitable. The old matriarch casts a chilling glance at her, making her shiver. She takes a deep breath. Chaos must be avoided, for the old matriarch despises betrayal. After a brief silence, the old matriarch resumes her languid demeanor, scoffing.
They are not even blood sisters.
Zhao Yi's betrayals are well known, and the eldest daughter is aware. I fear for her. Her mother has become wise to the need for concubines to pay their respects. This eldest daughter is cunning. We shall observe how far she can go. Madame Shin awkwardly agrees. Chapter 25. The Flower Banquet. Princess Luling, only 14, is the daughter of the late General Zhao Wu. Following her father's tragic death in battle, her mother succumbed to despair and took her own life 3 days after the funeral, leaving behind the 5-year-old Luling. Queen Rongda, moved by the child's plight, took her in to raise as her own. Upon the queen's death, Luling was heartbroken, and the emperor, recognizing her mother's virtues, granted her the title of princess, bestowing upon her a royal residence and a generous stipend. Luling is the emperor's most cherished princess and shares a close bond with Prince Xuanhe. Gu Yunzhi reflects on the tragic fate that awaits Princess Luling. In her past life, the flower banquet not only altered her own destiny, but also that of the princess. She wonders if Queen Rongda would grieve for the princess's future. As spring warms the air, bustling activity fills Xuanhe City. The flower banquet at Princess Luling's residence arrives as scheduled. This gathering draws not only noble youths from prominent families, but also dignitaries from the palace. A public appearance at such an event ensures favorable prospects for future marriages. Thus, everyone hopes to shine brightly. Given the gender divide, Princess Luling desires to avoid any trouble, so the banquet is held in a garden, separated by painted screens of mist and flowing water, with male guests seated on the east and females on the west. The fragrance of flowers mingles with the sounds of music and dance, creating an atmosphere of sheer delight. Gu Yunzhi has made considerable effort to stand out at the banquet. Dressed in a flowing white gown adorned with delicate jasmine flowers, she resembles a celestial being, captivating the attention of the male guests upon her entrance. Some noble ladies have grown weary of her pretentious demeanor, recognizing her as a scheming concubine's daughter aiming to climb the social ladder. Yet, the matriarch and the eldest daughter have been overshadowed by this mother-son duo, and even if the main family remains silent, the onlookers cannot be too brazen. However, today, whereas the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, traditionally, she has trailed behind this concubine's daughter at every banquet, and whispers of speculation begin to circulate. They say the second miss of the Xiang family is enchanting and graceful. Her reputation does not disappoint. If I could marry her, my life would be complete. Do not compete with me. The second miss is mine. As Gu Yunzhi overhears the commotion among the male guests, a triumphant smile graces her lips. Grandmother has instructed her to attend with Gu Yunzhi, but she has no intention of complying. She arrived early today, confident that the legitimate daughter is still in bed, and intends to steal the spotlight at this banquet, leaving no room for competition. A servant from the princess's residence announces the arrival of the Xiang family's eldest daughter. The noise abruptly ceases, and gasps fill the air. Is this truly the same Xiang family's eldest daughter they once knew? Clad in a crimson dress that accentuates her fair complexion, adorned with a delicate gold hairpin, she exudes elegance and grace. Her long, arched brows are like a painting, and her enchanting phoenix eyes radiate a natural beauty that commands respect. With each movement, the fragrance of peonies seems to waft through the air. The girl is stunningly beautiful, radiating an air of pride and elegance, captivating all. The earlier praises for Gu Yunzhi are now directed towards Gu Yunzhi. Those who once claimed the eldest daughter was inferior to the second miss must surely harbor a grudge against her, in the presence of such unparalleled beauty. The charm of the second miss pales in comparison. Unhurried, Gu Yunzhi strides toward the female guest seating area, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding chatter. Yet she keenly absorbs every gaze upon her. Everything Gu Yunzhi once held dear, she will claim for herself. Should she fail to obtain it, she will destroy it instead. Despite maintaining a composed smile, those who look closely may discern the venom in her eyes. With a subtle smile, Gu Yunzhi leaves the onlookers in a daze. Such beauty is unparalleled in all of Xuanhe. Arriving last, she finds no available seats among the noble ladies, standing alone. Observing the male guests lamenting her lack of a place, she muses on the envy that often isolates beauty. Just as she contemplates her predicament, a melodious voice breaks through. "Miss Gu, if you do not mind, you may join me." The speaker is Ing Chuxia, the legitimate daughter of the Ing general's estate. General Ing shares a profound friendship with Gu Yunzhi's grandfather, having fought bravely together on the battlefield. He possesses a forthright character and is a valiant warrior. Yet his daughter is as cold as ice, bearing little resemblance to him. In truth, Ing Chuxia's temperament is also influenced by General Ing and his wife. Ing Chuxia's mother tragically passed away during childbirth, and General Ing, unable to return from the battlefield in time, left her harboring resentment towards her father for not being there when her mother departed. Burdened by guilt, General Ing has remained unmarried since his wife's death. Yet Ing Chuxia's emotional turmoil remains unresolved. Except for her conversations with her younger brother, she speaks little to outsiders. The noble ladies present are filled with a multitude of emotions, reflecting on how General Ing is a favored figure before the emperor. They had all attempted to befriend Miss Ing, only to be dissuaded by her frigid gaze. Now, how does she come to assist a lady from the Xiang residence? Gu Yunzhi feels a deep-seated gratitude for her help. Ing Chuxia scrutinizes Gu Yunzhi from head to toe, letting out a cold snort. Nothing special. Gu Yunzhi smiles warmly, but says nothing, savoring the sweet tea before her. The aroma of the premium Yuhua tea, rich and aged, lingers on her palate. Ing Chuxia's eyes widen in surprise. She had not expected her to appreciate tea. As her mother hailed from a family of tea merchants and often spoke of tea as a metaphor for life, subtle yet profound, humble yet content. As a child, she had not grasped the meaning, but now she understands that her mother was advising her to embrace life with an open heart. After her mother's passing, she has developed a fondness for those who understand and appreciate tea, seeing them as kindred spirits akin to her mother. Seeing the charming expression on Ing Chuxia's face, Gu Yunzhi chuckles softly. The girl does not seem as unapproachable as others have claimed. Perhaps the loss of her mother has left a chasm in her heart that longs to be filled. Upon noticing Gu Yunzhi's laughter, Ing Chuxia blushes. Feeling a bit flustered and awkwardly asks, "Hey, are you laughing at me?" Chapter 26. Talent Showcase. Gu Yunzhi, intent on teasing her, raises her hands innocently and exclaims, "I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at a little kitten that is being all playful." Ing Chuxia, intrigued by the mention of a kitten, her favorite creature, looks around but cannot find it. A delightful giggle rings out. Gu Yunzhi turns to see a somewhat unfamiliar young lady with a round face, bright crescent-shaped eyes, and dimples, though her lips appear slightly purplish, hinting at a possible heart ailment. She cannot recall which family this young lady belongs to. "I am Ji Shuang, the third miss of the Sima Changshe family. This is my first time attending a banquet, so it's no wonder you don't recognize me," she states with charming candor. Ji Yongran, the Sima Changshe, is known for his integrity, and Gu Yunzhi remembers that despite all efforts, Xiao Wenyuan had failed to win him over. She was unaware that his youngest daughter suffered from a serious heart condition. Ji Shuang chuckles behind her hand. "Missing, don't search for the kitten any longer. It refers to you. Do you know us?" Ing Chuxia asks in astonishment. "Of course. Even if I seldom go out, I know all the young lords and ladies in court," she replies, her honesty endearing Gu Yunzhi. It is not surprising that Ji Shuang knows them, but Gu Yunzhi is taken aback by how much Sima Changshe dotes on his daughter, allowing her access to the family records of court officials, information that is typically confidential and perilous to disclose. Gu Yunzhi regards Ji Shuang with concern. "Miss Ji, be cautious with your words. The hearts of men are unpredictable. Refrain from speaking such things in the future." Ji Shuang sticks out her tongue playfully. "I understand, Miss Gu. I only wish I were a man. I would surely carry you into my home on a grand sedan chair. I have yet to see anyone as beautiful as you." Both Gu Yunzhi and Ing Chuxia are amused by her words, and the atmosphere among the three grows lively.
Meanwhile, Gu Qian glances over repeatedly.
Seeing that Gu Yunzhi has not only avoided embarrassment, but has also befriended a highborn lady, her teeth nearly grinding with frustration as she disregards the conversation with Mengyu beside her. "Qian, what are you looking at?" Mengyu inquires, puzzled, as Qian has been lost in thought since she sat down. Mengyu, the legitimate second daughter of Governor Meng, has admired Gu Qian since childhood and harbors disdain for Gu Yunzhi, believing that she is insincere and continuously sabotages Qian, who is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Feeling the intense gaze directed at her, Gu Yunzhi smirks slightly. The show is about to begin. Princess Leiling has arrived, announces a maid named Ding Xiang. Thank you for your patience, everyone. The flower appreciation banquet is now officially underway. You are all welcome to showcase your talents. And the prize is this luminous pearl from the box, Princess Leiling proclaims, dressed in resplendent attire, her beauty captivating as her eyes scan the gathering. As the sound of the pipa fills the air, accompanied by graceful song and dance, Gu Yunzhi indulges in delectable treats, admiring the flowers and the lovely performers. Feeling that this outing is indeed worthwhile. What a splendid performance. What do you think, third brother? A robust male voice booms. The Xian Wang and Yuan Wang are here. With that announcement, the ladies' section erupts in excitement, all eyes turning towards the entrance. Gu Yunzhi feels a sudden heaviness in her wrist as hot tea spills over, staining her delicate hand. She seems oblivious, but a surge of hatred swells within her as she recognizes the figure approaching. Wiping her hand with a cloth, she calmly turns her gaze to Xiao Wenyuan, whose azure robe billows as he walks, his demeanor gentle yet captivating, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Gu Yunzhi chuckles bitterly to herself, realizing that it was his ethereal beauty that had deceived her into believing he was the finest gentleman in existence. Xiao Wenyuan shivers, sensing a piercing gaze trailing him, leaving him uneasy. He turns to find adoring looks from the crowd. Perhaps he is overthinking it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Yunzhi acknowledges that he remains perceptive as ever. Years of companionship, intertwined through grief and loss, have amounted to nothing but manipulation. Xiao Wenyuan. My fate is not yet sealed. Wow, it's Xian Wang and Yuan Wang. Yuan Wang is so gentle. Is he looking at me? Or is Xian Wang more handsome? Though he rarely smiles? The young ladies are utterly captivated by the two princes. Meanwhile, Gu Qian fixates on the two princes, pondering whom she should choose, feeling torn. Ahem, ladies, please continue showcasing your talents, Princess Leiling interjects, teasingly adding, third brother, fifth brother, your presence at this flower appreciation banquet truly enhances the occasion. Originally, the talent showcase was merely a side event, but with the two princes present, the young ladies are naturally more invested. Both princes remain unmarried, making it a delightful prospect for anyone who captures their attention. In the garden, a young woman adorned in a colorful dress performs a captivating dance, her grace enchanting. As the guzheng plays, butterflies land gently on her, and as her dance concludes, the audience erupts in applause. The dancer, named Hua Yan, is the eldest daughter of the esteemed General Hua, and her reputation for stunning performances is well-deserved. Gu Yunzhi rests her chin on her hand, pondering whether Miss Hua ultimately succeeded in winning Xian Wang's heart, as she has always harbored deep affection for him. However, as she lifts her gaze, she finds Xiao Mingyu watching her with an amused expression, causing her brow to furrow with concern. Oh no, has he discovered something? She wonders how long he has been observing her. The next performer to take the stage is Gu Qian, a talented pianist with considerable skill honed under expert guidance. It is no surprise that the top honors of the evening will likely be contested between her and Hua Yan. Miss Gu, please take the stage, the maid Di Xiang said softly. All right, Gu Qian replied, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Her fingers caressed the piano strings gently, producing a melodious sound that filled the air. The tunes of Evening Sun and flute harmonized perfectly with the ambience of the flower viewing banquet. As the performance concluded, both Evening Sun and flute and dancing phoenix garnered equal acclaim. Your half-sister possesses some beauty and talent, but I noticed the way she looked at you. You must be cautious, Ing Chuxiao warned, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Yunzhi. The rumored ice beauty, Miss Ing, is actually concerned for me. Can you imagine what others might think upon witnessing this? Gu Yunzhi whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer. There were unspoken words lingering in the air. No matter how talented Gu Qian is, she remains merely a concubine's daughter. As long as you keep her under your thumb, she will have no chance to rise. Chapter 27. Unveiling talents. Hearing praises, Gu Qian beamed with delight and suggested, Princess, my sister, who is multifaceted, would surely not disappoint if she were to perform as well. In her mind, she was far from accomplished in music, games, literature, and poetry, and felt that calling her talented was merely a ploy to embarrass her publicly. Ji Shuang tugged at her sleeve, expressing concern. Miss Gu, Do not feel compelled to show off. The two performers are exceptional. Anyone taking the stage now would indeed be a spectacle. I believe your sister is deliberately creating difficulties for you. You mustn't go. I will tell them you need to accompany me home due to my health, and the princess is aware of my condition, so no one will blame you. Such heartfelt words filled Gu Yunzhi with gratitude. It was unexpected to find two friends in this new life after just a few exchanges. She gently patted Ji Shuang's hand, conveying a reassuring look. Rising, she moved to the center of the garden, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, in terms of dance, I cannot compare to Miss Hua. Nor can I match my second sister at the piano, so I truly dare not show my inadequacy. In springtime with blooming flowers, since my sister has elevated me, I shall present a painting to enliven the festivities. Mengyu smiled faintly, her eyes betraying a hidden mockery. Qianu, observe how she will falter. The top honors of the banquet are certainly destined for you. Gu Qianu smiled lightly, squeezing her handkerchief. You do not speak so. We are sisters from the same household. You are simply too kind and accommodating, which is why you are bullied, Mengyu chided, frustrated. Moments later, the servants of the princess's residence had prepared an easel, rice paper, and pigments, as well as some golden powder. The crowd murmured in curiosity. Does painting require powder? Can this substance be used for art? The young woman sat gracefully before the easel, her fingertips delicately unfurling the brushstrokes. With pursed lips, she focused intently on the chaotic black dots upon the rice paper. Is this truly the work of the eldest daughter? It is merely superficial. Far inferior to the second miss, came the derisive remarks. Gu Yunzhi pondered for a moment before retracting her gaze. The ink and pigments stained her attire. Yet she remained oblivious. Xiao Mingyu tilted his head, lamenting, these people are blind. The top honors of the banquet are undoubtedly destined for the young girl. Her artistry is not inferior to that of the renowned scholar Qin Changfeng. At such a tender age, she has achieved such mastery, while still attempting to conceal her talents. He found himself increasingly intrigued by her. After a quarter of an hour, Gu Yunzhi set down her brush and humbly declared, Your Highness, I have completed my painting. Princess Lu Ling instructed the servants to present the artwork for all to admire. To everyone's astonishment, it was a panoramic depiction of a spring flower viewing banquet, eliciting gasps of awe. Such artistry could not be achieved without 10 years of dedication. At merely 13 years of age, Gu Yunzhi had produced such a masterpiece. Was she a prodigy or perhaps a disciple of Qin Changfeng? The piece de resistance was the layer of golden powder scattered over the flowers, making them appear even more lifelike in the sunlight. Gu Yunzhi's gaze swept across the audience, momentarily lingering on Xiao Wenyu before casually shifting away. She understood that he would soon take action. How could he pass up an opportunity to ascend? Mengyu, you and Gu Qianu share a sisterly bond. In your previous life, you were often by her side, devising plans for her. Since you are so enthusiastic, I shall present you with a gift, Xiao Wenyu mused. Noticing Gu Yunzhi's glance, he raised his cup in salute, and she offered him an enigmatic smile and a nod. A sense of foreboding stirred within him. Did she sense something amiss? The noble ladies and gentlemen around them murmured. It seems the top honors of the flower-viewing banquet belong to the eldest daughter of the Xiang family. Gu Yunzhi returned to her seat among the ladies. Resuming her previous position, Gu Qianu gazed at her retreating figure, a shadow of malice crossing her features as her nails dug into her flesh. When had she learned to paint? Mengyu, seated nearby, felt a chill. Gu Qianu's gaze was terrifying, as though she were ready to devour someone whole. Who would have thought you possessed some talent? I expected you would embarrass yourself, Ing Chuxiao remarked, her head held high, exuding indifference. TSK, Miss Gu, do not be misled by her current demeanor. When you take the stage, she will be quite anxious for you. I witnessed her glaring at those who commented on your painting, Ji Shuang interjected quickly. Gu Yunzhi smiled, but before she could respond, Mengyu took Gu Qianu's hand and approached. Sister, why did you not tell me you could paint? I was worried you would bring disgrace to our family. Gu Qianu feigned displeasure. Gu Yunzhi remained silent, merely rubbing her teacup, her expression enigmatic, leaving Gu Qianu in a state of turmoil. After a considerable pause, Gu Yunzhi spoke. Oh, so it appears my sister believed I was utterly talentless, hence her insistence on my performance. Among the noble ladies present, who had not received an education, with a moment's reflection, they could discern the truth. It seemed Gu Qianu had attempted to entrap her sister, only to find herself incensed. The glances directed at her shifted to laden meanings. Gu Qian'er, typically renowned for her grace, had never experienced such humiliation. Upon hearing these words, her expression changed, and tears began to fall. Was Miss Gu using her status to bully her sister? Such duplicity opened our eyes to the truth. An elegantly dressed young gentleman in blue remarked leisurely, "The ancients often spoke of beautiful yet venomous women. Upon meeting Miss Gu, I finally understand what that phrase means." Gu Yunzhi cast him a knowing glance, sipping her tea. Duan Hui, son of the Minister of War Duan Su, remains ever the protector of Gu Qian'er. Why is it that the one who weeps is deemed justified? Gu Qian'er clearly knew her sister lacked talent, yet still insisted she perform, intending to humiliate her. Why does he remain silent about how Gu Qian'er and her mother caused the demise of her child, her own mother, and conspired against her brother? Is her weeping not a mere display of grievance? What of her own suffering? Does that not count? Why is it his place to preach so grandiloquently? In front of so many, stating that she was making life difficult for her half-sister aimed to tarnish her reputation, revealing her as a person who would not abide any challenge to her authority. Such words were undoubtedly cruel. How could she, Gu Yunzhi, still be regarded as someone easily bullied? Setting aside the matter of a sister reprimanding her wayward sibling, Gu Qian'er was fully aware that Gu Yunzhi lacked any talent and yet insisted she perform. What was her intention? If she truly had no skill and embarrassed herself, it would be the Xiang family's honor that suffered. May I ask, sir, what is your relationship with my half-sister, that you would rise so passionately in her defense? Chapter 28. Something happened? As she spoke, it seemed she recalled something. Was the young master truly enamored with Qian'er? Such matters of marriage are typically decided by the legitimate matriarch. If the young master harbors such intentions, it would be prudent for your father to consult my parents at our home. Surely, the young master is well educated. Thus, I shall convey a message from Junji. The hearts of men have not been steadfast for long, and the virtues of our teachers have long been abandoned. Perhaps I may seek other paths, often reading ancient texts at night, hoping to learn from the sages of old. Duan Hui's mind went blank, his lips moved, yet no words escaped. The woman spoke so acutely, and the glances from those around were piercing. Had it not been for the servant's support, he would have collapsed. He wished to speak, but the servant squeezed his hand, signaling that it was unwise to say more. Gu Qian'er's face turned ashen. This incompetent Duan Hui was infuriating. But more so was Gu Yunzhi, who brazenly revealed before everyone that she was unfaithful to her marital duties and had illicit relations with a man. How could she possibly find a wretch like Duan Hui appealing? Behind her, Ing Chuxia and Ji Shuang nearly burst into laughter. Miss Gu's tongue was indeed sharp, accusing her sister of having an affair with a man in front of so many people while simultaneously mocking his lack of upbringing, leaving herself blameless. Meng Yu caught a whiff of peach blossom fragrance, but did not dwell on it. She stepped forward to defend Gu Qian'er, but was firmly pulled back by her. Realizing the crowd's eyes were too many, and the situation was already dire, Gu Yunzhi had the upper hand. Further words would only invite ridicule. With a meaningful expression, Gu Yunzhi declared, "My dress has become a bit soiled. I must change into a fresh set." After a courteous bow, she headed towards the garden's exit. Upon reaching the faux mountain, Yunyan anxiously stamped her foot. "Miss, we have no spare clothes prepared." She inwardly lamented their misfortune. Just as the young lady had gained a moment to shine, her dress had become dirty. Gu Yunzhi patted Yunyan's hand. "Do not fret. I brought you here to watch a show." "Marvelous, marvelous," a voice echoed from above. Looking up, they saw the young man in a black python robe descend before them. "Third prince." Yun gasped. Gu Yunzhi fixed her gaze upon Xiao Mingyu, remaining silent. Her intuition told her he had come seeking her. "Little girl, administering Hahuan powder to others. How malicious your heart is," Xiao Mingyu remarked, crossing his arms and scrutinizing her. Gu Yunzhi's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, she had given Meng Yu the Hahuan powder, but the male and female guests were separated by a path. She had acted swiftly. How could he have known? Would he intervene? Xiao Mingyu chuckled. "Little girl, do not look at me with such eyes. Rest assured, I shall not meddle in your affairs. I merely find it amusing. Is it not your half-sister who has wronged you? Why poison others? Have you lost your senses?" The uproar at the banquet had caught Xiao Mingyu's attention by chance. Although the scent of the Hahuan powder was faint, it did not escape his keen nose, thanks to the years of experimentation with poisons. He had other motives for trailing her. Observing Xiao Wenyuan's interest in the girl and considering her affiliations, he understood that Xiao Wenyuan desired her. Gu Yunzhi quietly said, "Then I implore the prince to depart swiftly and not delay my urgent matters." She noticed that Gu Qian'er and Meng Yu were approaching. With still a stick of incense left before the appointed hour, any further delay would squander her opportunity. Xiao Mingyu regarded the 13-year-old maiden before him, her eyes as dark as an unfathomable abyss, sending a chill through him. He straightened his expression. "Be cautious." Yunyan was filled with questions. But now was not the time. She noticed two figures behind them. Gu Yunzhi shook her head, signaling her not to panic. She feigned nonchalance. "Yunyan, please fetch that pink Ru-Yi dress from the carriage. With you in such a state, what will those noble young masters think?" "Miss, you should wait for me in the courtyard. I will retrieve it and come find you immediately," Yunyan gently reassured her.
Gu Qian'er, understanding her intentions,
Wore a face as dark as thunder. She instructed Meng Yu to accompany Gu Yunzhi, while she and her maid, Pan Dong, went to fetch the clothes, determined not to allow Gu Yunzhi's scheme to succeed. As Meng Yu reached the courtyard entrance, a sudden darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Yunyan, filled with concern, questioned, "Miss, must we truly proceed this way? What if we are discovered?" Gu Yunzhi cast a glance at her, calmly stating, "Yunyan, kindness to enemies is cruelty to oneself. At the flower banquet, if I do not perform, it will be you who lies here." In her previous life, Xiao Wenyuan had someone bind her and cast her into the outer courtyard's changing room, drawing the banquet attendees over amidst their mockery, leaving her unable to defend herself. It was Xiao Wenyuan who heroically stepped in, saving her. She was grateful, enamored, and secretly pledged her heart to him, only to later realize it had all been orchestrated by him. Gu Yunzhi busied herself moving Meng Yu onto the bed, instructing Yunyan to leave first. Yunyan frowned,
hesitant to depart.
"Leave quickly," Gu Yunzhi commanded, her voice filled with authority. Yunyan dared not delay and turned to leave. A faint sound of footsteps echoed at the door, causing Gu Yunzhi to stiffen. The cabinet felt stifling, yet she dared not move, fearing detection. After a half-stick of incense had passed, the rustling ceased. Waiting a moment longer, Gu Yunzhi cautiously opened the cabinet door, revealing the bound figure on the bed. Thankfully, Meng Yu had also donned a red dress that day, saving Gu Yunzhi the trouble of undressing her. She later learned that the people sent by Xiao Wenyuan did not recognize her. They acted based solely on the color of her attire. It was clear that Xiao Wenyuan had informed his subordinates of her red dress, and she was eager to see how he would handle the situation today. Meanwhile, Xiao Wenyuan listened as his subordinate reported that the matter had been dealt with. He glanced at Princess Luling, a look of hesitation on his face.
Sixth sister.
Miss Gu mentioned she went to change her clothes. It has been a quarter of an hour, yet she has not returned. We should search for her. If something has happened, it would be difficult to explain to the Xiang residents. Princess Luling pondered for a moment before leading a large group to the outer courtyard's changing room. Upon opening the door, they beheld a woman bound and facing away from them, lying on the bed. "Could this be Miss Gu?" inquired a woman in a yellow dress. "Alas, bound like this. Who knows what that rogue has done?" "Miss Gu is truly shameless," laughed a woman in pink, concealing her face with a fan. Gu Yunzhi had stolen the spotlight at the banquet, and they seized the opportunity to speak ill of her. Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Wenyuan recognized the moment had come. Clearing his throat and with a pained expression, he addressed the gathering. "The situation remains unclear. I kindly ask all to temper their tongues, for this concerns Miss Gu's reputation. And we must not speculate recklessly." He stepped forward discreetly. "Miss Gu, are you unhurt?" The woman on the bed, hearing the sound, coyly murmured, "I feel so unwell.
Please help me."
Chapter 29. Past events. Xiao Wenyuan's heart leaped with joy, though he maintained his composure. "Miss Gu, do not worry. I shall assist you in freeing yourself." The woman on the bed continued to face away from him, and he remained oblivious to any irregularity. As he untied her, she leaned closer, and he thought to himself how overly affectionate this Miss Gu was, boldly throwing herself into his arms. The scandalous scene did not escape the eyes of the onlookers. Some noblewomen secretly condemned Gu Yunzhi for her lack of decency, even while bound, attempting to seduce the prince. "What brings everyone here?" Gu Yunzhi stood at the doorway, feigning confusion. "What is happening? Miss Gu stands here, yet who is that bound on the bed?" The crowd grew uneasy. "Miss Gu, did you not say you were changing clothes? Why are you not in your room?" Princess Luling's brow furrowed tightly, regardless of who lay bound on the bed. This situation was untenable. Gu Yunzhi blinked innocently. I was waiting here for Yunyan, but she has been gone for quite some time fetching the clothes. I grew worried for her safety, which is why I stepped out to look for her. Upon my arrival at the banquet, I discovered that everyone had vanished. Inquiring with a servant, I learned that they had come in search of me. Yunzhi had apologized to the princess, causing you some concern. Gazing at the enigmatic expression on Xiao Wenyuan's face, Gu Yunzhi's eyes flickered slightly. Those who attempt to harm others often end up harming themselves. Meng Yu continued to nestle against him, the effects of the He Huan San taking hold. Unmarried men and women shared the same bed, and given Meng Taisho's status, he held no value for Xiao Wenyuan, who looked down upon Meng Yu. If there was fault, it lay in Meng Yu's excessive confidence. Gu Yunzhi felt a pang in her heart. Her fate had altered. Her mother would no longer meet her demise, and she would not be coerced into marrying Xiao Wenyuan. Xiao Wenyuan remained in a daze, incredulously staring at the woman in his arms. How could it be Meng Yu? Realizing that Meng Yu was also clad in red, he suddenly recalled that, in addition to the legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents, Meng Taisho's daughter Meng Yu had also donned red for the banquet. Sixth sister. Something is amiss with Miss Meng, he remarked. I noticed it at the entrance. We must find a physician at once. Shortly thereafter, a doctor from the princess's residence arrived. After taking Meng Yu's pulse, she expressed her doubts, saying, Your Highness, Miss Meng has been affected by He Huan San, commonly known as an aphrodisiac. The crowd erupted in uproar. A young lady from a prestigious family had succumbed to an aphrodisiac and was bound to a bed. Her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. Simultaneously, they lamented that it was not the legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents who was poisoned, as she had garnered all the attention. Tears immediately streamed down Gu Yunzhi's face. Thanks to my search for Yunyan, I narrowly escaped a calamity. Poor Miss Meng, who has inexplicably fallen victim to the He Huan San. It was her principle to repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Had Meng Yu not sought to harm her, constantly obstructing her, she would not have resorted to such desperate measures. She could not forget that in her previous life, her child had perished, only for Meng Yu to arrive in her chamber to boast that the poison used against Gu Qianer was provided by her. She wielded the knife of death while pretending to be a sisterly companion. A man dressed in blue spoke up from the crowd, attempting to console her. Miss Gu, this matter does not concern you. Gu Yunzhi nodded gratefully to the man and then bowed to Princess Luling. Your Highness, I am feeling unwell and wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Princess Luling waved her hand, granting her permission to leave. Amidst the blooming flowers, Gu Yunzhi stood quietly at the edge of the garden, feeling a sense of calm as she touched the small porcelain vial hidden in her sleeve. Little girl, do you hold a grudge against Xiao Wenyuan? The man casually inquired as he landed lightly on the ground. Gu Yunzhi instinctively took a step back. How could Xiao Mingyu be so persistent? She felt a twinge of anxiety, as if he could read her like a book. Xiao Mingyu scrutinized her for an extended period, displaying an insatiable curiosity. Gu Yunzhi found herself at a loss for how to deflect his inquiries. How could she explain that this was her first encounter with Xiao Wenyuan? Miss Gu, it would be best for you to speak candidly. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not disclose your involvement in this matter. Do you think they will believe you or me? Those noble youths enamored with you would never suspect that the enchanting Miss Gu would resort to such underhanded tactics. Xiao Mingyu's tone was cold and inscrutable. Underhanded? Gu Yunzhi chuckled in indignation. Your Highness, you misjudge me. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If wronged, I shall retaliate. Indeed, I harbor animosity towards him, but do not also have grievances against him? Gu Yunzhi leaned closer, her voice enticing. The unique fragrance of jasmine wafted into his nostrils, and the usually aloof and austere third prince felt his cheeks flush at her proximity. What are you doing, young lady? This is most inappropriate, Xiao Mingyu stammered. Damn it, he was ruthless in his dealings, yet here he was, ensnared by a mere child. He had investigated Gu Yunzhi, uncovering only the trivialities of the inner courtyard. Her decisive and ruthless actions left him questioning what he had missed regarding her relationship with Xiao Wenyuan. Raising an eyebrow, Xiao Mingyu asked, How do you know I hold animosity towards him? A butterfly fluttered down to rest on Gu Yunzhi's sleeve. She gently touched its wings with her fingertip and sighed. Each incident, each detail, how could she, as a party involved, remain unaware? In the 12th year of Xuanhe, Xiao Wenyuan had dispatched assassins to kill Xiao Mingyu, leaving him gravely injured and near death. In the same year, while investigating salt tax in Yecheng, Xiao Mingyu was found to be entangled in a curse involving the witchcraft against Su Guifei. His wet nurse, Nurse Zheng, recognizing the peril, confessed that her actions stemmed from her affection for Wang Xian, absolving him of any wrongdoing. Having served him since his birth, their bond transcended that of mother and son. She would rather sacrifice herself than allow Wang Xian to suffer. The Empress Dowager, Mingde Ren, had died due to witchcraft from Miaojiang, and the culprit was never discovered. Since the emperor's ascension, Miaojiang tribesmen were forbidden from entering the imperial city, and any use of witchcraft would be met with severe punishment. The emperor's wrath led to the immediate execution of Su Nurse as a public spectacle. Xiao Mingyu faced punishment for failing to manage his subordinates and was sentenced to receive 60 lashes while being stripped of 3 years' salary. In the 13th year of Xuanhe, when the Japanese invaded, Xiao Mingyu led the defense, only to find that there was a traitor in the camp who leaked the battle plans. In a bid to protect his soldiers during their retreat, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the enemy commander, ultimately losing his right arm to superior numbers. In the end, Xiao Wenyuan forced the emperor's hand, leading to Wang Xian's demotion to a commoner. Regrettably, the once vibrant and spirited third prince was left despondent and did not survive long thereafter. Although her actions had not been deliberate, they were intertwined with his fate. Chapter 30. Wang Xian's Rescue. Had she not borrowed troops from her grandfather on behalf of Xiao Wenyuan, given the emperor's favor towards him, even after losing his arm, he could have lived a quiet life as a leisurely prince. How ironic that her actions had harmed both him and herself. Her expression was so sorrowful that tears flowed unbidden. Xiao Mingyu felt an awkwardness, reflecting on whether he had inadvertently said something hurtful. The first time he met her, she had remained composed in the face of Su An's provocation. The second time, she had relentlessly pursued medicine to save her mother, sparing no expense. The third time, she had maintained her calm while seeking opportunities for survival during an assassination attempt on her way to the Duke's residence. Now, in this fourth encounter, she had dazzled everyone upon her entrance, and he believed that soon she would be renowned throughout Xuanhe. Her performance was so exceptionally flawless, far surpassing that of her peers, that he found himself placing her on the same pedestal as himself. Yet he had forgotten that she was merely a 13-year-old girl, whose primary concerns were the safety of her mother and elder brother. A discomfort stirred within him, a strange mix of bitterness and unexplainable heartache. Suddenly, Gu Yunzhi felt a warmth envelop her. She looked up in surprise at Xiao Wenyuan, who had draped his black cloak over her shoulders. As the sun dipped below the horizon and a gentle breeze swept through, she instinctively wrapped the cloak tighter around herself, oblivious to any impropriety. Xiao Mingyu found her manner amusing. With her petite face and sparkling eyes, she resembled an adorable, clawing kitten. He reached out and tousled her hair. "What are you doing? Do you have ulterior motives toward me?" Gu Yunzhi protested, brushing his hand away and fixing her disheveled hair. This man was insufferable. One moment he interrogated her fiercely, and the next he was petting her head. Xiao Mingyu paused, scrutinizing her from head to toe, finally lingering on her chest as he shook his head, his expression indicating that he had no interest in a girl of her age. Gu Yunzhi found herself at a loss for words. She lowered her head, a hint of frustration evident upon her features. Perhaps it was her vanity that prompted such feelings. She certainly did not wish to be looked down upon by Xiao Mingyu. Suddenly reminded of something, Gu Yunzhi glanced at him before bowing her head again, murmuring a soft apology. "I am sorry." This apology was one she felt was due to Xiao Mingyu. Upon their first meeting, she had desired to express this sentiment, but feared it might raise his suspicions. This time, she intended it as a sincere acknowledgement of her fault. "I am sorry, Xiao Mingyu. It is I who have wronged you, and I shall make amends." Gu Yunzhi thought to herself in silence. Her heartfelt apology left Xiao Mingyu contemplative. What could she possibly have to apologize for? Why utter such words? He inquired. She met his gaze and replied, "It is nothing. I simply feel that you, the third prince, are a kind person who has saved me on multiple occasions, and I owe you this apology. I have lingered too long. If I do not return soon, Gu Qianer will grow suspicious. Your Highness, I take my leave." With a graceful bow, Gu Yunzhi turned to rejoin the banquet. By the time Gu Yunzhi returned, the flower viewing banquet was drawing to a close. "Tell me, did you drug Yuer?" Gu Qianer demanded furiously upon seeing Gu Yunzhi. Beside her sat Mengyu, her complexion pale, clearly shaken. When Mengyu regained consciousness, she discovered herself bound to a bed, her mind in disarray. She recalled only following Gu Yunzhi to this courtyard, and the events thereafter were a blur. Hearing from the maid nearby that she had been given a drug and had been seeking refuge in the embrace of the fifth prince only deepened her humiliation. It was undoubtedly Gu Yunzhi's doing, and she felt indignant. How could she face anyone after such an incident? A flicker of derision flashed in Gu Yunzhi's eyes as she maintained a seemingly gentle demeanor. "Qian'er, what are you speaking of? I do not comprehend." Gu Qian'er's face turned ashen. "Yuer was with you in the dressing room. She was later knocked unconscious. At that time, it was only you and your maid, Yun Yan, present. Who else could it possibly be if not you?" The surrounding guests expressed their disdain for Gu Qian'er, a mere illegitimate daughter, audaciously trailing her legitimate sister and causing a scene. Such a lack of decorum was unbecoming, and they felt pity for Miss Gu, who remained so gracious towards her half-sister. Realizing her predicament, Gu Qian'er suppressed her anger, tears falling from her eyes. "Sister, even if you resent my father's favoritism, you should not vent your anger on the innocent. Yuer is blameless. Your actions could cost her dearly." Gu Yunzhi regarded her coldly, recognizing the familiar tactic. Was she the only one capable of shedding tears? "Qian'er, why do you insist on placing the blame upon me? I am your sister." She feigned distress, leaning against Yun Yan for support. Yun Yan, aware of Gu Yunzhi's intentions, readily assisted her. "Miss, you cannot make baseless accusations. Should this matter reach the authorities, evidence must be presented." Everyone here saw that Miss's clothing was soiled. Later, when Miss was in the dressing room waiting for me, I went to fetch her garments. I realized I had forgotten them when I boarded the carriage, and in a rush, I went to find Mississippi. When Miss encountered her misfortune, Miss was in the back garden, without time to administer any drug. Yun Yan's eyes were red as she addressed Gu Qian'er. Gu Yunzhi's feigned helplessness stirred sympathy among those present. The legitimate daughter of the residents treated her sister with such kindness, and despite the latter's egregious accusations, she did not rebuke her. I can attest that this drug was not administered by Miss Gu. When I passed through the back garden, she was present, having greeted me. She did not have the time to commit such an act, Xiao Mingyu stated nonchalantly, holding his cup. His words fell like a stone into the previously tranquil waters, swaying the minds of those who were uncertain. With the prince himself speaking in favor of Miss Gu, they were convinced of her innocence. What was happening? Gu Yunzhi's eyes flickered. Why would he advocate for her? Was he attempting to help her cover her tracks? Gu Qian'er felt a pang of dread. Her heart sank as realization dawned. With the prince's support, her hopes were utterly dashed. As the flower viewing banquet neared its conclusion, guests began to disperse. Mengyu sat in the carriage, biting her lips, tears streaming down her face. Throughout the ordeal, no one had shown her concern. She had regarded Qian'er as a dear sister, yet Qian'er seemed solely preoccupied with whether the prince had treated her kindly, advising her to avoid any improper thoughts. Ultimately, it became apparent that she had merely used Mengyu to drag Gu Yunzhi down. Did her father's lowly position grant them the right to trample upon her dignity so brazenly? She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Gu Yunzhi, and an even greater animosity towards Gu Qian'er, who had incited her to follow Gu Yunzhi. Her reputation had been tarnished, and she feared her father would punish her severely upon her return home. Chapter 31. Punishment in the ancestral hall of the Prime Minister's residence. "Kneel down, ungrateful daughter." Gu Jianzhong bellowed, his anger directed at his eldest daughter. How could she disregard sisterly bonds, publicly rebuking Qian'er? Was this how Song Shi had raised her? It was utterly outrageous. How dare she drug the young lady of the Meng family? His righteous indignation made him wish to punish this unfilial daughter severely. Since returning from the banquet, Qian'er had locked herself in her room, refusing to open the door to anyone. Only upon inquiry did he learn that she had embarrassed Qian'er in front of everyone. This rebellious daughter only sought to draw attention to herself. Seeing her silent demeanor, Gu Jianzhong assumed she was feeling guilty. "Lu Yang, bring forth the family law. In the presence of our ancestors, I shall teach this ungrateful daughter a lesson." "That is unwise, my lord. The eldest lady is delicate. How could she withstand such punishment?" Lu Yang interjected, attempting to dissuade him. Gu Yunzhi listened with disdain. Did he truly dare to invoke the family law against her? The law dictated respect for elders and adherence to familial roles. Transgressors faced 30 lashes, while repeat offenders faced 50 and were cast out of the family register. To summon me here for a reprimand before dinner. I must question what transgression I have committed to warrant such treatment. Even in trials of the court, one must clarify the reasons before passing sentence. She asserted with a firm tone. Gu Jianzhong's hand trembled as he held the whip. Her defiance incensed him. How dare you question me? At the flower viewing banquet, you sought to outshine everyone, choosing to sit with strangers rather than beside Qian'er. When you changed your clothes, it was Qian'er who, concerned for your safety, had Mengyu protect you. And what did you do? Not only did you show ingratitude, but you also drugged her. How am I to explain this to the Meng family? With a forceful kick, he sent the chair beside him tumbling, the noise echoing harshly in the quiet hall. Gu Qian'er had played her cards well, failing to mention her own misdeeds while shifting the blame onto Gu Yunzhi. Memories flooded back. In a previous life,
Gu Qian'er had behaved similarly.
after being humiliated at the banquet and having her reputation tarnished, she had come to their father, claiming that Gu Yunzhi had intentionally seduced Xiao Wenyuan. What had their father done? Without seeking the truth, he had imprisoned her in the ancestral hall, condemning her for tarnishing the family name and threatening to cast her out. Were it not for her mother's plea to her maternal grandfather, she would have faced a grim fate. In this life, Gu Yunzhi had not been humiliated, gaining a good reputation at the banquet. Her father would not dare to act against her without facing consequences from the duke's residence. Gu Yunzhi propped the fallen chair back up, as if she had just heard the most amusing of jokes, letting out a soft laugh. Gu Jianzhong felt a chill run down his spine. The whip fell from his grasp unnoticed. His daughter, whom he had always dismissed, was now staring at him with an intensity that unnerved him. A premonition struck him. This was no longer his daughter, but a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Father, I sat where there was no space beside Qian'er. At the banquet, she knew well I was not skilled in song and dance, yet insisted I perform. Did you know? I rarely leave the confines of our home. Where could I have possibly acquired the Hihuan powder? That is the princess's residence. How could I possibly poison Miss Meng? Has my father considered these matters? Or does he simply refuse to hear my explanation, choosing instead to apply familial discipline based on a single account? Gu Yunzhi suddenly rose, gazing at him. The barrage of questions rendered Gu Jianzhong speechless, his demeanor faltering. Considering you have not committed a grave error, the punishment is hereby waived. However, your words are excessively arrogant. Return and copy the principles of womanhood 10 times to submit to my study. The night has grown late. You may return now. Gu Jianzhong kept his hands behind his back, avoiding her gaze. In the southern courtyard, Yunyan paced the room, anxious as the young lady had been summoned by the master for 2 hours and had yet to return. Since the young lady's departure, her eyelids had been twitching. This could not continue. She needed to find the mistress. Mistress, Yunyan is here, insisting on seeing you. Mama Zhang wiped the corner of Song's mouth. Recently, the mistress had been taking the nourishing medicine sent by the young lady, and her health visibly improved. Mama Zhang, wise as she was, had managed affairs for Song over the years. Without her, Song would have long been reduced to nothing by Aunt Zhao.
What?
Song sat up on the bed, neglecting her shoes, and hurried to the outer hall. In the dead of night, Yunyan's arrival made Song suspect something had happened to Zhi'er. Upon seeing Song, Yunyan fell to her knees, weeping as she knocked her head on the ground. Mistress, please save the young lady. She was called to the ancestral hall by the master 2 hours ago and has yet to return. Upon hearing that Gu Jianzhong had summoned her to the ancestral hall, Song breathed a slight sigh of relief. He may disapprove of them, but he wouldn't dare act openly against them now. Mama Zhang draped a fox fur cloak over Song's shoulders. The chilly night wind was biting. Yunyan, tell me what has happened, Song said solemnly. After Yunyan recounted the events of the flower banquet, Song felt an icy chill envelop her. He had treated Zhi'er so poorly for the sake of that illegitimate daughter. As the three made their way to the ancestral hall, they encountered Gu Yunzhi. Seeing her daughter unharmed assuaged Song's worries. She was eager to learn what transpired and grasped Gu Yunzhi's hand, hastening to her courtyard. Upon reaching the eastern courtyard, Song instructed Mama Zhang to brew ginger tea for Gu Yunzhi to ward off the cold. Sensing the mother-daughter duo needed privacy, Yunyan discreetly withdrew. The room fell silent, and Gu Yunzhi pondered how to broach the day's events with her mother. The matter of administering the Hihuan powder to Mengyu was not to be disclosed. Encountering Yunyan and her mother en route, she surmised Yunyan had likely shared the events of the banquet. Upon returning to the courtyard, she hadn't even changed her clothes before being summoned by Gu Jianzhong to the ancestral hall. Song, recognizing her daughter's beauty, marveled at how striking she appeared beneath her finery. At merely 13, she blossomed into such an enchanting figure. One could only wonder if this beauty would lead to fortune or misfortune. A mother knows her daughter best. Speak honestly to me. Did you administer that medicine? Song tucked back a strand of hair from Ji's forehead, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, feeling a twinge of regret. Whether true or false, she was still her daughter. Gu Yunzhi's large eyes brimmed with tears. Her head bowed low, dampening the brocade blanket beneath her. Having been outside for too long, her voice was hoarse. Mother, will you despise me? Hate me for being ruthless and scheming? Song gently patted her back, soothingly replying, You are not one to resort to unscrupulous means. Your actions surely held purpose. I worry about the prying eyes of others. If your actions are deemed improper and someone seizes upon them, it could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 32. A lesson she had already been ensnared by others, yet he likely would not act against her. Recalling how that person had helped her at the flower banquet warmed her heart. Tomorrow, go apologize to your grandmother. Do not let her be the first to speak ill of you. Although the old matriarch no longer manages the household, nothing escapes her keen observation. Song half closed her eyes, fatigue overtaking her. Gu Yunzhi paused in her ministrations, realizing that the challenge posed by her grandmother would not be easily surmounted. Early the next morning, Gu Yunzhi dressed and led Yunyan to Minghua Hall. Miss, is it not too early to pay your respects? Yunyan asked, puzzled, noting that the old matriarch had yet to rise. Gu Yunzhi sighed, her emotions tangled. The argument with during the flower banquet had drawn her grandmother's attention to their family's reputation. Failing to apologize would surely displease her grandmother. As Gu Yunzhi approached the entrance, Mama Shen fortuitously emerged from the old matriarch's chamber. Upon seeing her, she hastily set down her washing and bowed deeply. Old servant pays her respects to the young lady. How is Kong Kang's health faring? Gu Yunzhi glanced around, gently inquiring. Mama Shen's eyes glistened with tears. Thank you, young lady, for your concern. Kong is nearly fully recovered. Your prescriptions worked wonders. After consulting numerous doctors, I never anticipated such success from your remedies. Were they not in Minghua Hall, Mama Shen would have knelt before Gu Yunzhi. Her grandson had thrived on the young lady's medicinal concoctions, eating heartily and regaining his vigor. Now, save for occasional nighttime coughs, he was as lively as any other child. She had resolved to send him to a private school once he was fully healed. In the past, she had doubted the young lady's prescriptions. Had the young lady not belonged to a noble family? She might have suggested she open a clinic to heal the masses. Young lady, please take care. The old matriarch's mood regarding the flower banquet has not been favorable. Mama Shen whispered as she drew near. Gu Yunzhi nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Last time, after being reprimanded by her father following the banquet, she had refrained from visiting her grandmother to apologize, leading the old matriarch to grow weary of her. Had she sought forgiveness then, her grandmother might have aided her. Considering her status as a legitimate daughter of the household, to pay my respects to grandmother, I acknowledge my wrongdoings and request punishment. Gu Yunzhi knelt properly beneath the main seat. Upon hearing the commotion, the old matriarch remained inside, observing her granddaughter's demeanor. Were she to approach with frivolity, it would signify a lack of regard for the family, rendering her unworthy of consideration. With assistance from her maid, the old matriarch emerged, noting Gu Yunzhi still kneeling, which secretly pleased her. She twirled the prayer beads in her hand, her expression neutral, revealing no hint of emotion, and spoke coolly. What offense have you committed? Gu Yunzhi sincerely bowed 3 times. Firstly, I should not have publicly quarreled with disregarding the family's reputation. Secondly, I should not have sat apart from allowing others to perceive discord between us. Thirdly, I should not have waited until the next day to come and apologize to you. You have treated me with such kindness, and I have disappointed you. I ask for your punishment. The old matriarch shook her head. Rise. Gu Yunzhi stood, lifting her head, her face etched with remorse and regret, which stirred compassion within the old matriarch. What you have expressed does not trouble me. Do you know what truly vexes me? The old matriarch spoke earnestly. Noting her granddaughter's confusion, she continued, the flower banquet was Qian'er's fault. Knowing you lack talent in the arts, she brazenly called you forth to perform. Her audacity is unforgivable. As a mere illegitimate daughter, her brazen defiance is also culpable. What angers me is your excessive kindness. You let her off too easily. As the legitimate daughter, born of noble blood, I hold you in high regard and expect you to stand your ground, lest you find yourself overshadowed by lesser women. Much like your mother. Gu Yunzhi hastily responded, uncertain if her grandmother was deliberately testing her or sincerely imparting wisdom. Regardless, she felt it unwise to respond further. You may take your leave. Yesterday, after a day of exhaustion, I shall return and take some time to reflect on the words exchanged between us. The matriarch, Lady Gu, rose and chose not to glance back at her. Gu Yunzhi offered a polite bow, expressing her gratitude as she took her leave, vowing to keep the conversation firmly in her heart. Upon exiting the Mingyue Hall, Gu Yunzhi felt a refreshing change in the atmosphere. A remark from Mama Shen echoed in her mind, reminding her that she possessed a means to heal and save lives, which prompted her to consider taking action. The 2 medical texts gifted by Elder Pharmacist contained numerous remedies for various ailments, and her current medical skills enabled her to heal with ease. Gu Yunzhi instructed Yunyan to seek a suitable shop, one that was spacious and ostentatious, and to recruit 2 physicians along with a shopkeeper. Miss, are we preparing for something? Yunyan inquired, supporting Gu Yunzhi's arm. Gu Yunzhi nodded. I intend to open a pharmacy. Do this discreetly, without letting outsiders know. There were many physicians in the city who could not treat certain complex ailments or who charged exorbitant fees. Common folk, unable to afford medicine, were left to languish in suffering. Now that she had gained some knowledge about healing, she felt compelled to assist where she could. Miss, then why do we still need to hire doctors? Gu Yunzhi tapped Yunyan gently on the head. Silly girl, as a woman of my standing, it is not prudent for me to openly treat patients. Thus, I require 2 doctors to divert attention. For ailments they cannot cure, I shall step in. This pharmacy is not intended for profit, but rather as a means of doing good. Yunyan gazed at her with admiration. Miss, you truly are a kind-hearted person. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Kind-hearted? Gu Yunzhi momentarily lost her focus. Once she avenged herself, she aspired to embody goodness. There was another motive for opening the pharmacy. In 6 months, a plague would sweep across the land. She had witnessed the horrors of a last epidemic, which claimed countless lives. The most despicable part was that some officials, for the sake of their careers, buried patients beneath lime. She hoped that through her good deeds, she could ensure that a certain child would be reborn into a fortunate life. Calculating the time, Gu Yunzhi realized her elder brother should be returning soon, and she headed towards the east courtyard. As expected, upon reaching the entrance, she could hear the voices of 2 individuals within. Gu Xiaoran, upon seeing Gu Yunzhi, exclaimed with joy, Aji, I was just singing your praises to mother. I have heard about your exploits at the flower banquet. The young gentlemen I study with have been inquiring about you. Elder brother, you only know how to tease me, Gu Yunzhi said, walking into the room and playfully striking him. Chapter 33. Storm clouds gather gazing at her. Gu Xiaoran was reminded of a poem. A pair of phoenix eyes conceals clarity. Slender brows arch like willows in the breeze. Gu Yunzhi was adorned in a delicate pink skirt, her raven hair elegantly styled, her hands gracefully crossed over her abdomen, exuding poise and elegance. Gu Yunzhi took a seat beside Song, and Mama Zhang promptly brought over tea. In 2 months, the imperial examinations would commence. Since the current emperor, Emperor Xiaowu, ascended the throne, he abolished the requirement for scholars to be recommended by nobles and ministers, instead allowing them to submit their petitions directly. This shift aimed to dismantle the hereditary privilege and monopolies of aristocratic families, allowing commoners the opportunity to rise from humble beginnings to positions of power. The emperor valued literature, and the examination subjects had transitioned from equestrian skills to classics such as poetry, calligraphy, rites, changes, and the spring and autumn annals, with specific topics chosen from the 5 classics for disputation. The Guling Study Hall attracted eminent scholars from all corners of the realm, where nobles and gentry alike gathered for study, resulting in numerous successful candidates. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaoran did not enjoy studying and had clashed with his family multiple times to avoid attending the Guling Study Hall. Ultimately, Gu Jianzhong had promised him that as long as he could achieve success in the examinations, he would not interfere with his martial pursuits, leading to a reluctant agreement to attend. Elder brother, how are your preparations for the examinations? Gu Yunzhi inquired, her gaze fixed on Gu Xiaoran. Both Song and Gu Jianzhong cherished scholarly pursuits, so it was expected that their offspring would excel. However, both Gu Xiaoran and Gu Yunzhi defied expectations, showing little interest in academics. As the eldest son, Gu Xiaoran was beyond their control, while Gu Yunzhi was never pressured to study. This was also the reason why Gu Qian believed she would embarrass herself on stage. Gu Xiaoran cast a furtive glance at her, then at Song. Hearing the mention of examinations, he could not help but frown, feeling awkward. His sister knew well of his disinterest in studying, and now, during their rare meeting, her inquiry before their mother left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gu Yunzhi diverted her gaze, realizing she should not harbor expectations regarding her brother's academic pursuits. She was aware that the examination topic would be drawn from the spring and autumn annals, requiring candidates to articulate the origins and interpretations of the phrase. There is no greater virtue than nurturing, no greater ailment than neglect. She also knew that Xiao Wenyuan would bribe the examiner, Lu Yushi, to obtain the answers in advance. Arranging for a student from a humble background named Shi Lu to answer the questions and secure the top position in the palace examination. The emperor was delighted with Shi Lu's performance, praising him for his ability to adapt and change in challenging circumstances. And he was promptly awarded the title of second-rank minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Although Shi Lu appeared upright and incorruptible, in reality, he was a duplicitous scoundrel. After taking office, he resorted to heinous acts to marry the legitimate daughter of General Longwu, sending individuals to violate his fiancée in the countryside. The unfortunate woman, unable to endure the disgrace, hung herself in her chamber, never realizing that her beloved was the cause of her demise. During her time at the Yuan Wang mansion, Gu Yunzhi had discovered a more profound answer. The examination topic was derived from the Zhuan, year of Duke Ai. Her understanding was that one must strive to cultivate their virtues while simultaneously combating their flaws, eradicating their shortcomings, and nurturing their character through continuous growth. The best way to eliminate calamities was to eradicate diseases entirely. She possessed the advantage of timing and circumstances, firmly believing that her answer would hold greater significance in the eyes of the emperor than Shi Lu's. As the examinations approached, she could not disclose her answer directly, as it might raise her brother's suspicions. "Elder brother, do you trust me?" Gu Xiaoran gazed at her in astonishment. They were siblings who had grown up together, sharing the same mother. Why would she pose such a question? "What nonsense are you speaking?" "Of course, I trust you. You are my dear sister." Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly. All she sought was this affirmation from her brother. As long as he believed in her, everything that followed would be easier to navigate. "Elder brother, from now until the examinations, you need only to study the spring and autumn annals. There is no need to concern yourself with any other texts. Furthermore, you must ensure that no one discovers you are only studying this one book, not even those you are closest to."
"Why?" Gu Xiaoran asked.
Gu Yunzhi remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Eventually, Gu Xiaoran relented and sighed. Fine, if you do not wish to say, I shall not pry. After all, I cannot pass even if I study other texts. It is better to focus solely on this one." "Be quiet," Gu Yunzhi exclaimed loudly. "Aunt Zhao's child will arrive in a few months, with your father's favor and support. Do you truly believe you can comfortably hold onto your position as the legitimate son? My mother and I are strategizing at every turn to ensure our stable existence in the residence. If you continue to speak so discouragingly, I will no longer pay you any mind." Gu Xiaoran was taken aback. In his memory, his sister had always been gentle and soft-spoken, never raising her voice, nor speaking with such fervor. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Just as Gu Yunzhi felt her words may have been too harsh and contemplated softening her stance, Song entered the room. "Quickly try this. I specially prepared it for you both." Song's health had been improving day by day, and having realized it had been a while since the three of them had dined together, she had taken the opportunity to cook a few dishes. Gu Yunzhi was wise, and Gu Xiaoran understood this well. After all, she was a sister, and he bore no anger, merely a moment of bewilderment. Upon recalling the poisoning of his mother and the injuries his sister sustained while seeking medicine, Gu Xiaoran felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow in his nostrils. He had previously believed that bygone events were simply that, past. It was a realization that he had neglected the circumstances of his mother and sister, failing to fulfill his responsibilities. Song Shi, overhearing their conversation, refrained from intervening. Her son was often carefree, and her daughter's words held merit. He needed to come to terms with their current situation. With a deep sigh, Gu Xiaoran admitted, "Aji, I was wrong." Gu Jianzhong treated Gu Yunzhi and her mother poorly, yet he lavished genuine affection upon his son. Gu Xiaoran had lived a life of ease, cherished by the old matriarch, while Zhao Yinyang dared to poison Song Shi but lacked the audacity to harm Gu Xiaoran. Elder brother, I too have erred. I should not have spoken so harshly, Gu Yunzhi said, gently placing a piece of auspicious pastry into his bowl. As Gu Xiaoran savored the food, a sudden thought crossed his mind regarding a person he had encountered on his way here, sensing that something was amiss. Cautiously, he felt it necessary to inform his mother. However, before he could finish, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Song Shi hurriedly patted his back to ease his breath, exclaiming, "At your age, how can you still choke like a child? Speak slowly." After managing to drink some tea and regain his composure, he anxiously said, "Mother, sister, I encountered Zhao Yinyang's nephew on my way here." Chapter 34. Harm to others is harm to oneself. Gu Yunji's expression shifted. She understood that Zhao Yinyang was aware of their father's disdain for Zhao Dong. So, why would he be allowed to leave the house? Something was certainly amiss. On my way here, I visited Aji's courtyard and saw Zhao Dong hurriedly passing by, head bowed. As I left, Gu Xiaoran stated gravely. Gu Yunzhi chuckled lightly. "Fear not, elder brother. He may simply have been passing through." Yet, Zhao Dong's presence in her courtyard could only mean he was acting on Zhao Yinyang's instructions. Gu Yunzhi recalled her past life at 13, when she had fallen gravely ill, covered in a multitude of rashes. It was strange, as the illness struck without warning, causing her to miss her grandmother's birthday celebration a fortnight later. The event was attended by prominent families, and the absence of her legitimate granddaughter, due to illness, led to whispers of her being an ill-fated person. Had her brother not spoken up, she might have believed the illness was merely a stroke of bad luck or a consequence of eating something wrong. Song Shi looked at her with concern, but Gu Yunzhi shook her head. She would handle the matter herself. Her brother's involvement would only stir trouble. Gu Xiaoran noticed the smile in Gu Yunji's eyes did not reach her face, and his heart sank. Ji, what troubles you?" he asked with genuine concern. "Nothing, mother." "Elder brother," she replied. "With grandmother's birthday approaching, I intend to embroider a painting of 100 birds celebrating her longevity. I shall return now." As the two departed, they encountered a man dressed in a dark blue long robe, lurking at the entrance and scattering white powder. Yunyan moved to question him, but Gu Yunzhi stopped her. This man was none other than Zhao Dong, who had not given up on his malicious intentions. "Yunyan, grandmother's birthday is imminent. I heard from Mama Shin that grandmother desires a pair of sun kanas, but alas, I lack the means to procure them. Perhaps I shall paint a picture to present to her," Gu Yunzhi whispered. Zhao Dong had initially been reluctant to undertake this task, fearing discovery and expulsion from the estate. However, his aunt had promised that once he succeeded, she would find a way to marry Gu Yunzhi to him. The prospect of marrying into the esteemed family was a dream he had never dared to entertain. On the day Gu Yunzhi attended a flower-viewing banquet, he had caught a glimpse of her, and that single glance had stirred a tempest within him. The young lady, adorned in crimson, with slightly narrowed phoenix eyes, emanated an enchanting allure. Her skin was fairer than snow, smooth as silk, and glistened under the sun. The daughter of a prominent household was a sight to behold, captivating and irresistible. In comparison to the renowned courtesan Dan Dan, who was celebrated for her beauty, Gu Yunzhi shone like a radiant moon, while Dan Dan appeared as a mere star in her presence. Zhao Dong swallowed hard, envisioning the splendor of possessing such a stunning beauty. If he could bring her home, with her lineage and beauty, he would revel in nightly festivities, lost in the embrace of her crimson skirts. He stood outside the wall, transfixed by Gu Yunzhi until she entered the courtyard, remaining motionless. Spitting in contempt, he muttered, "Damn woman, just you wait. You will beg for mercy beneath me one day." Yunyan cast a disdainful glare at the figure outside. "Miss, why not have someone beat that loathsome creature to death? His gaze is unsettling." Gu Yunzhi was engrossed in her book and replied calmly, "What is the hurry?" Yunyan, with a troubled expression, responded, "How can we not be anxious? We know not what he scattered in the yard. Miss, he wouldn't wish to harm us, would he? Surely this is Zhao Yinyang's doing. We must inform the old matriarch." Gu Yunzhi closed her book with a sigh. Grandmother will not concern herself with such trivialities. She is still weighing whether I am worth her efforts. Besides, Zhao Dong's actions are concealed from outsiders. He is Zhao Yinyang's nephew, and should he deny wrongdoing, there is little anyone can do. If Zhao Yinyang schemes against me, I shall not suffer in silence. There is always a clever remedy, so there is no need for haste. Feeling vexed, she set aside her book and picked up a piece of embroidery. As a granddaughter, it was her duty to express her filial piety during her grandmother's birthday. She was certain that upon hearing of the son Kana's, Zhao Dong would promptly relay the information to Zhao Yingyang. Gu Qian'er would surely seize this rare opportunity to outshine Gu Yunzhi. And she was convinced that Gu Qian'er would exert herself to procure the parrots. Mama Shen, grateful to Gu Yunzhi for saving her grandson, would also provide her with valuable information, including the old matriarch's taboos. The old matriarch's mother, Lu, had died due to a pair of son Kanas gifted by concubine Mei. Mei had presented the parrots to Lu to celebrate her pregnancy, and despite Lu's reluctance, she accepted them due to their rarity. In her time of labor, the parrots went mad and pecked at her abdomen, resulting in severe injuries, leaving her life hanging by a thread. Disturbingly, shortly after Lu's demise, Mei descended into madness, claiming to see Lu's ghost beckoning her to join her. 2 years later, she drowned in an accident. 6 months after Mei's death, her 5-year-old son also met an untimely end. Startled by a sharp pain in her fingertips, Gu Yunzhi returned to her senses. The black ink had smeared against the crimson, and she had to begin anew. Fortunately, time was still on her side. Just like her, she still had time. Mama Shen's tales were vivid, but where in the world were ghosts? It was Mei who harbored guilt, perhaps propelled by someone else to see phantoms. Yunyan, there is a task you must undertake, Gu Yunzhi instructed, beckoning Yunyan to lean in for her whispered command. In the courtyard of Lianyu, Zhao Yinyang was skeptical about Zhao Dong's intentions. She was well aware of his character, deceitful and unscrupulous, willing to go to any lengths for his own gain, much like his father. Had she not been pregnant and favored within the household, would her family have valued her as a daughter-in-law? Before midsummer, her courtyard was adorned with mosquito-repellent pouches. White jade columns graced the corners of her room, with fine Wangwali wood furniture and silk gauze draping gently overhead. The artificial mountain, lotus pond, and fragrant flowers created an enchanting ambience, while groups of young maids moved about quietly, speaking in hushed tones. Once Zhao Yinyang announced she was expecting a son, all the finest treasures had been bestowed upon Lianyu. Madame Zhao was thoroughly pleased with her courtyard, and with the birth of her son, she was already lost in her own joy. "Aunt, I have heard it confirmed that Gu Yunzhi personally told Yunyan, who in turn was informed by Mama Shen," Zhao Dong remarked, bending down to sneak a glance at the room. Chapter 35. The eve of the birthday celebration, it was truly unexpected that a concubine's courtyard could be so resplendent. If he could marry Gu Yunzhi, he would be among the elite. Madame Zhao cast a cold glance at Zhao Dong and said, "Then hurry and seek out the sunflower cockatoo." Zhao Dong grinned broadly and readily agreed. Madame Zhao furrowed her brow, anxiously inquiring, "Have you scattered the powdered leaves in that girl's courtyard? We must not overlook anything. The old lady's birthday celebration must be led by Qianu. After losing to that girl at the flower appreciation banquet, we must reclaim our victory this time. Rest assured, I've scattered plenty. On the old lady's birthday, she might even be bedridden," Zhao Dong said, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin. "Aunt, when will I be able to marry her? That girl's figure." Madame Zhao shot him a stern look. "Pa, aim higher. After the old lady's birthday, I will arrange it for you. But for now, do not act rashly." With Madame Zhao's promise, Zhao Dong began to dream of being the esteemed son-in-law of the mansion. He imagined boasting to Jia Kai and Lu, eager to show them that no one should look down upon him, Zhao Dong. Since Song's health had improved, she reclaimed her position as the head of the household under the steward's guidance. Moreover, she rekindled relationships with her former close friends. She aimed to secure a reputation for her children as virtuous and filial. Coincidentally, the occasion of the old lady's 70th birthday presented a splendid opportunity for her to showcase her capabilities. Aware that the old lady harbored doubts about her ability to manage the birthday festivities, Song tearfully assured her that she would handle everything impeccably, or else she would willingly relinquish her authority. Understanding the hardship Song had endured over the years, the old lady granted her permission to organize the event, with the support of Pei from the second house. In the days leading up to the event, the residence was abuzz with excitement, adorned with vibrant decorations. The red glazed tiles sparkled under the sun. Every few dozen meters, columns of jade-scaled creatures stood tall, while the longevity platform was surrounded by flowing jade ribbons and several ancient pines. A splendid array of ever-blooming flowers and plants graced the platform, with intricately designed corridors adding to the elegance. The walls were adorned with various renowned calligraphies and paintings, including Tang Bohu's Beauties, Huang Gongwang's Fuchin Mountains, Gu Hongzhong's Night Banquet, Chuanbao's Couplets, and Zheng Banqiao's Bamboo. The grand hall displayed the inscription of Empress Xiaowu, exuding a luxurious yet refined atmosphere throughout the mansion. In the midst of the festivities, Gu Yunzhi's courtyard remained neglected, offering a rare moment of peace for its two inhabitants. The young lady languidly reclined on a couch, quietly perusing the records of the grand historian. The morning sun illuminated her face, causing her eyes to shimmer and her long eyelashes to flutter like butterfly wings. She possessed a beauty both striking and pure, reminiscent of a celestial maiden from a traditional opera. Yunyan pushed open the door and gazed at Gu Yunzhi, momentarily entranced, as if the phrase beauty that can sink fish and fall flowers was crafted to describe her. Miss, this is a dress and jewelry sent by the madam for you to wear on the old lady's birthday, Yunyan said, placing the tray sent by Mama Zhang on the round table. Gu Yunzhi lifted her head to see a splendid red silk robe embroidered with golden clouds, neatly folded on the tray. The intertwining golden threads and satin glimmered like rippling water from a distance, and upon closer inspection, they sparkled with intricate detail, showcasing the extraordinary craftsmanship of Suzhou's embroidery. If she was not mistaken, the garment was crafted by the renowned embroiderer Wen Yang. Wen Yang's garments were worth their weight in gold, difficult to procure, with a waiting period of half a month from order to delivery. It seemed that Song had invested considerable effort to ensure her daughter shone brightly at the celebration. The tray also contained an exquisite antique red coral hairpin and a pair of delicate gold begonia earrings, the total value of which amounted to 20,000 taels of gold. Gu Yunzhi sighed, realizing that the entire estate's wealth barely totaled 100,000 taels, and her mother had effortlessly adorned her with 20,000 taels worth of finery. No wonder the household spoke of her mother's lavish dowry, rivaling that of a princess. She and her brother had never been concerned about wealth, as their mother always provided the best of everything. This money came from her private savings, much to Madame Zhao's dissatisfaction. Gu Jianzhong did not dote on Song nor covet her dowry, thus preserving his dignity as a scholar. However, Madame Zhao often whispered in discontent, envious of Song's dowry, claiming that she and her children were better off than the old lady and the master, urging him to repurpose the dowry for household benefits. For a chancellor to covet his wife's dowry would invite ridicule from his peers, and even rival officials might seize the opportunity to mock him. If Song's father and brothers, who still held positions in court, were to hear of it, it would be disastrous. Gu Jianzhong cherished Madame Zhao, yet he held her petty mindset in disdain, which led him to reprimand her harshly. Gu Yunzhi rested her chin on her hand, inquiring, "How is the matter you were handling progressing?" Yunyan's eyes lit up, miss. You truly have a remarkable intuition. I purchased the sunflower cockatoo for 500 taels and sold it to Zhao Dong for 2,000. He was so pleased, thinking he had struck a great bargain. 2,000 taels, Yunyan, splendid work, Gu Yunzhi praised. She wondered how their grandmother would react to the sunflower cockatoo gifted by Gu Qianer at the banquet and hoped her response would not disappoint her. The household's monthly silver was limited, yet Madame Zhao and her daughter were vain, unwilling to fall behind, constantly comparing their food and clothing with Gu Yunzhi and her mother. This led to a gradual depletion of their resources, and the 2,000 taels they brought forth amounted to draining half of her lifeblood. To create an image of being uncompetitive in Gu Jianzhong's eyes, she deliberately feigned indifference towards gifts, and over time, Gu Jianzhong genuinely believed she was unconcerned, leading to fewer rewards. She must be regretting it now. A sudden noise interrupted her thoughts as Gu Yunzhi glanced out the window, smiling thoughtfully. Yunyan opened the door to investigate, finding a maid sweeping the courtyard hurriedly retreating. Without her permission, someone had intruded into her courtyard. Still perceiving her as a pliant young girl, Yunyan, go find a doctor. For the next few days, let it be known that I am ill and have developed a rash. Gu Yunzhi dismissed, her tone light and airy. Yunyan's heart skipped a beat, and she scrutinized Gu Yunzhi closely. Miss, where have you developed a rash? Why didn't you tell me sooner? I will fetch a doctor immediately. Gu Yunzhi paused her actions. You saw the powder Zhao Dong scattered in the courtyard. How could I disappoint Madame Zhao? After a moment's thought, Yunyan realized her oversight and promptly set off to carry out the task. Gu Yunzhi resumed her reading of the records of the grand historian. In a world bustling with activity, all seek profit. In a world in chaos, all strive for gain. It seemed that as long as wealth was in place, Even the most honest of individuals could harbor ulterior motives. Chapter 36. Intricate schemes. The sky was clear, the orioles sang, and in the midst of a vibrant celebration, the 70th birthday of the old lady was upon them. Before dawn, Yunyan urged Gu Yunzhi to rise and prepare. Gu Yunzhi, still drowsy, remained still as Yunyan dressed and adorned her. Before long, Mama Zhang arrived, saying, "Miss, guests have already arrived in the front hall. The madam sent me to inform you. Please be ready to join them." Gu Yunzhi was taken aback. Didn't they say the banquet starts at the hour of the snake? Who could be arriving this early? As soon as she spoke, Mama Zhang's smile faded, and she leaned closer, whispering, "It is Aunt Sun and her family returning from Lingnan. They are currently in the old lady's courtyard reminiscing. I heard from the servants that they wish the old lady to arrange a marriage for her son." Gu Yunzhi had not anticipated the arrival of Gu Peiyu's family and was secretly astonished. Could they have entered Xuanhe City? When Gu Peiyu initially married Sun Jin, the legitimate son of the Duke of Yi, the head of the Gu family was the deceased fourth-rank county magistrate, Lord Gu. And the family did not possess the status and glory it enjoys today. In fact, one could say Gu Peiyu married upward. The old Duke of Yi looked down upon the Gu family's background and was reluctant to approve of the union. However, Sun Jin's affection for Gu Peiyu led them to conspire in secret, leveraging their futures against each other until they finally secured their marriage. Sun Jin was a man of ambition. He did not rely on his family's influence, but participated in the imperial examinations, ultimately securing a position as a second-rank minister of revenue. The Duke of Yi's household once basked in splendor, but the old duke was a restless spirit, dissatisfied with 6 generations of nobility and secretly colluded with remnants of the previous dynasty to plot rebellion. When the scheme was uncovered, the old duke paid the price with his life. The Empress Xiaowu, recognizing the old duke's contributions in quelling rebellions, chose not to pursue the matter further. Although the emperor refrained from investigation, the treasonous plot left a lingering suspicion in his heart. Sun Jin maintained his official title but was covertly exiled to Lingnan as a punishment under the pretext of managing drought relief, a term that lasted a decade. It was unclear why he had now been recalled. In her previous life, Gu Peiyu returned only after her marriage, at which time the management of the household had largely fallen into the hands of concubine Zhao, prompting Gu Peiyu to ridicule Song's incompetence in an attempt to curry favor with Zhao and her daughter. Gu Peiyu bore 2 sons and a daughter. The twins were 4 years her senior, while her youngest daughter was around 6. A subtle smile played at the corners of Gu Yunzhi's mouth as she regarded her aunt, a woman of discernment who, at a young age, had already plotted her way into high society and now sought advantageous matches for her sons, likely aiming for prospects far superior to the Sun household. Once prepared, Gu Yunzhi proceeded towards Mingyue Hall with Yunyan. "Mother, I believe both Zhi'er and Qianer are quite commendable." Gu Yunzhi overheard as she entered the courtyard of Mingyue Hall, causing her to pause. The old matriarch's birthday attracted many noblewomen, and Madame Shin, wary of oversight, had chosen to wait outside to receive guests. A nod from Gu Yunzhi prompted her to enter and announce her arrival. Upon entering, Gu Yunzhi found the old matriarch and Gu Peiyu in a state of grief, while concubine Zhao and Gu Qianer sat nearby, dabbing their tears with handkerchiefs. At the sound, Gu Qianer lifted her head, her expression twisting with disdain upon seeing Gu Yunzhi's attire, which bore the distinctive craftsmanship of Suzhou embroidery. Concubine Zhao wore a peculiar smile, questioning why the young lady still donned a veil on such an occasion. "Zhi'er has arrived. This is your aunt, just returned from Lingnan. You may not recognize her, but she held you as a child," the old matriarch said, her eyes reddening at the sight of Gu Yunzhi. At less than 30, Gu Peiyu appeared to have aged significantly, looking as if she were in her late 30s. The hardships of Lingnan had taken their toll, and her appearance differed markedly from the well-cared-for ladies of the court. Her low, flat forehead and prominent cheekbones were accentuated by a dark red robe and an outdated hairstyle adorned with jade jewelry, her sharp gaze betraying a cunning disposition. Gu Yunzhi gracefully performed a curtsy, "Greeting, grandmother, I hope you are well, and greetings to you, aunt." She recalled that when she traveled to Lingnan, she had only been 3 years old, and now she had grown into a young lady. Gu Peiyu wiped her tears with her sleeve, rising to grasp Gu Yunzhi's wrist, attempting to draw her into an embrace. Observing the old matriarch's eager anticipation and the discontented expressions of concubine Zhao and Gu Qianer, Gu Yunzhi stifled her discomfort and reciprocated the embrace. However, She did not miss the greedy glint in Gu Peiyu's eyes, as if she wished to pierce her with envy. I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you. It is clear you have returned, dear aunt. Please forgive your niece for wearing a veil today as part of my performance to celebrate grandmother's birthday, Gu Yunzhi said, gently adjusting the veil as she seated Gu Peiyu. Gu Peiyu forced a smile, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and attempting to place it on Gu Yunzhi's. The bracelet was exquisite and appeared to hold considerable value. The old matriarch had initially overlooked Gu Peiyu's intentions regarding her son's potential matches, but at this moment, she understood completely. This bracelet was originally a pair given to Gu Peiyu as part of her dowry. Even if she had been oblivious before, she could see clearly now. In the past, with Song's timid nature, the old matriarch might have indulged Gu Peiyu's whims for the sake of their familial bond. However, now that Gu Yunzhi had clearly demonstrated her potential to ascend to greater heights, the matriarch could not acquiesce to Gu Peiyu's desires. Jir, come sit beside your grandmother, the old matriarch said with an icy tone. Gu Peiyu shot a resentful glance at her, as her primary purpose for coming today was to arrange a match for her sons, likely with a daughter from the Marquis' household. If her son could marry Gu Yunzhi, it would greatly benefit both him and the entire Sun family. The opulence of Gu Yunzhi's attire dazzled her. If she married into the Sun household, all of these possessions would become her own. Once married, a daughter is akin to spilled water. Gu Peiyu's thoughts on the Sun family disregarded the Marquis' household, causing the old matriarch's affections, rekindled after a long separation, to cool. Gu Peiyu sought to betroth Gu Qian'er, confident the old matriarch would agree. However, her fixation on Gu Yunzhi was nothing short of delusional, as she failed to recognize the current status of the Sun family. Gu Yunzhi was worthy even of a match within the court. Chapter 37. The Birthday Banquet Mother. Gu Peiyu is somewhat discontent. The old matriarch seemed oblivious. Qian'er, return the bracelet to your aunt. Such a precious item is best kept by her. Gu Yunzhi, seemingly unaware of the underlying tensions in their exchanges, smiled as she returned the bracelet. Though the bracelet was not gifted, Gu Peiyu's heart swelled with frustration, yet she felt powerless. The lengths she had gone to marry Sun Jin were all for the glory of the Duke of E.'s household. Little did she know that the Duke had fallen, and Sun Jin was exiled to Lingnan. Far from luxury, even basic sustenance was a concern. With an unreliable husband, her hopes now rested on her two sons. In Gu Peiyu's heart, her sons were pearls hidden in the dust, awaiting the right opportunity to shine. Gu Yunzhi, with her distinguished lineage, was the perfect match. No matter which of her sons wed her, it would be a cause for celebration. Meanwhile, concubine Zhao and her daughter had arrived early at Mingyue Hall to curry favor with the old matriarch, but Gu Peiyu looked down on their status, her words cold and indifferent, leaving them to force hollow smiles. Having witnessed Gu Peiyu's attitude towards Gu Yunzhi, their faces darkened as if they could squeeze water from the air. Rest assured, Xian and the city's elite young ladies are plentiful. As your mother and the grandmother of Xing and Long, I will certainly select the best for them. Her words left Gu Peiyu feeling humiliated, as the old matriarch was clearly indicating that she should abandon any hopes of marrying Gu Yunzhi. For the sake of her children's futures, she could not afford to openly confront the Marquis' household. The revelation stunned both Gu Peiyu and Gu Yunzhi, for the old matriarch had always favored her sister. And this unexpected rebuke was surprising. From this incident, Gu Yunzhi understood that her marriage prospects were now subject to her grandmother's influence. Yunyang, please check if Qing'e has awakened. She is frail and should wear an extra layer before the banquet. Madame Gu, reminiscing about the hardships endured by Gu Peiyu, felt her heart soften. The Qing'e mentioned by Madame Gu is Sun Yuqing, the youngest daughter of Sun Jin and Gu Peiyu, who is merely 6 years old. Due to inadequate nutrition during Gu Peiyu's pregnancy, Sun Yuqing is frail and diminutive, barely reaching a foot in height at her age. After a long journey, upon their arrival at the Xiang residence, Sun Yuqing fell asleep from exhaustion. Out of concern for her health, Madame Gu refrained from waking her. Gu Peiyu responded with a forced acknowledgement and took her leave. As silence enveloped the room, Madame Gu, feeling displeased, dismissed the others to attend the banquet. Gu Yunzhi, instead of returning to the southern courtyard, accompanied Yunyan to the inner hall, for the longevity feast was to commence in an hour. And she could not afford to be late and attract gossip. In the inner hall, the ladies had begun to gather, engaged in casual conversation. Gu Yunzhi noticed Song Shi animatedly chatting with a noblewoman clad in gray and white satin, adorned with delicate patterns. This lady was familiar to her. She was a close friend of her mother S, the wife of Grand Secretary Zhuang Qi, Madame Zhong. Madame Zhong's father was the head of the Hanlin Academy, and Zhuang Qi was his prized disciple. When Empress Xiao sought to marry the perceptive Princess Jia Min to him, most would have been overwhelmed with gratitude for such an opportunity, yet Zhuang Qi boldly declined the imperial decree for the sake of Madame Zhong. Having grown up together, their rejection led them naturally to marriage. Zhuang Qi not only achieved great success in his career but also treated Madame Zhong increasingly well, never taking a concubine. Upon seeing Gu Yunzhi approach, Song Shi beckoned her over, saying, "Aji, this is your Aunt Zhong. The golden bracelet you wore as a child was a gift from her. I regret not bringing you to visit earlier, due to my poor health." Being from prominent families, they were well aware of the matters within the inner quarters. No one was foolish. Madame Zhong understood that Song Shi's ill health was merely a pretext, and the truth lay in the heartbreak caused by Gu Yunzhi. She had previously invited Song Shi out several times for leisure, but her invitations were consistently declined, and she had not pressed further. Now, it seemed that Song Shi had come to terms with her situation, her complexion appearing improved. Having grown up together, Madame Zhong sincerely wished her well. Before Gu Yunzhi could perform her greetings, Madame Zhong warmly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Little Ji, I hardly recognized you behind that veil. You have blossomed into a fine young lady. I heard at Princess Liling's flower appreciation banquet, you garnered the top prize." Gu Yunzhi responded gently, "And I am well. But it is merely the generous praise of others. I was fortunate to win. Today is my grandmother's birthday, and I wish to surprise her with a performance. Hence, I must keep my veil on. I hope you understand." This humble and graceful exchange elevated Madame Zhong's view of her. She had initially thought Gu Yunzhi had merely inherited Song Shi's temperament, but now she saw her as a young woman with her own convictions, prompting a warmer attitude. Song Shi's intention in calling Gu Yunzhi over was not without ulterior motives. The Zhong family, though not as powerful as the Gu family, enjoyed harmony within their household. With just one son, Zhuang Jingshi, aged 15, soon to reach the age for marriage proposals. Understanding Madame Zhong's character, Song Shi felt assured that her daughter would not encounter any conflicts with her mother-in-law, as they shared a close friendship. Song Shi did not seek a marriage into a high-ranking family for Gu Yunzhi. Her only desire was for her daughter to lead a peaceful and happy life. "You two are so affectionate. Even I, as your mother, feel a twinge of jealousy. Today is not the time for reminiscing. Let us arrange a visit on another day," Song Shi said, adjusting her attire. Madame Zhong, sensing the banquet was about to commence, replied, "Very well. Do not delay any longer." As Gu Yunzhi and Song Shi exited the inner hall, the banquet had yet to begin. They found Madame Gu seated in the main position. Adorned in a resplendent red brocade, her silver hair crowned with a ruby headpiece, exuding an air of vitality and grace. Below, the guests were offering their birthday congratulations and bowing respectfully. "Prince Xian, Prince Yuan, please enter," a servant from the Xiang residence announced in a prolonged tone. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the arrival of the two princes, marveling at the honor bestowed upon Madame Gu by their presence. Gu Yunzhi remained seated, observing with a cold detachment. According to the law, royal princes need not bow in private gatherings such as this. Gu Yunzhi, not daring to neglect his manners, accompanied Song Shi forward to bow in respect. Despite his usual disdain for Song Shi, in such a public setting, he had to feign a display of marital affection. Xiao Wenyuan wore his customary mask-like smile, while Xiao Mingyu appeared far more genuine, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. Recently, the two brothers seemed inseparable. Wherever one went, the other followed. To outsiders, it appeared as if the two princes shared a close bond, yet both remained vigilant of one another. The political landscape remained uncertain. Although the emperor had conferred the title of Prince Xian upon Xiao Mingyu, no crown prince had been established. Therefore, many perceived Xiao Wenyuan as a potential contender. However, no one dared to openly speculate on the emperor's intentions, for such presumption could lead to dire consequences. With swift strides, Xiao Wenyuan approached Madame Gu, hands clasped together in greeting. "May the longevity of the green chi trees be eternal, and may your steps through life remain ever vibrant through the seasons. I, your junior, humbly wish you abundant blessings, lasting health, and endless joy." After delivering his well wishes, he nodded to a servant behind him, who then opened a box he had been holding. Inside lay a statue of a bodhisattva, exquisitely carved from white jade. Madame Gu's gaze fell upon the statue, and she expressed her surprise. Prince Yuan, this is far too extravagant. How could I possibly accept such a gift? Xiao Wenyuan's demeanor grew even more humble. Madam, as long as you cherish it, that is all that matters. Gu Jianzhong then motioned for 2 additional seats to be added at the head table, inviting the princes to take their places. Xiao Mingyu stepped forward, bowing respectfully. As fragrant spring wine flows, may the longevity wine enhance your beauty and grace. I wish you, dear madam, clarity of mind, freedom from worries, and a joyful disposition towards life. However, my gift pales in comparison to that of my brother. I hope you will graciously accept it. He produced a small brocade box from his sleeve, showing no intention of opening it. The attendees, including ministers and their families, remained silent. Even if Xiao Mingyu were to present a mere stone, it would still be regarded as a generous offering to the Xiang residents. Gu Yunzhi glanced at the stage, then turned to converse with Ing Chuxia. Spontaneous and carefree, Ing Chuxia's presence with her brother at their grandmother's birthday banquet was unexpected. Xiao Wenyuan, confident that the small brocade box held no rare treasures, toyed with a tortoiseshell folding fan in his hand. I see that everyone is curious about what my third brother holds. Why not open it and allow us to feast our eyes? Madame Gu suspected the contents of the brocade box were not of great value. Not wishing the banquet to become a catalyst for rivalry between the 2 princes, she feared that any knowledge of the event might bring the emperor's ire upon the Xiang residents, and thus she prepared to intervene. Xiao Mingyu chuckled. I had intended to surprise Madame Gu, but since my 5th brother is so curious, I shall oblige. With that, he opened the brocade box, revealing a golden pill. The crowd reacted with palpable shock. The notion of Prince Xian presenting a mere pill at Madame Gu's birthday seemed an affront. Madame Gu's expression darkened, regardless of his status. Such mockery in front of the assembly was unacceptable. Xiao Mingyu averted his gaze, proclaiming, "This 9-turn resurrection pill is presented to you, dear madam, once more wishing you health, peace, and everlasting joy." As his words hung in the air, Gu Yunzhi's gaze fixated on the 9-turn resurrection pill. The legendary pill she had heard whispers of indeed existed. It was said to be crafted from phoenix blood, crane red, deer antler, ghost flower, and a century-old ginseng, refined through 9 cycles. Not only did it heal wounds and replenish vitality, but it also possessed the power to restore life. Xiao Mingyu had gifted such a precious elixir to her grandmother. My third brother truly has a thoughtful heart, Xiao Wenyuan remarked, his smile becoming increasingly gentle. Madame Gu rose and bowed deeply, saying, I am profoundly grateful for your generosity. Prince Xian, such great kindness shall be etched in my memory for all my days. At my age, a life-preserving pill surpasses all other treasures. Xiao Mingyu assisted the elderly matriarch Gu to take her seat, casually nodding and smiling at Xiao Wenyuan. This action, observed by the onlookers, became a subject of intrigue. The matriarch of the Xiang residence was celebrating her birthday, and the gifts presented by the 2 princes were increasingly extravagant. Was there an underlying secret to this public display? Once Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Wenyuan were both seated, the birthday banquet officially commenced. Xiao Mingyu's gaze drifted toward Gu Yunzhi, a fleeting glimmer of admiration in his eyes. The young lady was quite well adorned, especially in her finely crafted attire, though the veil concealed much of her appearance. As the wine circulated thrice, Gu Qianer began to stir trouble. Hadn't her sister claimed that the veil was meant to surprise their grandmother at the banquet? She was eagerly waiting to learn from her sister. Gu Qianer's voice was perfectly pitched, neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring all present could hear her. Song's brow furrowed slightly, casting a disapproving glance at her. What place did a concubine's daughter have to speak in such an assembly? Gu Qianer recoiled slightly. But Aunt Zhao comforted her with a gentle pat on the back, retorting, Madam, I heard clearly in Mingyue Hall that the eldest lady indeed planned to surprise the old matriarch at the banquet. Gu Yunzhi cast a cold glance at the mother-daughter duo. Were they incapable of employing a different tactic? Yunyan, bring forth the Kongho, she instructed. It had been a long time since she last played, and she was unsure if her skills had dulled. She truly preferred not to touch the instrument unless absolutely necessary. However, having already prepared a painting, repeating it would lack novelty. Only the Kongho remained worthy of display. Unbeknownst to others, Xiao Wenyuan's mastery of the Kongho was fluid and captivating, and it was he who had taught Gu Yunzhi. When they had just married, She had once heard him speak of it, and was so taken by his words that she insisted on learning. To please her, Xiao Wenyuan reluctantly taught her a few times. Gu Yunzhi, quick to grasp what piqued her interest, learned swiftly. The kongho, a double-rowed string instrument, produces harmonics rivaling those of the guqin, yet no lady of noble birth had yet mastered it. Thus, when Gu Yunzhi proposed to perform, the gazes directed her way were filled with curiosity, concern, skepticism, and mockery. Yunyan placed the kongho on the table, and Gu Yunzhi approached, casually plucking a string. The resonant sound echoed, and she closed her eyes. It was indeed strange after such a long hiatus. The sensation felt somewhat unfamiliar. Gu Qianer disdainfully remarked to Aunt Zhao. Mother, she's chosen the kongho merely to save face. Watch how she embarrasses herself. Aunt Zhao, deep in thought, felt an instinctive sense that Gu Yunzhi might indeed be proficient. The others present, unfamiliar with the kongho, assumed her plucking was haphazard, yet Xiao Wenyuan recognized that she had merely been tuning the instrument.
To his surprise,
It seemed she was capable of playing, igniting within him a distinct feeling. In an instant, Gu Yunzhi opened her eyes, cradling the kongho against her chest. A soft, clear melody flowed forth with each movement of the strings as she began to sing. The spring river's tide meets the sea's expanse. The moon above the ocean rises with the waves. Wherever the spring river flows, the moonlight shines. The river and sky are devoid of dust. A solitary moon hangs in the vastness of the sky. Generations of life are endless. The river's moon remains constant each year. Pity the moon above the tower. It should illuminate the mirror of the parting lover. The tone shifted suddenly, becoming somber and melancholic. The wild goose flies long. Light does not reach. Fish and dragons leap beneath. Water ripples. Last night in the tranquil pond, dreams fell like flowers. Pity, spring is half gone and no home to return. The river flows. Spring wanes. The slanting moon sinks, hidden in the sea mist. The cliffs of Xiaoxiang stretch infinitely. Who knows how many return under the moonlight? As the fallen moon stirs feelings among the trees by the river. As the final notes lingered in the air, a single tear fell from Gu Yunzhi's eye. She too had wandered lost in dreams, unable to find her way home. Chapter 39. The outcome is decided. Xiao Mingyu furrowed his brow. How could her musical skills so closely resemble Xiao Wenyuan's? Was she deliberately attempting to capture his attention? Yet her prior demeanor clearly suggested a deep-seated animosity toward him. Observing the audience's reactions, Gu Yunzhi's smile was radiant. She stood and bowed gracefully to the matriarch, saying, 70 springs are not to be taken lightly. How much toil transforms into sweetness. Once navigating the tumultuous seas, it is thanks to the support of a virtuous family. With focused mind and renewed ink, I dedicate verses of old. May we dance joyfully each day, trusting in a life of 200 years. With this single piece, she wished her grandmother a happy birthday, hoping their family would enjoy such celebrations year after year, day after day. The matriarch nodded repeatedly in appreciation, her eyes slightly reddened, exclaiming, well done, well done. Jir is thoughtful. This granddaughter consistently turned adversity into fortune, surprising all. After this banquet, her reputation would surely soar. Grandmother, I know you practice vegetarianism and often release life. So I specifically embroidered 100 birds to celebrate your longevity, hoping you will like it. Gu Yunzhi signaled to Yunyan, who handed her the embroidery roll. With graceful steps, Gu Yunzhi approached the matriarch, presenting the embroidered piece. An important reason for hosting a birthday banquet among the noble families was to allow the younger generation to find suitable matches. The matriarch had heard from Mama Shin of Gu Yunzhi's exceptional painting skills and wished to showcase her talent at the banquet. Let's not distinguish between light and heavy sentiments. Mama Shin, please unfold the eldest lady's embroidery. The embroidered piece was approximately 7 feet long. Seeing that Mama Shin alone could not manage it, the matriarch instructed the waiting magpie to assist on the other side. As the embroidery unfurled, it revealed Taiha Mountain, with a phoenix leading 100 birds in flight, alongside cranes perched upon pine trees and magpies alighting on branches, laughing amidst the willows. At the end of the piece, a radiant sun shone down upon a dragon soaring through the clouds above the palace, the embroidery so vivid it captured the eye. Choosing Taiha Mountain was a testament to Gu Yunzhi's brilliance. Ancestors had foretold it as the site of the dragon's vein, a mountain of fortune. Bearing the fate of the Xuanhe dynasty, Taiha Mountain was perpetually shrouded in a milky mist, with steep cliffs and jutting stone formations. When the sun rose, The entire mountain was bathed in a golden glow. The belief in this prophecy was further strengthened by the mountain's striking resemblance to a dragon inhaling clouds and exhaling mist. A sight to behold. The royal tomb was constructed beneath Taihe Mountain, where each year, Empress Xiaowu would lead civil and military officials, along with princes, to pay homage to their ancestors and the heavens. While Gu Yunzhi's painting skills were commendable, her embroidery did not surpass that of many other noble ladies present. However, she excelled in her clever approach. The embroidery was first painted and then embroidered over. Particularly, with Taihe Mountain, the palace, and auspicious dragons depicted, who could dare to voice discontent without showing disrespect to the royal family? Around her, praises erupted, declaring that the Xiang residence's legitimate daughter was not only beautiful but also possessed virtue and talent. Gu Jianzhong, in a daze, marveled at this eldest daughter he had long overlooked. The matriarch gazed at Gu Yunzhi with increasing affection and satisfaction, believing she would be the most accomplished among the Xiang family, surpassing even her brother. Forgive my ignorance. I was completely unaware of the surprise this girl had prepared for me. I, an unworthy elder, will use this embroidery to wish the emperor good health and peace for the realm. The matriarch stood and bowed towards the palace. This single embroidered piece won the matriarch's favor and indirectly praised Empress Xiaowu. This clever girl was indeed perceptive. Aware that her embroidery skills were not exceptional, she had incorporated the palace and the auspicious dragon, truly shrewd. Xiao Mingyu took a sip of wine, gazing with amusement at the enchanting figure. The fools of the Xiang residence combined could hardly rival this little fox. It was no loss for Xiao to be bested by her. Gu Qianer was seething with fury, nearly bursting with indignation. How had this wretched girl once again gained the upper hand? Why did she always enjoy such good fortune? She had been deceived all along, pretending to be inept. Wretched girl, wretched girl. Gu Qianer nearly crushed the handkerchief in her grasp. Amidst the throng, one might ponder the purpose of their gathering, yet the most captivating performances still lie ahead. Aunt Zhao firmly grasped Gu Qianer's hand, casting a sharp glare in her direction. Gu Yunzhi, with a sidelong glance at Gu Qianer, found her smile widening. On such a festive occasion, how could she, the distinguished elder sister, fail to let her beloved younger sibling shine? Grandmother, Gu Yunzhi said, her cheeks flushed as she winked at the matriarch. Your granddaughter feels quite bashful from your generous praise. Qianer is far more clever and dutiful than I. She has prepared a gift for your birthday well in advance, and she insists that you will surely adore it. The old matriarch beamed with delight, appreciating Gu Yunzhi's tactful demeanor. Setting aside other matters, their familial bond was evident, and while they each sought to make their own mark, they must not forget to uplift their siblings. What has Qianer prepared for grandmother? The matriarch inquired with a smile. Gu Qianer, adorned in her customary white gauze gown, which gently embraced her petite figure, revealed her shy smile through her pair of sparkling eyes. While Gu Yunzhi had captivated attention, it was now apparent that the second miss of the Xiang residence possessed remarkable beauty as well. The eldest sister's veiled face, in contrast, only obscured her allure. Having performed her part, Gu Qianer sought a quiet corner to observe the unfolding spectacle. Once seated, Gu Yunzhi felt an unfriendly gaze directed at her. Their eyes met, and she raised her hand to mimic a slicing motion across her throat. Aunt Zhao, bewildered by the gesture, felt a cold sweat bead in her palms. Gu Qianer curtsied gracefully. Grandmother, I may not possess my sister's wit or eloquence, but my love and respect for you are sincere. I wish you happiness, health, and good fortune. The moment those words escaped her lips, the old matriarch's expression darkened. While she could feign ignorance to the sisters' private rivalries, unfazed by who might prevail, such veiled barbs in the midst of this birthday celebration rendered Gu Qianer foolishly naive. Present your gift without delay, the matriarch commanded, leaning against the table, her tone devoid of warmth. Gu Qianer froze, realizing she had lost the advantage, and now incurred her grandmother's displeasure, leaving her momentarily at a loss. It was only after Gu Jianzhong cleared his throat twice that she regained her composure. Grandmother, I have brought you a pair of cockatoos, renowned for their intelligence and grace. Gu Qianer declared with unrestrained joy, her lips twitching with excitement. I acquired them at great expense from a reputable source, solely for this occasion. She instructed Pan Dong to bring forth the cage. Chapter 40. Who is the harbinger of misfortune? Observing Gu Qianer's eager and fawning demeanor, Gu Yunzhi suddenly burst into laughter. Aunt Zhao, Witnessing Gu Yunzhi's unexpected mirth, recalled the earlier gesture and felt a tumultuous unease within her. Where did you procure these parrots, Qianu? The old matriarch gasped, rising abruptly, her face ashen as she accepted the cage from Gu Qianu. At that moment, Madame Xin stood frozen in place, her blood running cold. It took a considerable time before she approached to assist the old matriarch back to her seat, only to find her trembling as she fixated on the birds. Grandmother, I paid a high price for them to ensure they would be presented to you today. Gu Qianu exclaimed, elated, her voice quivering with fervor. Surely, she would win her grandmother's affection. Gu Yunzhi was nothing in comparison. After all, these were the parrots for which her mother had spent 2,000 taels of silver, specifically requested by the matriarch. Gu Qianu prepared herself for a cascade of praise from the old lady. Madame Xin stepped forward to help the matriarch take her seat again, placing the cage on a nearby stool and shaking her head gently. The old matriarch understood that now was not the time for outbursts, and with a forced smile, she said, Qianu, your efforts are appreciated. You may step back for now. Aunt Zhao was taken aback, unable to fathom why the matriarch displayed such a reaction. Not only failing to express joy, but seemingly harboring disdain. Zhao Dong had claimed to have overheard Gu Yunzhi's words. If that were true, what would be the implications? No. The plan could not proceed as intended. Just as Aunt Zhao contemplated instructing Qiu Rong to intervene, a resonant sound from outside the courtyard caught everyone's attention.
Bang.
Bang, bang. A series of rhythmic knocks drew near. Entering the scene was a monk clad in grey robes, his bald head glimmering, exuding an aura of benevolence and ethereal grace. Gently striking a wooden block. Approaching the courtyard door, the monk hesitated momentarily, but ultimately advanced. Gu Yunzhi observed the monk with intrigue, exclaiming, Wuxiang, it has been quite some time. In my previous life, you nearly brought about my demise. I wonder who the bearer of misfortune will be in this lifetime. Wuxiang offered a gesture of respect. A humble monk passes through this place and has sensed an aura of auspiciousness mingled with a thread of malevolence. With compassion in my heart, I cannot allow this negativity to taint such fortune, hence I have come to dispel it. In affluent households, rituals to ward off calamities are customary, and among the crowd, some recognized Wuxiang. The wife of the Minister of Rites stood, pointing at him. This is Master Wuxiang, a truly enlightened monk. My sister's child had been crying incessantly at night, but thanks to Master Wuxiang's talisman, the child now sleeps soundly. With the minister's wife leading the way, others began to voice their familiarity with Wuxiang, recounting how his presence had brought tranquility to their homes. The countenance of disbelief transformed into unwavering faith. The old matriarch quickly rose, respectfully addressing him. Please, master, assist the Xiang residents in dispelling these malevolent forces. Upon successful completion, I shall reward you handsomely. Wuxiang sighed heavily. Wealth is but a transient matter for one such as I. There is no need for such offerings. The Buddha teaches that all beings are equal, and while I feel a twinge of compassion, I cannot bear to see this household suffer misfortune. Thus, I will lend my aid, but I urge you to remember the importance of virtue and kindness. Gu Yunzhi scoffed inwardly. Was he truly so selfless? If he were genuinely free of desires, he would not have accepted Aunt Zhao's bribes to slander her. He understood the weight of the terms malevolent and unlucky for an unmarried woman. Wuxiang's actions today were more vicious than in her previous life, last time. He had waited until the banquet's conclusion to besmirch her name, yet this time, he dared to do so before the assembled crowd. As for why the officials' wives stood to vouch for him, it was merely due to Wuxiang's despicable nature. In her past life, during a drought in Liuzhou, the governor, hearing tales of Wuxiang, had invited him to pray for rain. When the rain failed to come, Wuxiang had confessed to orchestrating the entire charade. The minister's wife's family were merchants, and their guards were lax. Wuxiang had sneaked into their home at night, frightening the child on several occasions, which explained the child's nighttime cries. After Wuxiang provided the talisman, everything fell into place. As for his visit to exorcise evil, it was merely a facade. The lady had committed a grievous act, killing a concubine, and she had since felt the lingering presence of the deceased spirit. Wuxiang had only pretended to help, successfully intimidating her. However, when Wuxiang had implicated Aunt Zhao, her father and Xiao Wenyu had suppressed the matter. For years, she had borne the title of misfortune. And on the day when her grievances might finally be avenged, no one would stand up for her. Her father was concerned about Aunt Zhao's tarnished reputation. While Xiao, when you feared the repercussions on Gu Qianer, did she deserve to be wrongfully accused? With hands clasped together, Wu Xiang proclaimed, I have discerned that this misfortune emanates from a woman within the estate. As for her identity, I shall prepare an altar to seek guidance from the Buddha. The old matriarch agreed, instructing Madame Shen to gather the necessary items for the altar. Recently, her affairs had been tumultuous. It seemed that the cause was indeed linked to malevolent forces. The crowd gathered outside the residence, abuzz with speculation upon hearing that the abbot was to perform a ritual to dispel evil. After meticulously arranging the two Buddhist altars, the abbot laid a crimson silk cloth over the 8 immortals table, upon which he placed an image of the Buddha, a pair of red candles, an incense burner, sandalwood dishes, a rui vase, ritual tablets, willow branches, a wooden fish, yellow paper, glutinous rice filled with incense, and 3 chopsticks inserted into the rice, along with an everlasting lamp and a fruit offering. The abbot then stood beside the table, a flag fluttering nearby, kneeling on a mat with his eyes closed. One hand turned a string of prayer beads while the other gently struck the wooden fish. His lips moved in silent prayer, his demeanor calm and serene. As a quarter of an hour passed, impatience began to show on the faces of the onlookers. Sensing it was time, the abbot theatrically opened his eyes. With hands clasped before his chest, he bowed to the elder matriarch, saying, Amitabha, esteemed elder, the Buddha has revealed to me the identity of the woman. The elder matriarch tightened her sleeves, gravely inquiring, Who is it? A hush fell over the crowd, all eyes fixed on the abbot, who seemed to hold their breaths in fear of missing a crucial moment. The abbot glanced at Gu Yunzhi, sighed softly, closed his eyes again, and pointed to the young woman with a face covered in a rash. The elder matriarch felt a tightness in her chest. Her granddaughter, praised by all, had now been marked as an omen of misfortune. Master, are you certain? She is my beloved granddaughter, the elder matriarch stammered, caught in a dilemma. It was true that she did not hold Gu Yunzhi in particularly high regard, appreciating only her beauty and intelligence, as they could enhance the family's reputation. Should Gu Yunzhi indeed be the ill-fated one as claimed, the elder matriarch would not permit her to linger in the household. The abbot bowed again, asserting that he spoke no falsehood. This young woman was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. The Buddha had made it clear that she was the reincarnation of the sweeping star, and to keep her near would bring endless calamities to her kin. Heaven embodies compassion. There is no need for alarm. Simply send her away from the estate to a temple where she can resolve her misfortune through cultivation, he advised. Song's head buzzed with disbelief, her heart racing with anger. That deceitful monk dares to slander my daughter without a shred of evidence. How could my daughter be the reincarnation of the sweeping star? Mother Shen, throw this man out. Zhao Yinyang felt the pressure mounting. Should Gu Yunzhi be rendered incapacitated, the family would undoubtedly rally behind Gu Qianer. Given the undeniable importance of a capable daughter to the household, the abbot had helped many families avert disaster. How could he single out the eldest daughter for defamation? Madam, you cannot allow your affection for your daughter to cloud your judgment regarding the family's welfare. The household is not solely concerned with the eldest daughter. All, young and old, reside within these walls. Consider the innocent child within me, who has yet to be born but is already caught in this turmoil, Zhao Yinyang lamented, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. The onlookers fell silent, acutely aware of the implications of the eldest daughter's misfortune being publicly revealed on the elder matriarch's 70th birthday. Song. Do you dare? Gu Jianzhang's voice cut through the tension. I have said that misfortune has befallen this household. It is clear the sweeping star has emerged, and this is the daughter you have raised. The young woman stood alone, devoid of defense or grievance, her demeanor as tranquil as still water, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding uproar, like a wandering spirit, not belonging to this world. Xiao Mingyu felt a heavy weight in his chest, a dull ache of empathy. The favor bestowed upon Gu Yunzhi seemed to falter, and with her mother and herself beleaguered by hardship, no one, save her own mother, came to her defense. Had it not been for her own cunning, she might have been utterly obliterated. He crossed his arms, his tone icy and harsh. If Master Wuxiang claims that the ill-fated one is the young lady with the rash, let her unveil her face. The truth will become apparent. If she indeed bears a rash, it is a matter for the Gu family and the elder matriarch. Why should others concern themselves with it? Are they so eager to see the truth revealed? Zhao Yinyang's countenance darkened, silenced by the tension. With the Prince of Xian defending Gu Yunzhi, she would soon have her moment of retribution. The delicate powder on her face was not easily remedied. The young woman might have marred her visage, thus the veil. As Xiao Mingyu spoke, others fell silent. Ultimately, it was the elder matriarch who broke the stalemate. Unveil your face. Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze, understanding the elder matriarch's intent. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the veil slipped into her hands. The crowd collectively raised their heads. Before them stood Gu Yunzhi, her skin as smooth as jade, her brows like distant mountains, devoid of any blemish. Where could a rash possibly be? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, conveying a profound sense of injustice, yet she greeted their scrutiny with grace and poise. Grandmother, the book mentions that the Kongho was once celebrated in court music, and the performer must don a red veil as a sign of respect and celebration. I wear this veil to honor you. Yet I wonder why Master Wuxiang believes that beneath it lies a rash, insisting I am a harbinger of misfortune. How can I live with such a rumor? Were it not for your birthday, I would have dashed my head against the ground in despair, to avoid being an eyesore. She struggled to suppress her tears. Yet they fell like pearls, each drop a testament to her sorrow. Xiao Mingyu recognized that Gu Yunzhi did not engage in battle unprepared, but worry for her still overcame him. At 11, he had sought refuge in Tianming Temple after being pursued. The old monk had proclaimed him a true dragon reincarnate, destined to turn calamities into blessings, yet warned he would squander his life for a woman. At that time, Xiao Mingyu had found it amusing, jesting with Hiyu about the monks in the temple being charlatans. His thoughts were always consumed by vengeance and ambition, surrounded by women vying for his attention. Yet none captured his heart. It was only upon meeting Gu Yunzhi that he realized he was like any other, capable of feeling compassion and desire. Third brother, I have taken a liking to this young lady from the Gu family, Xiao Wenyuan said mysteriously. Xiao Mingyu paused, momentarily forgetting his refined fifth brother, unsure whether it was the girl he admired or the power she represented. A dog that bites does not bark, he thought, reflecting on Xiao Wenyuan's cunning nature. Given your background, the second Miss Gu would be more suitable for you, he replied dismissively, not bothering to glance his way. Xiao Wenyuan's smile faded. What pride did Xiao Mingyu possess? He merely had a prestigious lineage and the favor of their mother. Xiao Wenyuan, born of humble origins, thought only of how he would one day rise and rectify the injustices cast upon him. Meanwhile, Master Wuxiang stood dumbfounded, having accepted money to alleviate calamities. Yet he found himself caught in this predicament. Master, what is happening? The elder matriarch's eyes glinted with fury as she turned her gaze to Zhao Yinyang, who continued to caress her abdomen. Before Master Wuxiang could respond, she interjected, It must be that Master Wuxiang is fatigued and has miscalculated, wrongly accusing Zhi'er. This child has always been obedient. How could she be an ill omen? Song, filled with indignation, insisted that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Gu Yunzhi seized the moment to stand beside Song, holding her wrist, her expression one of unspoken words. Song lowered her head, ultimately refraining from further comment. Indeed, the eldest Miss Gu, with such beauty, cannot possibly be a harbinger of misfortune, the minister's wife, seeking to curry favor with the Gu family, chimed in. The individuals present were astute, and from the moment Gu Yunzhi's veil was lifted, they discerned the undercurrents at play, understanding that she had been manipulated. They nodded in agreement with Madame Jeanne, extolling her virtues. In the pavilion, Gu Yunzhi was lost in thought, oblivious to the footsteps approaching from behind. She was aware that family scandals should not be aired publicly, and the old matriarch would never allow Wuxiang to reveal the truth before everyone. What puzzled her was why she would poison Gu Qian'er, knowing that Xiao Mingyu would intervene. Had it not been for his timely action, Gu Qian'er would have faced disgrace. Gu Yunzhi felt a deep-seated resentment for missing this opportunity, pondering when she might have another chance. We meet again, little girl, Xiao Mingyu said, leaning against the railing, idly twirling the jade ring on his thumb. Gu Yunzhi turned to glare at him without uttering a word, suspecting that he might harbor feelings for Gu Qian'er since he had thwarted her plans. While she remembered his assistance on several occasions, if he truly favored Gu Qian'er, they would be adversaries. Are you blaming me for stopping you? Xiao Mingyu inquired as he settled beside her. Their proximity was palpable. Gu Yunzhi could distinctly smell the crisp pine scent emanating from him. Though she was not naive regarding matters of the heart, she felt an unfamiliar fluster at this moment. Xiao Mingyu couldn't suppress a chuckle at her bashful demeanor. Gu Yunzhi bit her lip. He had thwarted her plans, yet he dared to laugh. Stopping you was for your own good. The moment you unveiled your face, the old matriarch would certainly realize that Wuxiang was acting under orders. She would have the answer in her heart, placing you in a position of advantage. However, should you proceed to poison your half-sister, Wuxiang would shift the blame onto her, turning your just cause into an unjust one. It is vital to act decisively and without leaving room for suspicion. Your actions are too perilous. Gu Yunzhi pondered his words carefully. She understood his reasoning. She had acted impulsively and had no need to engage in a destructive feud with that mother-son duo. A gentle breeze swept through as she lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting delicate shadows. A flower petal fell onto her head, disrupting her hair. Xiao Mingyu, unable to resist, reached out to remove the petal and gently tuck her hair back into place. Gu Yunzhi instinctively stood up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Had he just touched her hair? Her dark, glistening eyes caught Xiao Mingyu's attention, and for the first time, he found her endearingly cute.
Ah.
Does this mean you have feelings for me? He mused, contemplating the implications of such a thought. Startled by his sudden intimacy in addressing her as Aji, Gu Yunzhi felt a pang of unease. Perhaps a different form of address would be more fitting. Our relationship has not yet reached the level of such familiarity. Xiao Mingyu feigned a languid demeanor. Aji, you are truly heartless. I have aided you multiple times, yet you claim we are not close. How it wounds my heart. It must be said, Xiao Mingyu possessed striking features. His deep, soulful eyes could easily ensnare anyone's heart. Gu Yunzhi found herself unnaturally quickening her heartbeat at the sight of his nonchalant expression. Once you enter the palace, it is akin to plunging into the depths of the sea. Gu Yunzhi resolved to cast aside her nebulous thoughts, her gaze sharpening with determination. She vowed never to set foot in the royal court again, ensuring that no one would find an opportunity to exploit her. My lord, one must be wary of Xiao Wenyuan. He is not to be underestimated. Do not be deceived by his seemingly unambitious facade, she cautioned. Xiao Mingyu had assisted her, and she loathed the idea of being indebted to anyone. Xiao Mingyu raised an eyebrow, amused by her concern. Did she truly believe him so naive as to be easily deceived? Reflecting on the fact that it had been a while since anyone had shown him such concern, he felt an unexpected warmth in his throat. Aji, I will remain cautious. Realizing further conversation would bear no fruit, she decided to take her leave. For many matters awaited her attention. Just as she turned to depart, Xiao Mingyu called after her. Be vigilant within the Xiang residence. Although you are clever, there may be moments when you find yourself indecisive. Should you need anything, seek me at the Xianwang residence. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Gu Yunzhi inclined her head in respect before exiting the pavilion. After her departure, a shadow appeared behind Xiao Mingyu. My lord, I observed Xiao Wenyuan and Minister Gu departing to the study together after the banquet. I followed them and overheard them discussing Miss Gu's marriage. Xiao Mingyu stood tall, his expression haughty. If it cannot be, then let it go. In the Mingyue hall, the old matriarch sat in the main seat, her expression inscrutable. Concubine Zhao stood with her head bowed, while Gu Qian'er trembled on the floor, having knelt for an hour without a word from the matriarch. Old madam, the eldest young lady has arrived, Mama Shun announced respectfully. The old matriarch's demeanor softened slightly as she permitted Gu Yunzhi to enter. Upon stepping inside, Gu Yunzhi flashed a smile, her gaze lingering on concubine Zhao's abdomen for a moment before approaching. Grandmother, take care of yourself. The old matriarch felt somewhat awkward in Gu Yunzhi's presence, recalling how she had almost fallen for the deceitful monk as tricks at the banquet. Even contemplating sending Gu Yunzhi to the temple, the mere thought filled her with regret, fearing she had grown cold-hearted.
Jir.
What do you think of the 2 parrots Qian'er gifted? The old matriarch asked, her dark eyes fixed intently on Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi frowned in contemplation, pacing before the birdcage several times before stepping back. She was grateful to Xiao Mingyu for his warning, which had spared her a significant hassle. Opportunities would arise again. But should she be met with disdain, it would prove troublesome. Qian'er claims that parrots are auspicious birds that bring good fortune. I wonder if grandmother likes them. However, I believe parrots are inauspicious creatures. I have read that they are scavengers, their calls harsh and raucous when mimicking human speech, which I find quite distasteful. Moreover, I have discovered that parrots share similarities with crows. Encountering a crow often heralds misfortune, and the same applies to parrots. After speaking, she poured a cup of tea for the old matriarch. As her words hung in the air, concubine Zhao's eyes burned with indignation. Following the banquet, She and her daughter had been summoned to the Mingyue Hall, and observing the old matriarch's reaction confirmed that Gu Yunzhi had outwitted them. Not only had she lost 2,000 taels, but she had also incurred the old matriarch's disdain. After winning over Song for over a decade, she had ultimately been bested by her daughter. Both banquets had served as a wedding gown for that little wretch. Gu Qianer trembled with rage, feeling wronged yet too fearful to reveal the truth to the old matriarch. If the matter were exposed, only she and her mother would suffer. Having knelt for so long, her legs had grown numb. The old matriarch sipped her tea, affirming, "Jir and I share a connection. Throughout my life, I have detested parrots more than any other bird." In the ensuing chapter, the rift between grandmother and granddaughter deepened. Concubine Zhao understood that had she not been pregnant, the old matriarch would not have allowed her to stand here unscathed. At the birthday banquet, the old matriarch had already realized that she had instigated Wuxiang to harm Gu Yunzhi. Her silence was merely to preserve the family's dignity and the unborn child within her. Her gentle caress of her belly was a reminder to the old matriarch of the bloodline of the Gu family. The old matriarch's tone shifted. "Mama Shen, I have noticed the fish in the pond appearing listless these past few days. Please fetch a knife. I shall personally prepare a meal for these creatures." Though unafraid to reprimand concubine Zhao, the old matriarch's calm demeanor unnerved her. With Gu Jianzhong absent, she had no one to rely on and had become the subject of Gu Yunzhi's derision. Not long after, Mama Shen entered with a tray, the gleaming blade reflecting a chilling light against Gu Qianu's pale face. Measuring 2 feet in length, the knife's edge shimmered with a cold brilliance, revealing its sharpness. Under Mama Shen's attentive service, the old matriarch Gu cleaned her hands and proceeded towards the birdcage on the table. The 2 parrots, sensing impending danger, flitted anxiously within their confines. Gu Yunzhi cast a cold gaze at the Zhao mother and daughter, knowing that good and evil ultimately meet their reckoning. She had changed her mind. She would savor the slow torment of this mother-daughter pair for their misdeeds. Allowing them a swift death would be far too mundane. Once, it was she and her mother who knelt in submission, and had it not been for her entanglement with Xiao Wenyuan, they would have long been shorn and sent to the temple as nuns. Even so, she had not escaped punishment, having endured 20 slaps that lingered for half a month. The courtyard was enveloped in darkness. Mingyue Hall, secluded and eerie, seemed a stark contrast to the bustling prosperity of the residence during daylight. Upon seeing the old matriarch wielding the knife, Gu Qianer could not help but scream and attempt to flee. Unfortunately, the old matriarch had anticipated this. Having arranged for a few rough servants to drag her back inside, the old matriarch turned back with a smile, opening the birdcage and seizing one of the parrots in her right hand. Decades had passed since her mother was pecked to death, and here she was again at the longevity feast, encountering the sunflower cockatoo, a gift from her granddaughter. "Mama Shun, do you believe this signifies I shall meet my end like my mother, at the hands of a parrot?" the old matriarch inquired, perplexed. To the old matriarch, the sunflower cockatoo was an incessant nightmare. Mama Shen had only confided in Gu Yunzhi about this, unaware that the parrot had now been presented by Gu Qianer, a gesture akin to killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Mama Shen dared not respond, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. "Old matriarch, I beseech you, temper your anger. Qianer meant no harm. She heard others say this parrot is intelligent and brings joy. Her intentions were good." Zhao Yinyang, struck by the revelation, hurriedly knelt, disregarding her pregnancy. As for Gu Qianer, she was already terrified, her shoulders slumped in defeat. The old matriarch sliced open the parrot's neck, blood dripping onto the carpet, staining it crimson. She then placed the parrot on the table, eviscerating it and casting its entrails upon Gu Qianer. The same procedure was repeated with the other parrot, which was thrown before Zhao Yinyang. After the gruesome task was completed, the old matriarch's countenance returned to normal. "Since these parrots were your thoughtful gifts, you too should take them along when you leave. Do ensure they are well fed for the fish in the pond, but be cautious not to dirty the waters." The old matriarch sniffed her sleeve, looking disdainfully at her bloodied hands. "It is late. You two should return now." Zhao Yinyang bowed several times, struggling to assist Gu Qianer as they departed with the 2 parrots. Mama Shen helped the old matriarch to bathe and change, leaving Gu Yunzhi alone in the room. As she pondered, Gu Yunzhi felt her heart grow cold. The old matriarch's cunning strategy had been executed flawlessly. Zhao Yinyang's collusion had gone unmentioned, and the killing of 2 parrots had sent the mother and daughter away without so much as a semblance of punishment. During the feast, when the monk had branded her an ill omen, she had not overlooked the old matriarch's expression, which conveyed a desire to cast her out immediately. The facade of affection was transparent. The old matriarch's kindness stemmed from her utility to the household. Should she ever become a hindrance, she would likely be cast aside without mercy. At that moment, Mama Shun assisted the old matriarch from the inner chamber. Gigi, today you have suffered grievances. Grandmother knows you are unhappy with Zhao Yinyang's lack of punishment. You are aware that our household is thinly populated, and Zhao Yinyang is with child. Once her baby is born, grandmother will surely advocate for you. Had Gu Yunzhi been the naive girl she once was, she would have been moved to tears by such conciliatory words. However, having weathered many storms and seen the harshness of the world, such platitudes held little weight. Gu Yunzhi curved her lips slightly. Grandmother, your granddaughter understands your difficulties. Our family values prosperity and harmony. I believe aunt and sister have recognized their errors. So, let this matter pass without further pursuit. The old matriarch had intended for Gu Yunzhi to express her grievances, hoping for some soothing words in return. Yet, Gu Yunzhi's demeanor left her feeling somewhat embarrassed and uncomfortable, leading the old matriarch to refrain from further comment and dismiss her. As Gu Yunzhi reached the door, she heard the sound of something breaking behind her. Hesitating briefly, she made her way directly to the southern courtyard. Old matriarch, you must not let your anger flare again. Mama Shin comforted while tidying up. A few days prior, the old matriarch's chronic headaches had resurfaced, resulting in sleepless nights or restless slumber lasting only a few hours. Fearing for her health, Mama Shun reported the situation to Gu Jianzhong, who, thanks to his acquaintance with the chief physician Liu, managed to have him visit discreetly for treatment. The prognosis was severe. Liu did not dare conceal the truth, revealing everything candidly. The old matriarch's headaches were remnants of childhood trauma. Now a hidden ailment that could only be alleviated through rest. Medication would be futile. Particularly as she aged, neglecting her health could lead to a stroke. The old matriarch sighed, acutely aware of her need to maintain her composure. Yet, one trouble after another arose, offering her no respite. With Zhao Yinyang pregnant, she could only administer minor reprimands, while Gu Qian'er's sole offense was the gift of 2 parrots. She would rather endure Gu Yunzhi's grievances, tears, and expressions of discontent than have her utter grandiose words of consolation. That girl, like Song Shi, is utterly hopeless. How dare she show me a sour face while I speak to her kindly? She cannot expect to have everything her way, the old matriarch exclaimed in exasperation. Mama Shin felt a twinge of awkwardness, believing the old matriarch had mishandled the situation at the feast. Chapter 44. Incense and blessings. Time flowed like a river. And after Gu Qian'er and Zhao Yinyang returned from Mingyue Hall, they rarely made an appearance, suggesting the events that transpired there had profoundly affected them. In contrast, the old matriarch had completely neglected Gu Yunzhi, but still inquired after her well-being, leaving no room for blame. In the meantime, a bizarre incident occurred in the city involving the esteemed monk master Wuxiang, who was found dead in a remote graveyard. Some speculated that he had sacrificed himself to save wandering souls, only to be consumed by their wrath, while others claimed he was a charlatan who met his demise at the hands of vengeful foes. Opinions varied widely, and the truth remained elusive. Yunyan animatedly recounted amusing stories to Gu Yunzhi, expressing indignation at the news of Master Wuxiang's death. Miss, that scoundrel publicly slandered you. It serves him right to die. Gu Yunzhi rose from her seat, setting aside her military texts. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wuxiang, I had hoped to spare your life. But alas, you had too many enemies to escape your fate. What of Zhao Dong? How did he respond? Yunyan furrowed her brow, while preparing food for Gu Yunzhi. Miss, I heard from the maids cleaning the courtyard that Zhao Dong has been lurking outside, glancing around suspiciously these past few days. Gu Yunzhi scoffed, the master is unfazed. Yet the dog is already anxious. The season is indeed delightful. All manner of creatures are beginning to yearn for spring. In the Liuguang pavilion, Xiao Mingyu wore a smile that suggested he was in high spirits. He stood beside Hiyu, who held a sword, and recounted the news of Wuxiang's demise. The prince had not stopped smiling since, despite having taken countless lives. Never had he shown such joy over the death of an unscrupulous monk. However, With the prince donning a fearsome tusked mask, his mirth sent a chill down He Yu's spine. Xiao Mingyu perceived He Yu's gaze directed towards him, and after clearing his throat, he remarked, "Well done. You need not shadow the Grand Tutor's residence any longer." The speaker's words were unintentional, yet they brought tears to the listener's eyes. He Yu felt an urge to pay respects at Wu Xiang's gravesite. Recently, he had made a jest about Xiao Mingyu with He Feng, only to be caught red-handed and subsequently ordered to watch over the Grand Tutor's estate the very next day. Old Tutor Song, the wily fox, must have committed numerous misdeeds, as the atmosphere within the estate was exceedingly stringent, leaving him no choice but to act as a silent observer. During this period, He Yu endured immense hardship, daily lamenting his failure to manage his tongue. He Yu was a spirited individual, typically indulging in light-hearted banter with He Feng, or visiting the Baihua Pavilion to listen to melodious tunes and converse with young ladies. Cherishing the company of beautiful acquaintances, tasking him with surveillance, where silence was mandated, felt akin to forcing him into labor within the military. As the Qingming festival approached, the gentle, misty rain had fallen throughout the night, cleansing the Xiang residence, rendering it cool and serene. Yet, within this tranquility, an unsettling air lingered. Early in the morning, old Madame Gu dispatched Mama Shen to inform the various courtyards that the entire household would be visiting Tianming Temple to light incense and pray for blessings on Qingming Festival. The pair of mother and daughter from Lianyu Courtyard, having lain dormant for so long, were finally set to venture out. Zhao Dong remained obediently in place, causing no disturbances, which was uncharacteristic of him. It seemed that Zhao Yinyang had granted him some favor. Gu Yunzhi had not forgotten Zhao Dong's previous misdeeds in her courtyard, and coincidentally, the remnants of the medicinals Meng Yu had used were still available, leading her to contemplate whether to exploit Zhao Dong's misfortune. "Miss, are we truly going to offer incense? I have a foreboding that something will transpire," Yun Yan expressed anxiously. Gu Yunzhi playfully tapped Yun Yan's forehead, jesting, "Even you, Yun Yan, can sense that something may occur. Nevertheless, it could be fortuitous for us." Yun Yan, puzzled, continued to assist Gu Yunzhi in preparing her attire for the incense offering. Before long, the Qingming festival arrived, and the carriages of the Xiang residents awaited outside. This time, the entire family was to attend, with 5 carriages prepared. Once ready, Gu Yunzhi and Yun Yan stepped outside, fortuitously encountering the Song family along the way. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Yunzhi noticed Mama Shen waiting outside and inquired, "Mama Shen, may I ask which carriage I should take?" Traditionally, old Madame Gu would have arranged for Gu Yunzhi to share a carriage with her. Yet due to Gu Yunzhi's recent reactions, old Madame Gu felt displeased and chose to rest in the foremost carriage, neglecting her. "The medicine for Kong Kong is still with Gu Yunzhi," Mama Shen replied respectfully. "Miss, you and Madam will take the second carriage." After Gu Yunzhi and the Song family boarded, they were met with commotion from outside. Typically, Gu Jianzhong would share a carriage with Zhao Yinyang and her daughter. But this time he was with Wu Yinyang, prompting Gu Qianer to protest vehemently. Ultimately, it was only under old Madame Gu's admonition that the matter was resolved. The journey from the Xiang residence to Tianming Temple took an hour and a half. With Zhao Yinyang pregnant, Gu Jianzhong was mindful of her needing to walk for 2 hours. Despite his affection for Zhao Yinyang, he was reluctant to share a carriage with her, as her condition rendered her cumbersome. Gu Yunzhi found this amusing. Her father ought to be in this carriage, yet he displayed no sense of shame, fearing no ridicule for his current state, and it was evident that he lacked the merit to match his position. "Jir, my right eyelid has been twitching since we left. I fear." Song Shi grasped Gu Yunzhi's hand. Gu Yunzhi reciprocated, noting the chill and perspiration in her palm, and reassured her. "Offering incense and praying for blessings is a good deed. Do not overthink it, mother. With so many present, no trouble will arise. You look weary. Close your eyes for a moment, and I shall wake you when we arrive." Having not slept well the previous night, Song Shi was indeed fatigued from the early rise, and she soon dozed off against the cushion. Gu Yunzhi lifted the curtain on her left side, observing the sky, which was darkened by heavy clouds, being the rainy season. It seemed that rain would soon fall. "Yun Yan, please approach Mama Shen and inform her that rain is imminent. Inquire if we should pause for a rest," Gu Yunzhi said, concerned about the weather. Should a downpour ensue, traversing the mountains in the rain could lead to mishaps. Others might not mind, but with her mother in the carriage, she could not afford to take risks. A stick of incense passed before Yun Yan returned, breathless. "Miss, Old madam scolded me soundly, claiming you are disrespectful to the deities and neglectful of our ancestors, calling me a fool. Old Madame Gu's voice was notably loud, and Gu Yunzhi could hear her clearly from within the carriage. After traveling several more miles, Gu Yunzhi feigned a desire to vomit, prompting her to request the carriage to halt. Startled awake, Song Shi noticed Gu Yunzhi's pallor and commanded the servant to stop the carriage. Old Madame Gu, disturbed, grew increasingly irate, declaring that no one was to wait for Gu Yunzhi and her mother should their carriage dare to stop. Gu Qian'er, resting her forehead on her hand, looked at Gu Yunzhi with delight and muttered, "That little wretch, Gu Yunzhi, would be better off perishing on the road. Were it not for her scheming against me, I would not have endured such nightmares for so long." Chapter 45. A return to Tianming Temple after the carriage halted. Song Shi and Yunyan assisted Gu Yunzhi to a nearby spot to rest. "Zhir, how are you feeling?" Song Shi inquired with deep concern. As the carriages of the estate grew distant, surrounded by lush trees, Song Shi fretted about the possibility of encountering bandits, leaving them without assistance. Gu Yunzhi shook her head, reassuring her mother, "I am well. Perhaps it is simply due to missing breakfast. After such a long journey, I feel a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice." No sooner had she spoken than the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Such heavy rain would render the mountain paths treacherous. Old Madame Gu and her party would surely face hardship. "Miss, it would be kind of you to advise old madam, but she disregards your counsel and scolds you instead. With the rain falling so heavily, it will be interesting to see how they manage," Yunyan remarked, unable to suppress her schadenfreude. "Yunyan!" Gu Yunzhi interrupted her before she could continue. Though she and old Madame Gu had privately severed ties, they must maintain a cordial facade in public. The coachman was still present, and any word reaching old Madame Gu's ears would only spell trouble for her. This rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly. After an hour, the skies cleared. Gu Yunzhi instructed the servant to take a shortcut via another path, which was relatively stable and frequented by travelers. Though it was shrouded by towering trees, a route she had fortuitously discovered on her previous visit. Upon their arrival, they changed their clothes in the back courtyard and tidied themselves, while the rest of the household was still en route. Tianming Temple was bustling with visitors. Despite the recent downpour, families were eager to pray for peace and safety on Qingming Festival. However, old Madame Gu's group was not as fortunate. They encountered rain halfway up the mountain. The slippery road rendered the carriage unfit for passengers, forcing the servants to hold umbrellas and wait by the roadside until the rain ceased. Once the rain abated, the group found themselves drenched, and old Madame Gu, with her frail constitution, quickly fell ill from the exposure. Zhao Yinyang fared little better, having been unaccustomed to hardship over the years. Her lips turned purple upon reaching Tianming Temple. Seeing the two women standing on the steps, Gu Jianzhong shouted angrily, "Rebellious daughter, what are you doing standing there? Do you not see your grandmother is unwell? Hurry and attend to her. And you, Song Shi, disregarding the safety of the Xiang residents, you dare to hide from the rain on the mountain? Do you still consider yourself the matriarch?" Each word was a scathing rebuke directed at Song Shi and her daughter, drawing the attention of onlookers within the temple. Song Shi, enraged by Gu Jianzhong's shamelessness, abandoned decorum and retorted, "Zhir is unwell and wished to rest. The mountain is perilous. Did you expect us to wait for you? You arrived first only because a kind soul directed you to a shortcut. Though you may dislike us, you cannot berate us so publicly." The strange gazes from those around them caused Gu Jianzhong's face to flush with embarrassment, and he grew increasingly frustrated with Song Shi and Gu Yunzhi, guiding old Madame Gu toward the back courtyard. As the crowd settled and finished their incense offerings, it was already past the hour of Shen. However, Madame Gu did not go to pay her respects. She lay powerless on her bed, unable to move. Gu Yunzhi did not return to her room to rest, but ventured alone to the back mountain. The rain had caused the peach blossoms to fall prematurely, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although flowers do not bloom forever, at least in this forest, they bloomed freely, untainted by the intrigues and deceptions of the world. What was Miss Gu pondering? A familiar voice startled Gu Yunzhi, and turning around, she saw Ing Chuxia looking at her with curiosity. Gu Yunzhi rubbed her eyes, astonished to encounter an old acquaintance in such a place, and with a wry smile said, "I was thinking about how these peach blossoms, not yet due to fade, have already wilted because of the rain. It feels quite unfortunate. I heard Gu Xiang mention you, so please do not be disheartened," Ing Chuxia said. glancing apprehensively at Gu Yunzhi. Miss Gu was truly stunning. Even her pale yellow dress could not conceal her beauty, especially her pair of eyes, clear and moist, as pure as crystal. In truth, Gu Yunzhi held a certain admiration for Chuxia. Her cool demeanor coupled with her warm-hearted concern touched her deeply. What Gu Yunzhi did not know was that every year during the Qingming festival, Chuxia would come to Tianming Temple to offer incense in memory of her deceased mother and to pray for her father. She often voiced her grievances about General Ing. Yet she genuinely admired him. His integrity and dedication to country and people served as her model. Even when her mother passed, she urged her not to blame her father. Over the years, General Ing had raised the siblings alone without remarrying, and Chuxia had long since forgiven him in her heart, though she found it difficult to express. Chuxia's visit to the back courtyard was not a coincidence. She had sought out Gu Yunzhi, but Yunyan informed her that she had gone out. So she decided to try her luck on the back mountain and found her lost in thought. Gu Yunzhi fell silent for a moment, deciding to change the subject. She was indifferent to the words of the man who was nominally her father. His formal address of Miss Gu felt utterly distant. From now on, you may call me Aji, and I shall call you Chuxia, if it pleases you. Chuxia revealed a faint smile, Aji. The two, finding a rapport, shared many fresh stories until the sky began to darken, reluctantly parting ways. The temple was bustling with worshippers, and due to their earlier arrival, Gu Yunzhi and Song Shi occupied the more favorable eastern wing, while the others stayed in the southern wing. The distance between the two wings allowed Madame Gu and Gu Jianzhong to adopt a out-of-sight, out-of-mind attitude towards the mother-daughter pair, resulting in no further comment. The geographical separation pleased Aunt Zhao, as it provided a discreet environment for her schemes. In one of the rooms in the southern wing, Aunt Zhao gently caressed her belly, halting her movements upon hearing a knock at the door. Aunt, everything is prepared. We shall proceed tomorrow night, Zhao Dong stated ominously. Aunt Zhao waved him off, reiterating her concerns. If anything goes awry this time, you need not remain within the Xiang residence. I have no use for useless people by my side. Zhao Dong's throat tightened. Once he captured Gu Yunzhi, he would see who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Gu Jianzhong had never favored Song Shi and Gu Yunzhi, following the events of the previous day. He did not even summon them for breakfast, distributing the excess food to the servants instead. Song Shi had grown accustomed to his behavior and did not contest it, leading Gu Yunzhi to the dining hall. Upon hearing that Song Shi had gone to the dining hall, Gu Jianzhong was nearly driven to fury. He had intended to take the opportunity to reprimand the mother-daughter duo, but Song Shi had denied him that chance. After the meal, Mama Zhang accompanied Song Shi to worship, while Gu Yunzhi, disinterested in the rituals, wandered the temple with Yunyan. In her previous life, when Wuxiang labeled Gu Yunzhi as an ill-fated person, Madame Gu had forbidden her from any public appearances, including the Qingming prayers. Gu Yunzhi knew Aunt Zhao would not relinquish this opportunity easily. Yet, why had she not yet acted with their return to the residence imminent? Chapter 46. Caught in the temple as she wandered, the only company was monks and worshippers. It seemed a rare outing stirred Yunyan's enthusiasm, while Gu Yunzhi, unwilling to dampen her spirits, let her join the other maids in exploring, returning to her room in a state of disinterest. The warm afternoon sun streamed through the window, accompanied by the temple's wooden fish and chanting, suffusing the air with a calming presence that dispelled her inner gloom. A slight sound interrupted her reverie, prompting Gu Yunzhi to open her eyes warily. Since her rebirth, her sleep had become light. In an instant, various thoughts raced through her mind. Yunyan and the maid had gone out, and Song Shi along with Mama Zhang were in the prayer hall. The only possibility left was that Aunt Zhao's people had entered. Gu Yunzhi quietly retrieved the poison and dagger hidden beneath her pillow. Should anyone dare to approach, they would meet a grim fate. Aji, it's me, a rich, magnetic voice called out. Gu Yunzhi sat up to find Xiao Mingyu casually seated on a stool, wearing an elegant smile as he gazed at her. Nonchalantly, she returned the items to their hiding place, questioning the propriety of a man entering a young woman's chamber in broad daylight. What punishment does the law prescribe for such an intrusion? To have a young lady keeping poison and a dagger beneath her pillow was rather unexpected for Xiao Mingyu. This young girl continuously challenged his perceptions. You ungrateful little fox, he said with irritation. I came to warn you to be cautious. Zhao Dong, do you remember him? He has brought several men to abduct you under the cover of night. You seem quite invested in the affairs of the Xiang residence, Gu Yunzhi remarked, sipping tea to soothe her throat. Xiao Mingyu leaned forward, placing his hands on the table. Gu Yunzhi's expression stiffened. This was the second time he had drawn near, his obsidian eyes reflecting her image, provoking the familiar fluttering of her heart and breathlessness. I am not concerned about the Xiang residents, Aji. I am concerned about you. Xiao Mingyu replied, feeling helpless as she regarded him as if he were a thief. I do not require a woman's assistance to achieve my goals. Gu Yunzhi met his gaze directly. The prince previously mentioned I could seek your help. Is that still valid? The young girl was clearly determined not to lose anything, openly seeking to exploit him, even as he had come to assist her. It is indeed valid, Xiao Mingyu replied, albeit somewhat begrudgingly. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon the young man, illuminating the darkness and reaching into her heart. Though his words carried a hint of melancholy, they struck a tender chord within her, evoking a myriad of soft emotions. Suddenly, Gu Yunzhi recalled how in her past life, Xiao Wenyuan had sweetly spoken similar words of affection, and she had believed him, only to suffer a grievous defeat. With this thought, her heart settled. Turning her head to steady her emotions, she said, I dislike being indebted to others. Your Highness, having assisted me this time, once the matter is resolved, I shall reveal a secret about Xiao Wenyuan. Xiao Mingyu laughed heartily, his brow relaxing. He sensed that Gu Yunzhi was not entirely averse to him, merely overly cautious. Most importantly, she viewed Xiao Wenyuan as an adversary and intended to divulge secrets about him, even though he had no need for such information. Many young ladies admired Xiao Wenyuan for his gentleness and charm, and Xiao Mingyu had previously worried that she might share their affections. His fingers lightly drummed on the table. How would you like me to assist you, Oshi? A shadow flickered in Gu Yunzhi's eyes, yet her smile remained faint.
You will know in due time.
The night was dark, as if an endless inkwell had been poured across the sky, revealing not a glimmer of light. Chaotic footsteps approached, and with a creak, the door swung open. This little lady is quite bold, sleeping alone at night without a guard, wasting my silver on finding someone. A lewd voice echoed through the room. After a brief moment, the voice resumed, and, according to the agreement, they were to place her in the temple's woodshed and depart. Should I discover any inappropriate actions on your part, I will not spare you. In her slumber, Song awoke to the disturbance and contemplated investigating, yet was dissuaded by Gu Yunzhi. After some reflection, she conceded that, with her daughter beside her, the troubles of others were of no concern to her, and thus, she relinquished her insistence. As the hour of the tiger approached, the temple's bell tolled punctually. The ancient Tianming temple, shrouded in the night mist, appeared particularly solemn and quiet. Still lost in her dreams, Song was roused by Gu Yunzhi to partake in the morning meal at the dining hall. Jir, she inquired, why have you come to dine so early today? No one from the residence has come to fetch food yet. Gu Yunzhi served her a bowl of soup, saying, Mother, the weather is set to change soon, leaving little time for breakfast. Please eat well. I fear we may not have the opportunity to eat at noon. After the mother and daughter finished their evening meal, they returned to their chamber. Shortly thereafter, Mama Zhang entered to announce that concubine Zhao had arrived to pay her respects to Song. Remembering Gu Yunzhi's words about Zhao's impending visit, she instructed, let her in. Upon entering, Zhao observed Song sitting calmly in the main seat and inquired with concern, Madam, why is the eldest girl not present today? Qian'er expressed a desire to accompany her to consult the master for some Buddhist scriptures to transcribe for the old lady's blessings. Zhao, however, suspected that Zhao Dong was currently engaged with that wretched girl, Gu Yunzhi, and she could hardly contain her smirk of schadenfreude as she awaited the outcome. Madam, the young lady is missing, Yunyan cried in panic, having been sent to rouse her. When I went to call her this morning, I found her absent from her room. Upon hearing this, Song's countenance darkened. What nonsense! How could Jir be missing? She appeared genuinely horrified. Zhao, glancing anxiously at Song, suggested, Madam, the temple is bustling with people. For the sake of the young lady's safety, let us search together. Despite their efforts, Song and Zhao found no trace of Gu Yunzhi. Under Zhao's directive, Qirong disseminated the news of Gu's disappearance. The news of the missing legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents quickly attracted more onlookers. Has anyone checked the woodshed in the back courtyard where miscellaneous items are stored? Inquired a boisterous little novice monk. Zhao, intoxicated with a sense of triumph, failed to notice Qirong's furtive gestures as she followed the throng toward the woodshed. Upon entering the back courtyard, the crowd was greeted by scandalous sounds emanating from the woodshed. The onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to step forward, while Zhao's expression morphed from concern to delight in the misfortune. Chapter 47. A taste of one's own medicine. No one anticipated that the legitimate daughter of the Xiang residents would engage in such disreputable behavior within the sacred grounds of a temple. Gu Yunzhi, who had previously dazzled everyone at the banquet, now found many eager for her downfall. They relished the thought of her being sullied, her reputation irreparably damaged, and the Xiang family's honor tarnished, an outcome that would benefit the multitude without consequence. How could the esteemed Madame Jeanne have praised the young lady's beauty and talents, only for her to commit such a disgraceful act? Indeed, even those of the brothel would not stoop so low. Others chimed in with crude and malicious remarks that chilled the heart. Madam, how can the young lady behave in such a manner? Our family's reputation is at stake. Zhao mocked. Yet Song remained eerily calm, offering Zhao a knowing smile, suggesting that it might not be Jir after all. Something felt amiss. Song's equanimity was unsettling. Scanning the crowd, Zhao noticed the absence of Qiurong and Gu Qianu, her unease growing. The moans from within the woodshed seemed unfamiliar, not at all like Gu Yunzhi's. The throng outside the woodshed grew, their curiosity piqued, each eager to glimpse the unfolding drama. Upon hearing the news of Gu Yunzhi's disappearance, suspected to be involved in an illicit affair within the woodshed, Gu Jianzhong stormed over, brandishing a stick in fury. He had thought Gu Yunzhi held some value, having caught the eye of the Prince of the Abyss, only to find her entangled in scandal at a temple. As he approached, the crowd parted, and he cast a furious glare at Song before forcefully kicking open the door. Zhao Dong had intentionally left the door unlocked, anticipating this moment. He knew that once the crowd witnessed the scene, Gu Yunzhi would either follow him willingly or be beaten to death. The woodshed was shrouded in darkness, rendering the situation indistinguishable, yet the unmistakable scent of passion lingered. Many in the crowd covered their mouths and noses, their thoughts turning to the lasciviousness of the Xiang family's daughter. Zhao Dong feigned anger, demanding, "Who dares interrupt my affairs? Do you know who I am? I am to be the future son-in-law of the Prime Minister's residence." Upon hearing this, the crowd confirmed the identity of the man within. Their gazes filled with disdain and contempt, some even eager to step forward, emboldened by the prospect of Gu's beauty. Gu Jianzhong gestured, and two servants rushed forward, dragging the naked couple from the bed to the entrance. Shocked gasps filled the air as they recognized the girl as the Xiang family's daughter, albeit the second daughter. And ironically, the one leading the charge was her own mother, Zhao. Upon seeing Qianer, Gu Jianzhong stood frozen, a surge of blood rising in his throat as he spat it onto the ground. His beloved daughter had been caught in a scandal at a temple, and he had been the one to drag her out. As her legs weakened, she was fortunate that Lu Yong was quick enough to support her. "Ah! How can this be my Qianer? It is impossible," Zhao cried, scrambling to verify her daughter's identity. But no matter how she looked, it was indeed her Qianer, and her gaze turned to Zhao Dong, as if searching for an explanation. Zhao Dong was equally bewildered. How had the person he had intended to abduct become Gu Qianu? Ashamed, he lowered his head, unable to meet Zhao's eyes. Who could have imagined that a mother would catch her own daughter in such a compromising position? It was as if Zhao was sacrificing her kin for the sake of justice. Clearly, Zhao must have plotted against the young lady, sacrificing her own daughter in the process. The crowd's sentiment shifted, now casting judgment upon Zhao, who was on the verge of collapse from rage, wishing to tear out the eyes of those who watched. How could Qianer be with this lowly creature? What will become of her future? "Mother, what are you doing here?" A gentle voice called from behind the crowd. Beneath the yulan tree, a woman in a delicate shade of lavender appeared, radiant yet graceful. "Gu Yunzhi, you wretched girl. Did you conspire against Qianer?" Zhao lunged at Gu Yunzhi. Yunyan stepped forward, forcefully pushing Zhao aside, causing her to stumble and fall. Realizing the situation, Song raised her hand to strike Zhao. "Qianu's disgraceful conduct with a man has nothing to do with Jir. You are merely a concubine in the Xiang residence. And to strike a legitimate daughter is an affront that could see you sold without question." As the situation escalated into chaos, Gu Jianzhuang intervened, urging the crowd to disperse, stating that this was a private matter of the government residence, irrelevant to outsiders. Having seen enough of the commotion, the onlookers lost interest in the ensuing events, and with Gu Jianzhuang's directive, they quickly dispersed. Gu Yunzhi did not overlook the simmering hatred in Aunt Zhao's eyes. A slight smirk played on her lips. "What are you saying, Aunt? Qianer and I have no grievances with each other. Why would I wish her harm? She approached Aunt Zhao, feigning support, and spoke deliberately. "Aunt, I did not send anyone to bring Qian'er to the bed. Please, do not be angry. Be mindful of the child you carry." Aunt Zhao, tormented and speechless, collapsed to the ground, her palms marked with deep red impressions. Gu Yunzhi struck Gu Yunzhi with a heavy hand, causing half her face to swell immediately.
Tell me,
"Did you harm Qian'er?" he demanded, his eyes flashing with fury. Gu Yunzhi, suppressing her disgust, squeezed out a few tears, denying, "Zhao Dong is Qian'er's cousin. It is only natural for them to develop feelings for each other. How could I be responsible for harming her? Do you wish for my innocence to be tarnished just to please yourself?" In the temple, the scandal of the affair was indeed ludicrous. Last night, Xiao Mingyu had questioned her as to why she harbored such animosity towards Aunt Zhao and her daughter, suggesting that eliminating them would resolve all issues. If word got out about Gu Qian'er and a man, it would mar her future prospects.
now.
She wished to convey to Xiao Mingyu that death was merely a fleeting moment. Nothing was more gratifying than witnessing a fate worse than death. She longed to see Aunt Zhao and her daughter endure endless torment, to watch the government residence decline, and to ensure that Xiao Wenyuan would never attain that coveted position. In the midst of the clamor, Gu Qian'er slowly opened her eyes, her body aching and weak, as though she had been ruthlessly torn apart. Gu Yunzhi, at this moment, should have been fully aware of her predicament. She could hardly wait to witness the downfall of that little wretch. Chapter 48. Clearing the courtyard. Gu Qian'er screamed, clutching her head, her body covered in bite marks, her clothes tattered and barely concealing her form, with filth seeping beneath her. Upon hearing Gu Qian'er's cries, Aunt Zhao's heart tightened as she rushed into the woodshed. "Qian'er, I am your mother. Listen to me. It was all just a dream." Gu Jianzhuang's temples pulsed ominously as he ordered Zhao Dong to be taken away. Gu Yunzhi exchanged a glance with Song Shi before entering the room. Even at a young age, Gu Qian'er understood the gravity of her situation. The moment she spotted Gu Yunzhi, she frantically hurled objects at her, but fortunately, Gu Yunzhi dodged swiftly, avoiding injury. Now, only Gu Yunzhi and Aunt Zhao remained in the room, while Song Shi, as the head of the household, had to deal with the aftermath. It was deeply distressing for her. Aunt Zhao and her daughter sought to harm her own daughter. Yet she was obliged to clean up after them. What kind of world was this? Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly, noting that her sister had clearly shared a mutual affection with Zhao Dong. "You two are in love, but this was hardly an appropriate place for such trysts. You have truly sullied the temple's aura. Could it be that you feared father would disapprove and sought to force his hand? Who would have thought my sister was such a lovesick fool?" "Gu Yunzhi, think carefully before you speak," Aunt Zhao retorted, exasperated. "Mother, quickly, throw this wretched girl out. I do not wish to see her." Gu Qian'er cried out in rage and despair, her face obscured as she wept. "So many people witnessed me with Zhao Dong. What noble family would want me now? I refuse to marry that good-for-nothing." Aunt Zhao's gaze toward Gu Yunzhi shifted, realizing why Song Shi consistently emerged unscathed from perilous situations. She had initially believed Song Shi was simply favored by fortune, but now understood that Gu Yunzhi was the mastermind behind it all. At first, she had found it hard to believe that a mere 13-year-old girl could possess such cunning, yet Gu Yunzhi had repeatedly escaped her traps. Aunt Zhao regretted allowing Gu Yunzhi to grow up. She deemed her presence unacceptable any longer. Observing everything unfold, Gu Yunzhi maintained an impassive demeanor. "Aunt, since there are no outsiders present, I shall speak plainly. Indeed, it was I who arranged for Qian'er to be abducted and placed in my bed last night." "How wicked you are," Aunt Zhao hissed, her brows furrowing like a venomous snake.
Oh.
Gu Yunzhi opened the door. "Aunt, I merely returned the favor, employing your own methods against you. How can this be deemed wicked? In terms of malice, who could rival you? You poisoned my mother, hired assassins to kill us, and schemed to ruin my reputation through Zhao Dong. Each plot intricately woven. Aunt, your schemes are commendable. But I wish to inform you that I am fully aware of all your machinations. You will not let me off the hook, and neither will I allow you to escape." With that, she left without a backward glance. The atmosphere in the room grew tense with unease. As Aunt Zhao was engulfed by profound fear, Gu Yunzhi's revelations were nothing short of a declaration of war. Having expressed her thoughts, Gu Yunzhi felt a sense of relief. Upon returning to the East Wing, she rushed into Song Shi's room, where Song Shi was packing clothes. Originally, the old madam intended to leave after noon. But following these events, she could no longer bear to remain at the temple and instructed everyone to gather their belongings and depart immediately. Gu Yunzhi embraced Song Shi from behind. "Mother, do you think my actions are ruthless, disregarding the reputation of the government residents?" Song Shi paused, gently patting Gu Yunzhi's back as she had when she was a child. "Ah Ji, in my heart, you will always be a pure and kind little girl. What troubles me is that you should not have kept such significant matters from me. What if something truly happened to you?" "Mother, there will be no what-ifs. Aunt Zhao is a cautious person. Had I confided in you, it would have revealed weaknesses, and this matter would have unraveled. Furthermore, Aunt Zhao will not find it easy to harm me," Gu Yunzhi explained. Aunt Zhao had suffered a silent defeat this time, and it was unlikely she would let it go easily. In contrast, Gu Jinzhuang genuinely cared for Gu Qianna. Had Aunt Zhao given birth to a son, her brother's legitimate status would have been precarious. With Xiao Dong taken away, Gu Jinzhuang would undoubtedly sacrifice Xiao Dong's life to protect Gu Qianna. He would never allow her to marry Xiao Dong, nor risk her life for the sake of the government residence's reputation. It remained to be seen what excuse he would concoct to resolve this situation. Through these events, Gu Yunzhi understood the weight Aunt Zhao and her daughter held in Gu Jinzhuang's heart. To think that she could incite his disdain for them was sheer naivety. The journey back home was quiet, without any disturbances. Upon their return to the government residence, the old madam ordered the servants to send Gu Qianna to the estate in the outskirts. Gu Jinzhuang refused to confront the old madam, and after days of headaches coupled with the rain, her anger led to a stroke, leaving her bedridden. What was meant to be a pilgrimage for blessings at Tianming Temple had turned into an invitation for disaster, leaving Gu Jinzhuang choked with grief. In the court, Ying Hongzhua berated him again, mocking his failure to govern his household, favoring a concubine over his legitimate wife, and publicly beating his legitimate daughter for the misdeeds of his concubine's daughter. The emperor, enraged, stripped him of a year's salary and demoted him to the position of an academician. Ying Hongzhua's accusations in the court made it hard for Gu Jinzhuang to believe they were not instigated by Duke Song. This truly was a case of losing both his wife and soldiers. Had it not been for the revelation that Wu Xiang was a fraud, he might have believed Gu Yunzhi was the harbinger of misfortune. While some were disheartened, others thrived in success. Gu Yunzhi, upon hearing of Gu Jinzhuang's demotion, savored an extra bowl of rice. "Yunyan, isn't it time to cleanse the courtyard of unwanted elements? In the past, everyone placed spies here. Had I not been impervious to poison, I would have fallen victim during the birthday banquet. Xiao Dong's ability to approach the legitimate daughter's courtyard is something I am well aware of. Her only personal maid was Yunyan, while the total number of servant girls and roughhouse matrons in the courtyard amounted to 12. When Gu Yunzhi inquired, Yunyan understood that there was an unclean presence among them. "Everyone, cease your tasks for a moment. The young lady has summoned you to convey an important message." Yunyan instructed the maids and matrons to pause their work and gather in the main hall of the southern courtyard. Gu Yunzhi sat in the principal seat, surveying the kneeling servants from her elevated position. Her gaze was frigid, akin to a sharp, cold arrow piercing their backs. Among them, some were already trembling and struggling to kneel steadily. Gu Yunzhi lowered her eyes, her tone light, yet laced with gravity. "I wonder how accustomed you all are to residing in my courtyard?" Chapter 49. Punishing the treacherous servants. The room was exceptionally quiet. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. These servants, accustomed to a lax demeanor, were momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Yunzhi's expression was grave. Since her rebirth, events had unfolded one after another, and the matter of managing the courtyard had been procrastinated, leading to this predicament. She could tolerate the occasional laziness of her subordinates and their minor schemes, but she could not abide treachery within her household. It was due to the failures of those close to her in her previous life that her child had suffered harm. Having fallen twice in the same manner would be akin to the foolishness of a pig. A cold smile flickered within her. The individuals in her courtyard so readily dismissed her words, believing her to be the same soft and yielding figure of her past. "Those from Lianyu Courtyard and Mingyue Hall. If you come forth voluntarily, I shall not pursue the matter further. However, should you persist in your obstinacy, the southern courtyard's small temple shall not accommodate you." Yunyan prepared another cup of tea for Gu Yunzhi, who took a sip. The renowned Dongting Biluakun tea lived up to its reputation. With an exquisite fusion of fragrance and flavor, delicate yet lingering. This tea had been sent to her by the lady of the house, and they had previously agreed to reconvene at the residence, Perhaps the lady was apprehensive of incurring her displeasure after the general's recent accusation against Gu Jianzhong in court. Regaining her focus, Gu Yunzhi scrutinized the gathered individuals. Xiaoya belonged to concubine Zhao, who among them was aligned with the old matriarch. She had been unaware of the matriarch's spies in the courtyard, and she owed her gratitude to Mama Shen for the discreet alert. Mama Cui was honest and diligent, having cleaned the southern courtyard for 6 years as assigned by her mother, thus her suspicion could be dismissed. The gardener, Bai Fong, and the 4 matrons from the kitchen were brought by her mother's dowry, their contracts still held in the duke's residence, so they could also be ruled out. The 4 second-rate maidservants, Qiumei, Chunlan, Dongju, and Zizhu, managed the daily affairs and were part of the same batch assigned to the estate. Qiumei and Dongju were lively and simple-minded. Yunyan had previously gauged their intentions, and their likelihood of involvement seemed minimal. Chunlan's family had once been prosperous, but her father's gambling debts led to her being sold into servitude, making her the prime suspect. Zizhu, though not loquacious, possessed certain skills and a meticulous nature. Gu Yunzhi deliberated over each one. Setting down her teacup, she reflected on the severity of rebellion against a master and the consequences that could ensue. Minor offenses could warrant punishment such as kneeling, slapping, or caning. However, greater transgressions could result in execution. Considering their willingness to serve their master, they ought not fear death. Coincidentally, she had read of a punishment more entertaining than beheading. Observing the continued silence, she muttered to herself, "Imagine a stick inserted through your mouths, buried in the ground with only your heads exposed, and a knife marking a cross on your foreheads. Then, as the skin is pulled back, hot water is poured in. Once the water passes through, flesh will separate from skin. It is said that human skin and bones can be transformed into exquisite lanterns that shimmer beautifully at night, while your flesh will be discarded to feed the fish. Regrettably, this would leave you no opportunity for reincarnation." Gu Yunzhi smiled sweetly and instructed Yunyan, "Go to the ladies' courtyard and inform her of the internal traitor in the southern courtyard, requesting her to send a few strong individuals." Just as Yunyan was about to exit, Xiaoya and Dongju trembled as they crawled out from the crowd, their faces flushed and breathless. The kneeling individuals were no better. Upon hearing about the human skin lanterns, their minds spun in confusion, and the figure before them seemed a beautiful, yet vengeful specter. Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow, lingering a moment longer on Dongju, who appeared innocent and lively yet was, in fact, a spy for the matriarch. Understanding Gu Yunzhi's implication, Yunyan stepped forward with a stern demeanor and delivered several slaps to Dongju, who was left reeling. Realizing her exposure, Dongju defiantly grasped Yunyan's hand, indignantly declaring, "I am sent by the matriarch. Are you truly intending to oppose her, young lady?" This was a blatant attempt to leverage the matriarch against Gu Yunzhi. With a slight smile, Gu Yunzhi thought to herself that she would disappoint Dongju. Her support lay bedridden and voiceless, having no time to intervene. Yunyan, incensed by Dongju's audacity, showed no fear of her invoking the old matriarch and kicked her down. Unfortunately, Dongju's had struck the leg of a nearby screen, causing her to bleed profusely, her eyes appearing eerily red. With only Yunyan as her personal maid, Gu Yunzhi found the situation somewhat inconvenient and decided to promote Zizhu, calling her forth. Gu Yunzhi, with a detached demeanor, stated, "Zizhu, Xiaoya has betrayed me by colluding with concubine Zhao. What do you think should be done?" A fleeting look of determination crossed Zizhu's eyes as she respectfully bowed and calmly replied, "For betraying one's master, public execution is warranted to serve as a warning to others." Considering her poised attitude, Gu Yunzhi decided to spare her life. "You will take Xiaoya to the Baihua pavilions, madam, instructing her to avoid any fatalities and to care for her well." Gu Yunzhi cast a glance at the kneeling individuals. Only Zizhu maintained her composure, unaffected by her words. Yunyan was loyal, yet somewhat soft-hearted. Such leniency could lead to grave errors at critical moments. Her earlier question had also served to test Zizhu. Had Zizhu sought to plead for Xiaoya due to their shared status as maidservants, Gu Yunzhi would have dismissed her. However, Zizhu's forthright declaration of deserving death earned her a chance. Unbeknownst to Gu Yunzhi, as she tested Zizhu, Zizhu was also assessing whether Gu Yunzhi was worthy of her unwavering loyalty. Hailing from Xiongnan Hangkou, Zizhu's family had made a living through incense making. The scented offerings used in royal ceremonies were all produced in Hangkou. Incense could soothe the mind, serve as offerings, and even kill discreetly. Zijou was skilled in both martial arts and the craft of incense making, knowledge unknown to outsiders. During the second year of Xuanhe, a devastating flood struck Hangkou, causing countless casualties and displacing many, including Zijou, who found herself among the fleeing masses. She had once aspired to live by her craft. Yet the demands of the local ladies for lethal incense led her to conceal her skills and enter the residence as a maid. Zijou's initial intention was to live quietly in the residence, avoiding attention, as there was no one she deemed worthy of risking her life for. The former young lady of the house had transformed from her previously delicate demeanor into a ruthless figure, piquing Zijou's interest. She sought a master who was decisive in action, yet possessed a kind heart. Zijou was perceptive and vowed not to let her mistress down. Chapter 50. The rising wind. Xiaoya trembled as she knelt on the ground, willing to go anywhere if it meant saving her life. Gu Yunzhi left Dongju behind, instructing the others to resume their tasks. With a decisive action that served as a warning, she made the servants in the courtyard acutely aware of the transformation in this stunning young lady, dispelling any lingering thoughts they may have harbored. Dongju, under the impression that Gu Yunzhi would not dare to act against her, grew increasingly arrogant, proclaiming, "Miss, do not be so stubborn. I am sent by the old madam. If something happens in your courtyard, I wonder how you'll explain it." Gu Yunzhi, with a smile that held a hint of mockery, replied softly, "The old madam has suffered a stroke. I have no obligation to explain myself to her. Besides, even if she were in good health, if I declare that you have erred and I deal with you, can she truly turn against me? Dongju, you overestimate your own worth. Spare me, miss. Spare me." Dongju, upon hearing of the old madam's condition, was struck with fear and repeatedly bowed her head in submission. Gu Yunzhi continued to sip her tea, while Dongju's incessant bows produced an irritating sound. Allowing a tiger to return to the mountains would only invite future troubles. Dongju could not be permitted to remain. Thunder rumbled in the sky, casting a somber shadow over the room as Gu Yunzhi spoke with profound meaning. "I cannot disregard my grandmother's face. You may leave now. And remember what should and should not be said in the future." Dongju halted her actions and, acknowledging the command, retreated. Upon reaching the courtyard, she could not resist glancing back, and upon realizing that nothing seemed amiss, she exhaled in relief, feeling self-satisfied. If the young lady knew that she was sent by the old madam, it could only serve her favor in gaining respect from the courtyard servants. Gu Yunzhi sighed. "Yunyan, I am feeling a bit weary, and wish to rest for a while. You may go." Yunyan was taken aback. The young lady had never taken an afternoon nap before. Puzzled, she hesitated before stepping outside. Hearing Yunyan's footsteps fade away, Gu Yunzhi retrieved another cup, poured herself some tea, and glanced out the window. "Have you listened enough? Why are you not coming out?" In the blink of an eye, a handsome young man settled comfortably in the nearby pearwood chair, a smile gracing his face as he sipped from his cup, admiration evident in his expression. Gu Yunzhi lightly tapped her fingers on the table, a playful grin forming as she mused. "Does the prince enjoy being a gentleman of the rafters?" Xiao Mingyu nearly spat his tea. Astonished that the young lady had noticed him all along, he had thought his accidental misstep had betrayed him. "Ah Ji, why must you always leave others without face? I am, after all, a prince, yet I hold no status before you." He pretended to be displeased. Since affirming his feelings, he yearned to see Gu Yunzhi daily. With the troubles at the temple and Gu Jianzhong demoted, he was bewildered that she was not concerned for her own standing and instead focused on disciplining the servants. Seeing his expression, Gu Yunzhi could not help but chuckle. Xiao Mingyu's petulance was unexpectedly endearing. The saying, "A smile from a young girl can outshine the beauty of the 6 palaces," resonated with her. As this was the first time she had genuinely smiled so brightly at him, leaving Xiao Mingyu momentarily flustered. He suddenly understood why King Yu of Zhou lit fires to amuse the lords, all for the sake of a single smile from a beloved. If Aji smiled at him like that every day, he would willingly become a foolish monarch for her sake. "Will you truly let the maid who spoke back to you go?" She was sent by the old madam. Xiao Mingyu could not help but inquire. "Let her go?" Gu Yunzhi's expression turned peculiar. How could you naively believe her words? "Indeed," Gu Yunzhi replied matter-of-factly. Before Xiao Mingyu could pose another question, a knock on the door interrupted, and Gu Yunzhi signaled for him to leave. Mississippi. In less than 2 hours, Zijou returned, prompting Gu Yunzhi to let her in, somewhat astonished. In her previous life, she had no interaction with Zijou and had not thoroughly examined the people in her courtyard. She had not anticipated that her residence concealed such capable individuals, and she found herself rather fond of Zijou. "Miss, the task has been accomplished," Zijou said, her head bowed and voice low. Gu Yunzhi responded earnestly, "Zijou, how long have you been in the manor? Where is your home? And do you have any siblings?" Zijou's fingers trembled in surprise as she looked at Gu Yunzhi. Why was the young lady suddenly asking such questions? Had she investigated her background? Zijou wrestled with whether to speak the truth, realizing that lies would eventually be uncovered. She engaged in considerable internal struggle before ultimately deciding to be forthright. Since she intended to follow Gu Yunzhi, she felt she should not harbor any secrets. Gu Yunzhi, confident that Zijou would be candid, patiently awaited her response. Zijou knelt and bowed her head 3 times, replying to the miss. "I have been in the manor for 2 years. I am from Hangkou in Xiangnan, having fled here due to a flood that claimed my parents' lives. I have no siblings and possess some skills, including incense making." Gu Yunzhi was taken aback. She was aware that the incense used in Xuanhe originated from Hangkou, and Zijou's background surprised her. Had she known Zijou earlier, perhaps her child would not have perished. Life had its twists and turns, and now she had someone skilled in incense making by her side, prompting Gu Yunzhi to reflect on the unpredictability of fate. An adept incense maker could wield power invisibly. As Zijou spoke of her craft, her tone brimmed with pride and confidence, revealing her assurance in her abilities. Gu Yunzhi nodded. "You may return to gather your belongings and move to the room next to Yunyan's. From now on, like her, you will be by my side. The previous tasks will be reassigned, and regarding your incense making, to avoid unnecessary trouble, do not speak of it to anyone." Zijou calmly nodded, seemingly unfazed by the arrangement. Before exiting, Gu Yunzhi found this reaction surprising. Typically, when a second-tier maid was promoted to first-tier, one would expect gratitude and appreciation. Yet Zijou acted as if nothing had transpired, making Gu Yunzhi question whether Zijou's expression was indeed fixed in such a manner. In the Lingyu courtyard, Gu Qianer, having the favor of Gu Jianzhong and with the old Madame Bedridden, remained in the manor. It had been over half a month since their return from the temple. Lately, Gu Qianer felt persistently fatigued and lacked appetite. The sight of sour plums or hawthorn made her salivate, yet she felt no sourness regardless of how much she consumed. One day, Aunt Zhao visited Gu Qianer's chamber and was alarmed to see her treating sour plums as a meal, sending a chill down her spine and giving rise to an absurd premonition. Gu Qianer was still under 13. She hoped it was not as she feared. "Mother, what has become of that little wretch Gu Yunzhi? Have you devised a plan to deal with her?" Gu Qianer, having returned from the temple, had not slept well since. Her mind haunted by the memories of being defiled by Zhao Dong and ridiculed by others. Yet, Gu Yunzhi continued to thrive without consequence, and Gu Qianer could not fathom why. Aunt Zhao, with tears streaming down her face, gently stroked Gu Qianer's head, only to be pushed away. Chapter 51. Gu Qianer is with child. Gu Qianer screeched, "Is this how you act as a mother? I have been wronged by your nephew, and instead of seeking revenge for me, you weep here. Get out. I do not wish to see you again. If you do not help me, I shall take it upon myself to avenge against that little wretch Gu Yunzhi." Aunt Zhao, suppressing her anguish, her eyes glistening with venom, declared, "Qianer, I will ensure that Gu Yunzhi pays dearly, that she is subjected to the whims of countless men, and I will seek justice for you." After Aunt Zhao's repeated reassurances, Gu Qianer finally calmed down, perhaps exhausted from her outburst, and fell asleep in Aunt Zhao's embrace. Yet Aunt Zhao remained uneasy and instructed Qirong to fetch the doctor from the Women's Ancestral Hall for a consultation. The Women's Ancestral Hall specialized in female ailments and childbirth. Unlike ordinary medical establishments, akin to the Imperial Medical Bureau, yet catering specifically to the noble ladies of high society, renowned for their exceptional medical skills and discretion. Before long, Qirong returned with the doctor, Wu Qin, from the Women's Ancestral Hall. Wu Qin assisted Gu Qianer in taking her pulse, her expression resembling that of a bird seized by terror. The young lady of the official family, unwed, found herself in a delicate condition, a scandal of monumental proportions should the news escape. Zhao Yinyang instructed the servants to withdraw, leaving only the two of them, her voice trembling as she implored, "Doctor, please speak candidly. What ails my daughter?" Yukin withdrew her hand, hesitating before revealing, "Your esteemed daughter is with child." After a long pause, Zhao Yinyang spoke, "Is there a way to terminate it?" Yukin, having witnessed numerous sordid affairs, was unfazed. Though disdain flickered in her heart, Her demeanor remained one of utmost respect. She replied, trembling, "The fetus is still small. Administering medication prematurely could harm the young lady's health. The best course of action is to wait until the child is full term and then proceed with acupuncture for abortion." With that, she lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Yinyang's gaze. Zhao Yinyang nodded, instructing Qirong to present Yukin with 50 taels of silver to ensure her safe return. This child could not be allowed to come to term. With Zhao Dong deceased, Qian was to be betrothed in a couple of years, and she could not be encumbered by the offspring of a scandalous liaison. The master had assured her that those who had seen Qian at the temple were now silenced, though she remained unaware of the methods employed. As long as she could sever ties with Qian she would not hesitate to eliminate all who posed a threat. However, with Zhao Dong gone, Zhao Yinyang's elder brother and sister-in-law caused quite a stir before Gu Yunzhi, vociferously claiming that the house of the official had caused the death of their son, demanding to petition the emperor. Gu Yunzhi, in an effort to placate them, begrudgingly offered 1,000 taels of silver, for he understood that should this matter escalate, his position would be irreparably jeopardized. The official residence, being a newly risen power, lacked a solid foundation, and with their extravagant lifestyle, they were not truly affluent. Though Gu Yunzhi had previously held the title of Prime Minister, he was acutely aware of the many watchful eyes upon him, ready to report any misstep to Emperor Xiaowu. Thus he dared not accept bribes from subordinates. Having lost 1,000 taels and sullied Gu Qianyu's reputation, Gu Yunzhi would have confronted Zhao Yinyang had it not been for her condition. Yunyan, who had been assigned to serve beside Zijou, found herself not only welcoming the arrangement but also exhilarated, as she had heard that Zijou possessed martial skills and eagerly sought her tutelage. Gu Yunzhi, initially concerned that Yunyan would harbor resentment towards Zijou, now observed a harmonious dynamic between the two. On one particular day, as Gu Yunzhi was painting in her study, Zijou ground ink beside her when Yunyan rushed in, a conspiratorial gleam in her eye. "Miss, I have uncovered a monumental secret." Gu Yunzhi paused, smiling as she inquired, "What secret?" "I've been observing the movements in Zhao Yinyang's courtyard, and recently, a woman has frequently visited the Love Whisper courtyard. I inquired with the gatekeeper, Dongzi, who informed me that she is a doctor from the female and Tang, named Yukin. Just think, miss, since Zhao Yinyang became pregnant, she has never summoned a female doctor until now. What kind of person would conceal their pregnancy to seek a woman doctor?" Yunyan smirked. Gu Yunzhi pressed her lips together,
contemplating.
Zhao Yinyang, if she were indeed pregnant, would be eager to broadcast it to the world. Why would she go to such lengths to hide it? Unless it is indeed Gu Qianer who is with child? Zhao Dong, before his demise, had left this mother-daughter duo a considerable gift. The quarrel outside shattered the tranquility of the room, and Gu Yunzhi turned her gaze to the window, a smirk playing on her lips as she noted how brazen Dongju had become. "Miss, will you truly allow Dongju to persist in this manner? Just yesterday, I witnessed her pour hot water onto Chiume's hand. When I reprimanded her, she boldly claimed her status as a servant of the old lady exempted her from censure. Even asserting that not even you would dare confront her," Yunyan said, indignantly. Gu Yunzhi murmured, "That cannot be permitted. It is indeed time to act." The full moon hung among the barren branches. The moment for decisive action had arrived. Dongju found it curious that Gu Yunzhi had tasked her with delivering ginseng soup to the lady. Was the lady not resting at this hour? Reflecting on how even Zijou, with her dull demeanor, could serve beside the miss, Dongju suspected she had been recognized as a servant of the old lady and thus was being favored. Such esteemed ladies and daughters of affluent families were treated with utmost reverence. She had never tasted ginseng soup in her life. The aromatic scent wafting from the tray intensified her longing to sample it. Resolute, she consoled herself that a single taste would go unnoticed. Yet, as the soup touched her lips, the tray slipped from her hands with a crash, spilling onto the ground alongside a pool of blood. The following morning, Gu Yunzhi declared that a luminous pearl had vanished from her box, suspecting it had been stolen by someone from the courtyard. Yunyan and Zijou scoured the maid's quarters repeatedly, yet found no trace of it. "Miss, Dongju has disappeared. She may have stolen it," Chiume remarked. "Indeed, miss. We are all of clean hands. How could we commit such an act? It must be Dongju, emboldened by her connection to the old lady, who has taken your belongings." Chumon chimed in. Gu Yunzhi smiled. "Dongju is close to my grandmother. She must have felt uncomfortable here and returned to her. For the misunderstanding caused by a single pearl, I feel remiss." As compensation, I shall increase your monthly allowance by a tael of silver. With the promise of increased wages, the servants expressed their gratitude and returned to their duties, indifferent to Dongju's fate. Having resolved the situation with Dongju, Gu Yunzhi felt a considerable lift in her spirits. This matter eluded Yunyan's notice, but not Ziju's. She sighed, recognizing that Dongju was likely destined for the underworld now. The miss was able to spare Xiaoya's life because she was perceptive and understood her circumstances. Dongju, relying on her connection to the old lady, behaved recklessly, failing to recognize who truly holds power in the South Courtyard. Even if the old lady were not bedridden, she would not jeopardize her relationship with the miss for a mere maid. Dongju's demise stemmed from her ignorance of who occupies the highest station here. Chapter 52. The Reckoning of a Scoundrel. A night fraught with nightmares left Gu Yunzhi awakening with a splitting headache. Yunyan entered with water. Noticing Gu Yunzhi sitting on the bed in a daze and tenderly inquired, "Miss, did you have another nightmare?" Gu Yunzhi nodded and rose. As long as Zhao Yinyang and her daughter, along with Xiao Wenyuan, existed in this world, her nightmares would persist. What news from Gu Qianer? Gu Yunzhi pondered. Knowing Zhao Yinyang had been unusually inactive of late, likely overwhelmed by her daughter's pregnancy, which posed a risk to both mother and child. The atmosphere in the Love Whisper courtyard is tense. No news can be gleaned, Yunyan replied. Flipping through a book, Gu Yunzhi's gaze fell upon the word musk, and a realization struck her. She had overlooked a crucial detail, given Zhao Yinyang and Gu Qian's characters. They would undoubtedly seek to terminate a pregnancy if they discovered it. The absence of any action thus far suggested that either the child was not to be discarded or the timing for such a decision had not yet arrived. With less than a month elapsed since Qingming and Gu Qian is still young, the use of medication for abortion could jeopardize her ability to bear children in the future. They were evidently biding their time for the fetus to reach full term, and Gu Yunzhi's eyes glimmered with insight. On that day, as Gu Yunzhi exited the Song family's courtyard, she was halted in the garden by a voice. "Miss Gu." The man's tone was low and inviting. Gu Yunzhi clenched her fists within her sleeves, a torrent of resentment flooding her mind, unstoppable as a raging river. Xiao Wenyuan. This was their first encounter since her rebirth. The first time he had spoken directly to her. That voice was indelibly etched in her memory. Composing herself, she looked up to meet Xiao Wenyuan's gaze, where a smile lingered. What a coincidence to run into you here. Is it truly a coincidence, or has he deliberately sought her out? She mused inwardly. Your Highness. The fifth prince, Gu Yunzhi, stepped back 2 paces, bowing before attempting to leave. Xiao Wenyuan frowned. Why does Miss Gu greet me with such coldness? Had you not fled the flower banquet, I would not have to go through such lengths. Fortunately, after he had expressed his intention to wed Gu Yunzhi to Gu Jianzhong, the latter had not opposed. However, that old rascal seems rather indifferent towards the legitimate daughter, wholeheartedly wishing to marry off the illegitimate one. What a joke. How could a dignified prince possibly take a concubine as his wife? What benefits could such a union possibly yield? His interest in Gu Yunzhi stems not solely from her being the daughter of the minister, but also from her connection to the Duke of Dinggua's residence. Should he marry her, he would possess a greater chance of contending with Xiao Mingyu. Gu Yunzhi furrowed her brow and remarked, Your Highness, I do not quite comprehend your intentions. We are strangers, should we not maintain a certain distance? Xiao Wenyu was taken aback, unable to fathom her reaction. Among the noble ladies of the realm, who would not aspire to marry a prince. Yet, Gu Yunzhi appeared to flee from him, as if he were a ferocious beast. I have overstepped, and I shall take my time to get to know Miss Gu, he conceded. As Gu Yunzhi beheld his feigned sincerity, she felt a wave of nausea. How could she have been so foolish in her previous life, failing to discern his ambitions, deceived by his seemingly virtuous demeanor for so long? Xiao Wenyu attempted to draw closer, but Gu Yunzhi offered him no opportunity, promptly departing with Yunyan and Ziju. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Wenyu's expression soured. Upon returning to the southern courtyard, Gu Yunzhi's heart remained unsettled. During their previous encounters, she had managed to maintain her composure in his presence, but this time, with him so near, she felt as if she could plunge a dagger into his chest. Xiao Wenyu's appearance here was not unknown to Gu Jianzhong. His intentions to sell off his daughter for personal gain were so blatant they could be heard across the courtyard. As expected, no sooner had Xiao Wenyu departed than she was summoned to the study. Gu Yunzhi performed her greetings and addressed, Father. Gu Jianzhong's lips twitched. His face suffused with disdain for Gu Yunzhi. Why did you turn your back on the prince while he spoke to you? Do you possess no manners? Are you suggesting I should offer my affection to the prince? Gu Yunzhi retorted with sarcasm. The audacity! How dare she speak to him in such a manner? This daughter was nothing but a debt collector, perpetually at odds with him. Father, the political landscape remains uncertain. Do not align yourself with personal desires, lest the entire ministerial house suffers the consequences, Gu Yunzhi cautioned. Gu Jianzhong was left speechless by her words, raising his hand as if to strike her. Father, once is a mistake, twice is a choice. If you strike me again, think carefully, she warned. What wrong is there in disciplining my own daughter? Gu Jianzhong replied coolly. Gu Yunzhi fixed her gaze upon him. Father, have you ever regarded me as your daughter? You know well in your heart. I do not wish to cause embarrassment between us. I merely wish to advise you to see the situation clearly. The emperor favors Prince Xian. I am your only legitimate daughter, backed by the duke's residence. If my marriage encounters troubles, can you escape unscathed? Perhaps you think, I have more than one daughter, but father, who would want a morally tarnished illegitimate daughter? Whether you admit it or not, we are ultimately in the same boat. You may not like me or my mother, but that matters little. However, father, I have an elder brother by blood, and one must always leave room for oneself in dealings. When Gu Yunzhi emphasized morally tarnished, Gu Jianzhong nearly fainted with rage. He had to concede that this daughter had matured, more astute than he, analyzing court affairs with clarity and logic. Father, ponder your decision carefully. I understand the principle that marriage is to be decided by the parents, unlike some shameless individuals who secretly consort with men, hoping to shift the blame onto others. With that, Gu Yunzhi turned and exited the study. Yunyan and Ziju had been waiting outside the study, anxiously listening to the raised voices of Gu Jianzhong. Upon seeing Gu Yunzhi emerge, Yunyan hurriedly approached. Miss, we heard the argument between you and the master. Are you all right? Did he strike you? Gu Yunzhi shook her head. Gu Jianzhong would not lose himself. He could discern right from wrong, otherwise he would not have attained such a position. Miss, please wait. Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow, noticing Wu Yinyang, her eyes glistening with allure, her attire exquisite. After not seeing her for several days, the charm she exuded had only intensified, indicating her shrewdness in adapting to circumstances, proving her choice was not misguided. Wu Yinyang smiled. Miss, do you have time to visit me? It has been quite a while since I last saw you, and I find myself missing you. Seeing it was still early, Gu Yunzhi nodded with a smile. What is it that you wish to discuss? Chapter 53. Do you wish to utilize her?
Dream on.
Wu Yinyang, the type who rises with no profit at stake, had called her over for matters concerning the Lianyu courtyard. However, given the tight-lipped nature of that place, her ability to gather information indicated significant effort on her part. Miss, the second miss is with child, yet has not yet given birth. Wu Yinyang's gaze carried a hint of cunning that was hardly discernible. Gu Yunzhi slowly surveyed Wu Yinyang's modest yet exquisite quarters, adorned with Gu Kaiji S.O. to the goddess of the Luo River, the legendary daughter of Fuxi, who drowned in the Luo River and became a deity, known to the world as Mi Fei. She felt a sense of familiarity with Wu Yinyang's attire, cloaked in cloud-like garments, her waist slim and graceful, her hair styled high, a subtle allusion to her own comparison to the goddess of the Luo River. Alas, the goddess was of noble birth. While no matter how much Wu Yinyang flaunted, she could only be seen as a sparrow that had alighted upon a branch. How the hearts of men have changed. Attempting to distance herself while inciting Gu Yunzhi against the Lianyu courtyard, Gu Yunzhi propped her chin and smiled. What is your intent in sharing this with me? Wu Yinyang deliberated before continuing. You are aware of Zhao Yinyang's poisoning of the madam. Such an opportunity lies before you. Mississippi surely, you cannot remain indifferent. Miss, do you not recall Zhao Yinyang's poisoning of the madam? Wu Yinyang's tone was laced with concern and tenderness. The fox's tail had been revealed. She awaited her there. Had Gu Yunzhi not been acquainted with Wu Yinyang's past, she might have been deceived. Zhao Yinyang merely pretended to be weak before Gu Jianzhong, whereas Wu Yinyang's cunning was far superior. Gu Yunzhi rose leisurely. Wu Yinyang, I admire intelligent individuals. However, I despise those who wield their intelligence against me. Why not speak plainly rather than resorting to convoluted insinuations that only serve to irritate? You yearn more for trouble to befall the Lianyu courtyard than I do. Zhao Yinyang has lingered by my father's side for years. If she encounters misfortune, you would be the primary beneficiary, not I, regardless of her machinations. I am still the legitimate daughter of the minister. Why would I need to dirty my hands with such troubles? Her words left Wu Yinyang flushed with embarrassment, retreating in defeat. Ever since she gained favor, every servant in the household had treated her with the utmost respect, and no one had dared to insult her so. Gu Yunzhi's words made her realize that, despite her favored status, she remained a concubine in the hierarchy of legitimacy. Miss, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. Wu Yinyang implored, hastily pouring tea for Gu Yunzhi. Wu Yinyang sighed. In truth, I am well aware that the master harbors thoughts for Zhao Yinyang and her daughter. I am merely a fleeting novelty to him. Once Zhao Yinyang gives birth and can attend to the master, there will be no place for me. The reason I currently enjoy his favor is twofold: Zhao Yinyang's pregnancy and my skillful flattery. To speak frankly, I began as a servant and have only recently tasted the sweetness of a better life. I truly wish to avoid returning to a time when I was at the mercy of others, subject to their whims. I have kept an eye on the Lianyu courtyard and placed a spy there. She mentioned that the second miss became pregnant shortly after her return and cannot terminate the pregnancy due to its early stage. Zhao Yinyang has been in quite a tizzy over this matter, throwing several tantrums. Her suspicions were confirmed. Gu Qian'er's pregnancy was not a matter of choice, but rather an impossibility to terminate. Why did the concubine not directly inform her husband of Gu Qian'er's pregnancy? Wu Yinyang shook her head with a bitter smile. I previously mentioned the Lianyu courtyard to the master, only to be reprimanded for meddling in others' affairs, which made me realize that Zhao Yinyang holds a position in the master's heart that I can never rival. Gu Yunzhi, cradling her cup, remained silent for a moment. Even if she were to inform Gu Jianzhong, it would likely result in nothing more than a few scoldings directed at Zhao Yinyang and Gu Qian'er, followed by continued cover-ups. Seeing Gu Yunzhi's silence, Wu Yinyang presumed her disbelief. To demonstrate her sincerity, she stated plainly, a woman who cannot bear children, regardless of her marriage's grandeur, is merely a fleeting illusion. I wish for the second young lady to never conceive again. Gu Yunzhi fell into contemplation, recognizing that Wu Yinyang may have orchestrated this plan long ago. By confiding in her, perhaps she hoped to have someone to shield her should the truth come to light. Moreover, she understood that her failure to intervene would indirectly make her an accomplice, allowing both to share the burden should calamity arise.
All right.
Gu Yunzhi smiled softly. Rising to her feet, she conveyed a few instructions to Wu Yinyang and handed her a paper package before turning to leave. Wu Yinyang trembled as she clutched the package, filled with trepidation. The young lady, with her intricate calculations, must find her little schemes laughable. The young lady had anticipated being summoned, feigning indifference while waiting for Wu Yinyang to speak first. From the outset, this game had placed Wu Yinyang at a disadvantage.
Terrified,
she recognized the cunning and malice of the Musk strategy, which left no evidence against her. That day, after breakfast, Gu Yunzhi remained seated in the courtyard until the hour of Shin, appearing deeply pensive. In just 7 days, it would be the 3rd day of the month. The Chaihu and Inxiao powders she had instructed Yunyan to prepare would soon be put to use. With so many patients, the apothecary's stock would surely be insufficient. Gu Yunzhi rose and instructed Yunyan to prepare the carriage. She intended to pay a visit to the Xian Wangfu. Xiao Mingyu had previously mentioned that she could seek him out in times of difficulty, although she had not considered asking for his assistance. This matter must be entrusted to him. It was a noble endeavor for the nation and its people, greatly beneficial to both the emperor and the populace. If Xiao Mingyu could lead the effort against the plague, how could Xiao Wenyuan not be enraged? Gu Yunzhi smiled slightly, considering that desperate times call for desperate measures, and she would reap the benefits of this situation. As the carriage turned into a tranquil, elongated alley, the vermilion door of the Xian Wangfu came into view. Adorned with a black golden Namu plaque inscribed with the 4 grand characters of Xian Qinxiang Wangfu. Stone lions flanked either side of the entrance, surrounded by lush willows. The Xian Wangfu was heavily guarded. There were 8 small officials in armor standing at the entrance, gleaming in silver, a sight both daunting and impressive. Once the carriage came to a halt, Gu Yunzhi instructed Zizhu to announce their arrival. The small official nodded and asked them to wait a moment. Gu Yunzhi teased Yunyan. You were unafraid when you visited the princess's residence. Why do you now seem apprehensive at the Xian Wangfu? Yunyan, with a downcast expression, felt the weight of the moment. It was not her desire to act this way, but the intimidating guards in their armor wielding large swords filled her with dread. Imagining the souls that may have perished by those blades sent a shiver down her spine. She whimpered internally, realizing she could not bear to look. Uncle Luo, the steward, learned from the small official that a beautiful Miss Gu had arrived, and tears of excitement filled his eyes. Could it be that the prince finally had a change of heart? It had been 5 years since they relocated from the palace to the Wangfu, and this was the third woman to visit. Chapter 54. Difficult emotions to control. Uncle Luo reminisced with a sigh. The first woman to arrive at the Wangfu was Princess Luling, the prince's sister. Though not related by blood, their sibling bond was genuine. The second was the legitimate daughter of General Hua Yan. He found Miss Hua striking and graceful in dance. More importantly, she adored the prince. Her gaze filled with tenderness. However, upon reaching the Wangfu's gates, she was turned away by the prince. Later, he had remarked that Hua Yan was unattractive, comparing her to a gaudy peacock. Now, with this third visitor, he dared not rejoice too soon. Who could predict the prince's reaction this time? Nonetheless, having a lady visit was a positive occurrence. Uncle Luo had begun to question whether the prince harbored inclinations toward men, given his reluctance to engage with women. Clinging to the hope that Gu Yunzhi might become the future princess, he eagerly stepped out to greet her. When Uncle Luo first laid eyes on Gu Yunzhi, he was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such beauty in his 50 years of life. Instinctively, he felt that this young lady would become the future mistress of the Wangfu. Miss Gu, I am the steward of the Wangfu. You may call me Uncle Luo. He addressed her with utmost respect. Gu Yunzhi nodded, smiling as she returned the greeting. The Xian Wangfu boasted 2 loyal attendants, Nurse Zheng and Steward Luo, both brought over by the late Empress Rongda from her maternal family. They had cared for Xiao Mingyu since his birth. The middle-aged man before her was kind and courteous, instantly endearing himself to her. Unlike the former steward of the Yuan Wangfu, Qian Song, who was sycophantic and treacherous. When she was favored, he flattered her endlessly. But after her fall from grace, he had turned on her to curry favor with Gu Qianer, using unscrupulous means. Despite her generous gifts to him, including a dowry for his daughter, he repaid her kindness with betrayal. Not only was Miss Gu beautiful, but her demeanor was also humble. He sincerely hoped she would frequent the Wangfu. Since the passing of Empress Rongda, the prince had changed entirely, becoming reticent and solemn, as if he had aged overnight, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. After establishing the Wangfu, the prince often left early and returned late, sometimes disappearing for days, occasionally coming back with injuries. Uncle Luo was aware that the prince was involved in perilous endeavors and, just like the prince, he struggled to come to terms with the untimely death of the Empress. Sadly, due to his age, he could only manage the Wangfu to alleviate some of the prince's burdens. As Uncle Luo guided Gu Yunzhi toward Xiao Mingyu, she quietly observed the grandeur of the Xian Wangfu. No wonder Xiao Wenyuan envied Xiao Mingyu. Compared to the Yuan Wangfu, the Xian Wangfu was at least twice its size. Adorned with green tiles and red beams, with pavilions and flowing waters, fragrant with flowers and caressed by a gentle breeze. It was evident to anyone that the emperor's affection was not equally distributed among his sons. However, it was peculiar that, throughout her walk, the servants within the Wangfu were predominantly male attendants, with only a few aging maidservants who were not particularly striking. Was it true, as others claimed, that Xiao Mingyu had a preference for men? Yet, his demeanor and gaze told a different story. As she continued, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a grove of peach blossoms. The trees were resplendent with blooms, thick and vibrant, resembling a rosy dawn fallen from the heavens. Gu Yunzhi found herself smiling lightly, surprised that the seemingly aloof and cold Xiao Mingyu had a penchant for nurturing flowers. From the moment they entered the Wangfu, Yunyun and Ziju silently followed. Knowing well that this was no ordinary place, and they could not afford a jest, they walked closely behind Gu Yunzhi. Uncle Luo noticed her expression and sorrowfully explained. This grove of peach blossoms was planted in memory of the late Empress Rongda. It has been 5 years since its establishment. The Empress hailed from Jiangnan and adored peach blossoms. Not only here, but even in the palace's Jiaofeng Hall, they are in full bloom. Alas! She passed away before her time and can no longer behold them. Gu Yunzhi understood his sentiments. Nothing is more sorrowful than being unable to hold onto those we cherish. The departed may be gone, yet their memories linger. The deceased have departed, yet the living remain. Uncle Luo, cherish the present and treasure those around you. While advising others, one often inadvertently counsels oneself. In Gu Yunzhi's eyes, a thin veil of mist had formed unawares. Just as she was lost in her reveries, Uncle Luo called out to the prince, pulling Gu Yunzhi back to reality. The words of Uncle Luo had resonated clearly in Xiao Mingyu's mind, and he would forever remember this day, the day when the woman he adored, steadfast in her resolve and ever so strong, shed tears for his sake. Her presence filled his heart with tenderness. Having completed his task, Uncle Luo discreetly withdrew, reminding Yunyan and Ziju to depart as well. Xiao Mingyu approached leisurely. While Gu Yunzhi's heart remained unsettled, her head bowed low. Ji, I am quite pleased that you feel sorrow for me. Xiao Mingyu's voice was gentle and soft, evoking a sense of warmth within. Gu Yunzhi offered a slight bow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, standing there with an air of delicate vulnerability. Somehow, she felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Mingyu, perceiving that he was not as indomitable as he appeared. Whenever she found herself in peril, needing assistance, he would always be there without regard for her harsh demeanor or whether she would reciprocate his kindness. He simply helped her. In her youth, she had loved reading tales of heroes who saved the world, but now, she realized that her definition of a hero was embodied in Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu's lips curled into a smile. The little girl, in her softness, was truly endearing. Flushing slightly, Gu Yunzhi murmured, I have come to discuss something important.
Indeed.
What matter is at hand? He inquired, pouring her a cup of tea, and instructing the servants to bring some sweets and Ziyang Maojian. This tea was a gift from an elder in the palace, and he remembered her fondness for it, hoping she could take some home with her. Ziyang Maojian was a premium tea, worth a fortune, and he offered it without hesitation. Gu Yunzhi felt a twinge of guilt. Such precious tea was rarely consumed even in the palace. Gu Yunzhi, you have truly fallen short of expectations. You vowed to seek revenge and then retreat to the temple for contemplation, swearing never to be moved by a man again. Yet here you are, your heart swayed. Your Highness, in 7 days, the plague will sweep through Xuanhe and its surrounding areas, and a multitude of afflicted will flood into the city. Chaihu and Inqiao San are effective remedies. Could you instruct the officials to prepare ample supplies? Gu Yunzhi spoke earnestly, aware that she had come with serious intentions. Xiao Mingyu was taken aback, scrutinizing Gu Yunzhi for a considerable time before confirming she was not jesting. Chapter 55. I will ensure your safety records and historical texts state that when plagues arise, 7 perish for everyone that survives. In the face of such calamity, desiring peace for the nation becomes exceedingly difficult. When 7 die and none live, the hope for justice is equally bleak. A major epidemic strikes once every decade. It had been over 10 years since Xuanhe had witnessed such a plague. How could she claim that the region would soon be afflicted? Xiao Mingyu's expression grew grave. He harbored feelings for Gu Yunzhi, yet to jest about the lives of the common folk for her sake was beyond his conscience.
She.
Such a jest is not to be taken lightly. It may be permissible to speak of it before me, but it must not be spoken of beyond these walls. Spreading such words is punishable by law, and I wish not to see you suffer because of it. Gu Yunzhi sighed softly, her gaze drifting elsewhere. If she were a man of high status embroiled in the prince's competition, and someone told her that a plague would soon ravage Xuanhe, urging her to amass medicinal herbs, she would hardly believe it. After all, she understood the gravity of such matters. Any misstep could result not only in the loss of her position but perhaps even her life. Your Highness, perhaps my actions against the concubines of the Prime Minister's household and my half-sister's ruthless methods have led you to perceive me as a sinister individual. I wish to clarify that all I have done weighs heavily on my conscience. I can still discern right from wrong. I do not concern myself with the rise and fall of the Prime Minister's household, but I do care for my mother and elder brother. I would never gamble with their lives in jest. Her eyes, reddened and slightly swollen, were fixed on the table, the handkerchief she twisted in her hands revealing her inner sorrow and the frustration of being misunderstood. Xiao Mingyu furrowed his brows tightly. From where did you learn of the impending plague in Xuanhe? The sincerity of her words and demeanor suggested no deceit. Given her mention of the Song family, Xiao Mingyu chose to trust her. However, he remained puzzled about how she had foreseen the plague. Is this trust? Gu Yunzhi lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Mingyu's penetrating eyes, feeling somewhat troubled. I dreamt it. Seeing the skepticism on his face, she offered a wry smile and explained. Your Highness, you must have had someone investigate me. Throughout my life, my movements have been confined to the Prime Minister's residence and the Duke's house. I have had little interaction with the outside world. You should be aware of this. The plague truly came to me in a dream, and everything that transpired within that dream has come to pass. Please, Your Highness, believe me this time. If the plague does not occur, you may deal with me as you see fit. Xiao Mingyu turned his head away, awkwardly clearing his throat. He had previously found her behavior peculiar, unlike that of a typical noblewoman, which led him to send Hu to investigate her background. Ultimately, he discovered that her claims were indeed accurate. Nothing untoward was found. Dreamed it? That explains a great deal. No wonder some matters eluded even Huani Tower's inquiries. Was Xiao Wenyu also connected to this dream? Gu Yunzhi was taken aback, opening her mouth only to close it weakly, clearly unprepared for his inquiry about Xiao Wenyu. Understanding her reaction, Xiao Mingyu pieced together a significant portion of the truth. Each time Gu Yunzhi encountered Xiao Wenyu, the hatred in her eyes sent chills down his spine. He had been informed that there was no connection between Gu Yunzhi and Xiao Wenyu, nor had they ever met. Yet he had always sensed an underlying mystery that was yet to be uncovered. What transpired in your dreams to evoke such animosity towards him? Did I fail to protect you? Gu Yunzhi looked up at him, forcing a smile, tears streaming down her cheeks. With a tone that mingled self-mockery and a sense of liberation, she recounted, in the dream, Xiao Wenyu schemed against me during a flower-viewing banquet to gain military power from my grandfather. Unlike reality, it was I who lay in bed, not Mengyu, and I fell for him due to his intervention. I disregarded my mother's warnings and insisted on marrying him, borrowing military power from my grandfather, which led to repercussions for the duke's household. My uncles were exiled, and my grandfather lost his position. Later, I became pregnant, but alas, the child was killed by Gu Qianer just before birth. After gaining military power, Xiao Wenyu imprisoned me in the firewood room of the West Courtyard, claiming he married me solely for my utility, while his heart belonged to Gu Qianer. My father elevated concubine Zhao to the status of wife, my mother was murdered, and my elder brother was cast out. I was not as fortunate as I am now. In my dream, I did not know of the prince. And your fate was also grim, defeated by Xiao Wenyu. Having spoken, Gu Yunzhi turned away, refusing to meet Xiao Mingyu's gaze, silently wishing for his forgiveness for her selfishness. Knowing she lacked the courage to reveal that his fate was indirectly a consequence of her own actions. Even without her words, Xiao Mingyu could surmise that Xiao Wenyu's intention in acquiring military power was to confront him. A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind. He was not angry about his defeat, but was heartbroken for Gu Yunzhi's plight, as if countless ants were gnawing at his heart, leaving him in profound despair. Xiao Mingyu's throat tightened, his voice soft and hoarse, as if it were squeezed out between clenched teeth. Awakening from the dream, it shall all pass. After a moment, Gu Yunzhi began to sob, lifting her handkerchief to cover her eyes in an attempt to mask her anguish, occasionally letting out muffled cries. Xiao Mingyu gently consoled her. Ji, you need not fear any longer. I will do everything in my power to protect you. What he left unspoken was that while he could ensure her safety, he had no means to shield her from the intrigues of the Prime Minister's household or the Duke's house. Gu Jianzhong and Xiao Wenyuan have recently been in close contact, seemingly planning a marriage alliance. Having been demoted to the rank of Grand Scholar, Xiao Wenyuan now occupies a position one rank lower than that of the Prime Minister. Encountering his nemesis, General Ling, he must surely swallow his pride. The Duke's manner. Upon hearing from Gu Yunzhi that Gu Jianzhong had indulged a concubine in poisoning Song Shi, nearly resulting in her death, has covertly set many obstacles for him in court. Gu Jianzhong is unable to express his anger. He had previously acted without restraint, and now finds himself cornered. Without the support of the Duke's manor, his faction of ministers stands isolated, providing little assistance. He is reluctant to associate with a man as treacherous as Gu Jianzhong, likely having received some form of benefit from Xiao Wenyuan. The state of the Duke's manor is a source of concern for Xiao Mingyu. He knows that the old Duke's family is loyal, having once saved the old man's life, which is why the old man has hesitated to act against them. In the court, it is rare for a minister to wield military power. The old man is suspicious and irritable, unwilling to tolerate the Duke's influence surpassing his own. It is only a matter of time before he takes action. After all, his background as a military general leaves much to be desired in terms of wisdom. If he possessed even half of the cleverness of that young lady, he would have surrendered military authority for self-preservation. With Xiao Mingyu's comforting words, Gu Yunzhi finally steadies her emotions, tidying her attire and offering a shy smile. I apologize, Your Highness, for the embarrassment. Gu Yunzhi wipes away the tears from the corners of her eyes, forcing herself to sip tea calmly. In 7 days, You must prepare the herbal medicine against the plague swiftly, and also stock up on mugwort leaves, as their smoke can prevent the spread of epidemics. Xiao Mingyu gazes at her with amusement, feigning humility as he bows in adherence to Miss Gu's instructions. Her light laughter breaks through the tension. She has conveyed the entire situation regarding the plague, and the rest depends on Xiao Mingyu's actions. She believes that even if she does not mention her dream, he would not risk the safety of the common folk. Xiao Mingyu instructs his servants to place tea leaves and lychees in the carriage before escorting her out. Upon opening the door, Gu Yunzhi notices that both Yunyan and Ziju are absent from their posts, and fearing something amiss, she lifts her skirt to search for them. Xiao Mingyu gestures towards a side hall. As she approaches the door, she hears Yunyan's laughter. Upon entering, she finds Yunyan, Ziju, and Uncle Luo merrily seated around a table laden with delicacies. It is no surprise that Yunyan was distracted, but Ziju, usually so reserved, has also joined them. Uncle Luo, discreetly winning the trust of the two girls, showcases his adeptness as the steward of the Xianyuan residence. As Yunyan and Ziju notice Gu Yunzhi's arrival, they rise to bid farewell to Uncle Luo, who reminds Gu Yunzhi to arrange her next visit. Xiao Mingyu, standing by, does not intervene. Once the carriage carrying the three women has departed, Uncle Luo glances at Xiao Mingyu's expression and smiles. Your Highness, if I am not mistaken, Miss Gu is destined to be the future mistress of the manor, is she not? Xiao Mingyu neither confirms nor denies this, but instructs Uncle Luo to procure all available silver for the purchase of chaihu and ainxiao powder, and to gather additional mugwort leaves. He turns to compose a letter to Hufeng, requesting him to distribute medicine and burn mugwort in the city in 7 days. By the time Gu Yunzhi returns to the minister's residence, it is already the hour of you. A servant presents her with a letter, inviting her to joining Chuxia for a lakeside outing the next day. Yunyan places a bowl of cooked salvia miltiariza on the table and expresses concern upon seeing the letter in Gu Yunzhi's hand. Miss, General Ing publicly embarrassed our father in court a few days ago, resulting in his demotion. If you go to the lake with Miss Ing, father will undoubtedly rebuke you, and the Lingyu courtyard will seize this opportunity against you. Gu Yunzhi stirs her spoon in the bowl, producing a rhythmic sound. Yunyan, when I quietly remain in the courtyard, how does father treat me? Yunyan sighs and refrains from further comment. In truth, even when Gu Yunzhi sits quietly in the courtyard, their father still does not favor her. By all accounts, Gu Yunzhi surpasses the second young lady in beauty, lineage, and talent, yet their father continues to dote on her. She recalls how, in their childhood, when she accompanied Gu Yunzhi to pay respects to the old lady, their father, fearing the second young lady would tire, held her in his arms. When Gu Yunzhi demanded the same, he forcefully pushed her aside, scolding her for her jealousy and lack of decorum. Since then, Gu Yunzhi has never again approached their father. Yunyan exits with the soup bowl, and Ziju steps forward, saying, Miss, Yunyan is only worried about you. She means no harm. Gu Yunzhi smiles and nods, well aware of Yunyan's good intentions. It is human nature to fear the strong and bully the weak. The more she tolerates, the less Gu Jianzhong will regard her and her mother. His attitude towards her is of no consequence. The following morning, Gu Yunzhi dons a vibrant green dress and styles her hair in a cloud bun, setting out with Yunyan and Ziju. It is said that adversaries are destined to meet, and indeed, as Gu Yunzhi is about to step out of the manor, she encounters Zhao Yinyang and a woman approaching. Noticing the woman's attire and medicine box, she realizes this is the female physician Yunyan mentioned. From a distance, Zhao Yinyang spots Gu Yunzhi's flamboyant attire, and recalling that Gu Qian's current condition is due to this little wretch, she feels a surge of anger. After finally catching her breath, Gu Yunzhi strides confidently past her. What seems to be the matter, Yinyang? After a long pause, Zhao Yinyang manages to utter a few words. I am unwell and have summoned the doctor. The physician, upon seeing Gu Yunzhi's striking appearance and elegant dress, bows respectfully. Gu Yunzhi nods, deliberately provoking Zhao Yinyang. Does Yinyang not have servants to attend to you? Why venture out in your condition? If anything were to happen, how would you explain it to father? I have an appointment with Miss Ing from the General's manor for a lakeside outing. When I return, I will speak on your behalf to arrange for more help in your courtyard. I wouldn't want you to strain yourself before the child is even born. With others present, Zhao Yinyang, mindful of her reputation, refrains from exploding in anger. I merely wish to take a stroll. There are enough servants to assist me, so there's no need for you to concern yourself. With that, she turns to leave with the physician. Upon returning to Lingyu courtyard, Zhao Yinyang vents her frustration by throwing several items around. That little wretch Gu Yunzhi is deliberately mocking me. If she were not worried about the people in the courtyard leaking information that could tarnish Qian's reputation, she would not have risked herself while pregnant. How dare that little wretch suggest that her child might not be born? Qiu Ron, emerging from Gu Qian's room, hears the commotion from Zhao Yinyang's quarters and feels a surge of fear, unwilling to approach. Each time, Zhao Yinyang loses her temper. It is always her who bears the brunt of it. Gu Yunzhi, linking arms with Zizhu, climbs into the carriage and Yunyan, with a hint of mischief, remarks, "Miss, look at how long Zhao Yinyang's face is. It could be used as a broom. She will certainly go back and throw things again." There is little left in Lingyu courtyard for her to break, having already spent over 2,000 taels at the old lady's birthday banquet. The female physician's fees are also considerable. Zhao Yinyang dares not report Gu Qian's condition to Gu Jianzhong, so the money must have come from her private savings. Gu Yunzhi smiles faintly as she lowers her gaze. Just as Gu Yunzhi steps down from the carriage, Ing Chuxia approaches with her maid in tow. Seeing no unusual expression on Gu Yunzhi's face, Ing Chuxia feels reassured. General Ing's report regarding Gu Jianzhong has stirred quite a tempest, and I was furious. I finally found a kindred spirit in you. Yet our fathers have become sworn enemies. Father assured me that given your and your mother's standing in the minister's residence, you would not blame me for this matter and encouraged me to invite you to the lake. I never expected you to accept. Gu Yunzhi and Ing Chuxia walked together, drawing the attention of onlookers, leaving them perplexed. Gu Xiang was demoted by the emperor due to General Ying's actions, yet Miss Gu seemed unperturbed by past grievances, choosing to enjoy a lakeside outing with Miss Ing. Were Gu Xiang, or rather, Gu Xuesher, to discover that Chuxia had only now thought to invite me, it would surely provoke his ire. Gu Yunzhi feigned annoyance and cast her a sidelong glance. Chapter 57. A new ripple on the lake. Ing Chuxia remained silent, momentarily at a loss for words, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. "Ah, Ji, I apologize. Had I known my father would petition against Gu Xiang, I would have certainly intervened." Ing Chuxia's cold demeanor softened as she lowered her head. Gu Yunzhi felt a surge of emotion at her willingness to concede. She took Ing Chuxia's hand and spoke gently. "Chuxia, you need not feel guilty. What General Ing said is the truth. Why should my father's misdeeds go unchallenged?" Ing Chuxia gazed at her in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Gu Yunzhi appeared not only unconcerned but rather gleeful. Gu Yunzhi smiled softly. "Since childhood, my father has shown little affection for my mother and me. His rank determines the family I would marry into, and coincidentally, I have no desire to wed into an illustrious family. Wealth and status hold no allure for me. Thus, I am indifferent to my father's position. Chuxia, you are fortunate. General Ing truly cares for you and your brother. With his status, many women would vie for his attention, yet I suspect he has dismissed them all." "Humph. Now you dare to lecture me," Ing Chuxia retorted, pursing her lips and shooting Gu Yunzhi an annoyed glance. The interaction between Gu Yunzhi and Ing Chuxia did not escape Meng Yu's notice. Her expression darkened as she murmured curses under her breath. At Feiyue Lake, where people came and went, Meng Yu's maid, Muden, whispered anxiously, "Miss, it took much effort for the master to calm down and let you out. Please be mindful of your words and actions. If this reaches the master's ears, he will not spare you." Meng Yu bit her silver teeth, the sound echoing ominously. That very night, upon returning from the flower viewing banquet, her father learned of her actions at the event. He kicked open the door and dragged her from her bed into the courtyard, showing no regard for her dignity before the servants. He accused her of being lewd and brazen, of shamelessly enticing the prince, and suggested she throw herself into the river to spare the Meng family further disgrace. Meng Yu clenched her fists. Her punishment stemmed from the whispers of Aunt Chen, the mistress who had influenced her father against her. The subsequent resolution of the matter was solely due to her mother relinquishing control of the household. Meng Yu's gaze turned icy. She was overjoyed to hear of Gu Jianzhong's demotion. Gu Yunzhi had flaunted her status, and without the identity of a legitimate daughter of the Xiang residence, it would be interesting to see her pride. She had regarded Gu Qianer as her closest friend, yet Gu Qianer had not visited her even once. If only Gu Qianer had spoken a word on her behalf to her father, she would not have been confined to the ancestral hall for 2 months. Sensing a burning gaze upon her, Gu Yunzhi told Ing Chuxia to wait momentarily as she approached an old acquaintance. Since Meng Yu returned from the princess's residence, she had been noticeably absent, suggesting she had not been enjoying herself. Gu Yunzhi was well aware of the intricacies of the situation. It was essential to understand one's accomplice. Meng Yu's father, Meng Hongxue, had an attitude toward his concubine that mirrored her own father's. Originally a minor official in Qinzhou, he fortuitously married Meng Yu's mother, Lady Chao. Coming from a merchant background, Lady Chao had elevated her status by marrying a seventh-rank official. The Chao family celebrated this union with a 3-day banquet, rivaling the grandest of feasts today. While merchants were of low status, they possessed wealth, and Meng Hongshua's rise was largely due to the financial backing of the Chao family. Once he entered the Xianyuan court, his status soared, and after securing his position, he took in his distant cousin, Anchen, as a concubine. It was said that Anchen had feelings for Meng Hongxue even before their marriage, which was primarily motivated by his desire for the Chao family's wealth. After Anchen entered the household, she openly belittled Lady Chao as humble origins, while Lady Chao, unable to retaliate, suffered in silence as the Chao family could do little against Meng Hongxue. With only Meng Yu as Lady Chao's daughter and no sons to support her, their status within the household became precarious after Lady Chao relinquished control. Gu Yunzhi smirked, however, it was not entirely certain. The daily expenses and management of the Meng household were predominantly supported by the Chao family. If matters escalated to an irreparable point, it would result in mutual destruction. It was no wonder Meng Yu sought to curry favor with Gu Qian'er, aware of Zhao's favored position within the household. She aimed to diminish Aunt Chen's influence and instill caution in Meng Hongxue. Regrettably, her efforts to assert dominance backfired, resulting in the loss of control over the household. After not seeing Miss Meng for some time, it was quite a coincidence to encounter her here. Knowing that I have an old acquaintance with Miss Meng, I came specifically to greet her. Meng Yu approached Gu Yunzhi, speaking in a tone only they could hear. You need not feign concern. I know the events at the flower banquet are tied to you. Gu Yunzhi beamed, but the smile only deepened Meng Yu's anguish. From that familiar yet alien smile, she felt an overwhelming dread. You understand well. In the future, consider carefully whom you provoke, lest you suffer losses without gain. Miss Meng has not visited the residence in days. Qian'er must miss you. It would be beneficial for both you and your mother to visit more often, Gu Yunzhi advised before turning to leave. Meng Yu's eyes flickered as she watched Gu Yunzhi until her figure vanished from sight.
Ji.
How could you speak to Meng Yu like that? I recall her close ties with your half-sister, and at the flower banquet, she deliberately made you look foolish. Ing Chuxia expressed her concern. Indeed, Meng Yu and Gu Qian'er likely did not anticipate that while I appeared to falter, it was they who ended up embarrassed. Gu Yunzhi replied, remaining silent thereafter. Ing Chuxia pondered whether her words had inadvertently displeased Gu Yunzhi. It was merely a message for Qian'er and Miss Meng. It is of no great consequence. Ing Chuxia nodded, and together with Gu Yunzhi, they walked toward the boat. A gentle breeze caressed them as ripples danced across the lake's surface, reminiscent of jade. The arrival of Gu Yunzhi and Ing Chuxia stirred a commotion among the crowd. What began as a leisurely outing to admire the scenery transformed into an opportunity to enjoy the beauty of the ladies. After all, who among men does not admire beauty? Ing Chuxia had decided on a whim to invite Gu Yunzhi for a lakeside excursion, believing that fewer people would attend following the flower banquet. However, upon reaching the boat, they found the banks crowded with spectators. If this continued, they might not secure a place on the boat until midday. Ing Chuxia regretted not making proper arrangements, feeling that Gu Yunzhi's trip was in vain. Yet, Gu Yunzhi remained unconcerned. Chuxia, I have heard delightful things about the cherry blossom wine at Huani Tower. I have yet to try it. Shall we indulge in a taste? Just as they were about to depart, a kind-eyed elderly man with white hair approached and cheerfully inquired, might I ask if you're Miss Gu and missing? Gu Yunzhi offered a gentle bow and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 58. Truly, fate is a narrow path. Greetings, Mrs. I am Uncle Zhang, the manager of the Feiyue Lake boat. A gentleman has reserved this boat for you. Please follow me. Upon boarding the boat, Gu Yunzhi was astonished to discover its exquisite interior. The beams were painted in alternating shades of yellow and white, adorned with luxurious furnishings. The table was laden with an array of pastries and teas, while intricately carved columns and beams showcased vivid depictions of phoenixes. Upon closer inspection, even the figures depicted on the lanterns appeared vividly lifelike, with the women portrayed in flowing silks, their faces veiled in delicate gauze. The boat in which they sailed did not resemble a typical pleasure craft, but rather seemed tailored for a select individual. having lived 2 lifetimes. This was Gu Yunzhi's first experience of cruising on the lake. She had previously heard Gu Qian'er speak highly of Feiyue Lake's beauty, and upon arrival, she was captivated by the enchanting scenery, the melodious chirping of birds, and the fragrant blossoms, truly a sight to behold. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and Gu Yunzhi found herself filled with anticipation for the excursion. Ah, Ji, could it be that the young man who has captured your heart has prepared this exquisite boat just for you? Chuxia said with a playful smile. With so many people queuing to board the boat, only someone of considerable stature could arrange such a splendid vessel. A figure flashed across Gu Yunzhi's mind. Could it be him? Unlikely, for she had not mentioned her lake outing to him. Who wouldn't be enamored by a beautiful and aloof figure? Surely, it is the young lord who delights in Chuxia who has prepared this, Gu Yunzhi jested. As the two debated the boat's intended recipient, a melodious voice drifted from across the way. Miss Gu, it has been a long time. Startled, Gu Yunzhi turned her head to find Xiao Mingyu. Clad in a green brocade robe, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with warmth as they met her gaze. A blush crept onto her cheeks. How curious that they were dressed in the same hue. She had suspected it might be Xiao Mingyu, but her heart raced uncontrollably upon seeing him. Xiao Mingyu, too, was taken aback, not expecting such a harmonious coincidence of attire with Gu Yunzhi. Their eyes locked from a distance, and each discerned a mutual affection reflected in the other's gaze. Chuxia, upon hearing the voice, leaned forward and, upon recognizing Xiao Mingyu, rose to greet him. Greetings, Your Highness Xian. Noticing Gu Yunzhi's failure to bow, Chuxia gasped in alarm, fearing the unpredictable temper of His Highness Xian might turn against them. She tugged at Gu Yunzhi's sleeve, silently urging her to pay her respects. Gu Yunzhi, momentarily stunned, complied with a curtsy. Greetings, Your Highness. Xiao Mingyu cleared his throat. Ladies, please, no need for such formalities. It is inappropriate for a man and woman to travel together without proper company. I shall take my leave first. Chuxia nodded eagerly, wishing for the prince to depart swiftly. The cold demeanor of His Highness was daunting. She feared for her composure, should they share the lake together. At that moment, Gu Yunzhi's eyes met Xiao Mingyu's once more, and she noted the glimmer of a barely perceptible smile in his clear, bright eyes, alongside a hint of unspoken anticipation, creating an enchanting allure. Ah, Ji, are you startled? Chuxia gently patted her back, noting her lingering gaze on Xiao Mingyu's boat. I understand that His Highness's unpredictable nature can be frightening, especially since you are both clad in the same color, but fret not. He would not punish anyone over mere attire. Misunderstood. Gu Yunzhi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the perception of Xiao Mingyu as a fearsome figure. To her, he was the kindest and gentlest of men. The lake's shimmering surface met the sky, and perhaps due to the splendid weather, many boats dotted the waters. Chuxia, feeling weary, leaned back on the chaise and drifted off to sleep while Gu Yunzhi sipped tea. She soon noticed a vessel trailing closely behind theirs, seemingly following them since Xiao Mingyu's departure. With many eyes around, and her companions Yunyan and Zizhu waiting on shore, Gu Yunzhi felt uneasy as two vulnerable women. She urged Uncle Zhang to hasten their pace, yet the boat behind them quickened its speed in tandem. Instinctively, she reached for the concealed poison powder in her sleeve, only to remember that her current attire's sleeves were insufficiently spacious to accommodate it, having left it beneath her pillow in preparation for the outing. The boat drew nearer, and a voice emerged from within. Miss Gu, what a surprise to encounter you on this fine day. Could it be that we share an unspoken connection? Gu Yunzhi closed her eyes, pondering whether it was indeed a mutual connection or merely his contrived design. Hearing Xiao Wenyuan's insincere words, the outing lost its charm, especially with Chuxia still asleep, leaving her to fend for herself. The more frequently they crossed paths, the deeper her resentment grew. Gu Yunzhi opened her eyes, clenching her fists tightly, and retorted sarcastically, Ah, so the boat behind us belongs to Prince Wenyuan. I had thought we were being pursued by thieves. Might I inquire why Prince Wenyuan is tailing our boat? Xiao Wenyuan frowned, interpreting her words as a jab at his supposed stalking. Indeed. He had dispatched someone to monitor Gu Yunzhi's movements, hoping to fabricate a serendipitous encounter, but little did he expect her to see through his ruse. He found it challenging to read her. Her gaze seemed to harbor a profound animosity, never once offering him a kind expression. How amusing it is that I have been drinking and composing poetry all this time, and yet Miss Gu misinterprets my intentions as stalking. Quite laughable, indeed. Fate, it seemed, was a curious entity, whether it brought about true love or misfortune. Once, she had clung to Xiao Wenyuan, while he had regarded her with disdain. Now, the tables had turned, and he appeared to care. Drawing a long breath, Gu Yunzhi realized she couldn't afford to provoke him further. She concealed her emotions and offered a gentle smile. I suppose I have misjudged your intentions, Your Highness. I beg your forgiveness. Xiao Wenyuan's gaze lingered on Gu Yunzhi, who typically adorned herself in vibrant red, exuding warmth and brightness. Today, however, she wore a delicate green robe that accentuated her slender waist and charming demeanor. Would Miss Gu be inclined to grant me the honor of accompanying me on a boat ride? He inquired, momentarily losing his composure. Gu Yunzhi scoffed internally. How shameless of him to suggest such an outing between an unaccompanied man and woman. Your Highness, it is inappropriate for a man and woman to share a boat alone. She firmly declined. Xiao Wenyuan scoffed in return. Are you not concerned about propriety when speaking to my brother just moments ago? Do you look down on me? The more she interacted with him, the more she regretted her past blindness to his character. I am here with missing General Ying's legitimate daughter, and have not isolated myself with His Highness. I urge you to choose your words carefully. Chapter 59. At most, we perished together though Xiao Wenyuan lacked royal favor. He remained the object of affection for many noblewomen. He had not anticipated Gu Yunzhi's utter lack of grace. The commotion attracted the attention of nearby young ladies, and Xiao Wenyuan, mindful of his reputation, knew he must maintain a dignified demeanor amidst the gathering crowd. I merely wished to jest with Miss Gu, but I did not expect her to be so hot-tempered, he said with a regretful smile. Clad in a white brocade robe and holding a jade fan, he stood at the bow of his boat, flashing a perfectly measured smile that inspired unwarranted trust in his words. The noblewomen aboard the boat regarded Gu Yunzhi with malicious intent. A lady dressed in a pale blue gown, resembling an ethereal orchid, spoke up. We all know of the prince's volatile temperament. Is it possible that Miss Gu is upset due to a rejection of her affections? Her words echoed the sentiments of many around, prompting several noblewomen to nod in agreement. Gu Yunzhi turned to discover it was Lin Shangyun, the illegitimate daughter of the Inspector Lin. Lin Shangyun, though not particularly striking and of lesser birth, was favored by her father above her 5 legitimate sisters. The rise of her mother, the lesser Lu, was tied to this favoritism, as Lu's elder sister was the official wife of Inspector Lin. This illegitimate daughter masquerading as demure and gentle had climbed into her legitimate sister's husband's bed, leading to the reluctant acceptance of Lu into their household. Inspector Lin later aligned himself with Xiao Wenyuan, a topic he had playfully mentioned during their conversations. After experiencing the incidents involving Aunt Zhao and her daughter, Gu Yunzhi developed a profound aversion towards the illegitimate children born to concubines. Miss Lin, harboring similar sentiments, presumed that others shared her perspective. Laughter echoed from within the boat, prompting Lin Shangyun to stamp her foot in frustration. Upon encountering Gu Yunzhi at the flower appreciation banquet, she found herself irritated by Gu Yunzhi's sudden rise to prominence as the center of attention, despite being the seemingly meek legitimate daughter of the Xiang family. Lin Shangyun, whose appearance was unremarkable, felt an inexplicable enmity towards women of striking beauty. Now 16, she was at the age for matchmaking. Lin Yusher's official rank was neither high nor low, making it challenging for even a legitimate daughter to secure a marriage into an illustrious family, let alone a concubine's daughter. Yet, Lin Shangyun possessed high aspirations, believing her talents in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with her father's affection, surpassed those of women with merely good looks, deserving a future husband of exceptional caliber. Hence, her marriage remained unarranged, either due to her disdain for suitors of inadequate lineage or their rejection of her lower status. As Lin Shangyun gazed at Xiao Wenyuan, her eyes glimmered with affection, albeit with a hint of shyness. Gu Yunzhi speculated boldly, wondering if Lin Shangyun truly harbored feelings for Xiao Wenyuan, or if her words were merely a means to provoke her. Aware of her own lack of striking beauty, Lin Shangyun meticulously chose her attire to highlight her strengths. The Prince of Yuan is indeed remarkable and distinguished. I admire him greatly. Surely, Miss Gu does not lack appreciation for his virtues? Lin Shangyun's candid expression brought her joy, though it may not have elicited the same from Xiao Wenyuan. Before he could respond, Gu Yunzhi smiled gently. I am acutely aware of my humble origins, and do not presume to aspire to the affections of the prince, even if he is indeed exceptional. It is of no concern to me. I initially thought Miss Lin's gentle demeanor mirrored her heart, but your boldness in expressing such sentiments is commendable. Like mother, like daughter. I trust your mother is equally forthright. Lin Xiangyun despised any mention of Xiao Lu, and Gu Yunzhi's words, laced with implication, incensed her further. Your outrage is merely a reflection of being spurned by the prince. Miss Gu, your defiance is quite evident. Gu Yunzhi, eager to dismiss Xiao Wenyuan, found an opportune moment to distance herself from him. With tears welling in her eyes, she lamented, Miss Lin, you have gravely misunderstood. My anger stems from Xiao Wenyuan's insistence that I accompany him on a boat ride. However, the propriety of a solitary man and woman in close quarters is a breach of decorum, and I declined him outright. Only later did he claim it was a jest, suggesting I was overreacting. I am not overreacting. I am genuinely frightened. Her voice trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks. This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The swift turn of events caught everyone off guard. Just moments ago, it was the prince who rejected Miss Gu. And now it appeared he had coerced her into a lake excursion. The use of the term coerce underscored her reluctance. The invitation was veiled in deeper significance. Xiao Wenyuan observed Gu Yunzhi with intrigue, realizing the situation was turning unfavorable. Any explanation could be construed as a defense. This bold Miss Gu, even without the backing of a princely family, could still be a worthy match as a confidant. Silence enveloped the crowd, and even Suan refrained from speaking. Though lacking in scholarly prowess, he understood that even the mightiest of officials could not rival the royal family. Gu Yunzhi, sobbing, swayed slightly, evoking empathy from some in the audience. Yet, given the prince's stature and the uncertainty surrounding the Empress's position, opposing him seemed perilous. Regardless, Gu Yunzhi did not regret her words. Even if she could not drag Xiao Wenyuan down with her today, she would not allow him to escape unscathed. She bowed in the direction of Suan, who averted his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Chapter 60. Bonds of Life and Death. She was one who repaid both grievances and kindness in equal measure. Had Xiao Wenyuan wronged another, she would have remained silent. But this favor was owed to Suan. I am the legitimate daughter of the general's household, Ing Chuxia. I can attest that everything Miss Gu has stated is entirely truthful. Ing Chuxia stepped forward from the boat with deliberate calmness.
During our lake outing,
I grew weary and fell into a light slumber. In my half-conscious state, I heard the prince request that Gu Yunzhi accompany him. She refused. I thought it was a dream and paid it no mind. Upon waking and discovering her absence, I realized it was not a dream. I am willing to stake my father's reputation on the veracity of my words. In the eyes of the people, both General Ing and Old Duke Song were revered as heroes who fought valiantly for their country, commanding great respect in both society and the court. Ing Chuxia, known for her aloofness, had many noblewomen vying for her favor, yet she had never formed close ties with anyone. Now, her willingness to support Gu Yunzhi turned the tide, rallying those who had previously doubted Gu Yunzhi's integrity. Gu Yunzhi stood in stunned silence. Ing Chuxia's pledge was akin to a lifeline for her. The situation remained precarious, as antagonizing Xiao Wenyuan would be detrimental to the general's household. Ing Chuxia had once believed their connection was merely one of mutual interest. Yet she was now willing to leverage the general's influence on Gu Yunzhi's behalf. On the shore, Xiao Mingyu anxiously awaited Gu Yunzhi's return, concerned that she might linger too long in her amusement. Upon observing a cluster of boats, he learned of Xiao Wenyuan's conduct. Among the onlookers, not a single soul stepped forward to defend Gu Yunzhi, prompting Xiao Mingyu to cast a cold glance at Lin Xiangyun. Why trouble a mere girl? See how frightened everyone is. It is late. Let us disperse. The lakeside had transformed into a venue for scandal, and Xiao Mingyu's gaze not only intimidated Lin Xiangyun, but instilled fear in the crowd. Hearing the signal to leave felt like a reprieve, and they quickly began to scatter. Xiao Wenyuan, seething with resentment from his humiliation, felt the weight of his reputation crumbling, compounded by Xiao Mingyu's scrutiny. His eyes flickered with cold resolve. The carefully crafted image he had maintained for years was now in jeopardy, all thanks to Gu Yunzhi's unwarranted boldness and Ing Chuxia's unexpected support. Third brother, you are well aware of my nature. How could I possibly have coerced Miss Gu? It was merely a jest, Xiao Wenyuan retorted. Xiao Mingyu fell silent for a moment, his expression inscrutable. Your actions frighten both ladies. It is only right to offer an apology. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Wenyuan reluctantly offered an apology. He could feel his simmering anger nearing the boiling point, and thus, he chose not to engage further with Xiao Mingyu, turning his back and departing in his boat. Xiao Mingyu, with a hint of a smile, noted the late hour and suggested they return promptly. He wished to comfort Gu Yunzhi. Yet he understood that this was not the opportune moment for conversation. Once the boats of Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Wenyuan had receded into the distance, Gu Yunzhi, tears streaming down her face, embraced Ing Chuxia. Initially, it was Xiao Mingyu who instilled a sense of safety and affection in her, and now, Ing Chuxia stood unwaveringly by her side. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she found herself at a loss for words to adequately express her appreciation. In that moment, Gu Yunzhi resembled a fragile glass ornament, beautiful yet utterly helpless. Throughout her 2 lifetimes, she had endured the agony of losing a child, the despair of losing loved ones, and the sting of betrayal. Could this not be considered a culmination of suffering leading to sweetness? After a while, Gu Yunzhi's emotions gradually settled. "Ah, Ji, do you think I heard the words exchanged between you and the Prince of Yuan?" Ing Chuxia remarked with a mischievous smile. Gu Yunzhi hesitated, gripping the teacup tightly. "How dare you do such a thing? Do you understand the potential consequences?" Ing Chuxia gazed out over the lake and replied softly, "I am well aware. But what of it? I stand firmly by your side." "Ah, Ji, one's words and actions can deceive, yet the eyes cannot." She continued, "I possess some knowledge of the situation at the residence. You consistently navigate through peril with remarkable finesse. If you claim to lack means, I cannot believe it. However, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as a good person, and I am certain we shall become steadfast friends." The evening breeze rippled across the lake, and at that moment, Gu Yunzhi and Ing Chuxia had forged an unbreakable bond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 3 of them boarded the carriage back home. After a brief period in her courtyard, Gu Yunzhi was summoned by Mama Zhang to the courtyard of Songshi. Aunt Wu had left 2 hours prior, and Songshi, seated in her rosewood chair, was still shaken. How could she be so audacious? It was well known that Gu Jianzhong favored the mother and daughter of Lianyu courtyard. Had that incident occurred, she would not intervene, and neither would the mother and daughter fare well. Alas! Songshi sighed, worry evident in her eyes as her expression fluctuated with the flickering light. Gu Yunzhi had come alone, and given the late hour, her mother must have summoned Mama Zhang for a significant reason. "Mother, you have not yet rested at this late hour?" Gu Yunzhi smiled. Songshi fixed her gaze on Gu Yunzhi, remaining silent. In 2 months, Ji would turn 14, and Xiao Ran should soon be considered for marriage. She wished for her cherished children to live happily and freely. "Kneel," Songshi commanded, her expression devoid of emotion. Mama Zhang had never witnessed Songshi in such a state and, fearing that the young lady had caused trouble, refrained from offering any advice. Closing the door tightly before departing, Gu Yunzhi knelt on the ground, bewildered as she looked at Songshi. "I ask you, does Lianyu courtyard require your personal intervention?" Songshi, eyes closed, turned her gaze away. Was this a sign of her disbelief, or was she merely making a trip to the eastern courtyard to address the matter? Gu Yunzhi stepped forward, grasping Songshi's hand. "Mother, even the most resilient of creatures will not perish easily. You understand the relationship between Aunt Xiao and father better than I do. Gu Qianni's pregnancy presents the perfect opportunity to undermine Aunt Xiao. She will not show mercy simply because we refrain from acting. I must personally intervene at Lianyu courtyard. If she bears a son, will father still see my brother? Do not forget, a son born of a concubine is still a son." She wished well for Xiao Ran, but even more so for Ji. While many claim that a mother's favor is dictated by her children, in her heart, she yearned for Ji's well-being above all. Recalling Gu Yunzhi's tender childhood, Songshi's demeanor softened slightly. Gu Xiaoran, as the sole son of Gu Jianzhong, had always been held in high regard. His time spent with Songshi was less than half of Gu Yunzhi's, and the influence of the Duke's residence led her to favor Gu Yunzhi slightly more than Gu Xiaoran during their formative years. "You need not jeopardize yourself for your brother. I do not wish for you to do so," Songshi said. "I know Aunt Zhao well. She would never harm your brother. If she were to act against us, your father would turn a blind eye. But if she were to harm your brother, even if she bore a son, your father would disdain her." She continued, and as for Ji, Aunt Wu is no simple character. Chapter 61. Xiao Mingyu's apology. A glint of determination crossed Gu Yunzhi's eyes. Aunt Wu was far more cunning than Aunt Zhao. It appeared that Aunt Wu had resolved to inform her mother of the plan the moment she received the musk from her. This was a calculated move to drag both mother and daughter into the fray, ensuring that neither could escape unscathed. She anticipated that Gu Jianzhong would face repercussions, and even if he were to be discovered, he would not openly oppose the illegitimate child of Gu Qianer. An ordinary maid who had risen to prominence had quickly learned to use her position to her advantage, displaying a depth of cunning. Having knelt for so long, Song Shi felt both compassion and frustration towards Gu Yunzhi. Initially, she had intended for Gu Yunzhi to kneel for a longer duration as a lesson, but ultimately, she could not withstand the urge to allow her to rise. Song Shi's befuddled mind began to clear. However, she had a point. Gu Jianzhong was currently fixated on Aunt Zhao's pregnancy, eagerly anticipating a son, which would elevate Aunt Zhao's status within the household. Open confrontation is easier to evade, but hidden assaults are more treacherous. Aunt Zhao will not harm Xiao Ran, but she may target Ji. According to Aunt Zhao's plan, it would be Ji who encounters trouble during the temple visit, yet by a twist of fate, it became Gu Qianer, tarnishing her reputation and leaving her with child. She would certainly not let that slide. Contemplating this, she suddenly had a change of heart. As long as Aunt Zhao remained powerless, Ji would be safe. Song Shi gently tucked a few strands of hair behind Gu Yunzhi's ear, speaking softly. Aunt Wu told me that tomorrow is the day to act. I did not respond to her. You must remain in the courtyard and not venture out. When Gu Qianer miscarries, Aunt Zhao will keep quiet, swallowing her anger. One must leave a sliver of hope in the vastness of fate. Ji, a woman's inability to bear children is a suffering greater than death. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Gu Yunzhi smiled, her face appearing ghostly in the candlelight. Mother, I am resolute. Aunt Zhao has wronged you and insulted you. She wishes to tarnish my honor. I will ensure that she and her daughter are left desperate and helpless. Just watch as I eliminate one by one those who seek to harm us. Song Shi stiffened, gradually recognizing Gu Yunzhi's vengeful nature. Her voice, gentle yet imbued with unwavering resolve, resonated. Mother, your life has revolved around Gu Jianzhong, sacrificing for my brother and me. Once Aunt Zhao and her daughter are brought down, and my brother has achieved his degree, you should part ways with Gu Jianzhong, and we shall move away. I have arranged for the servants to keep watch. There is a house in Wui Alley on Taihe Street, with beautiful scenery and tranquility. We shall relocate there. The unexpected proclamation entwined itself within Song Shi's heart. From the moment she had completely lost hope in Gu Jianzhong, her life in this residence had become an endless source of pain and disgust. Were it not for Xiao Ran and Ji needing her as their mother, she would have long ceased to struggle and would have spent her remaining days in this small courtyard. The thought of separation had never crossed Song Shi's mind, but now, those two words fell heavily upon her heart. She did not wish to see Gu Jianzhong, nor Aunt Zhao, nor endure the hypocritical faces of this entire family any longer. Song Shi was not a naive and superstitious woman of the inner chambers. The notion of residing in a house meant solely for her and her children held immense allure. Is it truly possible? Gu Yunzhi gently patted Song Shi's hand. Of course it is. Mother, why do you not worry about the future for me and my brother?
You have not scolded me.
Song Shi lifted her head, smiling warmly at Gu Yunzhi. In this estate, you are entangled in conflicts with a multitude of individuals, and it pains me to witness it. Particularly, your reluctance to allow me to intervene is disheartening. As your mother, how can I remain an indifferent observer to my own daughter's struggles? As for your brother, he has matured and should no longer rely solely on the household. It is time for him to venture out into the world. My only desire has always been for you two siblings to find happiness and peace. Gu Yunzhi's pupils suddenly constricted. Indeed, they would both find joy and tranquility. It was not until the hour of the pig that Gu Yunzhi exited the Song family's courtyard. And though Mama Zhang offered to see her off, Gu Yunzhi declined. The full moon, round and luminous, hung high in the sky, while the lanterns in the corridor flickered softly, adding a touch of serenity to the night. Upon reaching the entrance of the southern courtyard, Gu Yunzhi spotted Zijou pacing back and forth with a lantern in hand. Miss, Zijou's tone, though devoid of emotion, concealed an unmistakable concern. Zijou held the lantern aloft for Gu Yunzhi until she entered her chamber. Gu Yunzhi smiled and remarked, "Didn't I tell you to rest with Yunyan first? It is quite warm, and the mosquitoes are numerous. Why do you linger outside?" At this, Zijou paused momentarily and replied, "I have tough skin. The mosquitoes cannot bite me. However, it is you, miss, returning alone at such a late hour that concerns me. What if concubine Zhao harbors ill intentions?" Concubine Zhao was preoccupied with matters concerning Gu Qian'er and had no time to bother her. With the fetus nearing term, any issue at this critical juncture would surely weigh heavily on both mother and daughter. By calculations, at the flower viewing banquet, Xiao Wenyuan should have fallen in love with Gu Qian'er at first sight, yet to this day, they had not crossed paths. It would have been better had Mengyu been exchanged for Gu Qian'er, thereby facilitating this pair of lovers. She had no time to concern herself with me. The Lianyu courtyard had a splendid performance to present tomorrow. It is late. You should return now. Gu Yunzhi absent-mindedly toyed with her Bodhi beads, her smile growing brighter. Her beauty was already striking, and at this moment, her gaze bore an icy intensity that made it difficult for others to meet her eyes. Unable to sleep that night, Gu Yunzhi rose and opened a small window. The purple gold incense burner emitted curling white smoke, filling the room with the fragrance of sandalwood as she sat at her table sipping tea. A shadow flitted in, and Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore him. Xiao Wenyuan remained silent, resting his chin on his hand as he quietly observed Gu Yunzhi. He silently scolded himself for his lack of resolve, yearning to soften his stance before her. "Aji, please do not be upset," he implored. Gu Yunzhi feigned innocence and confusion. "Why would I be upset with Prince Xianyan? I am not angry, merely a bit saddened," she admitted. For she was well aware of Xiao Wenyuan's feelings yet had so easily let him go. Even though she understood that now was not the optimal moment to confront Xiao Wenyuan, she could not suppress her sense of grievance, perhaps stemming from her excessive expectations of Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu chuckled lightly. "I know you are displeased with my letting Xiao Wenyuan go, but Aji, do not forget. He is a prince. Should he lose face in public, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon you and your father. Confrontation would not yield success. Wisdom was the only path forward." Gu Yunzhi blinked in surprise, tilting her head to look at him, perplexed. Chapter 62, Winning over loyal servants in the afternoon. Grand Historian Sima had already submitted a memorial stating, Xiao Wenyuan, abusing his status, forcibly coerced the daughter of the Grand Scholar, Gu Yunzhi, to accompany him to Feiyue Lake. When she indignantly refused, the prince, in a fit of rage, distorted the truth before the crowd. Thankfully, the legitimate daughter of General Ing testified, allowing Gu Yunzhi to escape a dire predicament. "Aji, I promise to protect you with all my might. This is not mere rhetoric." Xiao Mingyu, concerned that Gu Yunzhi might be angry over his release of Xiao Wenyuan, sought her out to explain. She had underestimated the situation. Upon encountering Xiao Wenyuan, all reason dissipated, leaving only resentment. This revelation sent chills down Gu Yunzhi's spine. Despite Xiao Wenyuan's transgressions, he was still a prince, and royal interests superseded all else. To publicly oppose him would be to disrespect the dignity of the royal family. Thus, he remained unperturbed, confident in his position. "I will protect you with all my strength." Gu Yunzhi discreetly stole a glance at Xiao Mingyu, and when their eyes met, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Xiao Mingyu, equally affected by burgeoning emotions, felt his own face grow warm. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out to touzle Gu Yunzhi's hair, understanding the delicate line between propriety and desire. He could wait. With a hint of embarrassment, Gu Yunzhi turned her face away, stammering, "It is late. I should retire for the night. You should also return and rest early. Little fox." Xiao Mingyu chuckled affectionately, turning to meld into the night. The following morning, Gu Qian'er lay in bed, clutching her abdomen, sweat beading her forehead. Pandong," she whimpered, her strength sapped from the pain, and as she opened her eyes, a sharp agony pierced her lower belly. Pandong, following concubine Zhao's orders, had been stationed outside Gu Qian'er's door day and night, and upon hearing commotion within, rushed inside. Finding Gu Qian'er collapsed on the bed, her undergarments stained crimson. The sight was harrowing. Ignoring the need to assist Gu Qian'er, Pandong hurried to seek out concubine Zhao. Realizing the gravity of the situation and recalling concubine Zhao's character, a chilling dread enveloped Pandong. Should anything happen to Gu Qian'er, she might not escape unscathed either. Concubine Zhao understood the implications of bleeding and instructed Qirong to summon Wuqin immediately. Upon entering the room, the overwhelming scent of blood nearly made her retch. Steeling herself, she approached the bed, where Gu Qian'er had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Pandong knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, while concubine Zhao closed her eyes. Her heart wrenched. Her beloved Qian'er would never hold the qualifications to be a mother. How could she establish herself in her husband's family, without children? After a long silence, concubine Zhao opened her eyes and demanded sternly, "Speak. How could the young lady suffer a miscarriage while seemingly well?" "Forgive me, my lady. I truly do not know anything. I was outside when I heard the young lady call for me, and upon entering, I found her covered in blood." Pandong repeatedly bowed her head in supplication, just as she believed her own fate was sealed when Wu Qin pushed the door open. Concubine Zhao waved her hand, signaling Pandong to withdraw. "Dr. Wu, please examine Qianer and explain how this could happen when she seemed perfectly fine yesterday." After a moment, Wu Qin managed to stop Gu Qianer's bleeding and sighed heavily. A look of compassion crossed her face. This miscarriage is likely due to the musk scent. The young lady's chances of bearing children in the future are severely diminished. Upon entering, I noticed the strong aroma of musk. This is likely the cause of her miscarriage. With that, Wu Qin bowed and exited the room. Long before Qianu's pregnancy, she had thoroughly cleaned the Lianyu courtyard, ensuring that only she, Qiurong, and Pandong were aware of Qianu's condition. They understood the consequences of betraying their mistress and would not entertain disloyalty. With such precautions in place, it was audacious for anyone to infiltrate. Gu Qianu's miscarriage was undoubtedly linked to that little vixen who had ensured Qianer would be unable to become a mother for the rest of her life. The little vixen had deftly mixed musk into the calming incense, and once the fragrance dissipated, there would be no trace left behind. This was calculated. Concubine Zhao forcefully closed her eyes, then reopened them, her gaze now a vivid crimson. In stark contrast to the tumultuous undercurrents of the Lianyu courtyard, the southern courtyard remained serene. Her previous indifference to learning had cost her dearly. When mentioned outside, people first thought of the uneducated and inept legitimate daughter of the residents, Gu Yunzhi. While praises abounded for Gu Qianer, it cannot be entirely blamed on others when one suffers misfortune. In her past life, she was enamored with the romantic tales within novels, lost in the depths of love and familial affection, dreaming daily of transcendent heroes and heroic couples. She had no interest in perusing historical accounts or military strategies. Thus, when Xiao Wenyuan came to her rescue, she mistook him for the quintessential hero depicted in those stories. As Gu Yunzhi was engrossed in reading the bamboo annals, Yunyan entered with a teacup. "Miss, I bear news from Aunt Wu. The matter has been resolved and she assures that she has not disappointed either you or the madam." "Is there anything else?" Gu Yunzhi inquired. Yunyan shook her head. "No," that maid hurried off after delivering the message. A knowing smile graced Gu Yunzhi's lips. Was it not about living up to her expectations, but rather those of her mother? It seemed yet another individual sought to use her as a stepping stone. Nevertheless, Aunt Wu had performed well this time. As long as she remained compliant and did not harbor designs against her, it was of little consequence. After all, regardless of who took action, Aunt Zhao would hold her accountable. Their enmity had been predetermined since their previous lives. "Have we prepared sufficient chaihu and yin-xiao powder?" Gu Yunzhi suddenly recalled. With only 4 days remaining until the outbreak of the plague. Upon mentioning this, Yunyan's expression turned pained. "Miss, you have spent all available silver to purchase chaihu and yin-xiao powder. There isn't even 100 taels left in your private stash." "All is ready," she replied gloomily. "Yunyan, saving a life is worth more than constructing a 7-tier pagoda. This sum of silver is trivial to us, yet it could be life-saving for the common people. Would you wish to see the streets filled with ailing refugees, homeless and destitute?" Gu Yunzhi said while absently twirling the white jade ring on her thumb. In the past, Xiao Wenyuan had a formidable dark guard named Yin He, who had seemingly fled from Yedu with the refugees. She knew little of Yin He, except that Xiao Wenyuan had boasted of him while intoxicated, claiming that Yin He was a direct disciple of the revered Zhang Jinren from Mount Wutai. Skilled in the deadly art of swordplay, having single-handedly defeated all the guards of the Yuan Wang residence. To prove the truth of his words, Xiao Wenyuan had summoned Yin He for a demonstration. Even with her lack of martial knowledge, Gu Yunzhi could discern that Yin He's swordsmanship was unparalleled, rivaling that of her grandfather. Chapter 63. The plague at that time, she had asked Xiao Wenyuan why someone as skilled as Yin He had become a refugee. Xiao Wenyuan had replied that despite his prowess, Yin He was a simpleton, and rescuing him was merely an act of charity, never foreseeing the immense surprise he would later provide. Over the years, Yin He had assisted Xiao Wenyuan in countless assassinations, each strike lethal and without leaving a trace. One could say that in his previous life, Xiao Wenyuan enjoyed the advantages of time, place, and people, with Shi Lu providing strategies while he was invincible in combat. And she, a naive fool, aiding him in acquiring military power. A smile curved Gu Yunzhi's lips. If only he could be of service to her, as she lacked a capable protector. On this day, a throng of refugees surged into the once bustling city of Xuanhe, their faces flushed, lips darkened, tattered clothing barely hanging on their frames, clamoring for the gatekeepers to open the city gates. Xiao Mingyu had previously instructed that if refugees gathered, they should neither be driven away nor allowed entry, but instead relocated to a shelter 2 kilometers from the city gates, where tents had been erected and provisions prepared. Initially, the officials had grumbled about the tent construction, complaining bitterly, as there had been no disasters or conflicts. It seemed a waste of time and effort. Yet now it proved indispensable. The gatekeepers, not daring to delay, hurried to report to the Xianwang residents about the chaotic situation among the refugees, hinting at an uncontrollable scenario. Xiao Mingyu sat quietly in the hall, listening. The young girl's prophecy had indeed come true. The plague was upon them. He foamed. Bring out more chaihu and ainxiao powder to distribute to the refugees. It is often said that after a great illness, a great plague follows, and after a great plague, a severe famine ensues. Xiao Mingyu furrowed his brow, hoping that while the refugees were settled outside the city, the source of the illness would not emerge within. The sky darkened, and soon torrential rain poured down, obscuring visibility, while the air was thick with dampness and heat. Xiao Mingyu stood outside for a long while. It was the plum rain season, and beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. While the refugees could be sheltered outside the city, the vermin could not be contained. He had considered only the refugees and neglected the fact that rats and insects were also significant carriers of disease. By the time he realized this, it was too late. In June, an elderly woman with white hair, wrapped in a tattered cotton coat, trembled as she walked down Taihe Street. Her mind seemed foggy, muttering and complaining of the cold, her face resembling a swollen steamed bun, red and puffed, her breathing loud and labored. Some recognized her as old Madame Wu, the butcherly's mother, who had lost her husband early and raised her son with great difficulty. After the butcherly married, he grew weary of old Madame Wu's age and lack of utility, casting her out. Normally, she survived by begging and scavenging for scraps, but yesterday, while searching for food, she was bitten by a rat and developed a high fever that night. With no money to seek aid, she endured, but today the suffering became unbearable, and despite her muddled mind, she recognized the need for a doctor. Passers-by avoided old Madame Wu, her disheveled hair and oil-stained clothes exuding a foul odor that could be detected from afar. Some even resorted to using sticks to drive her away. Gu Yunzhi, concerned about the plague spreading into the city and uncertain of when he would appear, decided to venture out with Zijou, hoping for fortune. Her body was impervious to toxins, and Zijou, having crafted incense since childhood, possessed a degree of self-protection. Moreover, in recent days, she had been concocting a remedy against the plague, so she felt confident venturing out, though Yunyan, lacking any self-defense skills, remained behind. The torrential rain subsided into a gentle drizzle. Weakened by hunger and fever, old Madame Wu fainted before she could reach a clinic, and no one stepped forward to assist her. Some, witnessing her plight, sought out Butcherly. However, he merely scoffed, saying, "This old hag is tougher than she looks. It's about time she met her end. Finally, my wife, and I can have some peace. Go on, Shu. Don't let her dark omen cross my threshold again." Raising children to fend off old age, is it not meant to last until death? Gu Yunzhi mused, standing alone in the deserted Taihe Street, contemplating for a long while before letting out a deep sigh. She and Zijou stepped forward to help old Madame Wu, offering her a Jingxiao pill. The symptoms of chills, fever, swelling, and difficulty breathing combined were unmistakable. Having studied medical texts, she recognized the illness. The thought of witnessing an innocent life lost was unsettling. The two women supported old Madame Wu to the entrance of Qingfeng Hall, where a middle-aged man with a square face rose to greet them. Qingfeng Hall was named after a poem by Li Ji. The Taoist master Tao is a timeless breeze. Who else dares to claim such humility? This was the clinic Gu Yunzhi had previously instructed Yun Yan to acquire. Today marked her first visit since its opening months ago, and the room was filled with a subtle fragrance of herbs, with neatly arranged medicine chests. The man who welcomed them was likely the proprietor, Dr. Gu. As mentioned by Yun Yan, "Doctor, this lady is afflicted with the plague. Can you treat her?" Dr. Gu paused, astonished as he gazed at the young woman before him. Her beauty could only be described as exquisite, her garments of fine and elegant fabric. The maid beside her must be her attendant. Even in the face of a plague, these two women were willing to risk their lives to save another. How could he, a respectable physician, hesitate? I would like to know, miss, how you determined that the elderly woman was afflicted with the plague. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly. Understanding why Yunyan often praised Dr. Gu of the medical clinic for his benevolent heart and kind demeanor, she found it to be quite fitting. After all, I am Yunyan's superior. Dr. Gu was momentarily taken aback. He had been summoned to Qingfeng Hall by a woman when it had not yet officially opened. She had provided him with ample silver to recruit staff and procure medicinal materials to establish the clinic. Later, the woman revealed her name as Yunyan, stating that the true owner was her master. Should he encounter any ailments he could not treat or troubles he could not resolve, he was to send a letter to the residence of the Marquis, and assistance would be provided. The woman named Yunyan also instructed him not to disclose the existence of a benefactor. Publicly, he was to be regarded as the proprietor of Qingfeng Hall. For several months since its opening, Dr. Gu had not encountered any perplexing illnesses, and the safety of the street had been relatively stable. He had not sent any letters and had naturally not met Gu Yunzhi. Miss, I am immensely grateful for your life-saving grace, Dr. Gu exclaimed, bowing deeply. Gu Yunzhi waved her hand, indicating that saving lives took precedence. Zijou and Dr. Gu assisted the elderly Madame Wu into the inner hall, while Gu Yunzhi turned to the medicine box, selecting 7 medicinal ingredients: silver quail powder, hemp seeds, bitter orange peel, poria, peony, buplurum, and scutularia. Chapter 64. Visitors from the palace. I had administered the Jing Xiao Dand to Madame Wu. Dr. Gu, please use these herbs with mugwort as a guide to concoct a bowl for her. Remember, 1 bowl daily for 7 days. Gu Yunzhi handed the medicine to Dr. Gu, reiterating her instructions. It is imperative that we keep our ability to treat the plague confidential. Take the Jing Xiao Dan with warm water, as the plague is highly contagious. Having practiced medicine for 20 years, Dr. Gu had never encountered a plague. Were it not for Gu Yunzhi's reminder, he might have mistakenly treated it as a common fever. A thought that filled him with dread. After taking the Jing Xiao Dan, Madame Wu's fever had subsided significantly, and her complexion had improved considerably. Dr. Gu marveled at how the plague, a source of great terror, was so effortlessly resolved by the young master, while simultaneously feeling disheartened by his own lack of such talent. After the day's exertions, Gu Yunzhi felt her strength waning and rubbed her temples in frustration. The plague could be controlled with buplurum and silver quail powder, yet upon feeling Madame Wu's pulse, she sensed it was not merely the plague. It resembled a combination of the plague and the bubonic plague, necessitating additional herbs. If the plague were transmitted by rodents, simply using buplurum and silver quail powder would not suffice. The Jing Xiao Dan in her possession would likely be required. The situation in Xuanhe City was dire.
Indeed.
By the following day, Gu Yunzhi's concerns were validated, as the number of individuals suffering from fever and respiratory distress surged dramatically. Days passed, and it escalated to the point of human transmission, with many members of prominent families becoming infected. Initially, people believed it to be a common fever. But why were so many dying from fever? Ultimately, an experienced physician stepped forward, declaring that the rate of contagion resembled that of the plague. The very mention of the word plague struck like thunder on a clear day, igniting panic among the populace, leaving the once bustling streets eerily deserted. Buplurum and silver quail powder proved effective for the refugees outside the city, yet their efficacy was limited for the citizens within. Xiao Mingyu's provision of buplurum and silver quail powder to the refugees garnered him accolades from Emperor Xiaowu, while Xiao Wenyuan seethed with envy yet felt powerless to act.
Now,
as the plague ravaged the city uncontrollably, with countless citizens perishing, Xiao Wenyuan could not suppress his glee, relishing the thought of Xiao Mingyu's humiliation, dismissing the loss of life as inconsequential. In recent days, Xiao Mingyu had been overwhelmed with the plague, neglecting even to eat. He sent word to the old medicine master, beseeching him to come forth and save the people, but the old master dismissed him, claiming that the lives and deaths of the world had no bearing on him. "My lord, Miss Gu has arrived," announced Uncle Luo with excitement. The prince had gone several days without sleep, and even his iron constitution could not withstand such neglect. The meal sent to him had barely been touched, prompting a sigh from Uncle Luo. Xiao Mingyu responded with a soft acknowledgement, retreating to his chamber to change his attire. Unwilling for Gu Yunzhi to see him in such a disheveled state. He had lost considerable weight, a stubble of shadow graced his chin, and his eyes were bloodshot, forcing a smile that was far from pleasant. Witnessing this scene, Gu Yunzhi felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. "How can you endure in such a state?" she admonished. Xiao Mingyu lowered his head, his once bright eyes now darkened by exhaustion. He gently tousled Gu Yunzhi's hair, his voice tinged with emotion. "Countless citizens are succumbing to illness, and many children are left destitute. Ji, I once believed myself to be cold-hearted and indifferent to the lives of others, yet standing upon the city walls, gazing at the ravaged Xuanhe, I felt compelled to do something. Saving even one person is worthwhile. You must have considered the possibility of the bubonic plague as well?" Gu Yunzhi replied with a bitter smile. "We have both overlooked this. Even if we contain the refugees outside the city, the plague can still spread through rodents. Treating the infected citizens with silver quail powder and buplurum is correct, but those afflicted with both plagues will require the addition of hemp seeds, bitter orange peel, peony, poria, scutularia, as well as jingjiao and chuanshao among the 7 medicinal ingredients. A few days ago, I treated an elderly woman on the street, and the results were promising." Upon hearing that Gu Yunzhi had interacted with patients, Xiao Mingyu's mind buzzed, and he sprang to his feet. "Do you understand what you are doing? Who permitted you to come into contact with the infected?" Understanding his concern, Gu Yunzhi did not take offense. "I have received guidance from a learned master. It is of no consequence. Present this prescription to His Majesty. The outbreak will be contained within 7 days." Xiao Mingyu rubbed his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that Ji, like him, had been trained by the old medicine master. Was this what it meant to love deeply and worry profoundly? "Ji, I have changed my mind. I wish to present the prescription in your name. My father favors me, as you know. Whether I receive accolades or not makes little difference to me, but it is significant for you. You are due for recognition. And at least your aunt and father will be wary of you. Moreover, this accomplishment rightfully belongs to you. There is no need for you to conceal your talents." Xiao Mingyu lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Gu Yunzhi felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Xiao Mingyu was not like Xiao Wenyuan. From her understanding of Xiao Wenyuan, had he learned the prescription, he would have claimed all the credit for himself, never allowing an opportunity to slip to another. The absence of this honor would not affect Xiao Mingyu. He could use it to build a reputation for benevolence among the people, which would greatly aid his future ascension to the throne. As long as it could undermine Xiao Wenyuan and his mother, these superficial accolades held little allure for her. That evening, Xiao Mingyu presented the prescription to Emperor Xiaowu, and after approximately 10 days, the plague in Xuanhe City was completely eradicated, restoring peace to the streets. Gu Yunzhi sipped her tea, acknowledging that the disappearance of the plague was indeed a blessing, yet regretting that she had no opportunity to meet Yin He. Nonetheless, she found some solace in the thought that Yin He had not fallen into Xiao Wenyuan's clutches. At that moment, a servant at the gate announced the arrival of an imperial messenger bearing a decree, summoning everyone in the household to the front hall to receive the imperial edict. When the news arrived, Gu Jianzhong was in an intimate embrace with Madame Wu. Upon hearing of the decree, Gu Jianzhong's body quaked. Ever since the emperor had demoted him, he had been dutifully maintaining a low profile in court, seldom interacting with the Prince of Yuan. Had this matter come to the emperor's attention? With a woeful expression, Gu Jianzhong trembled as he walked to the front hall, while Madame Wu followed closely behind, her face betraying her fear. Their brief period of good fortune seemed to have slipped away far too quickly, leaving them genuinely resentful. Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow, noting the lively atmosphere of the day. The old matriarch had remarkably recovered from her stroke, and even concubine Zhao and Gu Qianer were kneeling obediently on the ground. The edict was being delivered by the emperor's trusted chief eunuch, Cheng Guan, who cast a meaningful glance at Gu Yunzhi's position on the floor. Chapter 65. The county princess Qingyu. Truly, she was a favored one, her beauty unmatched even among the courtiers. With everyone from the Gu household present, Cheng Guan cleared his throat and proclaimed in an elevated, resonant voice, "By the grace of heaven, His Majesty the Emperor decrees, the state shall practice benevolence, prioritizing the welfare of its people. The legitimate daughter of the grand scholar, Gu Yunzhi, aged 13, is intelligent and virtuous, providing remedies to extend the emperor's grace beyond his reach and saving the afflicted from the plague. I commend her greatly. She is hereby bestowed the title of a second-rank county princess named Qingyu, along with a residence, 1,000 acres of fertile land, 20,000 taels of gold, 100 bolts of silk, 2 jade rui scepters, 10 pearls from the East Sea, and 3 chests of gold and silver jewelry. Let no one dispute this decree. Thus it is commanded. The matriarch and Gu Jianzhong were taken aback, while Song was elated, and concubine Zhao and Gu Qianna seethed with envy, wishing they could grind their teeth to dust. What remedy could possibly save those infected with the plague? Did she truly possess such abilities? She had been granted the title of county princess, a second-rank title. Would they not have to bow to her in the future? The mere thought of such rewards made concubine Zhao restless with jealousy, as the Gu household could hardly muster such wealth, let alone offer a mere prescription worthy of such imperial favor. This was Gu Qiannu's first venture outside the courtyard since her miscarriage. Her forehead pressed firmly to the ground. Once a visage of purity, her face now bore a sinister gloom, unsettling to behold. Her life felt utterly ruined. Could she still be considered a woman if she could not bear children? It seemed all fortune had been monopolized by Gu Yunzhi, who not only held the status of a legitimate daughter, but now also a county princess. How amusing, Gu Qianna thought, a strange smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The thoughts of the Gu family were laid bare upon their faces, yet Gu Yunzhi remained composed, her expression inscrutable. Cheng Guan's eyes gleamed with a spark of approval. She was perceptive and wise, having caught the attention of the esteemed one, securing a promising future. With this in mind, Cheng Guan softened his tone towards Gu Yunzhi, urging, County Princess Qingyu, please rise and receive the decree with gratitude. Song, having been in the palace with the old duke during her youth, quickly took Gu Yunzhi's hand to lead her in receiving the decree. Gu Jianzhong, now regaining his composure, praised Cheng Guan profusely and offered him a generous reward before seeing him off from the estate. The old matriarch, who had previously grown weary of Gu Yunzhi's indifferent demeanor, found her increasingly agreeable upon hearing of her elevation to county princess. Such a grand honor must surely be a blessing from their ancestors. She approached Gu Yunzhi, seemingly forgetting past grievances, calling her a good child with every breath. This display sent shivers down Gu Yunzhi's spine. She paused, grasping Song's hand, before turning to the old matriarch and gently stating, Grandmother, I am genuinely pleased to see your health restored. The old matriarch beamed at this remark, taking Gu Yunzhi's hand as they made their way to the Mingyue Hall, not forgetting to instruct Song to return to her quarters to rest. Once Cheng Guan had departed, only concubine Zhao, her daughter, and concubine Wu remained in the courtyard. For a brief moment, Gu Qiannu's face twisted into a mask of fury. Concubine Wu smiled faintly, remarking, Why does the second miss look so unwell? Is she overexerting herself?
Zhao,
Do take good care of her and instruct the servants to prepare some ginseng soup for her nourishment. No need for your concern, Wu, Gu Qianna retorted venomously. Her fists clenched tightly in her sleeves, her nails digging into her flesh. The pain of her body paled in comparison to the anguish in her heart. The last time she awoke, her mother had informed her that her child was lost, and she would never be a mother again. As a mere illegitimate daughter, tainted in body, who would desire her in the future. Meanwhile, the old matriarch held Gu Yunzhi's hand tightly, showering her with compliments until they reached Mingyue Hall, where she finally released her grip. Jir, you truly are remarkable. How did you come to know the remedy for the plague? The old matriarch inquired, tilting her head to gaze at Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi took a sip of tea, aware that she could not disclose her medical knowledge, lest the secrets of the flower banquet and temple affair be revealed. Grandmother, it is quite a coincidence. I have always enjoyed browsing through various texts and cannot recall where I encountered a passage stating that combining silvergrass, hemp seeds, bitter orange peel, poria, peony, buplurum, scutularia, schizonepida, and Chinese peony could dispel the plague. I had previously exchanged a few words with Prince Xian and sent the prescription to his residence. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch frowned. If you know the remedy, why not inform your father? He could present it and surely regain his former position. A first-rank minister outranks a second-rank county princess by a whole tier. Gu Yunzhi regarded her coldly, a hint of sarcasm creeping onto her lips. While informing Gu Jianzhong would indeed help him reclaim his position, what has he ever done that merits my sharing the prescription with him? Moreover, His Majesty has long held a dim view of Gu Jianzhong, believing him unworthy of his rank. Gu Yunzhi slowly rose, approaching the old matriarch and bowing respectfully. Grandmother, my actions are driven by necessity. If I were to present the remedy, regardless of its efficacy, the consequences would fall solely upon me. However, if my father were to submit it to His Majesty and it proved ineffective, the repercussions would extend to him and the entire Gu household. I cannot bear such a responsibility. The old matriarch scrutinized Gu Yunzhi closely. This granddaughter had always been cunning, and whether her words held truth or not, the outcome remained unchanged. Fortunately, she was still a member of the Gu family. Jir, you're still quite young. Holding such a vast fortune may not be secure for you. Why don't I keep it for you? When you marry, I shall add another portion to your dowry, ensuring a splendid union. Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze for a moment, realizing the true nature of her grandmother's intentions. Grandmother, at your age, it would be wiser to keep more wealth close to you. I do not require your funds. The gifts bestowed by His Majesty are intended for my mother's treasury, where she can safeguard them. Your health is of utmost importance. Do not fret over me. The old matriarch scoffed inwardly, dismissing Gu Yunzhi's refusal as mere pretense. Very well. If you refuse, I shall not press the matter. It would be unbecoming of an elder to impose. After returning from Mingyue Hall, Gu Yunzhi's expression darkened. How brazenly shameless to covet the emperor's gifts and then feign concern for her safety at such a young age. It was nothing more than a ploy to aid Gu Peiyu, unwilling to dip into her own private funds. Coincidentally, with the recent reward she received, it seemed she intended to share them with Gu Peiyu. If all went as expected, her aunt would be arriving the next day. And how could she possibly miss out on a share of the benefits? Chapter 66. To marry her, a fantastical notion as dawn broke the following day. Zijou entered with a basin of water, rousing Gu Yunzhi from slumber, much to her displeasure. Miss, Mama Shun from the old matriarch's courtyard just visited. She said your cousin has arrived, bringing numerous gifts to present to you. You should tidy yourself and hurry over, Zijou explained gently. Gu Yunzhi, appearing somewhat lethargic, sat at the vanity, pondering the true motives behind the gifts. Her aunt was a woman of duplicitous nature, only coming to the estate now that there was something to gain, having neglected them during Gu Jianzhang's demotion. Upon reaching Mingyue Hall, she encountered a pair of young men in their teens awaiting her arrival, and she tightened her grip on the handkerchief in her hand, striding forward with determination. The young men in their teens are Gu Peiyu's and Sun Jin's sons. The one on the left, clad in green, is Sun Xing, while the one on the right, dressed in blue, is Sun Long. They are twins, possessing remarkably similar features, yet they can be easily distinguished by the beauty mark at the corner of Sun Xing's lips. Gu Peiyu had previously instructed Sun Xing and Sun Long to await Gu Yunzhi at the entrance. As she hails from a noble lineage and holds the esteemed title of a second-rank county princess, marrying her would undoubtedly benefit their futures. Raised under Gu Peiyu's influence, they have always aspired to greatness. Furthermore, Gu Yunzhi is exceptionally beautiful, and after a fleeting encounter at a recent birthday banquet, they found it hard to forget her. Neither wished to miss out on this opportunity, which even led to a scuffle between them. To their dismay, Gu Yunzhi ignored them entirely, leaving the two brothers, who usually held themselves in high regard, feeling somewhat displeased. Sun Xing boldly reached out to block Gu Yunzhi's path, exclaiming, "Cousin, how can you be so rude as to not greet us?" Gu Yunzhi halted and scrutinized him, noting the mark on his lip, which had seemingly led him into quarrels in the past, explaining his imprisonment in a previous life. "You must be my cousins," she remarked. "I remember you both. Perhaps you have misjudged the situation. The Gu residence is my home, and you are merely guests. Must I extend greetings to you? Mingyue Hall is my grandmother's abode." "Who, then, is truly being rude here?" Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Peiyu rushed out and noticed the displeasure on Sun Xing's and Sun Long's faces. She paused momentarily, suppressing her irritation. She is here. Come inside. Just moments ago, I was praising you to your grandmother. Your reputation for excellence at the flower banquet has spread throughout Xuanhe, and now you've provided a remedy for the plague. I've always recognized your potential." Observing Gu Peiyu's demeanor as if she were the mistress of the Gu residence, Gu Yunzhi couldn't help but smile. Upon entering the house with Gu Peiyu, she spotted the old matriarch of the Gu family cradling a young girl who appeared somewhat malnourished, her complexion pale and frail. However, her large, round eyes were striking. Among the Sun family, the only one she felt any fondness for was the little girl, Sun Yuqing, before her. Noticing Gu Yunzhi's lack of aversion towards her daughter, Gu Peiyu, after the formalities, pulled Sun Yuqing closer. "Yuqing, this is Princess Qingyu, honored by the emperor and your cousin. Go on. Seek a bit of good fortune from her. May the heavens bless our Yuqing. Sun Yuqing stared wide-eyed at Gu Yunzhi, hesitant to approach. At 6 years old, she was at an age of shyness and had lived in the mountains, having little exposure to outsiders. Since arriving in Xuanhe, Gu Peiyu had spent her days networking with the powerful, leaving Sun Yuqing in the care of a wet nurse, seldom allowing her to bond with anyone else. The old matriarch was visibly displeased with Gu Peiyu's actions and scolded, "Yuliang, it is natural for Yuqing to be shy upon meeting Aji for the first time. What are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Gu Peiyu turned and greeted her mother with a smile. "Mother, you are right. I was simply overjoyed to see Aji flourish and momentarily lost my composure." At that moment, Sun Xing and Sun Long entered the room. The old matriarch regarded her two grandsons with a furrowed brow, not yet senile enough to overlook the fact that marrying these two would be a true disgrace. After much contemplation, she decided to take the initiative. "Yuliang, during the last birthday celebration, I mentioned I would assist you in finding prospective matches for Xinger and Long. Recently, I discovered two suitable families, the daughter of the Grand Master Wei Yun, and the daughter of Jiang Zongjing, Jiang Xian. Both families are reputable, and I have sent someone to assess their appearances, which are quite pleasing." With each word, Gu Peiyu's expression became increasingly distorted. How could the daughters of mere second-rank officials compare to her sons? Her sons were truly exceptional. To suggest such matches felt like an affront to her. As the saying goes, a greedy heart swallows the elephant, yet Gu Peiyu seemed to have forgotten her own modest status as a second-rank official. Without shame, she interjected, "Mother, my purpose in coming today is to propose a marriage for Xinger and Longer to Aji. Whomever you and Aji prefer among them, I shall not object." Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, which Gu Peiyu interpreted as consent. In reality, there was no need for Gu Yunzhi to refuse. The old matriarch would never entertain such a proposal, especially now that Gu Yunzhi had received her title. Even a royal engagement would not be out of reach for her. The old matriarch feigned ignorance to Gu Peiyu's words, her demeanor icy, while Gu Yunzhi did not decline, allowing Gu Peiyu to become increasingly emboldened. "It is true that Xinger and Longer are of marriageable age, but Aji is still young. Our family can wait until she reaches maturity. However, it would be best to invite the entire family over to serve as witnesses and establish this engagement." "Is that your plan?" the old matriarch said wearily, resting her hand against her forehead. Gu Peiyu, covering her laughter with a handkerchief, replied, "Yes, mother. Though I am married, I am still a daughter of the Gu family. Is it not better to strengthen our ties?" The old matriarch, filled with rage, picked up a jade cup from the table and smashed it to the ground. This act startled Sun Yuqing into tears and left Gu Peiyu, Sun Xing, and Sun Long in stunned silence. After a moment, the old matriarch raised her head with a peculiar smile and said, "Yuliang, I was quite clear during the last birthday banquet, yet you remain obstinate. Do you truly believe you are worthy to seek a marriage with the Sun family? Are you not aware of its current plight? What gives you the audacity to propose?" Gu Yunzhi lowered her head, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. The old matriarch's words had thoroughly shattered any semblance of decorum between her and Gu Peiyu. Gu Peiyu, glancing at Gu Yunzhi, felt compelled to assert, "Mother, you should inquire about Aji's opinion. As a county princess, she certainly has a say in her own marriage." The old matriarch was at a loss, torn between anger and amusement at her daughter's naivety. She had initially hoped to provide some support to the Sun family, intending to use her influence to soften Gu Peiyu's approach. However, she had not anticipated Gu Peiyu would so brazenly propose marriage. Chapter 67. Dreams shattered. Gu Yunzhi's eyes sparkled as she spoke deliberately, "I am unwilling." Cousin Sun Long, who had remained silent until then, timidly called out. Unlike Sun Xing, who was bold and brash, Sun Long was more reserved, preferring to strategize from the shadows. He possessed a greater awareness than Gu Peiyu or Sun Xing, having privately advised Gu Peiyu that the disparity between the Sun and Gu families was too great for a hasty marriage proposal which could provoke the old matriarch's ire. Nevertheless, Gu Peiyu remained undeterred, endlessly recounting how the old matriarch had once doted on her. Since the Sun family returned to Xuanhe, the old matriarch had secretly provided them with considerable support, leading Sun Long to believe Gu Peiyu's claims. Sun Xing, brimming with bravado, was quick to boast. But how could a flower like Gu Yunzhi be wed to such a boorish man? Gu Yunzhi regarded Sun Long with disdain. Those who remain silent are often the most formidable. His first spoken words since her arrival were an affront to Gu Peiyu and Sun Xing, while Sun Long played the role of the agreeable party. The old matriarch's remarks struck a nerve with Sun Xing, who clenched his fist and exclaimed, "If our maternal grandmother disapproves of us, then why utter such words to humiliate us? Your Gu family is not without its flaws. The chaos caused by concubines and illegitimate daughters has left the household in disarray. Do you think I am unaware? Wasn't your uncle demoted due to your second cousin's indiscretions at the temple? For your daughters, it is already a blessing to find suitors. Yet you still dare to be picky. How shameful." As soon as the words left her lips, silence enveloped the room. Gu Peiyu felt a mixture of indignation and fear. On one hand, Sun Xing spoke a truth she could not deny, as a mother herself. It was indeed disheartening that the old matriarch of the Gu family showed her no regard. On the other hand, these words were deeply personal confessions shared by the old lady not long ago, ones she had urged Gu Peiyu to keep confidential. In a moment of weakness, while trying to bolster her son's courage on the way to the Gu residence, she had inadvertently let slip her thoughts. The old matriarch gathered her sleeves and cleared her throat. "Sun Xing, one may indulge in food recklessly, but one must be cautious with words. Do not offend others. You may find yourself unaware of the danger that lurks." Upon hearing the old lady invoke the specter of death, Gu Peiyu was gripped by terror. She cast a glance at Sun Xing, silently imploring him to cease his discourse. She had sworn an oath that this matter would remain a secret among them. To utter it now was to acknowledge her own culpability. A few harsh words might be bearable, but to continue this exchange would lead to dire consequences. Sun Xing, emboldened by Gu Peiyu's indulgence, chuckled awkwardly. "You needn't frighten me. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. In broad daylight, who would dare to take my life? My mother sought your family's assistance during a time of crisis, and yet you believe that merely bestowing a title upon me could instill fear? If my cousin tarnishes our family name, who would still dare to step foot in the Gu residence?" The old matriarch's eyes glinted with venom as she refrained from further speech, instead fixing a smile upon Sun Xing. A daughter married is akin to spilled water. She had generously extended her support to the Sun family, even considering bestowing a portion of Gu Yunzhi's rewards to them, only to find herself manipulated by them in the end. Gu Yunzhi paused in her task of pouring tea, lowered her head to sip some water to soothe her throat, and calmly remarked, "Cousin, our Gu family has never treated the Sun family poorly. To hear such words now is truly disheartening. Look at what you wear, the provisions from our household. Each is a testament to our support. If it were only reliant on your uncle's meager salary, would the Sun family survive in Xuanhe City? One ought to be grateful and return kindness. Those who burn the bridge, after crossing it will meet a dismal fate." Sun Xing, unwilling to be threatened by a mere maid, moved forward to argue. In the dead of night, unexpected events can occur. Have you forgotten the massacre of the Huang family 10 years ago, where the entire household was annihilated? Cousin, grandmother's words must be remembered. Misfortune arises from careless speech. One may not realize the peril they invite. As Gu Yunzhi's teacup slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, Gu Peiyu froze in shock. The perpetrator of the Huang family massacre had never been apprehended. A decade ago, Huang Xinghai had failed to attend court for 3 consecutive days, inciting the wrath of Emperor Xianwu, who chastised him publicly for openly defying imperial authority and dispatched the captain of the Jinui, Lin Ho, to apprehend him. Upon arriving at the Huang residence, Lin Ho was met with a wave of a metallic scent. He pondered the peculiar atmosphere surrounding Huang Xinghai and knocked on the door, but no one answered. Frustrated, he ordered his men to force the door open. The moment it swung wide, he staggered back in horror. It was a scene reminiscent of hell itself. The entire Huang family, from the eldest to the youngest, including servants and maids, lay lifelessly scattered on the ground, blood pooling beneath them, spilling out into the street as the door creaked ajar. The Jinui present were so overwhelmed by the gruesome sight that they retched. Fortunately, it was autumn, and there were no flies. Had it been summer, the horror would have been unimaginable. The report of this incident incited the fury of Emperor Xianwu, who could not tolerate such a massacre of court officials under his reign. He promptly ordered a joint investigation by the Inspectorate and the Ministry of Justice. Yet 10 years later, the case remained unsolved. The people of Xuanhe rejoiced at the news of Huang Xinghai's demise. For while he held the title of Deputy Minister of the Dali Temple, he was known to be a corrupt official, having caused untold suffering to the common folk over the years. The slaughter of the Huang family was viewed by the public as a heroic act of delivering justice, and even those privy to the truth dared not speak out. Gu Peiyu's countenance faltered as tension gripped her heart. She lifted her gaze towards the old lady seated in the grand chair, swallowing hard. Mother, I am your daughter. Will you truly allow Gu Yunzhi to intimidate me so? Before either Gu Yunzhi or the old matriarch could respond, Yunyan interjected, Madam Sun, I urge you to recognize your station. My young lady is a noble county lord, bestowed by the emperor himself. Even esteemed ladies must pay their respects to her. She has spared you courtesy as her aunt, yet your disrespect could warrant punishment. Today, Gu Peiyu found herself in a situation where her schemes had backfired, receiving a reprimand from a mere maid, and she was powerless to counter it. The rank of a second-grade county lord is surpassed only by that of a princess or a duchess, typically reserved for the daughters of royal dukes or princes. Gu Yunzhi's medicinal formula had saved the entire populace of Xuanhe, earning her extraordinary favor from Emperor Xianwu. On that fateful day, when Xiao Mingyu sought a reward for Gu Yunzhi, the emperor had expressed his ire. Feeling that such an opportunity to establish goodwill among the people was squandered on an inconspicuous maid. It is a grave mistake for those in power to show leniency, and he would not allow his son to commit the same error twice. Chapter 68. Fate will bring us together again. Was a testament to his love for his wife, intelligent and decisive, embodying all his hopes. Even after the passing of Empress Rongda, Emperor Xianwu could still see her reflection in Xiao Mingyu. Day and night, he yearned for vengeance for Rongda. Having been patient for so long, the conclusion was finally at hand. That day, Xiao Mingyu observed quietly from afar, departing only after Chengguan finished reading the imperial edict. Meanwhile, the old matriarch leaned back in her chair, eavesdropping keenly, her eyes scanning Gu Peiyu and her sons from head to toe. Frowning, she said, I have been empathetic towards you for many years and have never neglected you in any way, yet you persist in scheming against me. Yu Liang, do you regard me as a mother or merely a stepping stone? We are both aware of the truth. Henceforth, the Gu and Sun families shall have no further dealings. Gu Peiyu remained bewildered for a moment, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, Mother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I sincerely apologize to you and to Junji. I will never speak such words again. It was too late. Gu Yunzhi merely smirked, unwilling to hear Gu Peiyu's lamentations, knowing that the old lady would not wish her to hear what was to come. It was unfortunate that Gu Peiyu's misstep had cost her everything. After leaving Mingyue Hall, Gu Yunzhi did not return to the southern courtyard. Instead, accompanied by Yun Yan and Ziju, she ventured out, recalling that the woman from earlier had been her first patient and wondering how she had fared since then. Miss, I heard that a new pastry shop has opened on Wudong Street, run by a genuine resident of Xuezian. Since we rarely get to leave the estate, shall we go and taste some? Yun Yan said eagerly, stepping forward. Ziju perked up at the mention of Xuezian pastries. Xuezian was renowned for its sweets, particularly the osmanthus sugar steamed chestnut cake, made with chestnuts and osmanthus flowers harvested in July. The delicate, crispy exterior carried a subtle floral fragrance, while the filling, crafted from the finest red beans, offered a smooth texture, complemented by the auspicious glutinous rice wrap, rich yet refreshing. Speaking of food, you are more enthusiastic than anyone. Gu Yunzhi teased with a smile. Upon reaching Wudong Street, the aroma of pastries wafted through the air. Gu Yunzhi instructed Yun Yan to queue while she and Ziju waited nearby. Ziju noticed that Gu Yunzhi had been observing a group of beggars in the northwestern direction, and she leaned in for a closer look, spotting 6 beggars bullying another on the ground. Stop. Do not harm him any further. Gu Yunzhi approached the group, offering them a pouch of silver as she spoke gently. The beggars, seeing Gu Yunzhi's fine clothing and the presence of her maid, who resembled a stewardess, remained silent. Grabbing the silver and fleeing, Gu Yunzhi extended her hand to help the beggar who had been beaten. But Ziju was about to intervene when Gu Yunzhi gestured for her to step back. Why do you not dodge the blows? Why do you allow them to strike you? Gu Yunzhi inquired, leaning down in confusion. A fleeting glance revealed to Gu Yunzhi that the disheveled beggar was Yin He. She had assumed that once the plague had subsided, he would have moved on, yet unexpectedly encountered him on Wudong Street, perhaps an unintentional twist of fate. Yin He remained silent for a moment, then quietly said, My master said one must not use martial arts to bully others. If I strike them, they might die. If they strike me, I will not die. Ziju opened her mouth in surprise but then closed it, questioning the young beggar's mental acuity. Gu Yunzhi smiled gently. You have misunderstood your master's intent. He meant that you should not use your skills to harm others, but you must also protect yourself from those who wish to harm you. He looked at Gu Yunzhi with a mixture of understanding and confusion. She was the first person, apart from his master, to speak with such patience. However, his master was deceased, and his senior brother had claimed responsibility for his death, casting him out. Just then, Yunyan returned with some pastries, and he gazed longingly at the treats in her hands, swallowing hard. He had gone 2 days without food, and each time someone offered him something, it was snatched away by other beggars. Miss, this is authentic osmanthus-flavored steamed chestnut cake. You must try it. Zizhu, you should have some too. Stop dawdling, Yunyan urged, only to notice a beggar squatting on the ground, eyeing the pastries eagerly. She instinctively concealed the pastries in her arms, wary of the rampant beggars in the city, fearing they might attempt to seize her food. Gu Yunzhi smiled and shook her head. Yunyan, please share some of the pastries with this young brother. All right, here you go. Yunyan replied reluctantly, pouting. He accepted the pastries and devoured them hungrily, while Gu Yunzhi watched quietly. After finishing, he wiped his mouth with his hand and smiled shyly. This young lady is truly beautiful and kind, and her words are pleasant to hear. A hint of amusement danced in Gu Yunzhi's eyes as she said, I am in need of a helper at my clinic. I can provide food and lodging, and you shall receive a small monthly stipend. It is far better than your current situation of wandering and sleeping rough. Would you care to join me? Yunyan and Zizhu exchanged startled glances. How could the young lady be so generous to a beggar? It seemed as though she had some prior acquaintance with him, although she had just met he. It was unwise to allow him to follow her directly, not out of fear of his honesty, but rather concern that he might suspect her intentions. If he wandered off and crossed paths with Xiao Wenyuan, it would lead to unfortunate consequences. Upon hearing about food and lodging, he nodded vigorously. The issue of money was of little concern to him. Having food was paramount. I can go, but I eat quite a bit. Will I be turned away? I do not want money. I only wish to have enough to eat. I am strong and can do many tasks. Gu Yunzhi chuckled softly, surprised that the once feared assassin, he was so naive, merely yearning for a full belly while being exploited by Xiao Wenyuan for his lethal abilities. You will be well fed, and you will receive your stipend monthly. You will not be dismissed. He promptly stood and followed Gu Yunzhi. Upon arriving at Qingfeng Hall, Dr. Gu noticed a beggar following Gu Yunzhi and instinctively grabbed a stick to chase him away. Dr. Gu, do not take action. I saw this young brother was honest and pitiable, and since we need a helper at the clinic, I brought him along. Gu Yunzhi nearly spoke his name but stopped, realizing she had not yet asked for his name. Young brother, what is your name? He scratched his head and flashed a toothy grin. My name is he. Presuming Gu Yunzhi's choice to be wise, Dr. Gu led him to the back courtyard to wash up and change into clean clothes. Once Dr. Gu emerged, Gu Yunzhi asked, Dr. Gu, how is the elderly lady I saved a few days ago? Is she recovering well? Dr. Gu hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject, feeling he might be asking too much. Miss, the elderly lady you saved, Mrs. Wu, lost her husband early on, and her son and daughter-in-law are ungrateful. She survives by scavenging leftover food. Could we allow her to stay and clean the clinic for her meals? You can deduct her food expenses from my monthly stipend. Gu Yunzhi neither accepted nor declined, merely smiling at him. Mrs. Wu had just finished cleaning the back courtyard and was about to head to the front when she overheard the conversation. That day, she believed she was on the brink of death, only to awaken in Qingfeng Hall, where Dr. Gu informed her that her savior was the clinic's owner. Unsure how to repay such kindness, she resolved to clean the courtyard, bit by bit, to repay her debt of gratitude. Mrs. Wu leaned forward, recognizing the young lady in front of her as the one who saved her. Although she had fainted, she vaguely remembered hearing the girl's voice. She set down her broom, straightened her clothes, and hurriedly approached Gu Yunzhi, kneeling before her and repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Thank you, young lady, for saving my life. Gu Yunzhi's expression was complex as she bent down to assist Mrs. Wu to her feet. There is no need for such formality. It is the duty of every healer to save lives. Now that you are well, I can rest easy. Yunyan, please give Mrs. Wu some silver to help her return home. She has been away for some time. Her family must be worried. Mrs. Wu hesitated. During her stay at Qingfeng Hall, she had been well-fed and warmly clothed, greeted politely by patients. Dr. Gu had offered her a position at the clinic, yet now her benefactor was sending her away. She found herself at a loss. Seeing Mrs. Wu's indecision, Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow. She had saved her because she could not bear to witness an innocent life perish before her. There were many pitiful souls in the world. Was she to take in every single one she saved? Yunyan, having been by Gu Yunzhi's side for many years, understood that when she spoke thus, there was no hope for reversal. She stepped forward, placing a small bag of silver in Mrs. Wu's hand, casting a knowing glance at Dr. Gu,
who seemed hesitant to speak.
After a moment of contemplation, Mrs. Wu accepted the silver and expressed her gratitude before departing. Though her son and daughter-in-law were ungrateful, she considered that they had just welcomed a child into the world. With her advanced age, she had little need for the silver. It was better to give it to them. This is a clinic, not a refuge. I do not wish for similar situations to arise in the future. Do you understand, Dr. Gu? Gu Yunzhi's tone was imbued with undeniable authority. The young woman's clear eyes sparkled with an impenetrable resolve, her exquisite visage marked by an icy detachment that radiated an unsettling chill. Upon hearing this, Dr. Gu felt a jolt, cold sweat pouring down his back. He had overstepped. I understand, miss, he stammered, wiping the perspiration from his brow with his sleeve. One must wield both kindness and authority with balance to win hearts. Gu Yunzhi remarked with a smile. Dr. Gu, there is no need to be so fearful. I am not scolding you. In fact, had you not mentioned that Mrs. Wu had a son, I would have been inclined to keep her here for her meals. Can you guess why I changed my mind? Her voice held an alluring quality that beckoned curiosity, prompting Dr. Gu to glance at her in puzzlement. Gu Yunzhi continued, the fact that Mrs. Wu was cast out of her home suggests her son and daughter-in-law are not of noble character. You suggested keeping her here for meals, but what of her wages? If she declines them, will she truly receive nothing? If she is to be paid, will it be at the rate of a helper or that of a servant? Regardless of which, there are significant implications to consider. Listening to this discourse, Dr. Gu felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. Her sympathy for Aunt Wu was overshadowed by the potential troubles her acceptance might bring to Qingfeng Hall. It was evident that her son had cast her out due to her age and perceived uselessness. Should he discover his mother working as a menial at Qingfeng Hall, one might easily guess where the monthly stipend would end up. If it were to be insufficient, he would not let the matter rest. Teaching a person to fish is far more beneficial than merely providing them with fish. The silver I provided to Aunt Wu is ample for her to engage in a small business to sustain herself. If she possesses clarity of thought, she will know how to navigate her circumstances. If not, it simply indicates that a pitiable person often harbors some contemptible traits. Upon finishing her words, Gu Yunzhi filled a cup with hot tea for Dr. Gu, the dark green teacup accentuating her delicate hands, which were soft and fair. Dr. Gu pondered for a moment, then took a sip of tea to steady her nerves before continuing, Miss, what do you believe Aunt Wu will do? Given how she had been mistreated by her son and daughter-in-law, and her inherently weak disposition, her actions were not difficult to predict. Gu Yunzhi smirked mysteriously while holding the cup. She will send this silver to her son and daughter-in-law, then continue her life of begging. Dr. Gu remained silent, contemplating whether such a foolish mother truly existed in the world. She had done all she could to help. Whether Aunt Wu lived or died was no longer her concern. Fortunately, a weight had been lifted from her heart. According to custom, one must enter the palace to express gratitude 3 days after receiving an imperial reward, and since Gu Yunzhi was still young, Song Shi could accompany her. On the eve of their visit to the palace, Gu Jianzhong began to exhibit signs of confusion once more. Gu Yunzhi was enjoying tea with Song Shi, discussing what attire to wear and how to pay their respects upon their arrival. At that moment, Mama Zhang entered to announce the furious arrival of Gu Jianzhong. Song Shi looked helplessly at Gu Yunzhi, who smiled knowingly. It was clear he was not here to express concern for their well-being. Indeed, Gu Jianzhong was not concerned with Gu Yunzhi's fate. His only desire was to avoid causing a scandal in the palace that might jeopardize his position. What a splendid opportunity it was to express gratitude in the palace. As the matriarch, Song Shi should be more generous and take Qian ere long, allowing her to make an appearance. If Gu Yunzhi could earn the emperor's favor and be granted the title of county princess, perhaps Qian heir could receive an award as well. This mother and daughter duo was increasingly irksome to him. Song Shi and Gu Yunzhi did not bother to greet Gu Jianzhong until he had entered the courtyard. Why does your face look so sour? Who has offended you? Gu Yunzhi bowed politely, smiling sweetly. This smile was particularly displeasing to Gu Jianzhong, who stiffened. Are you still my daughter? Can't you say something pleasant to lift my spirits? You disregard your elders daily. Gu Yunzhi blinked innocently, sitting down without waiting for Gu Jianzhong's consent. Gu Jianzhong felt powerless to respond. She was now a county princess of the second rank, and he had suffered a setback at her hands. He turned to Song Shi and exclaimed, Look at the daughter you've raised. With such a dreadful attitude, she still receives the title of county princess, purely the favor of heaven. Chapter 70. Entering the palace to express gratitude, Gu Yunzhi languidly leaned back in her chair, sighing softly. Father, not everyone enjoys the favor of heaven. Those who merely whimper and beg will not receive it. Heaven favors women of good appearance and proper lineage, like myself. This infuriating attitude nearly incited Gu Jianzhong to fury. Song Shi stifled a laugh behind her hand. At present, neither mother nor daughter could be antagonized by Gu Jianzhong. Clearing his throat, he softened his tone, Madam. It is a matter of prestige for Aji to express gratitude in the palace. As the matriarch, you should be more magnanimous and take Qian Er with you, allowing her to see the world. Gu Yunzhi scoffed internally. The weight of the matriarch's duties had indeed fallen upon her shoulders. And it was truly a matter of seeking trouble to suggest bringing someone like Gu Qian Er, whose reputation was already tarnished. Did you come here today solely to discuss this? Song Shi asked, lifting her chin. To take Gu Qian Er to the palace is a foolish fantasy. Everyone knows the intentions of that mother-daughter pair from Lianyu courtyard. If she were to accompany us and cause a scene, Aji's reputation would be irreparably harmed. Gu Jianzhong's face flushed crimson. Having lowered himself to address her as Madam, he still received such a cool response. Just say yes or no. Song Shi turned away, unwilling to look at him. Given her disgraceful behavior at the temple, she had no face to step outside, let alone bring her into the palace. The thought alone was absurd. If word got out, the entire Gu family would be shamed. You! Gu Jianzhong exclaimed in frustration, waving his hand before letting it drop. He could not deny the validity of Song Shi's words. Despite his efforts to cover up Qian Er's transgressions, the rumors persisted. He had no expectations for her to marry into a prestigious family. He only hoped she would marry a reliable, decent man from a humble background, with him as her support to avoid being bullied. Recalling the pitiable sight of concubine Zhao, with her belly swollen, crying to him, he found himself unable to refuse the idea of bringing Qian Er into the palace, knowing it could be advantageous. Gu Yunzhi's expression turned mocking. Father, have you not learned your lesson from your demotion? Are you truly intent on dragging the entire family into a quagmire? Your son is preparing for the imperial examination. Yet your attention is fixated on a daughter with a sullied reputation. If you wish to bring Gu Qian Er into the palace, can you bear the consequences if something goes awry? Gu Jianzhong was left speechless, his face burning with humiliation. After all, he was her father. Yet Gu Yunzhi's audacity was becoming increasingly intolerable. Fine, if you refuse to take her, do your best to avoid causing any trouble. Otherwise, when we return home, I shall break your legs. With that, Gu Jianzhong left in a huff, pondering how to face concubine Zhao outside. The following day, Gu Yunzhi and Song Shi rose early, preparing themselves for their visit to the palace. The old matriarch hurried to them just as they were about to board the carriage, reminding them about the proper etiquette to avoid any mistakes that could reflect poorly on the Gu family. Satisfied that they understood, she departed. The carriage traveled to Yongdingmen, where Chengwan awaited at the palace gates, guiding them through Qianqing Palace and Jiao Tai Hall, until they finally saw the gates of the Golden Luan Hall in the distance. Gu Yunzhi had entered the palace once before during her wedding to Xiao Wenyuan. However, at that time, her timidity had caused her to fear making mistakes that would displease him. From the moment she entered the palace to her audience with Emperor Xiaowu and then with the Empress Dowager, she had kept her head bowed, and the emperor had reprimanded her for lacking the demeanor of a princess. Chengguan, wishing to do Gu Yunzhi a favor, had received special instructions from the Prince of Huan this morning to take good care of the county princess. The Empress Xiaowu had aged, and the practice of burial with the deceased had been abolished. Chengguan, having served the emperor for many years, knew it was time to consider his own future. Xiao Wenyuan had not been without his own means of assisting him, but those who rise in the palace often possess sharp wits, especially someone like Chengguan, who had risen from obscurity to the position of head steward in the internal affairs court, with thoughts as clear as the finest crystal. He understood that Emperor Xiaowu's favored candidate had always been Xiao Mingyu. Why would he risk opposing his future master? County princess, when you meet the emperor later, Be gracious and confident. Do not fear. The emperor despises those who are overly submissive. The Prince of Huan will also be present, so you need not worry. Gu Yunzhi regarded him with a look of deep meaning, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. Chengguan was not one to offer favors lightly, and she was curious about his sudden willingness to offer her advice. The weather grew increasingly hot, the golden tiles shimmering brilliantly under the sun. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Gu Yunzhi and Songshi, and when Songshi's legs grew weak from fatigue, they finally ascended the 39 steps to the entrance of the Golden Yuan Hall. Chengguan entered to announce their arrival, and the mother and daughter waited outside the hall. After a moment, Chengguan emerged and invited them inside. Emperor Wu of Xia, adorned in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, sat majestically upon the dragon throne in the Hall of Gold, his hair flecked with gray and his gaze piercing, exuding an aura befitting his elevated status. As though he were surveying the world from on high, Gu Yunzhi knelt gracefully on the ground, proclaiming, "I, Gu Yunzhi, pay my respects to His Majesty," wishing the emperor long life and prosperity. Following her, Songshi echoed, "I, Songshi, pay my respects to His Majesty," wishing the emperor long life and prosperity. The emperor cast a sidelong glance, narrowing his eyes slightly as he scrutinized Gu Yunzhi from head to toe, remaining silent for a time, seemingly intent on challenging the two women. However, Gu Yunzhi remained unperturbed, maintaining her dignified posture, while Songshi, beside her, grew anxious, fearful that they had inadvertently offended His Majesty. Unable to bear the tension, Xiao Mingyu, observing Gu Yunzhi's first entry into the palace, cleared his throat to break the silence. The emperor shot him a disapproving look, noting the young man's impatience. A mere hint of displeasure should not provoke such concern. Nonetheless, the emperor was pleased with Gu Yunzhi's composure and poise in the face of adversity. "Rise," he commanded. Both mother and daughter exhaled in relief upon hearing these words. Chengguan silently lamented that Gu Yunzhi was indeed fortunate. At least they had passed this trial. The emperor refrained from conversing with Gu Yunzhi, instead directing his attention to Songshi. "Huanian, how have you fared these past years in the minister's residence?" Songshi, bowing respectfully, replied, "I am grateful for your majesty's concern. Thanks to your favor, all is well." Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze, aware that the emperor was well informed about the affairs of his subjects, perhaps hoping for her mother to reveal any grievances that could be used to implicate her maternal grandfather. The emperor smiled, shifting the topic. "You and Gu Qing have truly raised a remarkable daughter. Such talent at such a young age. Without her, our Xuanhe might have faced ruin." This was an overt compliment, leaving Songshi in a difficult position. To acknowledge it would be to credit her daughter's accomplishments entirely to herself, while to deny it would imply ingratitude. A voice, gentle and melodious, reached the emperor's ears, soft enough to dissuade any reprimand. "Your Majesty, the eradication of this plague is entirely due to your benevolence and wisdom in appointing the right people. Were it not for your foresight and compassion for the populace, even 1,000 prescriptions from me would have proven futile. Your grace bestows a blessing upon the realm, and your diligence in governance is a fortune for the people, as well as for Xuanhe. Truly, your Majesty deserves to be remembered as an eternal emperor." In an instant, the emperor burst into hearty laughter. Gu Yunzhi, hearing his mirth, understood that the peril she and her mother faced had dissipated. Xiao Mingyu, taken aback, had never encountered someone who could so adeptly flatter the emperor. Even her eloquent father paled in comparison, and it was a pity that, being a daughter, her talents would not afford her the same opportunities as a son. The emperor recalled that Gu Yunzhi had once crafted a celebratory painting for the old matriarch's birthday. At the time, he had merely found it amusing, but now he recognized the depth of her intellect. Among the noble ladies of Xuanhe, none could rival her, which explained Xiao Yu's affection for her. On reflection, if Xiao Yu were to marry her, it would not be an ill fate, though the presence of her powerful maternal grandfather warranted careful consideration. Chengguan, present the peach blossom jade hairpin that was recently offered as tribute to Gu Yunzhi. She is wise, composed, and dignified, deserving of the title of county princess. Gu Yunzhi's eyes sparkled with delight, and she and Songshi hastily knelt in gratitude. The emperor, maintaining a calm demeanor, remarked, "Stand. It is the fortune of Gu Xuesher to have a daughter like you. Mother and daughter, you may withdraw. I have matters of state to discuss with Prince Xian." The two rose, and Chengguan escorted them out of the palace. Since Gu Yunzhi had been granted the title of county princess and received imperial rewards, the attitudes of Gu Jianzhong and the old matriarch towards her and her mother had undergone a remarkable transformation. Receiving 2 consecutive honors was unprecedented among the ministers, and this distinction had unequivocally elevated the status of the Gu household. To celebrate Gu Yunzhi's latest accolade, the old matriarch prepared a feast in the Mingyue Hall, inviting everyone to dine. Concubine Zhao's belly had grown considerably, and with only 2 months until her delivery, she seized the opportunity to avoid encountering the triumphant expressions of Song Shi and her daughter. However, Gu Qianer, despite her resentment towards Gu Yunzhi, could not afford to dampen the old matriarch's spirits and had no valid excuse to absent herself. Gu Qianer lingered outside the Mingyue Hall for an extended period, reluctant to enter. "Miss, we should go in quickly. If we arrive late, it will anger the old matriarch," said Pandong, her head bowed in trepidation. Gu Qianer cast a faint glance at her, causing Pandong to tremble in fear and immediately kneel. Since Gu Qianer had suffered a miscarriage, her temperament had grown increasingly erratic. Previously, her emotions were readily apparent. Now, her thoughts were inscrutable, leaving many maids to suffer inexplicably from her mere gaze. Pandong quivered, terrified of saying anything that might offend her. "Miss, I deserve punishment. It was the maid's transgression. You are magnanimous. Please do not be angry." Gu Qianer reached out to assist her up, smiling faintly. "Silly girl, how could I be angry with you? You have accompanied me for many years. You are unlike those lowly slaves. You are right. If we are late, it will displease grandmother. Let us hurry and congratulate my sister on her reward." Although Gu Qianer smiled, Pandong shivered, for her smile was often more frightening than her frown. Upon entering, Gu Qianer performed her greetings with decorum, her face beaming as she said, "Congratulations, sister, on winning the emperor's favor. Neither the lords nor the noble ladies of the palace can compare to your grandeur." At this, the expressions around the dining table varied. Her words explicitly conveyed to everyone that Gu Yunzhi's reward stemmed from the emperor's regard. Otherwise, how could she alone receive consecutive honors while others did not? Gu Yunzhi could not help but smirk coldly, realizing that the loss of her child had rendered Gu Qianer more cunning. The intent behind Gu Qianer's remarks was hard to decipher. If she held any dissent regarding the emperor's decisions, she could voice them in the palace rather than create discord on such a joyous occasion. Gu Qianer's face stiffened, as she had intended to undermine Gu Yunzhi's standing, but had inadvertently shot herself in the foot. Ultimately, it was Gu Jianzhong's concern for Gu Qianer that led him to intervene. "Your sister is merely blunt in her speech. Do not take offense." However, Gu Yunzhi was not easily dismissed. She surveyed the room and disdainfully declared, "I will say this clearly. I, Gu Yunzhi, do not seek trouble, nor do I fear it. You respect me a foot, and I shall respect you a mile, but should you attempt to insult me, then none shall fare well. Do not refer to me as sister. I have no sister who engages in secretive liaisons with outsiders. From now on, when you encounter me, address me properly as county princess." Gu Qianer gripped her handkerchief tightly, biting her lip in frustration. Had it not been for Pandong tugging at her sleeve, she would have lost her temper. "Is this how concubine Zhao has taught you? Qianer, there is a hierarchy in age and rank. Concubines are, to put it bluntly, mere servants of the Gu family. Should you err, there would be no one to intervene if you were punished or sold. You and your mother are only slightly elevated due to your father's favor. To disrespect your elder sister is to breach decorum." The old matriarch spoke with authority, each word striking at Gu Qianer's heart. She and her mother were not mere servants. Once her mother bore a son, they would be equal wives. And who would dare look down upon them? Gu Yunzhi cast a profound gaze towards the old matriarch of the Gu family. Her ability to speak on her own behalf was indeed unexpected. Observing Gu Qianer's discomfiture, unable to express her anger, brought her a sense of satisfaction. A cornered dog will leap over the wall. She had been anxiously awaiting action from the mother and daughter of Lianyu courtyard. "Grandmother, never mind. I am not one to hold a grudge, unnecessarily." Gu Qianer silently scrutinized Gu Yunzhi for a long while, forcing a smile. "Your Highness, I was wrong earlier. I hope you can forgive my indiscretion." This pitiable act, in Gu Jianzhong's eyes, portrayed Gu Yunzhi as a bully utilizing her status. He grunted coldly, pulling Gu Qianer out the door. "Did Aji anticipate that I would not be angered?" the old matriarch murmured, twirling the beads in her hand. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly. How could such a cunning old fox offend her for the sake of a daughter of no consequence to the Gu family? Grandmother, I dare not presume to understand your thoughts. I only know that you cherish me the most. Chapter 72. The turmoil at the medical hall. The old matriarch waved her hand, signaling for everyone to withdraw. Song Shi hesitated to leave, worried that Gu Yunzhi might face punishment, until Gu Yunzhi's gaze swept towards the door, prompting her departure. Presently, Gu Yunzhi was unafraid to confront the old matriarch and Gu Jianzhong, for in this world, everyone acts for their own gain. And the Gu family required her just as she needed the identity of the legitimate daughter. Previously, Gu Jianzhong had doted on Gu Qian'er, even willing to sacrifice her, believing that should she perish, Gu Qian'er could easily replace her. Now, if he harbored such intentions, the old matriarch would never turn a blind eye. The old matriarch's fingers tapped lightly on the table, her tone authoritative. I heard from your father that Qianu's reputation has been tarnished due to Zhao Dong's actions. From now on, this matter must not be mentioned again. You are all daughters of the Gu family and should stand united against common foes, rather than squabbling amongst yourselves. The cold light in Gu Yunzhi's eyes revealed a hint of mockery and indifference. Grandmother, do not be so generous on behalf of others. As long as Qian'er does not hinder me, I shall not act against her. However, if she persists in her obstinacy, I shall not hesitate to confront her. Her lowered lashes bore a chill that rendered the old matriarch as though trapped in an ice cellar. The room fell into a profound silence. Gu Yunzhi sat upright, her gaze fixed ahead, clearly youthful yet managing to suppress the old matriarch's imposing presence. After a while, the old matriarch sighed heavily. Are we to destroy each other? You know well how much your father dotes on those two women. Gu Yunzhi smiled nonchalantly, the dim candlelight brightening with her expression. The old matriarch closed her eyes, realizing that when the time came, Gu Qian'er would have to abandon her position for Gu Yunzhi, even at the risk of offending her own son. The Gu family must not be left in ruins under her watch, otherwise, she would have no face to meet her ancestors centuries hence. The rain lashed against the windows, creating a hushed sound, while the air was thick with dampness, evoking a sense of oppression. The old matriarch gazed absently out the window. You may go, henceforth. Conduct your affairs with greater discretion to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. If there is nothing else, you need not return to Minghua Hall. Gu Yunzhi nodded thoughtfully, raising her umbrella as she and her companions, Yunyan and Ziju, melded into the heavy downpour. On that day, while Gu Yunzhi was occupied with her painting, Yunyan brought news that Dr. Gu wished to see her urgently. Gu Yunzhi paused her brushwork and instructed for him to enter. There were no uninvited guests without a cause, and he must have been driven to desperation. Had he foreseen such troubles, he would never have meddled. Upon entering, Dr. Gu knelt, exclaiming, Miss, a grave matter has arisen. Gu Yunzhi regarded him, slowly articulating, Is it concerning Aunt Wu? Dr. Gu raised his head, his face a portrait of shock as he gazed at Gu Yunzhi, pondering whether she possessed an uncanny foresight, having anticipated the recent events. Yes, Aunt Wu's son, the butcher, has come to our door, creating a scene outside the medical hall, claiming that we at Qingfeng Hall have caused her demise, drawing a crowd and threatening to report us to the authorities to shut down our practice. Despite all precautions, calamity had still befallen them. Dr. Gu continued, lowering his head. It is my fault for being overly meddlesome. You were right that day. Aunt Wu quickly sent the silver to the butcher, who, upon receiving it, ejected her from his threshold. Seeing her age and her cough, I felt pity and offered her a few meals along with some astragalus and cotinopsis to bolster her health. However, this morning, the butcher arrived, claiming that Aunt Wu bled to death, attributing her demise to the very medicines I provided. Those who are pitiful often have their own faults, and those who are detestable bear their own sorrows. Gu Yunzhi mused, momentarily at a loss whether to pity Aunt Wu or to reproach her for her own misfortune. She surveyed Dr. Gu, recalling the time during the height of the plague when she had instructed him to distribute the prepared medicines to the common folk. He had complied without hesitation, which had subsequently established Qingfeng Hall's reputation in Xuanhe City, earning accolades from the populace. Moreover, the majority of the patients flocking to the hall sought Dr. Gu's expertise. As a daughter of a respectable family, her public presence would undoubtedly attract attention, potentially becoming a liability. Qingfeng Hall's rise from obscurity to the most esteemed medical establishment in Xuanhe was largely due to Dr. Gu's efforts. Now that the situation had spiraled out of control, scolding would not rectify the troubles, nor would it win the hearts of the people. No subordinate is without flaws. One must consider the lowest measure of their character. While Dr. Gu had erred in this matter due to his overly kind-hearted nature, the punishment should not exceed the fault. A lesson learned while kneeling would suffice. You may rise. This is not entirely your fault. Return to the medical hall, and I shall follow shortly. Dr. Gu, astonished, stood up. He had approached with the conviction of being dismissed, but was taken aback that Gu Yunzhi not only bore him no ill will but also intended to assist him in mending the chaos. His respect for Gu Yunzhi deepened. In broad daylight, Gu Yunzhi chose to conceal her face beneath a veil, fearing that Yunyan and Zizhu might be recognized. Thus all three ventured beyond the gates of the Gu residence. At the entrance of Qingfeng Hall, a throng had gathered, surrounding the establishment, where the sounds of denunciation were palpable. It is this medical hall as proprietor who has caused my mother's death. Everyone gathered to judge. How could the gentle-faced Gu proprietor commit such a beastly act? What offense did my mother commit that you would resort to poisoning her?
Oh.
This is an affront to us common folk. Seeing us powerless, you harbor such malicious intentions. Heaven, open your eyes and show mercy upon us. As Gu Yunzhi approached, she observed a middle-aged man and woman sprawled on the ground. The man's eyes glinted with malice, his face brutish, clad in a lake-green brocade that contrasted sharply with his appearance. The woman possessed triangular eyes and a hooked nose, her visage exuding ill intent. The surrounding crowd murmured in heated discussion. Li the butcher, while one may eat carelessly, one must not speak recklessly. How dare you slander the innocent? When Aunt Wu collapsed in the street, it was Dr. Gu who saved her life. Indeed, when Aunt Wu was alive, we saw no sign of your filial piety. Now that she has passed, you create such a ruckus. Chapter 73. Just as one crisis passes, another arises who could have possibly caused the demise of Madame Wu. Alas, Dr. Gu is indeed unfortunate. His good intentions to save a life have only led to a scandalous plight. In this declining society, virtuous individuals face relentless tribulations. As the saying goes, goodness invites deceit. The onlookers, familiar with the character of the butcher Li and his wife, refused to believe that Dr. Gu would resort to poisoning Madame Wu. You are accomplices of the Qingfeng Hall. It is utterly unjust to treat our family this way, lamented a woman, tears and snot flowing freely. Enduring baseless accusations, Dr. Gu could no longer restrain himself. He pushed open the door and confronted the middle-aged man before him. Butcher Li, I have previously informed you that I provided Madame Wu with astragalus and codenopsis. Feel free to inquire at any medical establishment if these are not restorative herbs. Upon seeing Dr. Gu approach, the man known as Butcher Li spat disdainfully. What if those are aged herbs? I have heard that aged herbs can be fatal. You had no prior acquaintance with my mother. Why would you so kindly offer her medicinal ingredients? It must be that you were trying to offload unsellable stock from your clinic. Indeed, once he uttered these words, the crowd's sentiment began to shift. What if Dr. Gu did give Madame Wu aged herbs? Butcher Li's argument, though insidious, contained a semblance of reason. Otherwise, how could Madame Wu have perished with such severe hemorrhaging? It appeared that this situation was intertwined with Qingfeng Hall. If Butcher Li and his wife had intended to harm Madame Wu, they would have done so long ago rather than wait for this moment. Whispers of speculation grew louder, and Dr. Gu gazed incredulously at those who doubted him, including the very individuals he had once saved from the plague, De Zhu and Fu Kai. Not long ago, they had hailed him as their savior, but now they stood alongside strangers to defame him. Gu Yunzhi observed from the outskirts, refraining from intervening. One learns from adversity. It is evident that goodwill does not satiate these ungrateful souls. She hoped Dr. Gu would come to understand this truth. She held firm belief in Dr. Gu's integrity, certain he would never administer aged herbs to Madame Wu. If his heart were truly so malicious, he would not have sought her assistance in sheltering her. Yunyan continuously scanned the growing crowd at the clinic's entrance and turned to say, Miss, Dr. Gu is nearing his breaking point. We must step forward to assist him. Gu Yunzhi cast a meaningful glance at Butcher Li and his wife before steadily walking toward Qingfeng Hall's entrance. You two claim with unwavering conviction that Dr. Gu is responsible for Madame Wu's death. However, do you possess any evidence? Butcher Li glanced at Gu Yunzhi with contempt, recognizing her as an inexperienced young girl who dared to meddle in affairs beyond her understanding. You would do well to scurry away before I send you to a brothel to entertain guests, he sneered. This remark elicited laughter from a few ruffians in the crowd. Although the young lady's face was obscured, her figure was appealing. Zizhu perceived the lewd gazes directed her way and was about to retaliate when Gu Yunzhi restrained her. Frowning, she wrestled with her emotions before retracting her hand. He, having overheard the derogatory remarks aimed at Gu Yunzhi, swiftly approached Butcher Li and seized him by the throat. As Butcher Li gasped for breath, Gu Yunzhi coolly remarked, "Those who speak without thought shall find themselves flayed and cast into the depths of hell." Butcher Li's wife, Zhang Shi, witnessing her husband being accosted, felt a surge of indignation and lunged toward Gu Yunzhi, cursing, "You little harlot! At your tender age, you entice men to assault my husband. I shall make you pay for this." Though he was naive and pure-hearted, he recognized that Gu Yunzhi was the only person who had come to his aid. No one could speak ill of her. "Stop, he." Unfortunately, he acted too swiftly. Before Gu Yunzhi could finish her warning, he pushed Zhang Shi to the ground, leaving her pale and spitting blood. The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, fearful of being implicated. Butcher Li's eyes widened in shock, seemingly taken aback. Gu Yunzhi approached and checked Zhang Shi's wrist. Fortunately, she had only sustained internal injuries, and her life was not in jeopardy. These two scoundrels were not worth mourning. But they could not perish here. He must not bear the consequences of their actions. Word had it that a skilled coroner had arrived in Shuntian Prefecture. One who could discern the symptoms of various poisons with precision, even determining the type of poison from the color of decayed bones.
Dr.
Gu asserted that Madame Wu's death had nothing to do with him, yet the couple insisted he was the perpetrator. "If that is the case, let us confront this matter in court," Gu Yunzhi declared. Butcher Li and Zhang Shi exchanged glances, fearful and silent. They were all too aware of how Madame Wu had met her end. Yet Gu Yunzhi's words were not mere intimidation. There indeed existed a capable coroner named Zheng Yan in Shuntian Prefecture. Zheng Yan, a disciple of the renowned Li Ke, was known for his integrity and meticulousness in examining corpses. He adhered strictly to Li Ke's teachings, never allowing a hint of negligence in his work. If any doubts remained, he would ponder them deeply before proceeding. Many townsfolk had witnessed the events of the day. If a reasonable explanation were not provided, Jingfeng Hall would bear an indelible stain. A clinic that had caused death. Who would dare seek treatment there after such a scandal? Butcher Li stammered, "Who are you? And how do you possess such intimate knowledge of the authorities?" "I am merely a passerby, drawn here by a sense of justice. You need not be alarmed. That coroner is honest and will not engage in corrupt practices. Dr. Gu, you should take your grievances to court." Gu Yunzhi spoke leisurely. Butcher Li was now thoroughly panicked. They had only sought to extort some silver, never intending to actually go to court. If their deceit were uncovered, they risked imprisonment or worse. Butcher Li took a step back, signaling to Zhang Shi to flee. However, he would not let them escape easily, seizing their clothing and marching alongside Dr. Gu towards Shuntian Prefecture. A few onlookers, ever eager for drama, discreetly observed the commotion at the clinic, and Gu Yunzhi suddenly conceived a plan. Chapter 74. The journey to the salt tax in Yecheng. Fear not, for in the heart of the imperial city, even if Dr. Gu were a fool, he would never commit such a blunder. Gu Yunzhi's voice trembled with emotion as she continued, "You may wonder why I stand up for Dr. Gu. It is because he selflessly saved my father during a recent plague outbreak, disregarding his own safety." Her words resonated with the crowd, many of whom had also benefited from Dr. Gu's kindness. A young man clad in a cotton and linen robe spoke up, "I too believe Dr. Gu is a good man. Let us consider our own experiences during the plague. Was it not Dr. Gu who came to our aid, without demanding a single coin in return? In the vast city of Xuanhe, how many other physicians would so selflessly offer their help?" The remaining onlookers hung their heads in shame, well aware of Butcher Li and his wife's true nature, yet they had doubted Dr. Gu. Hanwen added, "It was Dr. Gu's medicine that ultimately healed me from the plague. I can also attest that Aunt Wu mentioned to me how Dr. Gu, feeling pity for her, frequently invited her to dine at the medical clinic. Even Aunt Wu praised him as a good person. How could he possibly harm anyone?" At this moment, the crowd no longer questioned Dr. Gu, expressing their gratitude instead, with many even forming a group to testify on his behalf at the Shuntian Prefecture. Gu Yunzhi merely smiled without speaking. Could it be that Dr. Gu's unintentional kindness has blossomed into something fruitful? It seems that his benevolence is not a misfortune after all. As she turned her head, she noticed Xiao Mingyu approaching with Uncle Luo. Gu Yunzhi was somewhat surprised. During their last encounter in the palace, He had come to her rescue, and she hadn't had the opportunity to thank him. Yet here he was, recognizing her despite her careful disguise. Should she commend his keen perception, or lament her inadequate disguise? Miss Gu, that was truly perilous just now. I feared those two rascals might bully you, and I urged the prince to come to your aid. However, the prince insisted he trusted you to handle it well. You are indeed remarkable. With just a few words, you resolved such a thorny issue. How the proprietor of Qingfeng Hall must wish to express his gratitude for your assistance. Uncle Luo discreetly gave a thumbs up to Gu Yunzhi from behind Xiao Mingyu. Xiao Mingyu smirked, his eyes glimmering with admiration. My dear Yunzhi, your cleverness is beyond measure. Such trivial matters are no challenge for you. The proprietor of Qingfeng Hall would hardly express gratitude to Yunzhi, as she was, in fact, the true master behind the scenes of Qingfeng Hall. This revelation left not only Gu Yunzhi stunned but also Uncle Luo in shock. What did the prince just say? In just half a year, Qingfeng Hall had emerged as a leader among all medical establishments in Xuanhe, and the mastermind behind it was none other than the future princess. Uncle Luo was eager to rush back and boast to Granny Zheng about the princess's impressive capabilities, his gaze towards Gu Yunzhi now filled with affection. Gu Yunzhi opened the door to the clinic, allowing Yunyan and Zizhu to step back first. This action further pleased Uncle Luo. The prince and princess ought to cultivate their relationship properly. How did the prince know that I am the one behind Qingfeng Hall? Xiao Mingyu gazed at Gu Yunzhi's delicate hand as she prepared tea, her fingers long and slender, devoid of any noticeable creases, the tips rounded and full. Just by looking at her hands, one could tell she was a refined young lady who had never toiled with mundane tasks. Because I know Yunzhi is not one to meddle in others' affairs. You have always maintained a detached stance. How could you possibly stand up for a falsely accused proprietor? Coincidentally, I have taken an interest in Qingfeng Hall. To conduct business while donating all medicinal materials during an epidemic to save lives is a vision not commonly held, which prompted me to investigate further. Gu Yunzhi gently sipped from her teacup. What has the prince discovered? Xiao Mingyu raised an eyebrow. Yunzhi, it is a pity that as a woman, you are not serving in the court where you could potentially attain titles and accolades, enjoying longevity and fortune. To be frank, even I lack the poise you possess. I suspect that although your donation of medicinal materials was indeed for the common people, it was also a calculated move to forego immediate benefits in exchange for greater rewards. Having immersed himself in the political arena for many years, he found that no one in the court could rival this young lady's strategic mind. Previously, he had merely regarded her as intelligent, but her acumen in the affairs of Qingfeng Hall left him in awe. Fortunately, they were not adversaries. Had they been, he might not have emerged victorious against her. Gu Yunzhi lowered her brow and smiled faintly. Your Highness, you flatter me. I merely acted in accordance with circumstances. Initially, I did wish to assist the people of Xuanhe, but later I discovered a compromise that allowed me to save lives while also generating profit. Her features were already exquisite, and with that smile, she appeared even more alluring, holding the gaze of those around her captive. A commotion arose from outside, and Xiao Mingyu's throat constricted. Tomorrow, I must depart for Yecheng to investigate the salt tax. I fear I may not return for some time, so take care. If you encounter any difficulties, seek out Uncle Luo at the Wangfu. He knows what to do. Gu Yunzhi's expression turned grave. The myriad forces in Yecheng were intertwined, a challenging conundrum to navigate. Yecheng was prosperous, with the salt tax accounting for half of Xuanhe's revenue, granting great power to Governor Gao Heng. However, since last year, anonymous reports had surfaced accusing Gao Heng of embezzlement and the imposition of illicit taxes, plunging the citizens of Yecheng into despair. The late emperor had once dispatched a special envoy to investigate the salt tax situation, yet every official sent had met with misfortune, either dead or injured, leaving the matter unresolved. With Yecheng situated over 900 kilometers from Xuanhe, the distance afforded Gao Heng a sense of impunity. Recently, yet another report had been submitted, and the emperor, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, decided to send Xiao Mingyu to investigate. Your Highness, Yecheng is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution, particularly concerning Xiao Wenyu's movements. With you absent from Xuanhe, he may seize this opportunity. Furthermore, Gao Heng has a secretary skilled in toxicology. Take this heart-protecting pill with you. It will counteract severe poisons if necessary. Should you sense danger, consume it promptly. Gu Yunzhi strained to recall events from her previous life, fearful of overlooking any details. Previously, She had caught a distant glimpse of Gao Heng as secretary during Xiao Wenyu's birthday celebration, when he had come to Xuanhe in place of Gao Heng to offer congratulations. His attire and demeanor suggested he was from Miao territory. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Yunzhi. How could she have forgotten this? The Miao region, centered around the Xian Yin and Moon Mountain, was notorious for its expertise in poison and sorcery. It was no wonder Gao Heng had managed to eliminate so many officials investigating the salt tax without leaving any evidence to incriminate him. For the time being, the best course of action was to proceed cautiously. Gu Yunzhi turned and pulled open the medicine box, methodically selecting herbs such as wuyin, fizi, heji, and hetsao to fill her travel pouch. Suddenly remembering the possibility that the secretary might employ sorcery, she added, "Keep this pouch on your person. The sorcery will not dare approach you." Gu Yunzhi's cheeks flushed slightly. As a young lady, it was likely that he would find the pouch unappealing. However, there was no time for alternatives, and crafting another would be too late. "I am glad you worry for me, Yunzhi. I quite like the pouch. Take care of yourself. And I will return," Xiao Mingyu said, standing up and securing the pouch at his waist. He then produced a dragon-tailed jade pendant from his sleeve. "Wear this. It will grant you free passage in and out of the Wangfu without obstruction." Gu Yunzhi looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. After a moment, she curtsied, "Your Highness, may you travel safely. I await your return." Xiao Mingyu nodded and walked towards the door, mindful not to linger. Although Qingfeng Hall seemed deserted at that moment, the clinic's exterior was bustling with onlookers, and should any ill-intentioned individuals spread rumors, it would not matter for him, but it would certainly cast a shadow on Yunzhi. Not long after he departed, Dr. Gu and Yin he returned from Shuntian Prefecture. Dr. Gu appeared troubled, but upon seeing Gu Yunzhi, his demeanor lightened somewhat.
"Miss."
The butcher couple, Li, is truly devoid of humanity, worse than pigs or dogs. Do you know how Aunt Wu died? Chapter 75. The approaching imperial examination. Once Xiao Mingyu left, Gu Yunzhi felt an emptiness in her heart, a dull ache settling in. "Miss."
"Miss."
Dr. Gu called repeatedly before Gu Yunzhi finally snapped back to reality. She smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, Dr. Gu. I was lost in thought just now. Please continue." Dr. Gu observed her with surprise. She had always been composed and self-assured, but just moments ago, she had seemed utterly distracted. "Miss, the butcher couple Li confessed everything at Shuntian Prefecture. They had heard Aunt Wu mention the medicinal herbs I often provided her for nourishment, and they deliberately invited her to their home for a meal, during which they poisoned her with arsenic, hoping to extort a large sum from Qingfeng Hall. I cannot fathom how the butcher, Li, could commit such an act against his own mother." Gu Yunzhi's eyes darkened momentarily. Emboldened, she was capable of any misdeed. If they possessed a shred of conscience, they would not monopolize the house while allowing Aunt Wu to beg. Following this incident, Qingfeng Hall's reputation in Xuanhe soared, with the populace extolling Dr. Gu's remarkable medical skills, humble in fame and indifferent to profit, drawing countless patients seeking his expertise, thus filling Qingfeng Hall's coffers to the brim. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the day of the imperial examination approached relentlessly. The entire household placed great importance on this examination, and the Song family had early on prepared everything Gu Xiran would need, merely awaiting his return to collect them. One afternoon, while Gu Yunzhi was taking a brief rest, she heard the familiar voices of Gu Xiran and Yun Yan, momentarily mistaking it for a dream. Upon opening her eyes, she was delighted to find Gu Xiran standing before her, beaming. "Brother, why have you returned today? I thought it would be a couple more days." Gu Yunzhi exclaimed, her joy unmistakable. Gu Xiran, clad in a deep blue brocade robe, with his brows elegantly arched and eyes like bright stars, appeared as a paragon of grace. "I seized the rare opportunity to return from the Guangling studio, which has been busy for months. How have you and mother fared at home?" Gu Xiran inquired, his expression earnest. Gu Yunzhi examined him closely, relieved to see that he was as he always had been. "Rest assured, brother. Mother and I are both well. Have you memorized the books and materials I assigned you?" Gu Xiran confidently patted his chest.
"Fear not, Aji.
"I have thoroughly internalized the spring and autumn annals, even recalling the specifics of each page. I have kept my promise to you and mentioned it to no one." Observing Gu Xiran's self-assured demeanor, Gu Yunzhi nodded, her bright eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a hint of sorrow painting her brow. "Brother, to nurture virtue is to foster growth. To eradicate illness is to eliminate it completely. Huh, how do you interpret this? Gu Xiaoran's smile faded, and he paused, his expression turning grave and solemn. The phrase you quoted is from the Zhuozhuan in the Spring and Autumn Annals, emphasizing the need to cultivate both body and mind and to avoid harboring negative thoughts. The examination consists of two parts. The first tests literary skill and political discourse, while the second assesses martial prowess and archery. Both are indispensable. For the latter, I am not concerned. I have trained diligently under grandfather's guidance. Few in Xuanhe can rival my skills. The critical concern lies with the first part. If I am left to my own devices, I may not measure up to Shilu. Brother, to nurture virtue is to foster growth. To eradicate illness is to eliminate it completely. The tree symbolizes the act of building and cultivating, while to foster signifies growth. Together, it means one must diligently cultivate one's virtues while also combating one's flaws, thoroughly eradicating all shortcomings. The best way to nurture one's character is to ensure it continuously flourishes. The most effective means of eliminating calamities is to eradicate illness completely. Do you understand? She contemplated that as the eldest son of the Gu family, her brother should wield a sword of honor, achieving unparalleled feats to repay the nation and ensure the peace of the people. He must not languish in this estate, embroiled in domestic strife, leading a hasty life. She would do everything in her power to help him reach his zenith, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. She had discreetly inquired about Shilu's whereabouts, but despite her efforts, no news had surfaced. With the swift movements of Xiao Wenyuan, he undoubtedly had prepared thoroughly for the examination. With Yin He absent and Shilu's defeat, Gu Yunzhi envisioned severing the connections of Xiao Wenyuan's closest allies, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. That evening, as Gu Xiaoran and Gu Yunzhi emerged from the Song family courtyard, Mama Shen approached, bearing news that the old lady had something for him, requesting the siblings to join her. Gu Yunzhi cast her eyes downward, pondering. For despite the old lady and Gu Zhenjiang's disdain for her, they truly cared for her brother. Xiaoran, as the legitimate son of our Gu family, you must excel in this imperial examination. There can be no room for negligence, the old lady said, her gaze filled with affection for Gu Xiaoran, while Gu Yunzhi was seemingly overlooked. Gu Xiaoran bowed respectfully, replying, "Rest assured, grandmother. I shall return with honors, bringing pride to our Gu family." The old lady nodded in satisfaction and instructed Mama Shen to present the items. Shortly thereafter, Mama Shen entered, carrying a tray draped in red silk. The old lady stood to unveil it, revealing an exquisite inkstone and a complete set of brushes. Gu Yunzhi cast a quick glance, pressing her lips together. The old lady's generosity was indeed astonishing. The inkstone was entirely black, round on top and square on the bottom, with 2 feet supporting it. Its fine, smooth stone surface was lustrous and moist, likely crafted by the renowned foamed Songsan of the 5 dynasties, with very few surviving pieces in existence. The brush set was equally extraordinary, with tips aligned evenly, each hair standing tall without gaps, reflecting the craftsmanship of a superb dragon whisker tribute brush. However, Gu Xiaoran, unaware of the significance of these writing tools, accepted them as ordinary items, entirely oblivious to the old lady's tender expression. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly, realizing that the old lady's good intentions might go unappreciated. Had she presented a sword, Gu Xiaoran would surely have been delighted. But no matter how precious the brushes and inkstone, he would not cherish them. Your brother is about to take the examination. Do not let him be distracted by frivolities in the coming days, the old lady remarked lightly. Yes, I shall heed grandmother's advice, Gu Yunzhi replied, unwilling to dispute with her. Being his biological sister, she was acutely aware of the stakes involved. To ensure Gu Xiaoran remained in peak condition for the examination, the old lady had specifically instructed Mama Shen to caution against any disturbances from the Lianyu courtyard in the coming days. If the actions of that mother-daughter duo interfered with the examination, they would face severe consequences, without mercy. Aunt Zhao understood the old lady's and Gu Zhenjiang's high regard for Gu Xiaoran and thus acquiesced. In truth, even without the old lady's admonition, she would not dare to sow discord at such a critical juncture. Chapter 76, Uncovering Infidelity with No Disturbances. Gu Yunzhi enjoyed a rare moment of peace for several days. Time flew by, and in the sweltering midsummer, the annual imperial examination arrived. The carriage had long been waiting outside the estate, and amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Gu Xiaoran and Gu Yunzhi boarded it, setting off for the examination hall. Initially, Song did not wish for Gu Yunzhi to accompany them. As the examination hall was rife with a mix of individuals, many of whom sought to take dishonest paths. With her striking beauty and exceptional demeanor, Gu Yunzhi, despite her grace, was still a young lady, inevitably attracting trouble. Reluctantly, she insisted on following, and Song, unable to withstand her daughter's pleas, ultimately relented. The examination hall was filled with the fragrant smoke of incense, and by dawn, the spacious courtyard was already packed with candidates from various regions. Most bore tense and solemn expressions, with only the rustling of pages and the scratching of pens on paper audible. The carriage halted at the entrance of the examination hall, and Gu Yunzhi asked Gu Xiaoran once more about the examination topics, feeling reassured when he answered fluently. As Gu Xiaoran entered for his examination, Gu Yunzhi found herself at leisure, deciding to stroll outside the examination hall with Yunyan and Ziju. Setting aside the solemn atmosphere of the hall, the surrounding scenery was breathtaking. The trees and water mirrored each other beautifully, the azure sky contrasting with the white clouds, leaving one in awe. While the three strolled through the back mountains, they suddenly heard the gentle sound of flowing water nearby. Yunyan, playful, urged them to go and take a look. Seeing that there was still ample time until the examination concluded, Gu Yunzhi agreed. However, just as they were nearing the source, Ziju abruptly halted Gu Yunzhi and Yunyan, shaking her head to signal them not to proceed further. "Miss, it seems someone is speaking over there," Ziju whispered, directing her gaze toward a willow by the stream. Gu Yunzhi listened intently, her expression slightly unnatural. She was no naive girl, and although the sounds were somewhat indistinct, she could discern the intimate actions of a couple in the distance. In the past, Xiao Wenyuan had always appeared gentle and cultured, seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet he exhibited a remarkable fervor for matters of the bedchamber. Each night, he would cling to her, even daring to take liberties under the sun when no one was watching. It was only when she was utterly exhausted and begged for mercy that he would finally relent, satisfied. Just as Gu Yunzhi contemplated retracing her steps, the heated voices of the couple suddenly rose. The woman's voice resembled that of Yunyan, and Ziju suggested they draw closer to investigate. Gu Yunzhi felt a peculiar familiarity with the woman's cries. Observing the desolate hillside, Yunyan shook her head and tugged at Gu Yunzhi's sleeve. "My lady, we cannot go. You must not expose yourself to such sights. If discovered, your reputation will be tarnished." Ziju cast a disapproving glance, equally unwilling to let her proceed. Gu Yunzhi fell silent, irritated with the two maids. At that moment, the laughter of the couple drew nearer, prompting the three to crouch low, fortunate that the tall grass concealed them. As the couple approached, Gu Yunzhi widened her eyes in astonishment. How could these two be together? Not only was Gu Yunzhi taken aback, but so was Yunyan. Once the pair had moved far enough away, Yunyan patted her chest, steadying her nerves. "My lady, is that not Miss Meng and young Master Duan? What brings them here?" Gu Yunzhi paused, perplexed. She too could not fathom why Meng Yu and Duan Hui would be in the back mountains of the examination hall, especially since Duan Hui had always harbored deep feelings for Gu Qianer. How could he be clandestinely frolicking with Meng Yu? She wondered how Gu Qianer would react upon learning of this, her closest friend entwined with the man she admired, and yet she remained blissfully unaware. Perhaps she might show mercy and inform Gu Qianer of the affair sooner rather than later. Let us pretend we did not see this, to avoid unnecessary trouble. "The hour is late. My brother will be out soon. We should wait for him by the carriage," Gu Yunzhi remarked thoughtfully. Scholars began to emerge in small groups. But Gu Yunzhi had yet to catch sight of Gu Xiaoran, which stirred a sense of worry within her. Half an hour had passed since the first examination ended. Could something have gone awry? Women were forbidden to enter the examination hall, leaving her to instruct the carriage driver, Xiao Lu, to search for her brother.
Ji.
"I have returned." Gu Xiaoran entered the carriage with a strange expression. "What troubles you, brother? Did the examination not go well?" Gu Yunzhi asked, concern etched on her face. "It went too well, more than I anticipated." Ji, do you know what the examination questions were?" "It was precisely the question you asked me. I wrote down your answer verbatim, and when I submitted my paper, the proctor inquired about my name and lineage," Gu Xiaoran lamented. Gu Yunzhi leaned against the couch, resting her head on her hand, and said with a smile, "That is wonderful news. It indicates good fortune for you, brother. You answered correctly and comprehensively. If you achieve the top score, Mother will be overjoyed." Gu Xiaoran's expression grew increasingly apologetic. He sensed that he might be the top candidate. Yet he was torn between joy and sorrow, feeling as though he had stolen Ji's opportunity. His head buzzed as if it might explode.
Ji.
Did you already know the question would be this? Is that why you insisted I memorize the spring and autumn annals and emphasize the answer? Do you understand the consequences if this information gets out? Seeing her brother's anxious demeanor, Gu Yunzhi smiled gently. Is that what you think, brother? Gu Xiran appeared deflated, realizing his folly only now. Gu Yunzhi chuckled lightly. Brother, you think too highly of me. The exam questions are kept in the examination hall under strict guard. Unless I could become invisible, there is no way to see the questions in plain sight. Aji, please do not be upset. I worry for you, fearing you might do something reckless for my sake. However, I am confident that I will succeed in this examination. Gu Xiran declared earnestly. Gu Yunzhi nodded. You have no issue with the written exam, and the martial examination will be even easier. Even if Aunt Zhao gives birth to a son, there will be no need for concern about you, for a legitimate son with a title is far more significant than a newborn illegitimate child. Gu Jianzhong is discerning enough to understand that. Aunt Zhao's belly was growing larger, and she would soon give birth. Gu Jianzhong had been attentive to her lately, spending all his time in Lianyu courtyard, fearing any complications. Alas, it seems I have missed a golden opportunity. If I were to act against Aunt Zhao's unborn child now, Gu Jianzhong would first suspect her and her daughter. Unfortunately, it is not yet time to sever ties with the Gu family. Noticing Gu Yunzhi's mood had darkened, Gu Xiran assumed she was still upset over his misunderstanding. He spoke up, Aji, I remember I promised you that once I gained a title, I would take you and mother away to live comfortably. Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze, absent-mindedly toying with a jade pendant in her hand, wondering how Xiao Mingyu was faring. Chapter 77. Assassination. A piercing horse neigh abruptly interrupted Gu Yunzhi's reverie. She lifted the carriage curtain to peer outside, only to find a dozen figures in purple surrounding the carriage. The driver, Xiao Lu, lay on the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Having ventured miles from the examination hall, the area was desolate and devoid of assistance. Seeking help on this road was futile. The powder concealed in her sleeve could handle a few adversaries, but facing a larger group recklessly could jeopardize their safety. It was imperative to ascertain whether these individuals were targeting them or merely seeking to rob them. If it were the latter, the situation would be simpler. Gu Xiran, unaccustomed to such confrontations, felt a thrill instead of fear, eager to engage with the assailants. Brother, swords are merciless. Do not act recklessly, Gu Yunzhi cautioned, seeing through his intentions. Clearly, the group in purple was well-trained, not a mere rabble. They bore similarities to the assassins from Liuguang Pavilion. Yet her instincts warned her that these purple-clad figures were not from the same faction. Master Gu, Miss Gu, would it be better for you to step down? Or shall we invite you down? The group outside, growing impatient, called out. Gu Yunzhi remained silent, noting that they knew her name and anticipated their movements. It seemed they were acting under orders. The only ones with deep-seated animosity toward them were the Zhao family, whose matriarch was not a fool. With her imminent childbirth, she did not need to create trouble at this juncture. The only other suspect was Gu Qianer. After a long pause, Gu Yunzhi finally raised her head and retrieved a small white porcelain vial from her sleeve. Zijou, you know how to use the medicine in this vial. I noticed a small path to the left. You and brother will take that route to find help, while Yunyan and I will distract them. Zijou nodded, tucking the vial away. This was the best course of action. If they remained stagnant, they would undoubtedly meet a dead end. Gu Xiran clenched his fists, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Aji, I will not leave you. I cannot abandon you to escape alone. If we are to flee, we must do so together. What kind of man relies on a woman for protection? If we both attempt to escape, we will only face death. Brother, you and Zijou possess martial skills. You should go seek help. We have a greater chance of survival that way. If we both perish here, how will mother survive in the Gu household? Father has never favored her, and with Aunt Zhao about to give birth to a son, can you bear to see her perish? Gu Xiaoran's eyes reddened, tears cascading down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. After a long pause, he choked out, You must take care of yourself and wait for my return. For the second time in just a few days, he uttered those words, yet this time, she feared she would be unable to wait. For Gu Qianer would not easily let her go. Very well. Gu Yunzhi managed a sorrowful smile. Zijou, protect my elder brother well. Follow that path. And no matter what happens, do not look back. Zijou seemed to sense something amiss and hesitated, but was ultimately pulled down from the carriage by Gu Xiaoran. Yunyan, do not blame me for letting Zijou leave. I could not keep you. Before Gu Yunzhi could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Yunyan's gaze was sincere and earnest. Miss, I understand. Gu Yunzhi closed her eyes. Gu Qian'er's innocence was lost, her mother no longer weak. And with her elder brother's success in the imperial examinations, Xiao Wenyuan would stir no more troubles. As for Xiao Mingyu, he would also find his path unobstructed. Regrettably, despite living 2 lifetimes, she had still failed to protect Yunyan. Had there been even the slightest chance, she would never have chosen to leave Yunyan behind. I have been by your side since childhood. How could I not understand your thoughts? Zijou possesses martial skills and can protect the young master. The 2 of them will surely escape. Even if we die today, I would not regret dying alongside you. If there is a next life, I would still wish to serve you, to remain by your side, so long as you do not despise my simplicity. The piercing pain caused Gu Yunzhi's tears to flow more freely. Foolish girl, this is already the next life, she lamented, having anticipated everyone's fate, but failing to foresee Yunyan's. The sounds of battle outside gradually subsided. Just as Gu Yunzhi was about to lift the curtain, a cold sword she thrust in. Miss Gu, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. You are remarkably clever. Do you think that by allowing your brother and that maid to escape, you can find someone to rescue you? Stop dreaming. You will only die more miserably. Yunyan's back stiffened, and Gu Yunzhi gently patted her hand in reassurance before stepping down from the carriage. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and there were several pools of it on the ground. Gu Yunzhi's lips curled slightly. The situation was better than she had anticipated. Originally, there had been over a dozen purple-clad individuals, but now only 5 remained. It seemed that Zijou and her elder brother had managed to escape relatively well. Did Gu Qian'er send you? The leading figure among the purple-clad men, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded without denying it. Indeed. You know exactly who you have offended. A flicker of malice crossed Gu Yunzhi's eyes. The hunter had become the hunted. Gu Qian'er believed that by killing her, she could live comfortably in the Gu residence. Wang Wu, stop wasting time with this girl and kill her already. Let's go drink after we collect our bounty. The plump purple-clad man fixed a menacing stare at Gu Yunzhi. We ought to thank this girl. If it weren't for her brother and that maid killing so many of our brothers, we wouldn't be able to split such a fortune. We were supposed to get 50 taels each, but now we can divide 120 taels. It appeared that this group was not very harmonious. And Gu Yunzhi smirked. The purple-clad man on the left, with beady eyes, chimed in, Fatty, how can you be so unrefined? You only think about eating. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? After speaking, he leered, rubbing his hands together as he leered at Gu Yunzhi. Miss Gu is so beautiful. It would be a waste to kill her outright. Hee, I, Hua Tian, have yet to taste the flavor of a young lady from a noble family. I wonder how she differs from the courtesans. The man known as Hua Tian, having removed his mask, lunged towards Gu Yunzhi. She nearly retched at the sight of his yellowed teeth. Hua Tian, angered by her reaction, cursed, You shameless wretch. Even facing death, you dare to scorn me? You have yet to experience my wrath. You will regret it. Seeing this, Yunyan picked up a nearby stone and, taking advantage of Hua Tian's distraction, struck him heavily on the back of his head. Chapter 78. A Twist of Fate. To be used for my own benefit, Hua Tian felt a darkness engulf him and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The plump man approached to check Hua Tian's breath, confirming he was dead. Miss Gu, your maid is quite loyal. Even in dire straits, she protects you. Wang Wu's voice rose appreciatively as he stared at Yunyan. Gu Yunzhi stiffened momentarily, then signaled for Yunyan to step back. Wang Wu appeared to be the leader of the group, but she could not discern his intentions. They had been paid to handle a job, yet they had not acted until now. Considering the time, her elder brother and Zijou should be returning to the Gu residence shortly. Gu Yunzhi scrutinized the men, her expression grave. Girl, don't think you can stall for time. My brothers can kill you in the blink of an eye, the plump man scoffed. To his surprise, Gu Yunzhi showed no fear. Instead, she smiled softly. I wonder how much silver Gu Qian'er offered you for our lives? Wang Wu did not respond directly, instead turning to the 2 silent purple-clad individuals behind him. Yu Zhou, Yu Qing, bind these 2 and take them back. Their reinforcements are on the way. The 2 nodded, mumbling incomprehensible words, to which Wang Wu replied simply, understood. Were these 2 mute? Gu Yunzhi was taken aback. In such dangerous undertakings, why would they employ 2 mutes? Did they possess some unique skill? After a bumpy ride, The carriage finally halted outside an unremarkable courtyard, flanked by a few scattered homes, all dark and silent. Wang Wu instructed the plump man to take Yun Yan to the woodshed for confinement while Gu Yunzhi was led to the front hall alone. Years later, Wang Wu would reflect on how fortunate he was not to have killed Gu Yunzhi. It was the wisest decision of his life, and it transformed his future entirely. Upon reaching the front hall, Wang Wu untied the ropes binding Gu Yunzhi's wrists and poured her a cup of tea. The plump man could not contain himself. Wang Wu, what are you doing? If we don't kill her, how do we demand money from that woman? Gu Yunzhi remained unfazed, testing her wrist's mobility and sipping the tea. She was now certain Wang Wu would not kill her. Wang Wu did not directly address the plump man's question, waving him off. Fatty, I will explain later. Take Yu Zhou and Yu Qing to eat something. I have matters to discuss with Miss Gu. The plump man sighed in confusion, casting a resentful glance at Gu Yunzhi as he left. Once he had exited, Wang Wu rose, looking down at Gu Yunzhi. Do you know why I changed my mind about killing you? Gu Yunzhi hesitated momentarily, pondering. Among the purple-clad men, it appeared that Wang Wu, the plump man, and the two mute brothers formed a small faction, while Hua Tian, who had been struck down by Yun Yan, was not part of their camaraderie. Otherwise, they would have reacted when Hua Tian was killed. Gu Yunzhi toyed with the jade pendant hidden in her sleeve, feeling somewhat reassured. When she realized she was facing death, her first thought had been of Xiao Mingyu. How peculiar. I prefer discussing matters with straightforward individuals. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Wang Wu straightened, revealing his face as he removed his mask. The narrative begins with the visage of a middle-aged man. His face square and rugged, adorned with stubble and skin darkened by hardship. His hair recedes slightly at the temples, a testament to the struggles he has endured. Yet, his eyes gleam with an intense vitality, and his thick, black eyebrows suggest a man not prone to taking lives lightly. Do you truly require money? Your countenance indicates that you are not the sort who would kill without a second thought. Wang Wu, momentarily taken aback, pondered the absurdity of such a question. He would never resort to murder unless utterly desperate. Both he and his companion, a rotund fellow, were orphans who had known each other since childhood. With no family or identity to speak of, they found themselves unwanted even in the service of the nobility. Over the years, their attempts at labor and selling wontons had all ended in failure. The labor overseer termed them the lowest of the low, unworthy of anything beyond mere sustenance, let alone silver. Their fate was further sealed when the overseer, after a dispute with the rotund man, left him gravely injured. Their modest earnings from selling wontons were short-lived, as Lu Yuanwai's son, Lu Qing, demanded an exorbitant protection fee of 10 taels of silver, an amount they could never hope to amass. Ultimately, Lu Qing sent thugs to demolish their stall and rob them of the scant silver they possessed. Yu Zhou and Yu Qing, a pair of unfortunate twins, were born with ailments. Their father, a gambler, squandered the family fortune, leaving them homeless. Wang Wu felt a deep sense of melancholy. He wondered whether it was a stroke of fate or misfortune that brought Yu Zhou and Yu Qing to cross paths with him and his companion. Joining the Qinglong gang was a desperate measure, yet it provided a means to stave off starvation. Contemplating the gang, Wang Wu felt a headache coming on. Of the dozen individuals assigned to the task, only 4 remained alive, and Hua Tian, the gang leader's nephew, was certain to kill them if they returned without fulfilling their mission. Rather than take a life, he mused, perhaps he could spare her, performing a good deed that might lessen his burdens in the afterlife. Most importantly, he sensed that Gu Yunzhi was a person of fortune. Perhaps she could offer him a glimmer of hope. 1,000 taels of silver for your life. What say you? Upon hearing this, Gu Yunzhi was struck by a mix of emotions. Was her life truly worth such a paltry sum? Very well. Wang Wu regretted her swift agreement, sensing he had undervalued her. With a smile in her eyes, Gu Yunzhi noted, have you heard that wealth can bring ruin? In a place like Xuanhe, where no one possesses a clear identity, survival is a relentless struggle. Even if you acquire 1,000 taels, can you safeguard it? You might contemplate fleeing to a remote village to settle down, yet do not forget that every village has its own leader, and each household's background must be reported to the county magistrate. Her barrage of questions left Wang Wu bewildered. He had indeed fantasized about escaping to an unknown land with his newly acquired wealth. Gu Yunzhi observed his reaction with satisfaction. The Qingfeng Hall had recently amassed enough silver for her to purchase a fine residence in Wui Lane, yet she required trustworthy servants to guard it. After searching for some time, she identified Wang Wu as a potential ally. Chapter 79, Surviving Calamity, Settling Accounts in Autumn. Being in need, Wang Wu softened his tone. Do you have any good strategies? Gu Yunzhi was taken aback. She felt more like the bandit in this exchange. What could such a straightforward man rely on to commit murder? Do you desire a stable existence or a life fraught with anxiety and wealth? Without hesitation, Wang Wu replied. That goes without saying. I prefer a stable life. However, this notion of stability sounded increasingly unrealistic. Gu Yunzhi nodded with a smile. She had feared he might choose wealth. But he proved not to be solely driven by immediate gains, which made him easier to manage. In the Gu residence, Song Shi sat before Gu Xiaoran. Her eyes swollen from crying. With limited staff at her disposal, her attempts to report the incident were thwarted by the matriarch, who insisted that notifying the authorities would tarnish the family's reputation. Did her daughter deserve such a fate? Had it not been for the matriarch's restrictions, she would not be idly waiting here, as the servants sent out in search of her daughter returned empty-handed. If anything were to happen to Gu Yunzhi, she resolved to hang herself at the gates of the Gu residence, exposing how they treated her and her daughter. Gu Jianzhong sat in the front hall of the Lianyu courtyard, his expression dark. Why hasn't that wretched girl been stabbed to death? If her reputation is tarnished, how can I hold my head high in court? Zhao Yinyang, seated nearby, offered consolation, though her heart was filled with dissatisfaction. She had not yet acted. Yet the impudent girl had been abducted by thieves. After days of praying for her to be dishonored, her wish had seemingly come true, and her daughter, Qian had avenged her grievances. Once Gu Jianzhong departed, Zhao Yinyang instructed the kitchen to prepare a dish of shredded chicken with silver ear mushrooms for Gu Qian while also asking Qiarong to convey this good news to her. Meanwhile, Gu Qian sat anxiously on the imperial concubine-esque couch, fretting over the lack of news from the Qinglong gang. They were a disorganized lot, failing to manage even this task, allowing Gu Xiaoran to escape. Pandong, aware of the situation, advised, Miss, do not fret. The eldest young master is a man and skilled in martial arts. It is natural for him to escape. The eldest young lady has likely met her end. Fury ignited within Gu Qian and she slapped Pandong across the face. Pandong fell to her knees, pleading for forgiveness. Calm down, miss. Please calm down. You treacherous servant, daring to refer to that lowly Gu Yunzhi as the eldest young lady. Today, I shall make you aware of who your true mistress is. Gu Qian hurled a teacup at Pandong, feeling momentarily satisfied after delivering a few more slaps. The hot water from the recently poured teacup left burns on Pandong's skin, despite the barrier of clothing. Autumn Rong entered with a tray, effectively rescuing Pandong from her wrath. All of you, get out. Gu Qian shouted. Once outside, Pandong dared to sob softly. Sensing that Gu Qian's temper was growing increasingly volatile, she could not afford to cry, for doing so would only invite harsher punishment. Pandong cast a sympathetic glance at her and sighed quietly, saying nothing as she exited the courtyard. By the hour of high, news of Gu Yunzhi's return still did not arrive. Song Shi wept uncontrollably, while Zhang Mama's attempts to comfort her were in vain. Gu Xiaoran was engulfed in guilt, blaming himself for Gu Yunzhi's abduction. Just then, a servant on guard called out loudly, "The eldest young lady has returned. The eldest young lady has returned." At the sound of this announcement, Song Shi abruptly ceased her sobbing, leaping to her feet. Quick! Go find Yunzhi. My Yunzhi has returned. Before long, Gu Yunzhi entered the eastern courtyard, her icy demeanor softening as she feigned a delicate and pitiful appearance. Mother, I'm back. Song Shi rushed over and embraced her tightly, murmuring, My Yunzhi has returned. My Yunzhi has returned. Gu Yunzhi gently patted her mother's back, raising her gaze to see Gu Xiaoran standing there at a loss. As she helped Song Shi sit down, she said, Brother, I am fine. You should return to rest. There is a martial examination tomorrow. With Gu Yunzhi's return, Song Shi's displeasure with Gu Xiaoran dissipated, her demeanor stabilizing as she instructed, Xiaoran, you should return and prepare well for the exam. Your sister and I will await your good news in the residence. Upon witnessing Gu Yunzhi return unscathed, Gu Xiaoran felt his heart finally settle. If anything had transpired, he would have been at a loss for words in front of his mother. He understood that, in her heart, no one held the same significance as Aji, not even himself. This was something he could comprehend, as Aji had always been by their mother's side since childhood. Gu Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave the courtyard. Ah, Ji, could this be the doing of those from the Lingyu courtyard? Song Shi seemed to regain her clarity. Gu Yunzhi's gaze swept over, causing Yun Yan to tremble, hastily lowering her head and extinguishing her inclination for further conversation. Song Shi furrowed her brow. Do you still wish to keep this from me? Gu Yunzhi hesitated briefly, stating, It was not Aunt Zhao. She is not that foolish. If anything were to happen to my brother and me, she could not escape blame. Song Shi was incredulous. Who else could it be, if not Aunt Zhao? Mother.
It was Gu Qianer.
She bribed assassins from the Qinglong gang to take my brother and my life. Fortunately, my brother managed to deal with the skilled ones, while the remaining thugs were merely pitiful souls. I promised them a place to settle, and they let me go. A look of terror washed over Song Shi's face. She had always thought Aunt Zhao to be ruthless, but it appeared Gu Qianer surpassed her in cruelty. Aunt Zhao would never dare to harm Xiran. Yet Gu Qianer had the audacity. However, this matter must be reported to the old lady. Should anything happen to her legitimate son, the old lady would not show mercy. The thought of the old lady's reaction to Gu Yunzhi's disappearance stirred a deep-seated resentment within Song Shi. Upon returning to the southern courtyard, Gu Yunzhi found it nearing midnight. Zijou approached, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She surveyed Gu Yunzhi, noting her attire and hair were still presentable, with no visible injuries, and let out a slight sigh of relief. I'm fine, Zijou. Go back to sleep. You've had a long day, Gu Yunzhi said, gently rubbing her temples. Unconsciously, tears blurred Zijou's vision, and she resolutely declared, Miss, I shall deal with the second miss at once. You need not intervene. Others will take care of her. Gu Yunzhi replied, a slight smile gracing her lips. She feared she would not find sleep that night. As Gu Yunzhi had predicted, upon hearing the news from Pandong, Gu Qianer's eyes blazed with a hunger for vengeance. These useless fools, they cannot even accomplish such a simple task. Pandong, trembling on the ground, stuttered, Miss. What should we do now? How would I know what to do? You sought out a band of incompetents who couldn't manage such a trivial matter, Gu Qianer snapped, tightening her grip on the whip in her hand, her lips moving in frustration. Had she not lacked capable allies, she would have relished punishing Pandong for her incompetence. With Gu Yunzhi still alive, the assassination attempt would undoubtedly lead back to her. Now that the plan had failed, Gu Qianer was furious and fearful. While her father would cover for her, Gu Xiaoran, as the legitimate son of the Gu household, would not. The physician had mentioned that her mother was expecting a boy. She had intended to eliminate all threats. With Gu Xiaoran dead, her mother could elevate her status with a younger brother.
Now,
she faced a loss of both men and 100 taels in deposits. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Gu Yunzhi sat in the rose chair, perusing the account books. Dr. Gu had delivered the financial records for the past month to the Gu residence, totaling 3 volumes. Following the recent plague treatments and Aunt Wu's endeavors, Qingfeng Hall had risen to become the premier medical institution in Shuana City. From the elite to common folk, anyone with an ailment thought first of Qingfeng Hall. Even the once-renowned Huichun Hall could not compare to Qingfeng Hall's momentum. Gu Yunzhi flipped through the account books, her spirits lifted. Dr. Gu exemplified the benevolent nature of a healer. For impoverished patients, he symbolically charged a small fee to prevent exploitation while alleviating the burden on the needy. Everyone wishes to live with dignity. As for the affluent clients, his consultation fees started at 100 taels, yet they willingly paid more, grateful for his miraculous cures. According to Dr. Gu, Qingfeng Hall was bustling daily, having hired 4 additional physicians and 2 assistants. This month, after deducting costs, Qingfeng Hall had netted an impressive 3,500 taels, a veritable bounty. Perhaps it was time for her to consider expanding the premises. Who wouldn't relish the prospect of accruing wealth? Miss, what has transpired? You appear so joyful this morning, Yun Yan inquired as she entered. Yun Yan. Not only have we recouped our initial investment in Qingfeng Hall, but it has multiplied several times over. Yun Yan's face lit up with delight. She had always believed Dr. Gu to be reliable, and now it seemed her faith had been well placed. Oh dear, in my excitement to speak with you, I neglected to mention the urgent matter. Miss, Mama Shin just visited, stating that the old lady wishes to see you regarding the second miss. A smile danced in Gu Yunzhi's eyes. No wonder there had been a sharp, long-tailed bird chirping outside her window so early. It was indeed a harbinger of good news. Yun Yan, please retrieve the red embroidered golden flowing cloud feather robe that mother made for me. Joyous occasions call for red attire. Of course, Yunyan replied with a beaming smile. She had not forgotten how nearly Gu Yunzhi had lost her life due to Gu Qianu. Her desire for vengeance burned fiercely. Dressed in the red embroidered golden flowing cloud feather robe, her hair adorned with coral tassels and a ruby butterfly gleaming on her forehead, Gu Yunzhi appeared even more radiant. She intended to evoke Gu Qianu's jealousy, to trample her into the dust. Upon entering the courtyard of Mingyue Hall, Gu Yunzhi beheld Gu Qianu kneeling on the ground, while Gu Jianzhong sat beside the old lady. Ji pays her respects to grandmother and father, Gu Yunzhi said, performing a graceful bow. The delicate tassels at her waist chiming softly, sweetly, and elegantly. Upon hearing the sound, Gu Qianu glanced up, her eyes blazing with fury. Her head throbbed from the slaps Mama Shin had administered, and even her usually doting father had kicked her several times. Lacking any comparative grace, Gu Yunzhi's appearance was a glaring affront to Gu Qianu. That wretched girl. Gu Qianu lowered her head, her expression dark as water, her teeth clenched tightly, and the metallic taste of blood lingered in her mouth. Gu Jianzhong frowned, his patience waning. Just after escaping danger, his daughter was parading in such ostentatious attire. Neither mother nor daughter was a source of comfort. As he prepared to reprimand them, the old lady shot him a glare, compelling him to retract his words. Did you not know, my dear? Before dawn, your mother came, weeping and threatening to hang herself at the Gu residence gate. I can hardly believe such brazen behavior comes from a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Song, the old lady stated solemnly. Gu Yunzhi paused, realizing her mother was taking out her grievances on her. However, this ploy of feigning distress was quite effective, regardless of its veracity. The old lady would not turn a blind eye. Should a legitimate daughter of the Duke truly hang herself at the Gu residence's entrance, the Gu family would face eternal disgrace. With a smile, Gu Yunzhi coldly regarded Gu Qianu. Grandmother, surely you jest. My mother is the gentlest soul, as you well know. If she were truly as fierce as you claim, she would not have endured years of oppression in this household, being constantly overshadowed by a lowly, unrefined concubine. Ah! How delightful it was to strike at the heart of this father-daughter duo. It seemed their ire was piqued. Gu Yunzhi intentionally emphasized the words lowly, unrefined concubine, eliciting discontent from both Gu Jianzhong and Gu Qianu. Gu Jianzhong was taken aback, unable to comprehend how such bitter words could emanate from his seemingly noble and graceful legitimate daughter. Rebellious daughter. What nonsense are you uttering? Early in the morning, Gu Jianzhong had been summoned from the Lianyu courtyard by Madame Shen. Upon arriving at the Mingyue Hall, he was met with the sight of Gu Qianu kneeling on the ground, her face swollen on both sides from a beating. His mother informed him that it was Gu Qianu who had incited the attack on Xiao Ran and Gu Yunzhi the previous day. He could hardly believe that his seemingly delicate and obedient daughter could commit such a malicious act. While he could overlook her petty squabbles, Xiao Ran was the hope of the Gu family. His heart felt as though it were being squeezed, aching with despair. One thing was one thing. Zhao Yinyang could at most be considered a negligent mother, but this rebellious daughter, speaking such unpalatable words, truly believed he would not dare to take action against her. Gu Yunzhi showed no sign of fear, directing her gaze at the old matriarch. Grandmother, I am but a servant, hardly more noble than the common folk. Am I wrong in what I say? The old matriarch was rendered speechless. Zhao Yinyang was her son's treasure, and Gu Yunzhi could not be disregarded, lest the Song family stir up further trouble, bringing ruin to the Gu household. Whatever you say shall be so, she finally conceded. Gu Yunzhi slowly rose, approaching Gu Qianu step by step, looking down upon her with a sense of satisfaction as she admired the fury and resentment in Gu Qianu's eyes. She recalled a moment from her past life, on a snowy night, when she had worn the same expression. Gu Qianu always maintained an appearance of innocence while engaging in the most wicked deeds. Gu Yunzhi sighed, her interest waning. This face had become quite a nuisance in her eyes. Chapter 81. The intent to mar her beauty with over 40 years of experience in this life and the last. It was time for a change. A legitimate daughter hiring an assassin to kill her legitimate brother and sister would certainly create quite a stir in the capital. Gu Yunzhi turned away and sat down again, her gaze playfully fixed on Gu Qianu. Was she not the one most concerned with her looks? Having committed countless vile acts under the guise of her fragile and pitiful appearance, let her experience the taste of being without support. The fact that you and Xiao Ran returned safely to the residence indicates that Qianu did not genuinely intend to kill you. If she had truly wished for your demise, why hire such inept assassins? Now that punishment has been dealt, after all, we are family. One must show mercy where possible. Gu Jianzhong shot a glare at Gu Yunzhi, but was unable to suppress a bout of coughing. Gu Yunzhi, filled with rage, began to laugh, her laughter echoing with madness. Have you lost your mind? What is wrong with you? Gu Jianzhong pointed at her, repeating himself. Indeed, she had gone mad, driven to insanity by this beastly father, who was hardly worthy of the title. Had she not heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed such words could come from a father. The group led by Wang Wu had indeed intended to kill. Had it not been for that vial of dissolving powder, would she and her brother have returned alive? How could Gu Jianzhong still have the audacity to speak of mercy? Gu Yunzhi's cold eyes fixed on Gu Jianzhong, her gaze chilling, as if she were observing a dying man. Does grandmother truly believe that this matter can simply be reduced to triviality? The old matriarch was also angered by Gu Jianzhong's words. Given the current circumstances, how could he utter such things? Truly, he must be blinded by ignorance. Ji girl, do not be angry. Your father loves his children and harbors no ill intentions. Qian'er has committed such egregious acts that she cannot remain in the household. In my opinion, she should be sent to the Born Temple on the outskirts of the city for penitential practice. Once she is changed, we can bring her back. What do you think? The old matriarch shot a glance, and Gu Jianzhong dared not speak further. No, I do not wish to go to Born Temple. Gu Qian'er cried out loudly. Born Temple was merely a euphemism. In reality, it was a nunnery situated 30 miles outside the city on the ancient Yin Mountain, with dense trees, steep paths, and frequent appearances of snakes and insects, as well as wild beasts. In truth, Born Temple housed mostly the families of officials who had erred but could not be executed. Along with young women, nuns were few and far between. It was said that those sent there were for self-cultivation, but in less flattering terms, it was a place for confinement due to wrongdoing. Emerging from Born Temple unscathed would be a challenge. The nuns there were known for their cruel methods. In Xuanhe, they had gained a notorious reputation. It was said that those who did not heed discipline would suffer internal damage without any visible wounds. They were not afraid of retaliation, as those dispatched to Born Temple were considered discarded pawns, unable to stir up any trouble. Even if someone could regain their former appearance, they would not stoop to troubling the nuns, for such actions would only tarnish their reputation. Gu Qian'er, having been pampered since childhood, was accustomed to having her way. It was obvious what awaited her there. The punishment proposed by grandmother was one that the granddaughter could accept, but it still lacked a certain element. Gu Yunzhi took a sip of tea, her tone indifferent. The old matriarch's gaze darkened. What do you desire? Gu Yunzhi scoffed. I wish for Gu Qian'er to perish. You should not permit it. The granddaughter recalled a form of punishment specifically designed for errant children, a light punishment or a severe one, involving carving a cross on their left cheek to serve as a reminder of their past transgressions. The guilty would be punished appropriately, resulting in a sense of mutual satisfaction. Gu Yunzhi's earnest words rendered the old matriarch momentarily dazed. To carve a cross on her face would be to mar her beauty, leaving Qian'er unable to hold her head high for the rest of her life. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian'er's delicate face turned pale, her eyes brimming with tears. I will kill you, you ungrateful rebellious daughter. What audacity you have to speak. Gu Jianzhong stood, raising his hand to strike Gu Yunzhi. Master. Song Shi entered the room with a fierce expression. According to our laws, to defy one's superior is punishable by death. Surely, you are aware of this. Song Shi seated herself, disregarding everyone around her. This child, Ji, has always been kind-hearted. She would not harm even an ant or mosquito. She often tells me that all beings possess spirits and are deserving of life. Look at her. She is nearly killed by someone else, yet cannot bear to take a life. Do not speak of marking her left cheek. Even if her entire face were to be marked, it would be justified, for at least we spared her life. Yesterday, no one was willing to spare my son's life. Having finished speaking, she took out a handkerchief to wipe her eyes, quietly crying. Old madam, I forgot to mention that my family sent a letter this morning, stating that my second brother has returned from the northwestern borders, inviting us for a reunion dinner. I had not yet replied when this incident occurred. My mother dotes on Ji, if she were to learn. Song Shi did not continue, but the meaning was clear. Gu Yunzhi remained silent, a smirk playing at her lips as she provocatively gazed at Gu Qian'er. She had not expected her mother to hold such a card. It seemed that experience was indeed invaluable. Grandmother, in life, we must empathize with one another. Qian'er and I are sisters. Naturally, I do not wish to take her life. However, if we let her off lightly, she may harbor even greater resentment towards me in the future. Gu Yunzhi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression one of deep grievance. No, father, save me. If my face is destroyed, it would be better to kill me with a single blow. At least that would be swift. Gu Qian'er clung desperately to Gu Jianzhong's sleeve, unwilling to let go, knowing this was her only hope. As long as he did not relent, the old matriarch would be powerless against her. Gu Yunzhi smirked derisively. She was accustomed to taking advantage of situations. However, this time, Gu Jianzhong had no choice but to comply. You too should cease your deceptive rhetoric. Do you think I am afraid of you simply because you threatened to report to the Duke's residence? It would be a lie to say he was not pained. Gu Jianzhong directly helped Gu Qian'er to her feet, allowing her to stand beside him. Madame Gu remained silent, her thoughts meticulously arranged. With Qian'er's purity lost, hopes of her marrying into a noble family were dashed. However, her striking beauty could still secure her a place as a concubine for a wealthy widower. Or, at the very least, as a secondary wife, which would still benefit the Gu household. As a son, one must fulfill filial piety. As a father, one must embody compassion. Her brother would soon return. It was time for both grandmother and father to contemplate their course of action. Gu Yunzhi rose to depart. Madame Gu turned the prayer beads in her hand, feeling the inescapable bind of fate. My dear Ji girl, if the cross has been carved, can this matter not be resolved? Gu Jianzhong stiffened at her words, urgently interjecting, Mother, please reconsider. What will become of Qian'er? Chapter 82. Returned to the Duke's residence, Gu Yunzhi offered a cold smile. The outcome was already determined, and there was no need for futile resistance. Mama Shun, Magpie, take the second young lady away and execute the punishment. Madame Gu tightly shut her eyes, murmuring prayers. Namo Avalokiteshvara, the great compassionate Savior. May you bless our household with peace and our descendants with health. Understood. Mama Shun and Magpie moved forward, each grasping one of Gu Qian'er's arms and dragging her away. Gu Qian'er pleaded for mercy, but Madame Gu remained unmoved. Realizing there was no turning back, she cursed both Gu Yunzhi and Song Shi incessantly. Soon, the courtyard echoed with a series of anguished cries. Gu Jianzhong, though reluctant to hear the cries, felt powerless. At this critical moment, he dared not oppose his mother's decision. After an hour, Gu Qian'er awoke from her stupor, sharp pain flooding her senses. Upon opening her eyes, she found Gu Yunzhi gazing down at her with an air of superiority. Wretched woman, may you suffer a terrible fate. My mother will not let you off. Gu Qian'er screamed, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Gu Yunzhi gracefully took a seat, her expression tinged with regret. Your mother is merely a concubine. What can she do to me? She can only resort to lowly schemes to ensnare me. Tell me, if Aunt Zhao is nearing childbirth with a male heir, will she truly devote her attention to you, a daughter whose beauty is marred and purity lost? Upon hearing this, Gu Qian'er ground her teeth in fury. Despite recognizing Gu Yunzhi's attempt to sow discord, she could not deny that her mother's affection had waned.
Now.
All her mother's thoughts were consumed by the child in her womb, leaving no room for vengeance on her behalf. Seeing the impact of her words, Gu Yunzhi found it both amusing and tragic. Aunt Zhao had devoted her life to planning for Gu Qian'er, only to have her daughter harbor resentment. Would she come to regret her choices? In the next moment, an idea struck Gu Yunzhi. Perhaps Gu Qian'er's predicament could be turned to her advantage.
Oh.
Had Aunt Zhao not been pregnant, and had you been her only child, you would not have met such a fate, left without care or concern. How pitiable! After uttering these words, Gu Yunzhi exited, opting for a patient strategy rather than immediate gratification. Madame Gu resolved to take decisive action. Within days, Gu Qian'er was sent to the outskirts, to the Prajna temple. Strangely, Gu Qian'er departed without a fuss, her demeanor unnervingly calm.
Aunt Zhao,
upon realizing her daughter's disfigurement and subsequent banishment, fainted from rage, struggling to regain her composure. The memory of Gu Qian'er's cold, emotionless gaze as she left, particularly when directed at her belly, haunted Aunt Zhao. On the eve of the announcement, Song Shi returned to the Duke's residence with Gu Xiaoran and Gu Yunzhi. As they departed from the Gu residence, Madame Gu had prepared numerous gifts, nutritional supplements, silks, and satins, filling an entire cart. Since Gu Jianzhong's demotion to a grand secretary, the Gu family status had drastically declined. Previously, they could rely on the prime minister's position to maintain their pride, but now, with nothing left, they needed to curry favor with the old duke to secure some favorable words before Emperor Xiaowu. Gu Jianzhong could not bring himself to do so. Thus the task fell to Madame Gu. Nianyang, you have been married to Jianzhong for many years. His current plight does not bode well for you either.
Besides,
Xiaoran is about to enter into an engagement. You should speak to the old duke. Let bygones be bygones. Madame Gu entered Song Shi's courtyard, humbled and ready to speak well of Gu Jianzhong. However, times had changed. Song Shi was not inclined to heed such matters.
Madame,
You know my father has long ceased to involve himself in court affairs. Wouldn't mentioning this only vex him further? Moreover, my second brother has only just returned. Discussing this now might give the impression that our Gu family harbors ulterior motives. Madame Gu was left frustrated, feeling as though her efforts were as futile as striking a pillow. I didn't mean for you to be direct. Simply broach the topic delicately. Surely that is feasible? Song Shi replied coolly, that may be possible, but whether it bears fruit, I cannot say. You are his most cherished daughter. If you truly wish to assist the Gu family, how could the old duke refuse? Madame Gu pondered. Mother, brother and I have been waiting for you for ages. Why have you not yet left? Gu Yunzhi's voice echoed before she even entered the courtyard. Go on ahead. Do not miss the hour. Think carefully about what I have said. Married couples are like birds of a feather, soaring together in times of adversity. With that, Madame Gu stormed out, her anger palpable, ignoring Gu Yunzhi's attempt at a greeting. Mother, am I fortunate or unfortunate in my timing? Gu Yunzhi asked with a smile. She and Gu Xiaoran had been waiting in the carriage, growing impatient for Song Shi, prompting Yun Yan to check the east courtyard. Madame Gu would not deign to leave the Mingyue Hall for trivial matters unless it involved Gu Jianzhong. Your tongue is sharp, Song Shi teased, playfully poking Gu Yunzhi's forehead. As Gu Yunzhi dismounted, she saw the entire Song family waiting outside, and each time she witnessed such scenes, she felt a warmth in her heart. Only in the Song residence could she find such familial affection. If only she could reside there, free from treachery and fear. Though adding Xiao Mingyu to the mix would make it even better. Thinking of Xiao Mingyu made Gu Yunzhi blush. How'd she come to think of him? As a prince, he surely would not wish to stay with her at her maternal grandfather's home. In the distant Yi city, Xiao Mingyu unexpectedly sneezed, a wave of unease washing over him. Having nearly concluded his affairs here, he needed to return promptly. He sensed that if he delayed any longer, the young lady might fall into someone else's clutches. Xiaoran, Eiji, why have you only just arrived? I'm starving. If you don't come, grandmother one tea let me eat. Song Zhe rushed to the sibling's side, draping an arm around Gu Xiaoran and the other around Gu Yunzhi. Gu Yunzhi was always unguarded around Song Zhe. After exchanging pleasantries, she fixated on Song Huasia, her eyes welling with tears. The imposing figure of her second uncle bore a striking scar across his face. He was renowned for his martial prowess, and the scar spoke volumes of the peril he had faced. Song Shi, gazing at the long-lost Song Huasia, was overwhelmed with emotion, her tears flowing freely. Chapter 83, Seeking Forgiveness in the Golden Yuan Hall. A retreat as a strategy, today's Duke's residence was destined for unrest. All right, everyone, cease your tears. See, I have returned safe and sound. I shall not leave again. Song Huasia choked out, attempting to console them. Gu Yunzhi lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the old duke, her brow furrowed in contemplation, clearly indicating her grandfather had made a resolute decision. Years had passed since their last meeting, and both Xiaoran and Ji had grown significantly, while her second uncle had aged. She recalled her childhood fondly, when Ji would delight in riding atop her head, lifting her high. Song Huasia gazed at Gu Yunzhi with a sense of nostalgia, retrieving from his sleeve a piece of multicolored jade that shimmered with a warm, radiant glow. There was little worth bringing from the borders, but this piece of jade was a serendipitous find, and knowing Ji's fondness for vibrant things since childhood, he thought to bring it back for her. Rest assured, I have a gift for Ashur as well. She will receive a piece of yellow jade. Beside him, Song Kong scoffed, expressing his annoyance at their father's favoritism towards his two sisters. He had merely held the multicolored jade for a moment before receiving a scolding. Song Kang's words were validated by Song En, who raised his hand in agreement. Song Huasia shot a glare at the two brothers, causing them to fall silent. Gu Yunzhi chuckled at her two mischievous cousins, recalling how they were the masterminds behind her childhood antics, and naturally, They were also the ones who faced the consequences. Aji, this phoenix tail hairpin is for you. Your second uncle has already given you a gift. I cannot be outdone, declared Song Huizhi's wife, Madame Hua, with a hearty laugh. In her previous life, Gu Yunzhi had harbored a fear of this second aunt, sensing a certain sharpness about her. Although Madame Hua treated her well, she had always hesitated to approach her, even struggling and crying when her second aunt attempted to embrace her. Over time, Madame Hua had ceased her attempts, fearing that the child's tears would upset their grandmother. It was only later that Gu Yunzhi learned of her second uncle and aunt's lost daughter, who had been the same age as her and had passed away before reaching her first birthday. Perhaps Madame Hua saw in her a reflection of her deceased niece. Gu Yunzhi rose, accepting the hairpin with both hands, marveling at its exquisite craftsmanship. The phoenix's head was intricately wrapped in golden threads, its body adorned with flowing tassels, the feet resting majestically upon clouds, and its tail elegantly curled upwards, with the pin's base engraved with her birth date and name. Thank you, second aunt. I adore it. Could you please pin it for me? I am rather clumsy and fear damaging such a treasure. Madame Hua's eyes widened in surprise. It was the first time Aji had spoken to her with such warmth. Not only Madame Hua, but even the old duke's wife, Madame Wei, was taken aback, her gaze towards Gu Yunzhi softening with affection. Very well, I shall pin it for you, Madame Hua said, rising to lovingly stroke Gu Yunzhi's hair. The younger generation remained oblivious, but the Song family understood all too well the hardships faced by their second aunt. For the memory of her lost child was a pain never to be mentioned within the Song household. As the hour of Su approached, the Song family gathered in the study to discuss matters when a knock echoed through the room. Song Huizhi furrowed his brow. Their father had previously instructed that no outsiders were to enter the study. Who could it be at this late hour? Come in, the old duke granted permission. And Gu Yunzhi entered, her presence causing Song Huizhi's eyes to flicker with surprise. Clearly, her arrival had been orchestrated by their father. Child, your second uncle has returned.
Speak.
What should we do next? The old duke sighed softly, raising the tension in the room. Under the scrutiny of 4 pairs of eyes, Gu Yunzhi remained unperturbed as she took her seat. I shall resign from my official post and relinquish military authority, and I will do so at dawn. Furthermore, grandfather, uncle, and third uncle, you must accompany second uncle as well. Upon hearing this, Song Huizhi sprang to his feet, his loyalty unwavering. He had dedicated his life to the cause, earning accolades for his service, and questioned what wrong he had committed. Indeed, Song Huizhi had harbored reservations about returning home, as the letter had claimed their father was gravely ill and required him to return immediately with his wife and 2 sons. Upon arrival, he discovered it was but a fabricated tale. Yet here was his niece, after years of separation, demanding he surrender his military power and resign. Military authority was a symbol of a general's power. How could he possibly relinquish it? I cannot agree. Song Huizhi's countenance darkened as he stood with arms crossed behind his back. Is this truly the course of action we must take? The old duke lamented, fully aware this was the only viable solution, yet still yearning for a more palatable alternative. Gu Yunzhi sighed deeply. This course of action would inevitably bring shame upon the duke's residence. If there were any alternative, she would not wish to subject her grandfather to disgrace at his age. Grandfather, uncle, it is imperative we proceed, and swiftly. The emperor has undoubtedly received news of second uncle's return to court. His failure to summon him suggests he is gauging the sincerity of the duke's household. If you cling to military power without yielding, it may lead to utter calamity. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Please, grandfather, consider this carefully. Song Huizhi's shock was undeniable. His sister, typically gentle and kind-hearted, had raised such a decisive daughter. Initially, he had been perplexed by their father's summons for Aji, but now it became clear to him. He too was aware that the duke's residence had basked in too much glory, leading some to assert that the old duke held more sway in the hearts of the people than the emperor himself. Song Huizhi and Song Huiyan remained silent throughout the night, listening intently. They felt as if their cousin was guiding them through the intricacies of governance. Would the emperor truly spare the duke's residence? The old duke inquired once more. Gu Yunzhi's lips curled into a confident smile, her gaze unwavering. He certainly will. The emperor seeks to establish a legacy of a wise ruler whose deeds will be remembered through the ages. The duke's household, in a humble posture, will not be scrutinized too harshly. Moreover, the emperor also values his connection with you, Otherwise, he possesses countless means to tarnish the Duke's reputation. Grandfather, do you not also cling to this connection, harboring a sense of hope?
You.
The old Duke rose abruptly, laughing heartily. Very well, Aji is indeed a clever child. With you in both the Gu and Duke's households, prosperity is assured. Gu Yunzhi sipped her tea, her gaze distant. While the Duke's household may flourish, the Gu household's fate remained uncertain. The night breeze rustled through the trees, casting flickering shadows, while a full moon hung low in the sky. As the hour of evening approached, the 4 members of the Duke's family knelt solemnly at the palace gates until they were summoned to the Golden Lawn Hall by Empress Xiaowu at the hour of Qin. Criminal subject Song Taiqing pays respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. The old Duke, clad in a ceremonial robe adorned with 7 dragon motifs, knelt at the center of the hall. The assembled ministers gazed in disbelief at the Duke's family. If anyone garnered the emperor's favor in court, it was undoubtedly the old Duke. Chapter 84. A clever scheme to rescue the Duke's household. They could hardly fathom why the old Duke would kneel at the palace gates at such an early hour to plead for forgiveness. Rise, Minister Song. Your entire family has shown unwavering loyalty and has contributed greatly. What crime could you possibly have committed? The tone of Emperor Xiaowu was cold and ambiguous as he scrutinized the 4 members of the Duke's family. The old Duke rose but stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, only to be steadied by Song Huizha's quick reflexes, narrowly avoiding disaster. This moment did not go unnoticed by the court officials and caught the emperor's attention. The old Duke trembled as he spoke. For many years, I have been favored by your majesty, allowing me to rise from obscurity to this esteemed position. Loyalty to the throne is my duty, yet your majesty's benevolence has granted my family an enduring legacy. This kindness shall never be forgotten. His words moved everyone present. Even those who had traditionally opposed the old Duke remained silent. Previously, during the internal strife within the court, it was the old Duke who had quelled the unrest. And later, when foreign invaders attacked, it was his second son, Song Huizha, who had led the charge against them. Empress Xiaowu's expression shifted subtly. Such statements being made seemed to hint at an underlying agenda. This should not be the case. Aside from Yor, no one else should be privy to such matters. Yor was far away in Yi-City and could not possibly have shared such critical information with anyone else. The court was enveloped in an unusual silence, with no one daring to speak. After the old Marquis finished his speech, he took a deep breath and, with a hint of regret, revealed, "Not long ago, I suddenly collapsed at home. Upon summoning a physician for examination, he informed me that I have been depleting my vitality through worry, leading to a deficiency in both essence and blood." With tears welling in his eyes, the old Marquis knelt on the ground and pleaded, "It has been 5 years since I last saw Zhe and my 2 grandsons. I beseech your majesty, considering my limited years left, to permit him to retire and return home, so that I may enjoy a few years of familial bliss." Emperor Xiaowu gently twirled the ring on his thumb, while Su Taifu cast a glance at the old Marquis before quickly averting his gaze. Though he could not read the old Marquis's intentions, he was adept at interpreting the emperor's expressions. After serving in the court for decades, he had developed a keen sense. Despite the emperor's stoic demeanor, it was clear that the old Marquis's request would be granted. This suited him perfectly, with Song Huizha's capable subordinates relinquishing military power. He would be rid of a formidable rival. The court often spoke of martial Song, literary Su, a notion he found irksome, as he believed that military prowess should always follow literary merit. What right did an old fool, who knew nothing but warfare, have to overshadow him? In his view, the Song family consisted entirely of dimwits, and military authority was a great honor that could be surrendered so easily. Just as the old Marquis was beginning to lose hope that Emperor Xiaowu would comply, the emperor, with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, spoke. "It seems I have not been thorough in my considerations. I have only thought of Huizha's dual talents in literature and warfare, capable of defending Xuanhe. But I neglected to allow for his return home. Filial piety is paramount. Ta Qing, I grant your request. Currently, Xuanhe thrives, and the people live in peace. A success attributed to Huizha. How could I allow him to simply retire? Instead, I shall appoint him as an accompanying general, tasked with training more capable commanders for me and for Xuanhe." This title of general, though seemingly equal in rank, bore a significant distinction. The designation of accompanying general implied a lack of real power. Thus, the emperor managed to acknowledge Song Huizha's contributions while preserving the old Marquis's dignity. Implicitly, The message conveyed was that even if Song Huizhi should cultivate talent and excellence for Xuanhe, he would merely be a trainer, and this honor would not pertain to him. The general looked at Song Huizhi with a sense of pity. Though the title of accompanying general was of the highest rank, it offered no room for advancement. The old marquis's antics had truly disgraced Huizhi's talents. "I thank your majesty," the old marquis expressed, tears streaming down his face. "Your majesty is magnanimous and compassionate toward your subjects, and this is a blessing for both Xuanhe and the people." "Rise," commanded Emperor Xiao. And with a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "Dismissed." As the courtiers exited, Xiao Wenyuan remained rooted to the spot, his deep purple eight-clawed python robe and pale, clouded complexion evoking a sense of foreboding. Flames of fury seemed to ignite in his eyes. Song Taiqing had brazenly surrendered military authority. What value did Gu Yunzhi hold for him now? However, the fact that Gu Yunzhi had attained the title of county princess indicated she possessed some means of support. Moreover, although the marquisate had relinquished military power, its intricate web of influence remained intact, which could still be advantageous to him. Gradually calming his rage, Xiao Wenyuan resolved that Gu Yunzhi would be his. Meanwhile, at the marquisate, Wei Shi paced anxiously. Her husband had left at dawn with their 3 sons, still clad in court attire, and had yet to return. "Grandmother, please be patient. Grandfather and my 3 uncles will surely return within the hour." Gu Yunzhi reassured her over tea. "They're back. They're back. Grandmother, grandfather has returned and is already in the manor, bringing many gifts," exclaimed Song Zhe, drenched in sweat as he rushed into the hall. Before Wei Shi and the others could reach the manor entrance, a servant named Song Siyuan approached the old marquis. Bowing respectfully, "Madam, the old marquis requests that Miss Gu visit the study. He wishes to discuss an important matter." Wei Shi regarded Gu Yunzhi with suspicion before nodding. Once Gu Yunzhi had departed, Wei Shi regained her composure. What scheme was the old marquis concocting? Why would he summon a girl like her to discuss such matters? With a composed demeanor, Gu Yunzhi entered the study. "Ji, the emperor has granted your second uncle's request and has conferred upon him the title of accompanying general. What do you think this signifies?" The old marquis inquired directly, aware that the emperor's heart was difficult to read, and fearing that his own negligence could lead to the marquisate's downfall. The current situation felt akin to treading a razor's edge. He would have preferred that someone else had saved the emperor than to live in such constant trepidation. "Accompanying general," Gu Yunzhi silently repeated, reflecting on how the royal family, often perceived as unfeeling, still remembered the old ties with her grandfather. "Grandfather, the marquisate is safe now, but your second uncle's career will reach its limit here." Song Huizhi chuckled lightly, unconcerned. "I care not for power. The emperor has allowed me to train soldiers, and for that, I am quite content. As long as the people are at peace and Xuanhe flourishes, it matters not where I serve." "Ji, you are a good child. The marquisate's escape from peril is largely due to you. Otherwise, your grandfather would still be in confusion." "Please allow me to bow to you," the old marquis said, rising to express his gratitude. Gu Yunzhi rushed forward, her voice tinged with emotion. "Grandfather, what are you doing? Do you see me as an outsider?" "I harbor no grievances for the marquisate. Without the favor of Gu Jianzhong, I still enjoy the same comforts in the Gu manor, thanks to your intervention. I cannot accept such a bow." Chapter 85. The conspiracy exposed. The old marquis spoke with a tone tinged with helplessness. "Ji, your grandfather is grateful to you. Had it not been for your suggestion, the marquisate would have little time left. You were once a mischievous child, yet now you seem far more serious." Gu Yunzhi understood the old marquis's intentions all too well. In her previous life, she had grown into the person her grandfather had hoped for. But the outcome had been tragic. Some lessons are best learned once. In contrast, she preferred her current clarity, where she held the reins of her own fate. "Grandfather, at least within the marquisate, I am still the same, Ji. Please trust that no matter what, I will never act against the interests of the marquisate." The old marquis, lost in the warmth of familial bonds, did not grasp the underlying meaning of her words. However, Song Huizhi recognized it. Ji was clearly declaring her stance. He sensed that this favor would eventually be returned to the marquisate. "Foolish child, what are you saying? We are all family. There is no question of harm." The old marquis feigned displeasure. Song Huizhi took a sip of tea, deep in thought. Only Song Huiyan, carefree and boisterous, interjected, "Father, Aji, that's enough. I'm tired. I've been kneeling for so long that I'm nearly exhausted. Impudent child, you are too noisy. Go back to sleep, the old Marquis scolded, delivering a light kick. With such commotion, the old Marquis could no longer bear it. At his command, they all left the study, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve. The following day, Gu Yunzhi and the Song family visited Wei Shi to pay their respects. Passing through the garden, they coincidentally encountered Wen Shi and Song Shi. Sister-in-law and Ah Shi, are you heading out so early? Song Shi inquired, surprised. Gu Yunzhi also looked at Song Shi with curiosity. Today, she had applied a light touch of powder, adorning herself in a pink gauze dress, her hair loosely pinned up, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, as soft as the melting snow of March. Yes. My sister-in-law from my maternal family has invited me and Ah Shi to Kuan Garden to listen to some music. Sister, you and Aji should join us. The more, the merrier, Wen Shi replied with a smile. Right Minister Wen Ningyu had 2 daughters and a son. The eldest daughter, Wen Chong, married the county's founding official Jiang Qi. The second daughter, Wen Wei, known as Wen Shi, married Song Huizhi, and their son Wen Bang wed the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Li Shi. Although it is commonly said that women marry high and men marry low, this notion applies to ordinary folk. For those in positions of power and influence, such as the esteemed officials, they look down upon families of lower status. The reason why Wen Shi was able to marry Song Huizhi is that during her time in the inner chambers, her reputation had already blossomed. She was proficient in all the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song, and she managed her household with great skill. After her mother succumbed to illness, when she was merely 8, the vast estate was meticulously maintained under her care, without a single oversight. The Duke's household was already firmly established. Seeking a match of equal social standing would be too ostentatious. The Wen family, known for its integrity through generations, produced a daughter as astute as Wen Shi. It was this quality that caught the attention of Wei Shi, who advocated for her marriage to Song Huizhi. Indeed, upon entering the Duke's residence, Wen Shi lived up to expectations, not only organizing the affairs of the household with precision but also fostering harmonious relations among her sisters-in-law. Gu Yunzhi and Wen Shi were neither particularly close nor entirely estranged. She, disinterested in music, contemplated an excuse to decline, when Wen Shi suggested, Madame Zhou's lady is also present. You should mingle more.
What?
Madame Zhou, Wang Shi, is here as well? Gu Yunzhi's heart was tumultuous for a long while. No wonder her cousin had married Zhou Jusi in her previous life. The key to this mystery lay here. How could the legitimate daughter of the Duke marry the son of a mere Taimei? She had always sensed something amiss, yet her maternal grandparents remained tight-lipped about the matter. When she attended her cousin's wedding, her cousin only wept, hinting at being manipulated. It was unclear whether the schemer was her aunt's sister-in-law or Wang Shi herself. Mother, we must return tomorrow. My elder brother is preoccupied with playing with our cousins, and once my cousin leaves, I will be alone. I too wish to listen to music, Gu Yunzhi said, linking her arm with Song Shi's. Unable to withstand the combined persuasion of Wen Shi and Gu Yunzhi, Song Shi pondered briefly before agreeing. After exchanging pleasantries, the group boarded the carriage to Kuan Garden. As anticipated, upon disembarking, they spotted Wang Shi with Zhou Jusi waiting at the entrance. Zhou Jusi, with his greased hair and painted face, had murky eyes and dark circles beneath. Presenting an image of indulgence that elicited disdain, he seemed utterly incompatible with her cousin, Gu Yunzhi mused. Wen Shi stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. Her sister-in-law had mentioned the presence of Madame Zhou but had failed to disclose that a man would also be present. Oh, you must be the Duke's lady. Your demeanor is unlike that of ordinary women. Wang Shi approached, clasping Wen Shi's hand warmly. Gu Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback. Wang Shi was indeed a remarkable character, the likes of whom she had never encountered, so brazenly forward. Zhou Jusi's eyes darted around until they settled on Gu Yunzhi, surprised to discover a beauty he had never seen before. At that moment, Wen Shi's sister-in-law, Li Shi, approached, exclaiming, Sister, you have finally arrived. Madame Zhou, young Master Zhou, have been awaiting you for quite some time. Gu Yunzhi offered a smile to Li Shi, but before her arrival, she had harbored some hopes. Now she was acutely aware of the underlying tensions. Aunt, are you certain we must share a table with Madame Zhou and her son? Wang Shi's smile dimmed slightly. She had seen Gu Yunzhi at the elder lady's birthday banquet and was aware of the ensuing events. Miss Gu, It is inappropriate for you to speak while the elders are conversing, Song Shi retorted coldly. A mere second-rank Taiwei's wife dares to assume a superior tone towards my Junji? Madame Zhou, do you comprehend the concept of hierarchy? The Taiwei holds a second-rank position, equal to that of Yunzhi. As far as I know, you have not been conferred a title, and according to custom, one should pay respects to a county princess. Yet, instead of doing so, you attempt to assert authority over her. Is this not a slight against royal authority? She was reminded that the conferral of the title of county princess had led many to believe that Song Huanian was meek and accommodating, yet the sharpness in her words betrayed her true nature, causing Wang Shi to break into a cold sweat. When Shi's gaze flickered as she turned away. From the moment she spotted Zhou Jusi, she realized her sister-in-law had orchestrated a trap. The only reason she remained was to uphold her brother's honor. Madame Gu, I sincerely apologize. For the sake of the Duke's lady, please do not hold it against Madame Zhou, Li Shi interjected, attempting to mediate. This remark silenced Song Shi, and upon reaching the elegant room in Kuan Garden, Wang Shi's ambitions began to resurface. The Duke's legitimate daughter was a rare opportunity. Should it be missed? One could not predict when it would arise again. Wang Shi glanced at Song Shi. Jusi, sit to the right. You are of similar age to Miss Song. A discussion of poetry and the arts would be delightful. Gu Yunzhi's eyes narrowed. The mingling of men and women at the same table would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. And now she was proposing that Zhou Jusi sit alongside her cousin. Was this not a blatant display of ulterior motives? In her previous life, her aunt and cousin had fallen victim to this very scheme. The situation could have been avoided had her aunt not prioritized her son-in-law's pride, leading to a calamity. Wang Shi's schemes were audacious, yet she failed to consider Zhou Jusi's character. Just as when Shi was about to refuse Wang Shi's suggestion, Li Shi was quick to act. Sister, my husband wishes to convey a message. Let us speak outside.
No.
Shire. When Shi had not finished her sentence before Li Shi forcibly dragged her away. A smile crept onto Gu Yunzhi's lips. Had she and her mother not attended today, Wang Shi's elaborate plans would have come to fruition. The Duke's household had just escaped peril. They could not invite more trouble inside. Song Shi exchanged glances with Gu Yunzhi, wishing to shield her from further entanglements. Neither her sister-in-law nor Shire had spoken up, leaving the burden on Yunzhi. Madame Zhou, even a 7-year-old child knows the distinction between genders. Why would you seat my cousin beside young Master Zhou? What is your intention? A hint of sarcasm flickered in Gu Yunzhi's eyes. Wang Shi picked up a handkerchief and dabbed her lips, unfazed. How can a county princess, at such a tender age, harbor such a devious mind? Is it not common for men and women to exchange verses? Song Shi looked to Gu Yunzhi for support. Zhou Jusi reeked of overpowering perfume, and she had no desire to remain in his presence. Madame Zhou, I am a county princess. You are merely the wife of a second-rank official. Even if the Taiwei is present, you ought to speak to me with courtesy. However, since we are here together to enjoy music, I do not wish to hold grudges against you. Yet your repeated provocations against me make me wonder if you truly believe I would not dare to take action? Gu Yunzhi rose, looking down at Wang Shi with an imposing stance. Wang Shi, caught off guard by her fierce gaze, faltered. I did not mean it that way. Gu Yunzhi could not help but smirk inwardly. She had anticipated a formidable opponent, yet Wang Shi proved to be rather inept. Her aunt, so clever in life, had stumbled into the snares of such a petty individual. How could the esteemed daughter of the Duke marry a man as ineffectual as Zhou Jusi and maintain her dignity? You speak of Zhou Jusi as if he were a paragon of talent. I recently came across a couplet that I could not decipher. Perhaps young Master Zhou could enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi became frantic, for if Jusi could not respond, it would spell disaster. The master only had eyes for the pair of disgraceful mother and son from the pear garden and scolded Jusi mercilessly, never offering him a kind word. She had hoped to climb the social ladder through the Duke's household, but it seemed fate had dealt her a cruel hand. Gu Yunzhi composed herself and addressed Zhou Jusi, young master, listen closely. The first line is, on White Tower Street, a blacksmith's forge, where red furnaces burn black coal, emitting green smoke and flashing blue light, tempering purple iron, facing south while working eastward. Panic flickered in Zhou Jusi's eyes, while Wang Shi's hands trembled as she held her cup. After a while, Li Shi finally allowed Wen Shi to return, her face adorned with a semblance of joy, suggesting that her plans had succeeded. However, upon entering, Instead of witnessing the scene she had anticipated, she found Wang Shi and Zhou Jiuxi looking dejected, akin to frostbitten eggplants. Upon seeing that Song Shi was unharmed, Wen Shi relaxed significantly, harboring a grudge against Li Shi and Wang Shi for their scheming. Intentionally, she aimed to embarrass Wang Shi, inquiring, "Madame Zhou, why does your countenance appear so grim? Has something occurred? Did my rebellious daughter speak to you in a manner that displeased you?" Wang Shi, upon noticing the two enter, felt as if she had seen a lifeline. She dared not speak further and cast a pleading glance towards Li Shi. "Aunt, it has nothing to do with my cousin. It was Madame Zhou who mentioned that young Master Zhou is highly knowledgeable, thus I sought his counsel on couplets," Gu Yunzhi stated earnestly. Wen Shi, brimming with pent-up frustration, seized the opportunity and interjected, "I am well aware of young Master Zhou's scholarly prowess." At this moment, Zhou Jiuxi and Wang Shi found themselves trapped, for failing to produce a response would utterly disgrace the Zhou household. Song Shi sighed, remarking, "Aji is rather naive. To seek guidance from young Master Zhou for such a simple couplet is merely inviting ridicule." Zhou Jiuxi, restless and agitated, gritted his teeth in indignation, asserting, "I cannot." Gu Yunzhi laughed heartily, leaving no room for Zhou Jiuxi's dignity. Their back and forth served to ensnare both mother and son, and Wang Shi suddenly grasped the situation. "Your Highness, if you cannot answer, how can you mock Jiuxi?" Gu Yunzhi replied with a knowing smile, "Who says I cannot? Allow me to continue. Freshwater Bay. Bitter farmers, wearing a straw hat, bending their backs, enduring the scorching sun, sweating salt, chopping sweet cane, raising a wife, educating children, nurturing grandchildren. Madame Zhou, is my response sufficiently structured? If young Master Zhou cannot even answer such a straightforward couplet, how can he sit alongside my cousin, who is rich in knowledge? You have attended numerous banquets, disregarding the distinctions between genders, even in terms of status. Young Master Zhou cannot share the same table as us. You must understand that seating arrangements are determined by official rank within the household." Li Shi narrowed her eyes, pondering why her Wenwei could marry into the Duke's household and become a lady of such high status. Even more infuriating was that, despite being married for years, her father-in-law and husband still sought her opinion on important matters, as if they had forgotten who truly held authority in the Wen household. This could not be allowed to stand. The rift between Wenwei and her had widened, making it increasingly difficult to have Song Shi accompany her on outings. As the performance unfolded with fervor, echoing accusations of treachery and betrayal, Wang Shi found the mocking tones unbearable, feeling as though even the actors were deriding their family. "Everyone, Jiuxi and I must take our leave. I have family matters to attend to. We can gather another day," Song Shi declared, hastily pulling Zhou Jiuxi away from the scene. "You worthless child," Li Shi scolded inwardly, observing Wen Shi's hesitance. Gu Yunzhi understood and chose to leave with Song Shi. Once they descended from the carriage, Song Shi expressed her displeasure. "Aji, your aunt can abandon Song Shi without concern. Why must you wade through this murky water?" Gu Yunzhi sighed softly, reflecting on how many years had passed without her mother's heart healing. Since marrying into the Duke's household, Wen Shi had managed affairs with great care, from her in-laws to the servants, yet conflict with Song Shi persisted. After concubine Zhao entered the household, Song Shi became the target of Gu Jianzhang's disdain. However, being from the Duke's residence, the family could not allow her to be mistreated, and they had intervened on several occasions. As both served in the court, Wen Shi was reluctant to oppose Song Huizhou, who was then the chancellor, resulting in several disputes between the couple. Originally, their conflicts were private, unbeknownst to others. But young and naive Song Zhe overheard them and inadvertently informed Song Shi upon her return, thus solidifying the rift between the sisters-in-law. While Wen Shi did not harbor malice, she merely wished to avoid complications for Song Xi, who intended to pursue a career in the court. Yet, she found it difficult to remain indifferent, especially given Song Shi's pampered upbringing in the Duke's household. Gu Yunzhi smiled warmly at Song Shi. "Mother, aunt merely expressed her thoughts in passing. There was no ill intent. Over the years, we have greatly benefited from uncle's kindness, and you are aware of my cousin's character. She would not dare boast. If I do not support her, she would truly be in peril." In other words, her cousin was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household. Disregarding Uncle S' status also meant considering grandfather and grandmother's influence. Her honor was intertwined with the Duke's household. Could she bear to see it shamed? Gu Yunzhi understood her mother's pure intentions and knew she could not. Wenshi tilted her head, feeling a sense of discontent, yet ultimately recognizing Song Shi's innocence. As a wife and mother, she hesitated to apologize, having initially struggled to comprehend why her usually amiable sister-in-law had suddenly distanced herself. Only later did she learn from Song Zhe about the matter. Since Song Shi's marriage, she had never thought highly of this sister-in-law, considering her lacking in strategy and cunning, merely possessing a good lineage, overshadowed for years by a concubine. Yet now, Wenshi felt genuine gratitude towards Song Shi and Gu Yunzhi. Without them, she could not fathom what fate would have befallen Song Shi. Ironically, her daughter did not take after her but rather mirrored Song Shi's character. Her niece resembled her aunt in ways that were undeniably true. Gu Yunzhi, with her meticulous mind, was no surprise to be summoned by the old duke for discussions, having conducted herself with prudence throughout her life. Yet, she had to concede that in the realm of nurturing and educating children, she had lost to Song Shi. Wenshi's brows relaxed. Fostering closer ties was indeed a beneficial endeavor. The day before the announcement of the results, Gu Yunzhi and her companions returned to the Gu residence, this time accompanied by an additional carriage filled with luxurious silks, ancient tomes, renowned paintings, gold, silver, jewels, and rare medicinal herbs. Gu Yunzhi stood stunned, realizing the immense value of the items, particularly the ancient books, which were priceless. Just as Song Shi was about to decline, Wenshi approached her and whispered, "Hui Nian, regarding past matters, I owe you an apology.
Please do not take it to heart.
Consider this a gesture for Xiao Ran and Aji. Aji is a good child. I am grateful to her. Otherwise, what fate would have befallen Shi? I cannot bear to think of it. Please do not refuse me, or it will seem as though you disdain my goodwill." With tears welling in her eyes, Song Shi realized that all these years, she had awaited such words. Now that they had been spoken, the rift between them began to dissolve. Behind them, Wenshi furrowed her brow but soon grasped the situation. The following morning, the atmosphere in the Gu residence felt somewhat peculiar. With only an hour until the results were announced, there were many hoping for Gu Ran to succeed or lamenting his potential failure. "Miss, quickly come out. A multitude of celebratory musicians has arrived, claiming that the eldest young master has topped the examinations." Gu Yunzhi, engrossed in reading the comprehensive mirror to aid in government, was pulled outside by Yun Yan, who was radiant with joy and forgot to offer her respects. Gu Yunzhi, momentarily taken aback by Yun Yan's words, felt a stirring sense of disbelief. She had anticipated her brother's success, yet hearing it confirmed left her momentarily speechless. "Wait a moment, Yun Yan. Do you think my attire is disheveled? Should I tidy myself up a bit more?" Miss, what time is it?" After much persuasion, Yun Yan finally managed to calm Gu Yunzhi. No matter the occasion, the miss always exuded an air of confidence, meticulously prepared for any situation. This was the first time she had witnessed the miss in a state of fluster, and a smile danced in Ziju's eyes. As Gu Yunzhi entered the main hall, she saw the joyous crowd surrounding Gu Jianzhong and Lady Song, animatedly discussing something. The old matriarch was beaming with delight. Meanwhile, concubine Zhao, with a fierce expression, was gripping Qiurong's wrist tightly, while concubine Wu stood among the crowd, smiling and engaging in conversation, her intentions inscrutable. "Master Gu, congratulations. Your son has topped the examination. It has long been said that the Gu family's legitimate heir is exceptionally talented, yet who would have imagined he would achieve the highest honor on his very first attempt? Truly a source of pride for the family. The young scholar is exceptionally handsome and bound for greatness. Even the emperor himself praises the merits of nurturing such character. And the news is spread like wildfire. Master Gu, your teachings are truly admirable." The crowd's accolades were incessant. Most candidates toil their entire lives without reaching the pinnacle. Yet Gu Xiaoran achieved this remarkable feat in a single attempt, a rarity throughout history. Gu Xiaoran appeared humble, but to outsiders, he radiated modesty, garnering even greater admiration. The old matriarch rewarded each of the well-wishers with a heavy purse. The Gu family could finally hold their heads high. Gu Yunzhi stepped forward, her smile bright. 10 years of diligent study have borne fruit. Congratulations, elder brother, on your top honors. Thank you, Aji, Gu Xiaoran replied, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. Only he and Aji understood the true weight of this achievement. From now on, he vowed to protect their mother and Aji, ensuring they would no longer endure hardship. Gu Gu Jinzhong's gaze towards Gu Xiaoran was filled with pride. To achieve such honors at a young age, excelling in both literature and martial skills, justified all the years of dedication he had invested. After attending to the congratulatory officials, evening descended upon them. The old matriarch hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the top scholar, inviting close relatives and friends. Just before the feast commenced, Xiao Wenyuan entered to congratulate Gu Xiaoran on his success. Although he claimed to celebrate Gu Xiaoran, his gaze first fell upon Gu Yunzhi. After a fortnight apart, she appeared even more radiant, and only then did he shift his focus back to Gu Xiaoran. Xiao Wenyuan's frustration bubbled beneath the surface. Despite his meticulous planning, Shi Lu had proven useless. What a waste. I invested so much silver and connections, only for him to achieve second place. It is a monumental task to cultivate a capable individual. He had resolved the sordid matters surrounding Shi Lu's family, expecting success would lead to a favorable marriage alliance for his own benefit. Now, the emperor's praise was reserved solely for Gu Xiaoran, leaving Shi Lu sidelined. This was infuriating, especially since Gu Xiaoran had shown no exceptional qualities in the past, yet luck favored him. Even the old scholars at the Guangling Academy found Gu Xiaoran's victory astonishing. They had favored Chen Qi, the son of Chen Changfeng. Although Gu Xiaoran excelled in archery and horsemanship, his literary talent was comparatively mediocre. Thus, his success came as a surprise to many. Gu Yunzhi observed Xiao Wenyuan and furrowed her brow, a cold laugh escaping her lips. Since Gu Jianzhong's demotion, Xiao Wenyuan had rarely visited the Gu residence, yet here he was, arriving now that her elder brother had achieved top honors. One could only imagine the ire brewing within him. The lively atmosphere of the Gu residence dimmed upon Xiao Wenyuan's arrival. His presence cast a shadow. The esteemed prince, coming to congratulate the top scholar, raised eyebrows, especially since the succession of the throne lay between Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Wenyuan. Everyone understood the significance of his visit, though it was ultimately a private affair for the Gu family. Xiao Wenyuan lowered his gaze, striving to suppress his fury. Each time he encountered Gu Yunzhi, she maintained an aloof and proud demeanor, rarely offering him a smile. Yet, she could laugh joyfully at Xiao Mingyu's presence. Why was he any less worthy? Gu Yunzhi's lips curled into a smile. After over a decade of companionship, she understood Xiao Wenyuan's temperament well. The warmer his demeanor became, the more evident his irritation. She relished witnessing his frustration, powerless to change the situation. Xiao Wenyuan remarked nonchalantly, after a few days apart, Miss Gu seems to have grown bolder, daring to meet my gaze. This was a blatant accusation of her lack of propriety, intended to embarrass her. Gu Jianzhong's expression darkened, his displeasure toward Gu Yunzhi deepened. The legitimate daughter was his nemesis, her very existence a source of vexation. The previously engaged onlookers fell silent upon hearing his words. Gu Yunzhi lifted her eyes, a sheen of tears glistening, and pleaded pitifully, Prince Yuan, were it not for my recent elevation to county princess, I would not have dared to look you in the eye. However, I must uphold the dignity of the royal family. I beg for your understanding. On a day of such joy for the Gu family, why must the fifth brother trouble Miss Gu? A deep, clear voice interrupted, and as he approached, the crowd recognized him as the current third prince, Prince Xian. The old matriarch's banquet included many officials who were aware that Prince Xian had recently returned from Yeqing, where he was investigating salt tax matters. It had been less than a month since his return. Initially, when Xiao Mingyu was sent to Yeqing alongside officials, many had relished the thought of his impending failure, given the perilous nature of the city, especially since several envoys had met unfortunate ends. It would have been unsurprising had he encountered misfortune as well. However, Xiao Wenyuan had not disappointed expectations. He had orchestrated multiple assassination attempts, nearly catching Xiao Mingyu unawares. He understood that his father had turned a blind eye to his trials, seeing them as a means of honing his skills. And he was untroubled by the notion of dying on his journey. After all, he had remained silent about the poisoning incident from years past. If he relied on his father, he would have perished countless times. Gu Yunzhi snapped back to reality, noticing Xiao Mingyu's return, and she exhaled in relief. He must have arrived at Xuanhe directly from his journey, his garments slightly wrinkled, and his demeanor weary. He had always valued cleanliness. It was unusual for him to appear disheveled. For reasons unknown, a wave of joy surged within her. Whether in orchestrating schemes against Gu Qianer or aiding her elder brother in achieving top honors, nothing compared to her current happiness. As long as Xiao Mingyu was present, She would always find favor and fairness. Xiao Wenyuan took a deep breath, his expression clouded. Shi Lu was indeed useless, and the assassins had failed miserably. Despite sending out 3 waves of over 100 men, they had allowed Xiao Mingyu to return unscathed. Pondering this, he cast a sidelong glance at his bodyguard Qi Bai, who had confidently assured him that Xiao Mingyu would not return alive. Yet, not only had Xiao Mingyu returned, but he was also unharmed. Qi Bai, horrified by the look, felt a chill run down his spine. He would surely face consequences upon returning home. Xiao Wenyuan paused. With my brother's return, I've been requesting father to allow me to assist you in Yecheng. I did not expect your swift return. Was the salt tax matter resolved smoothly? The matter of the salt tax was resolved smoothly. Gao Heng had confessed and accepted his punishment. His subordinate, Master Sun, has also been apprehended and brought back to Xuanhe, awaiting the emperor's decree. There was a minor incident along the way when a few bandits attempted to block their path, but fortunately, He Feng and he were present. However, they might not have been mere bandits. After their assassination attempt failed, they all took their own lives. What ordinary thieves would be so well trained? What say you? Fifth brother? Xiao Mingyu chuckled softly, glancing at Gu Yunzhi. In Yi City, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment, fearing that any misstep might cost him the chance to see her again. This time, he was especially grateful for the little girl. Gao Heng's subordinate was indeed quite formidable. Had he not been forewarned, the snake poison alone would have been sufficient to give him a hard time. It would be best to hand Master Sun over to that old monster, the poison master, who was skilled in toxins, while he himself was adept in curses. At the same time, 2 princes arrived to congratulate Gu Xiaoran, and Gu Jianzhong was utterly captivated. A flicker of longing crossed Xiao Mingyu's eyes as he took a few steps toward Gu Yunzhi. After a long separation, how has the esteemed Miss Gu fared? Gu Yunzhi nodded and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, All is well. Thank you for your concern, Wang Xian. No need for such formality, Xiao Mingyu said, casting a glance at the various expressions among the crowd, promptly silencing himself. Gu Yunzhi shot him a reproachful look. He was truly careless, calling her out without regard for the occasion. If someone were to overhear, it could lead to trouble. Song sure felt a peculiar sensation. Why did she sense that Yunzhi and Wang Xian were old acquaintances and their relationship seemed quite amiable? With the addition of Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Wenyuan, everyone began to regard Gu Xiaoran with greater esteem. 2 princes had taken notice. It seemed the Gu residence was poised for a resurgence. Aunt Zhao sat at the lower table, casting a dark gaze at Gu Xiaoran and Gu Yunzhi, her handkerchief twisted into a shapeless mass. Sister, temper yourself, lest the old matriarch sees. Chapter 89. Xiao Mingyu enters the chamber by daylight. Aunt Zhao turned and mockingly said, Spare me the pretentiousness. You can fool the master, but to me, you are merely a lowly maid. Conversing with you is a waste of breath. Aunt Wu's smile froze on her face, and it took her a long while to recover. Are you not as lowly as I, just a concubine? What right do you have to ridicule me when you cannot even protect your own daughter? While her words held truth, Aunt Zhao, proud and arrogant, considered herself a principal wife and could hardly bear such remarks. With that thought, Aunt Zhao rose, preparing to strike Aunt Wu. The matter of Gu Qianer being sent to the temple had become a thorn in her side. Aunt Wu's eyes flickered with brilliance, and suddenly Aunt Zhao screamed, collapsing to the ground, instantly stained with red. At the upper table, amidst the clinking of cups, Gu Laofuren and Gu Jianzhong were startled and hurried to attend to her. Gu Yunzhi cast a mischievous smile at Xiao Mingyu before approaching. Aunt Zhao lay pale in Gu Jianzhong's embrace, beads of sweat pouring down her forehead, trembling as she pointed at Aunt Wu. Wretched woman. Gu Jianzhong kicked Aunt Wu. The commotion drew everyone's attention, and Gu Jianzhong finally realized there were others present. Ultimately, it was Song Shi who smoothed things over, politely sending the guests away. Aunt Wu sobbed softly, and Gu Yunzhi found her amusing. Cleverness had led to her own downfall. She had aimed to use Aunt Zhao to her advantage, but Aunt Zhao, harboring resentment over her betrayal, would never be so easily manipulated. Gu Yunzhi understood Aunt Zhao well enough. No matter how vicious she would act on her own, unlike the woman before her, who merely schemed from the shadows. This household was certainly not at peace, with calamities continuously arising. Today was her elder brother's celebration banquet, and Aunt Wu had no business stirring trouble at such a time. The legitimate son had achieved the highest honors, while a concubine faced misfortune. One could only imagine the rumors that would spread. Gu Yunji's gaze turned icy. When Aunt Wu accidentally met her eyes, it was as if she were trapped in an icy abyss, unable to move. Mother, Aunt Wu has harmed Aunt Zhao's unborn child. Her heart is as venomous as a scorpion, and she should be dealt with according to the family law to serve as a warning. Aunt Wu hastily knelt, her eyes brimming with tears. Miss, I am your person. You cannot be so ruthless. The surrounding maids and servants exchanged furtive glances at Gu Yunzhi. No wonder Aunt Wu had quickly established her footing in the household and was now nearly on par with Aunt Zhao. It turned out the esteemed Miss had given her the green light. Yet, the Miss's actions seemed rather unkind. How could one eliminate a person after using them? Aunt Wu, having reached this point, you still dare to cast dirt upon me? The moment you stepped out of Mother's courtyard, you became my person. Would I be foolish enough to let you harm Aunt Zhao at my brother's banquet? Mama Zhang, under Song Shi's orders, stepped forward and slapped Aunt Wu several times until she was left dazed and silent before dragging her to the back courtyard's cleansing chamber. After all, Aunt Zhao was Gu Jianzhang's cherished one, and in the Lianyu courtyard, there were over 10 midwives and female physicians waiting on her. At the hour of the pig, joyous cries of infants echoed from Lianyu courtyard as the head midwife emerged from the room, unable to hide her delight. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Aunt Zhao has given birth to 2 young masters. 2 young masters? Gu Jianzhang was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Heaven had not been unkind to him. First, his legitimate son had topped the imperial examination, and now, his beloved concubine had borne him sons. Reward all the midwives, physicians, and servants of Lianyu courtyard generously. Gu Jianzhang was overjoyed. In the southern courtyard, Gu Yunzhi had not slept a wink all night. She struggled to calm her mind but still felt a heaviness in her chest. It would be challenging to act against Lianyu courtyard at this moment. The fact that Aunt Wu had given birth to twins was something even she had not anticipated. No wonder Zijou had noticed Gu Yunji's distress and poured her a cup of hot tea. Miss, do not be anxious. There is plenty of time ahead. Gu Yunzhi shook her head, murmuring, no wonder Aunt Wu always touches her belly with such pride. No wonder she did not react strongly when Gu Qianer was sent away. She must have known all along that she was carrying twins. Both Aunt Wu and Gu Qianer deserve their fates. She would seek revenge in due time. Yet for these 2 children, Gu Yunzhi set down her teacup. What was there to pity? They could only blame their misfortune on having been born to the wrong mother. The old matriarch would not allow Gu Qianer to return anytime soon, nor did Gu Yunzhi intend for her to remain at the temple for life. After all, she had many splendid years ahead to enjoy. It would be a shame for her to languish in a nunnery. The Gu household was indeed sparse. It was time to bring some liveliness back. By noon, Gu Yunzhi intended to rest for half an hour and sent Yunyan and Zijou away. The recent days had been filled with surprises, leaving her rather fatigued. Her elder brother had gone to the palace. She wondered if he would catch the emperor's favor. Lost in thought, Gu Yunzhi soon fell into a deep slumber. In her dream, Xiao Wenyuan had dispatched many people to assassinate Xiao Mingyu, who was gradually losing ground.
with wounds on his shoulder and chest.
Run. Xiao Mingyu, run. Xiao Mingyu, seated on a stool drinking tea, chuckled lightly. What are you dreaming of, little girl? Calling out my name in your sleep? Hearing the familiar male voice beside her, Gu Yunzhi relaxed her tensed body. Calmly donning her outer garment, her voice slightly hoarse, she said, Xiao Mingyu, pour me a cup of tea. I am thirsty. Never had he seen her in such a delicate state. Xiao Mingyu felt his heart melt. Throughout his life, no one had ever instructed him to pour tea. This was a first. He handed the cup to Gu Yunzhi, watching her graceful neck move slightly. And he couldn't help but be captivated. Why did you not wake me? When did you arrive? Gu Yunji's voice was laced with helplessness. I have been here for half an hour. I heard you calling my name and could not bear to disturb you, Xiao Mingyu teased. Gu Yunji, who despised the heat, had several ice trays scattered throughout the inner chamber, providing a refreshing chill. Yet, with Xiao Mingyu's presence, even the air felt stifling. I heard that the old duke and your uncles knelt at the palace gates before dawn, pleading with my father to allow your second uncle to return home. Not only relinquishing his armor, but also voluntarily surrendering military power, Xiao Mingyu observed, his gaze fixed on Gu Yunji's expression. Noticing her silence, he casually added, the command of 500,000 troops at the border is akin to half of Xuanhe's territory. To simply hand it over. Do you think General Pei Rong harbors no resentment? Gu Yunji was taken aback by Xiao Mingyu's candid discussion of court affairs in her presence. If she claimed her second uncle was entirely innocent, no one would believe her. To express resentment would imply a desire for power. She found it difficult to discern whether Xiao Mingyu was curious about her thoughts or if this was a reflection of the emperor's intentions. History has shown that those wielding immense power often meet grim fates, whether loyal ministers or treacherous courtiers, all eventually face death. Now that military power had been surrendered, would the emperor still pursue the duke's residence? After much hesitation, Gu Yunzhi finally spoke. I am not well versed in the matters of the duke's residence. But from what I know of my second uncle, he is of upright character and would never entertain any ulterior motives. You need not worry, my lord. Indeed, she and Xiao Mingyu had developed feelings for one another, but she could not afford to gamble with her family's safety. Having made a grave mistake once, she would not allow herself to err again. Gu Yunzhi felt a chill run down her spine as a troubling thought crossed her mind. Was Xiao Mingyu approaching her to seek a means to undermine the duke's residence? The notion sent a shiver through her. If that were true, she would have to acknowledge that she had misjudged him. Having stumbled with two members of the Xiao family already, she berated herself for her lack of discernment. At that moment, Gu Yunzhi's affections dissipated, and she regained her former composure. This demeanor, which kept others at arm's length, unnerved Xiao Mingyu. Reflecting on his earlier words, he realized he had inadvertently caused her to misunderstand his intentions. I did not mean it that way, Aji, Xiao Mingyu implored. Gu Yunzhi shook her head with a faint smile, pouring tea into a cup and offering it to him. Please forgive me, my lord. I was disrespectful just now, but I assure you it will not happen again. Xiao Mingyu was taken aback. Her change in address to my lord stirred a pang of bitterness within him. Time slipped away in silence, the atmosphere in the chamber growing heavy. Xiao Mingyu began to understand the adage about the challenges of dealing with women and petty people. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and Yun Yan and Ziju, concerned about Gu Yunzhi's prolonged absence, called out. Gu Yunzhi glanced at Xiao Mingyu, who sat motionless like a statue, and felt a flicker of annoyance. I am fine. You may leave now. Please return for dinner later. Yun Yan and Ziju exchanged glances, reluctantly retreating. With their departure, the room fell silent once more. Xiao Mingyu remained quiet, and she was content to savor her tea. Possessing infinite patience, accustomed to being pampered, Xiao Mingyu was unaccustomed to such cold treatment. Gu Yunzhi, oblivious to his discomfort, continued to enjoy her tea, aggravating him further. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Gu Yunzhi finally spoke. My lord, why do you still linger here? This is my private chamber. If you have no business, you ought to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyu stood, encircling her in his arms, drawing her close. Ji, can you forgive me? I was reckless, and should not have tested you. I only wish for your trust, nothing more, Ji. His voice grew increasingly tender as he repeated her name. Seeing his plea for reconciliation, Gu Yunzhi's anger dissipated significantly. She feigned seriousness. If you are approaching me for the duke's residence, there is no need. Whether the emperor desires to punish us, we will accept our fate. To resolve their conflict completely, they needed to address it head-on. Otherwise, an insurmountable chasm would linger between them. She found that she could still maintain her distance from Xiao Mingyu because she had not invested much of her heart. Should time pass and she found herself too entangled, she could not guarantee that she would not confront him with equal ferocity. She was acutely aware of her vengeful nature, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. Ultimately, she and Xiao Yuan were fundamentally similar, differing only in that she would not commit acts devoid of humanity. However, to her, Xiao Mingyu represented the light illuminating her darkness, and she was unwilling to stand against him. After a lengthy silence, Xiao Mingyu remained quiet, while Gu Yunzhi felt a twinge of sorrow, fearing her assumptions were correct. Unexpectedly, Xiao Mingyu smiled, his gaze resting on her face, revealing a multitude of emotions: pain, affection, tenderness, and guilt. Suddenly, he leaned down, capturing her alluring lips, intertwining with her tongue, savoring her softness, and delving deeper until her fair cheeks flushed with an unnatural hue before he withdrew. Gu Yunzhi's mind buzzed, overwhelmed with the embarrassment of youth, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her garment. How could he have done such a thing? The memory of their kiss ignited a blush that spread to her ears. Xiao Mingyu was no better off, the fragrance of her youth enveloping him, igniting a fervent heat within. Ji, I never intended to use you for any purpose. Everything I do stems from my affection for you. Regardless of your desire for revenge or your wish to protect the Duke's residence, I will assist you. The reason I asked is that I know the old Duke's character. Although your elder uncle is clever, he lacks the necessary resolve. Within the Duke's residence, only you could devise such a brilliant strategy to save someone from the old man's blade. I also know that on the day the old Duke sought forgiveness, you were present at the Duke's residence. They exchanged knowing smiles, and all misunderstandings were alleviated through that kiss and Xiao Mingyu's honesty. Gu Yunzhi nodded slowly, speaking hesitantly. I understand the principle of standing tall and attracting attention. The Duke's residence is deeply rooted, and even though my grandfather and second uncle are loyal, the military power in their hands will still arouse the Emperor's wariness. Rather than merely dousing the flames, it would be wiser to address the source, ensuring the Duke's residence's foundation remains intact. Xiao Mingyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. His Ji had always possessed clarity and foresight.
Indeed.
Had Song Huasia not voluntarily surrendered military power, the Duke's residence would have faced annihilation during this period. Now, the old Duke, considering their past connections, would not take action against the Duke's residence. The Song family is secure. My lady, it is already the hour of you. I have instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal. Please rise, Yunyan called from outside the door, puzzled by Gu Yunzhi's unusual slumber. Gu Yunzhi hurriedly urged Xiao Mingyu to leave, fearing Yunyan's endless chattering should she discover him. Xiao Mingyu swiftly cornered her against the wall, whispering, "Cunning little fox." The moment Yunyan pushed the door open, Xiao Mingyu turned sharply and vanished from view. Looking at Gu Yunzhi, her face was flushed, and her ruby lips appeared slightly swollen from a kiss. Yunyan, with a hint of concern, stared at her and said, "Miss, you mustn't indulge in sleep so excessively. Look at how swollen your lips have become." Gu Yunji's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, rendering her momentarily speechless. In contrast, Zijou seemed to have made a discovery, observing her with curiosity. 2 years had quietly passed, and in 3 months, Gu Yunzhi would come of age. During these 2 years, the Gu residence had remained relatively tranquil, with only one significant event, the vacancy of the prefectural position in Yeqing, for which Emperor Xiaowu dispatched Gu Jianlin, permitting his wife and children to accompany him. Yeqing was a land of prosperity, and after Gao Heng's execution, many court officials had their eyes on it. Yet no one anticipated it would ultimately benefit the seemingly unremarkable Gu Jianlin. Following Gu Xiron's success in the imperial examination, he was bestowed the title of Five-Banner Assistant General, earning the Emperor's favor, who praised him for his resemblance to the late Duke. However, these words infuriated Gu Jianzhong. His son was compared not to him but rather to his maternal grandfather, which seemed illogical, for he was undeniably of the Gu lineage. In the past 2 years, concubine Zhao had given birth to twins, garnering more influence within the household than Song Shi, with Gu Jianzhong fulfilling her every request, naming the 2 sons Gu Zimu and Gu Zishan. Upon hearing these names, Gu Yunzhi momentarily fell into a reverie, reflecting on the poetic beauty they embodied. She then smiled wryly, acknowledging that it was not excessive for Gu Jianzhong to hold these children dear. When her elder brother was born, he was deeply affectionate towards his mother, yet he did not show such concern for his firstborn. In a world where maternal lineage often dictated status, had concubine Zhao's voice been a bit louder, or had her mother been of a lower status, Gu Jianzhong might have even elevated her to the position of a principal wife. On the 2nd day of the 2nd month, after a light rain, the tender sprouts began to emerge. The early spring breeze still bore a chill as Gu Yunzhi stood by the corridor, cradling a hot water bottle, gazing at the maids bustling back and forth in the love-language courtyard. "Miss, the master is being excessively fickle. Even if he disregards the lady's honor, he should consider the eldest son and the prestige of the Duke's household." "What is this?" The second young lady has only been at the Banro temple for 2 years and has already been summoned back to the estate. Will this not lead to further chaos? Yunyan expressed her frustration indignantly. Gu Yunzhi merely smiled dismissively, while Zijou draped a luxurious fox fur cloak over her shoulders. In these 2 years, Gu Yunzhi had blossomed completely. Even Song Shi often marveled at her strikingly beautiful visage. With her delicate features, she appeared to embody the elegance of Gu Jianzhong. Yet her beauty was distinctly her own. Recently, she had caught a chill, and her lustrous hair, dark as silk, cascaded down her back, accentuating her snow-like complexion beneath the inky cloak. A small beauty mark beneath her eye added to the allure, her gaze shimmering like rippling waters. Gu Yunzhi chuckled softly, thinking, Silly girl. Do you believe you can keep her away forever? It was only a matter of time before she returned. Though concubine Zhao's intentions may be noble, Gu Qianru may not reciprocate her feelings. Ah, her face. Gu Yunzhi's eyes narrowed, recalling how she had seen Gu Qianru's countenance marred by a scar. Yet now, there was no trace of it. This was perplexing, as scars and blood could not simply vanish without a trace. She had once saved Shin Mama's grandson, Kong Kong. And Shin Mama was well aware of the animosity between her and Gu Qianru. The wound had been deep enough to expose her cheekbones. Gu Yunzhi, well read, had never heard of any miraculous remedy capable of restoring a disfigured face. Could it be that Gu Qianru had encountered an extraordinary figure at Banruo Temple and received a great fortune? This question lingered in Gu Yunzhi's mind, and after much contemplation, she felt compelled to seek the truth. Initially, she had no intention of attending the family feast, yet Gu Qianru's face piqued her curiosity immensely. After preparing herself, Gu Yunzhi hurried to Mingyu Hall. Over the past 2 years, the old matriarch's health had deteriorated, with persistent coughing prompting the hiring of imperial physicians, who found no definitive ailment, merely advising her to rest. By the time Gu Yunzhi arrived, the 8 immortals table was already filled with guests. Noticing she was the last to arrive, a flicker of displeasure crossed Gu Jianzhong's eyes. Seeing this, Song Shi instructed Mama Zhang to bring an extra chair and whispered, "Your illness has not yet healed. Why have you come? My lady, is there a secret you wish to share with the eldest young lady that you fear we might overhear?" Concubine Zhao chimed in, her laughter tinged with malice. With 2 sons by her side, the master was compelled to heed her every word, rendering Song Shi inconsequential. However, the presence of this little wench born of Song Shi was quite irksome, and concubine Zhao glared at Gu Yunzhi with disdain. After a prolonged absence, this little wench had only grown more brazen, her appearance that of a seductress. Indeed, if you wish to keep it a secret, why not whisper it, instead of shouting it for all to hear? Song Shi retorted defiantly, unable to swallow her pride after being bested. Concubine Zhao turned and clung to Gu Jianzhong's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. This pitiable demeanor seemed entirely at odds with one who had borne children. Even heaven favored her, as her once flat chest now rounded with the presence of twins. "Father, may I not even utter a few words of affection to my mother?" Gu Yunzhi spoke softly. A fit of cough interrupted her, as the old matriarch began to cough again. Gu Jianzhong dismissed his reprimands toward Gu Yunzhi and stood to support the old matriarch's back. "Having borne 2 children, you now flaunt your power in this household, causing unrest. Do you believe that now that I am nearing death, no one can keep you in check?" The old matriarch's face flushed red, and a teacup on the table shattered loudly against the floor. In that moment, concubine Zhao fell silent, and Gu Jianzhong obediently remained seated. "Grandmother, your health is fragile. Do not let your temper rise. Consume more autumn pears and loquats, which can cool the fire and alleviate coughing. It is my aunt's lack of decorum that has provoked the lady and sister, causing you distress." Gu Qianru's gentle voice rang out, her expression filled with genuine concern for the old matriarch. Her words not only caught the old matriarch's attention, but also widened concubine Zhao's eyes in disbelief. Had she misheard? Gu Qianru, who had always detested referring to her as aunt, had now done so. Had her time at Banruo Temple truly changed her? "You have not wasted your trip to Banruo Temple. You have returned with a greater understanding of propriety." The old matriarch nodded in approval. Gu Qianru rose with unassuming grace, slowly approaching the old matriarch, bowing respectfully. "Grandmother, my lady, I have been in the wrong. During my time at Banruo Temple, I have come to realize many things. We are family and should stand united against our foes. I must also apologize to my sister. It was my ignorance that nearly cost you and my elder brother your lives." Had Gu Yunzhi not known Gu Qianru well, she might have believed her sincerity. Chapter 92. The uniqueness of Gu Qianru. Yet, why did Gu Qianru now exude such a strong scent of cosmetics? Gu Yunzhi remembered her as delicate and fragile. With only a faint fragrance of jasmine, Banruo Temple was a serene place, making this scent feel out of place. Gu Yunzhi's heart was troubled. Yesterday, she had been merely astonished that Gu Qianru's face had returned to its former beauty, but now, up close, she noticed an unsettling allure about her. The face remained the same, yet her aura was drastically different. Upon closer inspection, the scent of cosmetics seemed to mingle with an underlying fishy odor. "Dear Yunzhi, I believe Qianru has recognized her mistakes. You are both children of the Gu family and should coexist harmoniously, the old matriarch remarked, her eyes half closed. Her tone neither warm nor cold. Gu Qian'er stepped directly to Gu Yunzhi's side, holding out a cup of tea. Sister, allow me to toast you with this tea in place of wine, as a gesture of my apology. Time has a way of fading all grievances. A simple apology can erase past transgressions. Upon reaching this point, should one still refuse to accept, it would rather become her fault. Under the earnest gaze of the esteemed old matriarch, Gu Yunzhi offered a smile. Qian'er, do not be so polite. I too have had my shortcomings before. Let us remain good sisters henceforth. Gu Qian'er bowed respectfully to Gu Yunzhi, saying with your words, elder sister, I am at ease. After the evening meal, Song and Gu Yunzhi walked side by side along the path. Glancing around to ensure they were alone, Song spoke. Ji, how can your father be so fickle? Silently bringing Gu Qian'er back to the household? The old matriarch and your father had promised that she would reflect for at least 5 years. And yet it has only been a short while. Song endeavored to quell the anger rising within her. She had always found Gu Qian'er peculiar. Her eyelids twitching since the moment she first laid eyes on her in the Mingyue Hall. Mother, please do not be angry. The return of Gu Qian'er is not the main issue. I heard from the servants that the emperor intends to restore my father's official position. The matter of concubines has not yet been laid to rest. And my father does not wish for Gu Zimu and Gu Zishan to grow up bearing the stigma of bastards. Do you have any strategies? Gu Yunzhi lowered her gaze to the ground. Gu Jianzhong had been demoted from his position as chancellor, while Song Taifu held sway in the court. The emperor would not allow this situation to persist for long. The civil officials were divided into 2 factions, Song Taifu and Gu Jianzhong. Despite Gu Jianzhong's years of ineffectiveness, he at least managed to balance Song Taifu, preventing the court from being entirely dominated by him. The emperor feared discord among the officials, yet also feared an excess of harmony, which made ruling a laborious task. The duke's residence had been keeping a low profile in court affairs these past 2 years, and the emperor no longer feared Gu's grandfather, summoning him frequently to the palace for discussions. In truth, there was some affection between the two. Whether in this life or the past, the emperor had not sought to eradicate the duke's lineage, merely demoting and exiling them, thus preserving the bloodline of the duke's family. A sudden smile crossed Song's face. A concubine? Unless I am dead, she should not even think about it. Mama Zhang mentioned to me the other day that those 2 bastards should be recorded under my name. Does Zhao Yinyang not always use them as an excuse for her schemes? If they are recorded under my name, they will be considered legitimate sons, able to pursue the civil service examination and rise to prominence, just like your elder brother. Then, let us see what reason she has left. Gu Yunzhi remained silent. Her mother's success within the Gu household undoubtedly stemmed from the duke's protection, but it was also a result of Mama Zhang's meticulous planning. Recording the bastards under her name was indeed a wise strategy, effectively severing Zhao Yinyang's ambitions. The children were already bastards, as long as she continued to seek favor. She could never again bring up the matter of concubinage. Gu Yunzhi nodded and said slowly, Mother, regarding the recording of names, do not mention it to father. It would be more prudent to discuss it with the old matriarch. Moreover, you should write to the elders of the clan, expressing your understanding of father's scant offspring, and your unwillingness to see the 2 children grow up bearing the stigma of bastards. Therefore, you request the clan leader's benevolence to record the bastards under your name, but since you are kind-hearted, you do not wish to separate the children from their mother, so they will continue to be raised by Zhao Yinyang privately. At this moment, Song's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She found it increasingly difficult to understand the daughter before her. Fortunately, Ji was her child. If she were Zhao Yinyang's, even Mama Zhang would be of no use. Just as Gu Yunzhi was about to return to the courtyard, she caught a glimpse of Song hesitating to speak. Pausing in her steps, Mother, do you have something to say to me? Song hesitated for a moment. Ji, in a few months, you will come of age, and it will be time for matchmaking. I was thinking of your childhood acquaintance with Song Ci. Would you consider it? I find this child quite admirable, and your uncle and aunt dote on you. In the Duke's household, the usual intrigues and conflicts found in other families are absent. Mother, please do not meddle in affairs of the heart. I regard my cousin only as a brother, with no other thoughts. You would do better to focus on my elder brother's marriage, Gu Yunzhi replied, half amused, half exasperated. If that jealous fellow Xiao Mingyu heard this, who knows what mischief he might concoct? Song sighed wearily, pressing her forehead. Neither of her twin daughters brought her peace of mind, each stubborn in their own way. Su Ran rarely returned from the military camp, and her letters had been repeatedly returned, with the excuse that a great man should establish his career before marrying. Ji was thoughtful, and she dared not make decisions unilaterally. With Ji soon to come of age, many suitors were discreetly inquiring about her. After much deliberation, she concluded that none of those noble young men could compare to Song Si. Ji, your Song family still wishes to raise your status. Yet there is no shadow of Gu Yunzhi to be seen. As night fell, Gu Yunzhi sat on her couch, perusing the medical texts given to her by the old physician. She had heard from Chuxia that Ji Shuang's heart ailment had reached a critical stage. When the illness flared, no medicine could cure it. Recalling Ji Shuang's lively and innocent face, Gu Yunzhi let out a soft sigh. Humph, are you sighing because of Song Si? Xiao Mingyu's displeasure was evident as he looked at her, a wave of jealousy rising from the depths of his heart. Gu Yunzhi subtly pursed her lips. What did this have to do with her elder cousin? I heard that Song's wife wishes to arrange a match between you and Song Si. You are mine. How could you marry him? I have already planned that once you come of age, I will have the old man arrange our marriage. Ji, you cannot stray. This is a matter of grave consequence. Xiao Mingyu's eyes were bright and innocent, filled with grievance as he gazed at her. Xiao Mingyu,
Gu Yunzhi called out,
enunciating each syllable. All right, I shall not jest any longer. I know Ji harbors feelings for me and would not seek another man. Understanding when to retreat is wisdom, and Xiao Mingyu knew that well. Chapter 93. The Heart Ailment. Ji Shuang in peril. Gu Yunzhi ignored Xiao Mingyu, lowering her head to continue studying the medical text on the table. At present, the only method to treat a heart ailment was to use heated silver needles at the Shenmen, Zhuek, and Xiuza acupuncture points, performing bloodletting daily and leaving the needles in place for at least the duration of an incense stick. Needling the heart was inherently a risky endeavor, let alone inserting 3 needles simultaneously. However, Xiao Wenyu had been trying to win over Sima Changshi. If she could successfully treat Ji Shuang, it might present an opportunity. Why have you been holding on to that medical book? What is the matter? Xiao Mingyu asked, frowning. He recognized it as the book given to Gu Yunzhi by the old physician several years ago. He had seen it while in the Valley of Venomous Insects. Gu Yunzhi closed the medical book, her fingers lightly tapping on the table. A slight misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. She was uncertain whether Xiao Mingyu would approve of her taking such a risk. Seeing her silent contemplation, Xiao Mingyu did not urge her. If the young lady wished to speak, he would listen. If she did not, he would not press her. Finally, Gu Yunzhi ceased her movements. I wish to administer needles to save Ji Shuang. Xiao Mingyu immediately rejected her proposal. No, I cannot agree to this. He had some understanding of Sima Changshi's youngest daughter's condition, a congenital ailment that many imperial physicians had been at a loss to remedy. She merely possessed a few teachings from the old physician and dared to undertake such a task. Even if the old physician himself were to administer the needles, he might not have confidence in saving Ji Shuang. As of now, Ji Shuang could still live for another year or so. But if anything were to happen to the young lady, Sima Changshi's protective nature would not allow him to let it go easily. Given that they were not yet married, he could not openly defend her. Gu Yunzhi raised her gaze and saw Xiao Mingyu's expression of grave concern, which made her smile. She understood that he was genuinely worried for her, but she truly wished to try, not only for Sima Changshi but also because Ji Shuang was inherently kind-hearted and friendly. At her tender age, she should not be extinguished like a flickering flame. The two individuals were locked in a standoff, neither willing to yield. While the inner chamber was enveloped in a deathly silence, Xiao Mingyu felt a painful tightness in his chest from her words, gritting his teeth as he said, "You may go. After all, I am nothing in your heart, and you will not heed anything I say." Seizing the moment while Xiao Mingyu spoke, Gu Yunzhi rose and stood before him, lowering her head to press her lips against his incessantly chattering ones. The allure of beauty proved to be the most lethal weapon. With that kiss, Xiao Mingyu's tone softened slightly. "Very well, but let it be clear. If anything feels amiss, do not pursue it further. Should a problem arise, you can invoke my name. He will not harm you." Gu Yunzhi nodded vigorously, confident in her abilities to address Ji Shuang's affliction. The following morning, Gu Yunzhi, veiled, arrived at the gates of Sima Changshi's residence, accompanied by Yunyan and Zizhu. The entrance was desolate, guarded only by 2 sentinels. Acting on Gu Yunzi's instructions, Yunyan approached and asked the guards to announce their presence. Inside the Liu Shuang pavilion, Ji Shuang lay on her bed, her complexion pale, gasping for breath. Despite being covered by 2 thick quilts, cold sweat trickled down her forehead. She knew she was at the end of her strength, yet gazing at her parents, who tirelessly sought renowned doctors for her, she could not bring herself to abandon them. The maidservant by Ji Shuang's side, Ruiyu, secretly wiped away her tears, lamenting how her spirited mistress was confined to the sickbed, enduring bowl after bowl of tonics with no effect. Meanwhile, Ji Shuang's mother, Madame Zhu, heard from a servant that a woman outside sought an audience, claiming she could heal the heart ailment. Have the swindlers of Xiankai City become so bold as to deceive even the Changsha residents? If the imperial physicians are at a loss, what can a mere itinerant healer do? Madame Zhu waved her hand, instructing the guards to dismiss the visitor. Gu Yunzhi's expression faltered. To be mistaken for a charlatan stung. Yunyan, unable to tolerate such disrespect toward her mistress, rushed forward to confront the guards. Brother, I assure you I am no fraud. How about this? Go inform your mistress that Gu Yunzhi has come to visit. If she too claims I am a swindler, I shall not press further. The guard, noting Gu Yunzhi's exquisite attire and dignified demeanor, turned to convey the message to the Liushuang pavilion. Gu Yunzhi? Ji Shuang murmured, a spark of recognition igniting in her mind. Quickly, invite her in. Gu Yunzhi could never be a fraud. Let's not treat her with disdain. Upon entering the Liushuang pavilion, Gu Yunzhi was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming scent of medicinal herbs. It was so potent that even the healthy might fall ill. Ji Shuang slowly propped herself up, forcing a smile. Gu Yunzhi has arrived. Forgive my frail state for not being able to greet you properly and for making you wait outside. No matter, just rest comfortably. Gu Yunzhi replied gently as she settled beside Ji Shuang. If you do not mind, please call me a Shuang. Ji Shuang continued. I had hoped that once I recovered, I could join you and in Jijia to enjoy the lakeside blooms or share some wine and tea. Alas, it seems I shall never have that chance. A bitter smile crossed Ji Shuang's face. Earlier, while adjusting Ji Shuang's bedding, Gu Yunzhi had discreetly checked her pulse and found the situation dire. It was worse than she had anticipated. If acupuncture was not administered soon, Ji Shuang might not survive until autumn. A Shuang. If I told you I possess a method to treat your heart ailment, though I cannot guarantee success, would you be willing? Gu Yunzhi's words were interrupted by Ji Shuang's eager response. I am willing. Her tone was unusually light. Gu Yunzhi, I am all too aware of my condition. To be honest, I often feel as though my time is drawing near. Were it not for my concerns about my father and mother, I would have already departed. Even if your method fails, I will assure my father that it is not your fault. A person on the brink of death should not burden the innocent. I am so weary and merely seek relief. Outside the door, Madame Zhu was moved to tears by her daughter's words. Ji Shuang had always been obedient and understanding. Why must she endure such suffering? Sima Changsha stood outside for a long moment, silent, contemplating whether to grant his daughter the liberation she sought. The door creaked open, and Sima Changsha spoke in a flat tone. You are Gu Daren's legitimate daughter, the esteemed Princess Qingyu, are you not? I am aware of you. Gu Yunzhi looked up in surprise, having previously only heard Xiao Wenyuan's complaints about Sima Changsha being as obstinate as a stone. This was her first encounter with the man himself, and he indeed bore an unapproachable demeanor. You are too kind. As an elder, please call me Yunzhi, she replied. You claim you can heal Shuang's heart ailment. Is that credible? Sima Changsha's expression grew serious. Madame Zhu and Ji Shuang both turned their gazes expectantly toward Gu Yunzhi, clearly regarding her as their last hope. It is credible. My master once informed me that heart ailments can be treated with silver needles to release blood stasis and unblock meridians. However, I cannot guarantee a cure. Chapter 94. Gaining Sima Changsha's trust. Upon hearing this, Sima Changsha's expression turned skeptical. I have not heard of Gu Jianzhong's daughter studying under a master. And what of the prescription for the recent epidemic? There must be some hidden truth here. May I inquire where Princess Qingyu learned her skills? If your master were to personally treat Shuang, would there be assurance of success? Gu Yunzhi's gaze flickered. Her esteemed mentor had long withdrawn from worldly affairs, and she could not trouble him for personal matters. I beg your pardon. I promise my master I would not reveal his name. To speak frankly, my master is elusive, and I do not know his current whereabouts. Ji Shuang coughed, prompting Sima Changsha to refrain from further questioning. Gu Yunzhi, when shall we begin the acupuncture? Ji Shuang asked anxiously. She could not bear to wait any longer. loathing the bitter decoctions and the weakness that kept her bedridden. Gu Yunzhi looked to Sima Changshi and Madame Zhu. Without their consent, she dared not proceed. "Once you are ready, we shall begin," Sima Changshi said, his brow furrowed as he stepped outside. As a father, he felt it inappropriate to witness the forthcoming proceedings. Gu Yunzhi instructed Ji Shuang to lie flat on the bed while she directed the maidservants to loosen her clothing and open the medicinal box she had brought. "Madam, I kindly ask you to step outside as well. Acupuncture requires a tranquil environment, and your presence may distract me." Madame Zhu cast a worried glance at Ji Shuang, reluctantly stepping out, glancing back multiple times. Once all onlookers had departed, Gu Yunzhi signaled for Zijou to light the calming incense. "Those who are unaware fear nothing. If one falls asleep, there is nothing to fear." Even she would be apprehensive with the long silver needles piercing her skin. Concerned that the calming incense might not be potent enough, she instructed Yunyan and Zijou to bind Ji Shuang's hands and feet to prevent her from stirring in response to pain. Once the needles were inserted, movement would be ill-advised. After ensuring everything was in order, Gu Yunzhi grasped a 2-inch silver needle and inserted it into Ji Shuang's Jian acupoint. Dark, stagnant blood gushed forth from the puncture, rendering Ji Shuang's already pallid complexion even more ashen. Gu Yunzhi steadied her mind, reminding herself to remain calm. Ji Shuang must be saved. She then inserted another needle into the Zi acupoint, this time eliciting no response from Ji Shuang. Without further hesitation, she took a 2.5-inch needle and directly pierced the Shunmen acupoint. Finally, she placed needles into the Guanyuan, Qihai, Taichung, and 3-yin acupoints, observing that Ji Shuang remained remarkably quiet except for a slight reaction to the first needle. As the needles entered her body, Gu Yunzi's hands trembled slightly. This procedure was mentally exhausting, and she feared that a moment's inattention could lead to failure.
Now.
All that remained was to wait for the duration of an incense stick to pass. The heavens do not always align with human desires. Just when everyone believed that all was well, Ji Shuang awoke abruptly due to excruciating pain coursing through her body. Her pale face twisted in agony, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and she breathed rapidly as though enduring immense torment. "What should we do, miss? Would binding her hands and feet be of any use? What if she cannot help but bite her tongue? Such a jinx." Zijou shot a glance at Yunyan. Indeed, Yunyan's concerns were not unfounded. Given Ji Shuang's suffering, she might truly resort to biting her tongue in despair. Gu Yunzhi turned and retrieved a silver needle, piercing it into her Shangxing acupoint. Instantly, Ji Shuang fell into a deep slumber. As the incense burned down, Ji Shuang's delicate eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, gazing vacantly upward. "Ah, Shuang, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Gu Yunzhi inquired with concern. Coming to her senses, Ji Shuang realized that the pain in her chest had subsided, and she felt strength returning to her body. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, but no words came forth, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "You haven't eaten for days, relying solely on soup and medicine. It is only natural that you lack the strength to speak. I will have the kitchen prepare some light dishes for you to eat soon." Now that Ji Shuang was awake, Gu Yunzhi felt reassured and removed all the silver needles from her body, placing them in a medicinal box. She instructed Yunyan to summon Sima Changshi and Madame Zhu. "Yunzhi, thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. Your great kindness will be eternally remembered by the Sima household. I shall kneel before you." Madame Zhu, seeing Ji Shuang awake and her complexion improving, prepared to kneel before Gu Yunzhi. Even Sima Changshi's eyes were misty. He could hardly have imagined that this young county lord could truly heal their daughter. The imperial physicians had delivered their last ultimatum, yet, with just a few needles, she had pulled Ji Shuang back from the brink of death. Gu Yunzhi smiled faintly, helping Madame Zhu to her feet. "Ah, Shuang and I are friends. I am happy to see her well, so there is no need for such formalities. However, I do have a request of Sima Changshi and Madam. Speak freely. We will agree to anything, be it 1 matter or 100, Sima Changshi replied, taken aback by the swiftness of Madame Zhu's agreement, considering they had not yet learned the nature of her request. 1 matter only. I implore you to keep today's events confidential and not to disclose my medical skills to anyone. This world is unkind to women, and given my family's circumstances, I wish to avoid any unnecessary troubles. How long this secret could be kept was uncertain, but every moment of discretion was precious. Should outsiders learn of her capabilities, It would cast suspicion on her in the matters concerning Meng Yu and Gu Qianer, and she would bear the weight of an unfilial reputation. After all, how could she justify healing a heart ailment while ignoring the old lady's illness? Sima Changshi had initially thought that Gu Yunzhi would ask him to speak favorably of the Gu family before the emperor or offer support from the shadows. He was surprised to find that all she desired was to keep her healing abilities a secret. The sharpness of her demeanor was evident. It was no wonder that Prince Xian held her in such high regard. It seemed inevitable that once she came of age, she would take her place in the imperial court, and the Sima household would owe her a debt of gratitude. Ji Shuang had made a formidable ally in her limited outings. Very well, Gu Yunzhi replied, her heart lightened. Sima Changshi, trusted by the emperor and standing strong for decades, was a wise man. Some matters, when they arise, are best left unspoken, understood between the parties involved. Before departing, she added, Madam, Ji Shuang suffers from a heart ailment and will require 7 consecutive days of acupuncture. After that, she will need a monthly treatment for a year to see improvement. Madame Zhu's affection for Gu Yunzhi deepened with each passing moment, and she reluctantly clasped her hand as she escorted her to the gate. Dear child, do not call me Madam from now on, just call me Aunt. Gu Yunzhi smiled brightly, and as the darkness of the sky lifted, she returned to the Gu residence. Where have you been, sister? Why are you so late returning? Gu Qianer stood at the gate, her smile lacking genuine warmth. Chapter 95. The Shaanxi Festival. The vermilion gates of the Gu residence, the dark red oiled paper lanterns, and Gu Qianer clad in white made Gu Yunzhi ponder the peculiar scene. I visited Sima Changshi's residence. Do you still remember Ji Shuang? After the flower viewing, we became friends, and she insisted I accompany her to choose some clothes and jewelry. Look, Madame Sima even gifted me a jade bracelet. Gu Yunzhi waved her wrist, showcasing the exquisite emerald bracelet, a parting gift from Madame Zhu, its transparency and vibrant green indicating its rare quality. Gu Qian's expression darkened. That bracelet suits you perfectly. Has a mere 2 years so profoundly transformed a person? She mused skeptically. No matter how one may disguise themselves, the innate nature of jealousy and rivalry cannot be changed. Gu Yunzhi smiled gently. Qianer, you've been back for several days. It is high time you ventured out. Meng Yu surely misses you. At this, Gu Qianer turned away, without a word. Gu Yunzhi watched her retreating figure with a hint of scrutiny. The scent of powder on her seemed to have diminished, yet a strange odor lingered. Where could it possibly originate? Yunyan, I recall you have spoken with Pan Dong from the Lianyu courtyard. Please find an opportunity to inquire about why Gu Qianer carries such a scent, and also ask her about the healing of her facial injuries. As Gu Yunzhi made her way back to the southern courtyard, a chill breeze swept by, causing her to shudder involuntarily. An unexplainable irritation brewed within her. Her fate with Gu Qianer was destined to be tumultuous. Yunyan nodded, stepping forward to drape a fox fur cloak over her shoulders. After 7 consecutive days of acupuncture, Ji Shuang's health had improved significantly, and Sima Changshi had permitted her to take short walks, albeit limited to 1 hour each time. Yet this was a precious gift for her. One day, Ji Shuang found herself wandering to the Gu residence. Leaning on the table, she implored, Sister Gu, I beg you. I have never attended the Shaanxi festival. My parents have grown fond of you. If you speak to them, they will surely agree. Please, may I go? Gu Yunzhi sighed, realizing this was the reason for her recent absences from Sima Changshi's residence. With Ji Shuang's lively and active nature, it was inevitable that she would plead to join her at the festival. However, the Shaanxi festival was rife with potential dangers, should anything happen. How could she explain it to Ji Shuang's parents? Not to mention, she herself had never attended the Shaanxi festival. In her previous life, she had hastily married Xiao Wenyuan, and after their union, he was reluctant to take her out, and she had no desire to venture alone. The idea of flowing wine and gathering at the festival, as described by Ji Shuang, stirred a longing within her. Seeing Ji Shuang's hopeful expression, Gu Yunzhi felt her resolve wavering. Listen, if we go, you must not wander off. You must stay by my side. Your health cannot endure much exertion. We will return after 2.5 hours at most. Ji Shuang beamed like a mischievous kitten, satisfied with even an hour of freedom. In the next breath, Gu Yunzhi's eyes sparkled with mirth. You must have no less than 4 maids and guards accompanying you.
Ah.
Ji Shuang's expression instantly fell. In the Lianyu courtyard, concubine Zhao sat in Gu Qianu's room, her excitement barely contained. Qian'er, with the Shaanxi festival approaching,
I have prepared the outfit you will wear that day.
you must ensure that you outshine that little vixen, Gu Yunzhi, and bring honor to yourself. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will have the servants procure it for you. Gu Qian'er, watering the peonies within her room, paused upon hearing her words. Mother, please do not concern yourself with my affairs. Your interference only complicates matters further. I will handle it myself. You should return to care for my younger brother. Concubine Zhao's smile froze on her face. Had they truly grown so distant after just 2 years apart? The resentment within Aunt Zhao intensified as she recalled that everything stemmed from Gu Yunzhi's actions. The Shaanxi Festival, also known as the Daughters' Festival, held immense significance in Xuanhe, rivaling even the Qiqiao Festival in its grandeur. It is said that young men and women who stroll through the Shaanxi Temple Fair are likely to encounter their heart's desire, leading to a romantic tale under the full moon. In essence, the Shaanxi Festival is merely an occasion for aristocratic matchmaking. Young women seize the opportunity to showcase their talents. And if a man is captivated, the woman may present him with a handkerchief. The following day, the young man's family would come to propose marriage. Thus, on this day, ladies from noble families would spare no effort in displaying their skills, vying for a promising future and a suitable match. The festival was held in the ancient and tranquil Qiming Street, where shops lined the sides, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, their eaves rising like layered peaks, adding a touch of poetry and mystery to the flourishing city of Xuanhe. To the west of Qiming Street lay Qiming Lake, an ideal spot for boat rides, making the location of the Shaanxi Festival quite fitting. Since returning home, Gu Qian'er had been attending to the elderly matriarch in the Mingyue Hall. It was unclear what method she employed, but even the matriarch's cough gradually improved. Her diligent efforts to please could not go unrewarded. Qian'er, this emerald hairpin and the white jade bracelet are my dowry gifts. Originally, your great-grandmother intended for me to keep them as heirlooms. Now, I pass them on to you. You have not stepped out since your return, and tomorrow is the Shaanxi Festival. Dress beautifully and accompany Ji Girl to broaden your horizons, the matriarch instructed. Signaling for Mama Shen to present the items, Gu Qian'er displayed a look of trepidation. Grandmother, it is my duty to honor my elders. It has already been a grave mistake that I have been away at the Banruo Temple these past 2 years and could not serve you properly. How could I accept such valuable jewelry, especially when my sister has none? It would not be fitting for me to wear it. Hearing this, the matriarch smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, Qian'er, your manner of speaking and acting has changed remarkably. Your concern is enough to please me. Ji Girl possesses countless fine treasures. She would not mind this trifling gift from an old woman, the matriarch retorted with a cold huff. Gu Qian'er obediently accepted the gifts without further protest. The Shaanxi Festival arrived at the intersection of early and late spring, a time for celebration. Early in the morning, Gu Yunzhi was urged awake by Yunyan. She was on the cusp of adulthood, and today was an important day. Every detail of her attire must be perfect. It took over an hour to prepare her clothing, accessories, and makeup. Yunyan gazed at Gu Yunzhi with satisfaction and remarked, with skin as smooth as cream, a neck like a swan, delicate brows, and enchanting eyes. Is it not our young lady that this description fits? Who in all of Xuanhe could rival her beauty? Zizhu chuckled lightly, affirming Yunyan's words.
Indeed.
Yunzhi's beauty had only grown more striking. Fortunately, she resided in a household of nobility. Had she been born into poverty, her beauty might have invited untold troubles. At that moment, Qiumei entered and bowed, hesitating to speak. Miss, Mama Shen has arrived. Gu Yunzhi discerned the implications in her words and replied with a smile. Mama Shen must bring my grandmother's instructions. Please let her in. Shortly after, Mama Shen entered, accompanied unexpectedly by Gu Qian'er. The smile on Gu Yunzhi's lips widened further. Gu Qian'er maintained a proper demeanor, yet her true intentions remained inscrutable. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Mama Shen's eyes as she said, Miss. The matriarch mentioned that Miss Eyre has been away for 2 years, and she may be somewhat unfamiliar with Xuanhe. She wishes for you to take her along to the Shaanxi Festival today. Since my grandmother has spoken, as her granddaughter, how could I refuse? If Qian'er desires to accompany me, so be it. However, I have also invited Qixia and Jishuang. I hope you do not mind, Gu Yunzhi replied with a gentle smile. Having been away for 2 years, Qian'er had learned the art of manipulation, prompting Gu Yunzhi to reassess her. The hairpin you wear seems familiar, as if I have seen it before. Noticing Gu Qian'er touch the hairpin, the white jade bracelet on her wrist became visible. Sister, why do you keep staring at my hairpin? This was given to me by grandmother. If you desire it, I can let you have it. Mama Shin sensed the tension and excused herself, feeling uneasy around the second young lady, as if she were a venomous snake poised to strike. Such feelings had not arisen before, only since Gu Qian'er's return. These matters were not for a servant to concern herself with. Yet it was evident that the second young lady had increasingly caught the matriarch's attention, far surpassing the eldest lady. After Mama Shin departed, Gu Yunzhi and Gu Qian'er finally left the house. Song had prepared the carriage early for Gu Yunzhi. She entered first, followed closely by Gu Qian'er, with Yunyan, Zizhu, and Pandong flanking them. Once inside the carriage, Gu Yunzhi closed her eyes to rest, while Gu Qian'er clasped her hands in front of her. Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Yunzhi, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Memories of the Banruo temple flooded back, and the peculiar sensations she had endured lingered. How could that wretched girl sleep so soundly? She had suffered torment day and night, nearly forgetting what it felt like to sleep. Were it not for the master, she might have perished on the mountains behind the temple. Reflecting on the imposing figure of that man, warmth surged within Gu Qian'er's heart. She had already shared intimacy with him. Although he wore a mask and concealed his true face, she believed that one day he would reveal himself. The carriage ambled along for over half an hour, finally arriving at Qiming Street by noon. Gu Yunzhi awoke and ignored Gu Qian'er, lifting the curtain to peer outside. The weather on the third day of the third month was delightful, and many lovely ladies graced the banks of Qiming Lake. True to the Daughters' Festival. In addition to familiar faces, there were also newcomers. Among the crowd, several women stood out, their shoulders bare, clad in flowing gowns. With slender waists adorned by delicate bracelets and silver bells on their feet, resembling exotic women. The emperor had repeatedly prohibited foreign men and women from entering Xuanhe. Why were they here? Sister, what talents will you demonstrate today? Painting, playing the kongho, or something else? Gu Qian'er's voice interrupted Gu Yunzhi's musings. It was indeed challenging to reach this point, Gu Yunzhi thought with a cold smile. Turning to Gu Qian'er, she spoke softly. Playing the kongho or painting would not impress today, so I shall refrain from showcasing my skills. Gu Qian'er feigned disbelief, saying, Sister, there is no need for modesty. Who in Xuanhe does not know that you possess both beauty and talent? If you do not say so, it would imply a lack of trust in me. Her tone was laced with girlish shyness, resembling a naive younger sister sweetly coaxing her elder, prompting anyone who witnessed it to divulge their secrets. When it came to pretense, she had never lost. Gu Yunzhi replied with a smile, Qian'er, there is no need to test me. As long as you do not create trouble, I will not take the lead. Upon hearing this, Gu Qian'er fell silent, lowering her head in contemplation. Before long, the carriage halted outside the Sunju tea house, where she had arranged to meet Chuxia and Ji Shuang. As Gu Yunzhi alighted from the carriage, the aromatic scents of tea and cuisine wafted towards her. Upon raising her eyes, she beheld a lavish establishment, aptly named the Sunju Tea House, which indeed boasted 3 stories. The first floor was bright and inviting, serving merely as a place for tea, surrounded by begonia trees and ornate decor, creating an ambience reminiscent of a serene floral paradise. The second layer, known as Delicacies Descend, signifies a realm of exquisite cuisine, allowing patrons not only to partake in tea but also to savor sumptuous meals brimming with mountain and sea treasures, leaving an indelible taste in one's memory. The third layer, a veritable paradise, offers an all-encompassing experience of tea, music, dining, and floral appreciation, where even the serving maids possess exceptional beauty. The names of the layers hint at their nature: heaven, earth, and man, each corresponding to a different class of patronage. The heavenly layer is the most costly, attainable only by those of significant status and wealth. The earthly layer caters primarily to the affluent, while the man layer welcomes the common folk for a humble cup of tea. Gu Yunzhi and her companions had chosen the second layer, as Sima Changshi initially intended to reserve the third layer for them. However, Gu Yunzhi deemed it extravagant and declined. Upon receiving the news of Gu Yunzhi's arrival, Chuxia and Ji Shuang emerged with beaming smiles to greet her. But when they noticed the company trailing behind Gu Yunzhi, their laughter abruptly ceased. In the past, Gu Qian'er would have reacted impulsively to such scrutiny, yet now, she inhaled deeply, smilingly bowed, and greeted Miss Ji. It has been a while. This gesture caught Chuxia off guard, while Ji Shuang, unaware of the underlying tension, pondered if Gu Yunzhi had been possessed after her 2-year stay at the Prajna temple. One should never strike a smiling face, they thought, and amidst the bustling crowd, Ing Chuxia and Ji Shuang exchanged polite smiles, ushering the two into the establishment. Ing Chuxia, deliberately lagging behind, cast a knowing glance at Gu Yunzhi and whispered, "Why did you bring her along? Your half-sister is not as simple as she seems. Do not be misled by her appearance." Gu Yunzhi remained silent. After all, the old matriarch had sent her to Gu Yunzhi's courtyard, and to refuse would be tantamount to making an enemy. "I understand. We can discuss it later. Ji Shuang is innocent. Let us hurry along to prevent any mischief from Gu Yunzhi." Her intuition proved accurate. As Gu Yunzhi and Ji Shuang occupied a corner of the private room, and whatever Gu Yunzhi said had Ji Shuang laughing heartily. "Sister Gu, Yunzhi tells me that there are many fireflies at the Prajna temple at night. Is that true?" Chapter 97. Former friends turned enemies. Gu Yunzhi smirked slightly. Ji Shuang was still young and had a knack for provoking. The Prajna temple was isolated. Not only home to fireflies but also to wolves and leopards that preyed on those as naive as Ji Shuang. Ing Chuxia nudged Ji Shuang, intentionally seating herself between them to create distance. Upon hearing about wolves and leopards, Ji Shuang instinctively leaned closer to Ing Chuxia, refraining from further conversation. Due to Ji Shuang's delicate constitution, she was sent back to Sima Changshi's residence after just 2 hours. As evening descended, the festivities of the Shaanxi festival commenced. From the window, one could see an increasing number of painted boats gracing the serene surface of Qiming Lake. An hour later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. With countless lanterns floating above the river and rows of lotus lanterns adorning the railing of Qiming Lake, accompanied by the gentle sounds of laughter. Only then did Gu Yunzhi and her companions exit the tea house and make their way towards the Tsushui banquet beside Qiming Lake. Groups of well-acquainted young ladies congregated, engaging in merriment, while the gentlemen recited poetry, toasted to one another, and admired the beauties around them. During her 2-year absence, Gu Yunzhi had seldom ventured out, leaving others with memories of her from the late matriarch's birthday celebration. Now, all eyes turned towards her, but soon shifted to Ing Chuxia beside her, finally resting upon Gu Yunzhi. Especially the gazes of the young aristocrats fixed intently upon her. While Miss Gu was beautiful, her elegance carried an air of aloofness. While Miss Gu Yunzhi, adorned in pale blue brocade, exuded grace and charm, her slightly upturned fox-like eyes adding allure, with a smile that blended shyness and seduction, captivating all who beheld her. "I feel that while Miss Gu Yunzhi may not rival the beauty of Miss Gu, I find her more appealing," remarked a young man in a black robe seated beside Suan, his gaze fixed on Gu Yunzhi with a lewd smile. "Need I say more?" "This allure must have been cultivated under the gaze of countless men," teased Suan. "Be careful, Yanluan. You might find yourself utterly enchanted."
"Ah."
"To die beneath the peony blooms, even as a ghost, I would revel in it. If only I could taste that little lady's sweetness, I would gladly surrender my vitality," Yanluan mused, unperturbed, dreaming of romantic escapades with the beauty. Their loud banter, lacking discretion, drew the attention of the surrounding noble ladies, who exchanged whispers and laughter at Gu Yunzhi's expense. A flicker of indignation crossed Gu Yunzhi's eyes. These wretched men could utter no kind words. They ought to be fed to the great black snake that resided at the back of the Prajna temple. Gu Yunzhi, having overheard their crude remarks, had not initially connected the dots until she observed Gu Yunzhi's return home, now exuding a certain womanly allure. What had transpired at the Prajna temple to invoke such a transformation? Yet, one individual had been fixated on Gu Yunzhi since her arrival. Gu Yunzhi's gaze flickered before she casually remarked, "Yunzhi, it seems that young Master Duan is indeed infatuated with you. His eyes are nearly glued to you." Such devotion is rare. Gu Yunzhi faltered momentarily, raising her eyes to meet Duan Hui's gaze, where he nodded with a smile. This scene did not escape Meng Yu's notice, who clenched her handkerchief tightly, her expression darkening. How did she return? Wasn't she sent to the Prajna temple?
"No."
"Duan Hui is mine. I cannot allow anyone to take him from me." With a faint smile, Meng Yu approached Gu Yunzhi, exclaiming, "Yunzhi, when did you return from the Prajna temple? Why didn't you inform me? You have no idea how eagerly I awaited your return these past 2 years." The official word from the Gu household regarding Gu Yunzhi's trip to the Prajna temple was that she had fallen ill and needed to recuperate in the countryside. Gu Yunzhi frowned, aware that few knew of Gu Qian's true circumstances. How had Meng Yu come to learn of it? However, Meng Yu's words were laced with malice, intent on tarnishing Gu Qian's reputation. Former friends had become adversaries over a man. Meng Yu underestimated Gu Qian. Thriving in a place like the Prajna Temple, how could a few careless words bring her down? With feigned innocence, Gu Qian replied, "You? Why would you say such things? As an unmarried girl, what would I be doing at the Prajna Temple? I considered you my closest friend, yet you publicly slander me. How can I face anyone if this rumor spreads?" Surrounding ladies regarded Meng Yu with disdain. Such duplicity was best avoided, lest they become targets of similar slanders. Meng Yu surveyed the room, feigning remorse. "I apologize, Qian. I was overwhelmed with joy to see you, and forgot about the others. Please do not take my words to heart. I was simply jesting. Qian has never been to the Prajna Temple. That was all my fabrication." As her words hung in the air, an uneasy silence enveloped the group, with curious glances cast towards Gu Qian. It had indeed been 2 years since anyone had seen her, and with Meng Yu as her close friend. Could it be true that she had been sent to the Prajna Temple? Gu Qian's face flushed crimson. She had never anticipated Meng Yu would publicly humiliate her. This matter required clarification, lest she become the subject of ridicule. You have misunderstood me. My absence was due to unavoidable circumstances. Over the past 2 years, I suffered from a contagious illness, which made me fear for the safety of my family at home. Thus, I voluntarily sought refuge in the countryside to recuperate. As she spoke, Gu Qian rolled up her sleeve, revealing faint scars the size of peas. In a society where the slightest touch of skin could be deemed scandalous, Gu Qian's defense of her honor garnered considerable sympathy. With her head bowed in solitude, many at the Chu Shui banquet observed her plight clearly. And those who were inclined to protect the delicate were not few. Rome Hingji, the eldest son of the city gate officer, stood up and pointed at Meng Yu, indignantly exclaiming, "Miss Gu regards you as a close friend, yet you tarnish her reputation. This is utterly disgraceful." A gentleman nearby echoed, "In the future, anyone who associates with Miss Meng should tread carefully, lest they find themselves stabbed in the back." Meng Yu was momentarily stunned and cried out in despair, "No, I did not. You must believe me. I speak the truth." Her tears flowed bitterly, yet no one offered her comfort. At that moment, Gu Qian arose and extended a handkerchief to wipe Meng Yu's tears, only to be forcefully pushed to the ground. The sound of tinkling bells rang out. Gu Yunzhi followed the gazes of the crowd to the opposite side, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury as she fixated on the newcomer. Chapter 98. The passionate and fiery Pei Shuya. The man donned a deep crimson brocade robe adorned with subtle lotus patterns, draped with a dark silk cloak. His sword-like brows framed eyes as dark as ink, exuding an air of aloofness and dominance. Beside him stood a woman in a scarlet off-shoulder gown. Her hair adorned with a golden embroidered veil, her braids as dark as night, adorned with floral ornaments on her forehead and shimmering tassels at her waist. As she smiled radiantly at the crowd, she resembled a blooming flower in a misty haze, charming yet perilous. Ing Chuxia nudged Gu Yunzhi's sleeve and whispered, "What brings the Prince of Xian here? This woman's attire and demeanor do not resemble that of someone from the Central Plains. I have never seen the prince close to any lady before. Could she be his newly acquired concubine?" Gu Yunzhi smirked, recognizing her as one of the foreign women she had encountered on Qiming Street. Little did she expect that Xiao Mingyu would become entangled with her, just days prior. He had professed his affections to her, yet now he appeared with another woman at the Shaanxi festival. The noble ladies at the Chu Shui banquet wore disapproving expressions. And if looks could kill, the foreign woman would have been riddled with arrows. Yet, she remained blissfully unaware, continuing to smile brightly. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from a nearby boat. "Those who say third brother has no interest in women are clearly misinformed. Look at you with Princess Pei Shuya, such a perfect match." With that, the speaker stepped onto the shore. It was none other than Xiao Wenyuan, and Gu Yunzhi turned away, choosing to ignore him. The mention of Princess Pei Shuya puzzled her. Had she come for a marriage alliance? Upon this realization, Gu Yunzhi glanced at Xiao Mingyu. The arrival of the trio stirred quite a commotion at the Chu Shui banquet, with noble women lamenting their fortune. No matter their status, they could not surpass a royal princess. Their gazes turned toward Xiao Wenyuan, relieved that he had no legitimate wife. The prospect of winning his favor ignited their ambition. Xiao Wenyuan's words, while seemingly fraternal, subtly implied an intimate relationship with Princess Pei Shuya. Xiao Mingyu, sensing the predicament, hastily glanced at Gu Yunzhi, who met his gaze with eyes filled with mockery and resentment. Was fate deliberately playing tricks on him? He had intended to encounter the young girl at the Shaanxi festival, only to be waylaid by Pei Shuya, who clung to him relentlessly. Yet, he could not force her away. The Khagan of the Northern Desert had brought his son Pei Chunguang and daughter Pei Shuya for a potential marriage alliance, a notion the elder also entertained. Despite the Northern Desert's remoteness, its warriors were renowned for their valor. An alliance with them would greatly benefit any nation. Pei Chunguang and Pei Shuya were siblings, the offspring of the Khagan and his queen, Gu Yunzhi. Pei Shuya, showered with affection since childhood, was regarded as a lucky star by the Khagan and the populace for her birth coinciding with a much-needed snowfall. She was not only musically gifted but also an avid hunter, capable of drawing a powerful bow to hunt wild beasts, earning her the title of the Tengayer of the Northern Desert. Xiao Mingyu narrowed his eyes, displeased, and said, "Fifth brother, do not make baseless assumptions. My encounter with Princess Pei Shuya is purely coincidental. She lost her way, and I merely guided her here. Jests should not be taken lightly." Xiao Wenyuan laughed heartily. "Do not rush, third brother. I meant no offense." With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Gu Yunzhi. Having learned of her whereabouts and waited 2 years for this moment, pondering why such beauty had not yet been claimed.
Ji.
"Have you noticed that the Prince of Xian and the Prince of Yuan do not seem as harmonious as they appear?" Ing Chuxia remarked, increasingly suspicious of the latter's disingenuous demeanor. Gu Yunzhi chuckled. "You dare jest about the affairs of princes?" If she were to reveal that Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Wenyuan were not merely estranged but rather bitter rivals, what would her reaction be? A noble youth at the Chu Shui banquet proposed, since both the Prince of Xian and the Prince of Yuan are present. Why not have them witness which lady stands out the most at the Shaanxi festival? Hearing this, Gu Qianer sat up straighter, stroking her face and smiling confidently. With her current beauty, it was evident she would outshine all. "Prince Xian, I wish to participate," Pei Shuya exclaimed eagerly, thinking that if she could outshine the others, perhaps she would win his favor. Xiao Wenyuan nodded. "Of course, the princess may join. I am eager to witness the talents of the Northern Desert's most beautiful woman." The surrounding noble youths echoed their agreement, while Pei Shuya settled into her seat at the banquet, inviting Xiao Mingyu to join her, though he declined, leaving her somewhat disheartened. A handmaiden patted her hand. "Your Highness, opportunities abound. Do not lose heart. Just perform well, and the Prince of Xian will surely be captivated." Confident in her dancing skills, Pei Shuya's spirit ignited with determination. The current atmosphere contrasted sharply with 2 years prior. The noble ladies were soon to come of age, all vying for a favorable reputation to enhance their prospects. "Since that is the case, shall I take the lead and perform a piece?" Hua Yan shyly glanced toward Xiao Mingyu. "Very well. As has been tradition, let Miss Hua begin," Xiao Wenyuan replied warmly. The handmaidens brought forth a guzheng, and Hua Yan, determined to surpass Gu Yunzhi after losing in the previous flower-viewing banquet, practiced diligently. Gu Yunzhi raised an eyebrow at the competitive spirit. Yet today was not the time for such rivalry. With a princess present, anyone else claiming the limelight would inadvertently offend. Casting a challenging glance around the banquet, Hua Yan commenced her performance, the strings resonating with the melody of Phoenix, Seeking the Phoenix. As she reached the climax, a blush adorned her cheeks, captivating the attention of several young gentlemen in attendance. At the Chu Shui banquet, Xiao Wenyuan rested his chin on his hand, laughing heartily. "Third brother, your romantic prospects are plentiful. Miss Hua seems quite enamored with you. Have you considered her? Has fifth brother's years of study been in vain?" Xiao Mingyu retorted. "Time, and again you jest about a lady's reputation. What would Miss Hua's future husband think if he were to hear such remarks?" Xiao Mingyu caressed the handle of the fan and spoke in a commanding tone. Xiao Wenyuan, having been silenced, refrained from further conversation. As Hua Yan concluded her performance, she noticed that Xiao Mingyu had not cast a glance in her direction, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, several young gentlemen continued to applaud and cheer for her. The noble ladies eagerly took their turns to showcase their talents, and soon it was Gu Qianu's moment to shine.